Main currents of Marxism. Its origin, growth, and dissolution. By Leszek KolakowskI. Volume 3. The Breakdown. Preface. The present volume deals with the evolution of Marxism in the last half-century. Writing it has involved special difficulties, one of which is the sheer bulk of the available literature. No historian can be fully acquainted with it, and it is therefore, so to speak, impossible to do everyone justice. Another difficulty is that I am not able to treat the subject with the desirable detachment. Many of the people mentioned in this volume I know or have known personally, and some of them are or were my friends. Moreover, in describing the controversies and political struggles in Eastern Europe in the later 1950s, I am writing about events and issues in which I myself took part, so that I appear in the invidious role of a judge in my own cause. At the same time, I could not pass over these matters in silence. The upshot is that the most recent period, which is the one I know best from my own experience, is treated less fully than any other. The last chapter, which deals with this period, could be expanded into a further volume, but, setting aside the difficulties already mentioned, I am not convinced that the subject is intrinsically worthy of treatment at such length. Contents. Bibliographical Note 11. I. The first phase of Soviet Marxism. The beginnings of Stalinism. 1. What was Stalinism? 2. The stages of Stalinism. 5. 3. Stalin's early life and rise to power. 9. 4. Socialism in one country. 21. 5. Bukharin and the NEP ideology. The economic controversy of the 1920s. 25. 2. Theoretical controversies in Soviet Marxism in the 1920s. 45. 1. The intellectual and political climate. 45. 2. Bukharin as a philosopher. 56. 3. Philosophical controversies, Deborin versus the Mechanists. 63. 3. Marxism as the ideology of the Soviet state. 77. 1. The ideological significance of the Great Purges. 77. 2. Stalin's codification of Marxism. 91. 3. The Comintern and the ideological transformation of international communism. 105. 4. The crystallization of Marxism-Leninism after the Second World War. 117. 1. The Wartime Interlude. 1172. The New Ideological Offensive. 121. 3. The Philosophical Controversy of 1947. 125. 4. The Economic Debate. 135. Marxism-Leninism in Physics and Cosmology. 131. 6. Marxist-Leninist Genetics. 136. 7. General Effect on Soviet Science. 139. VLLL Contents. 8. Stalin on Philology. 141. G. Stalin on the Soviet Economy. 142. IO. General Features of Soviet Culture in Stalin's Last Years. 144. 11. The Cognitive Status of Dialectical Materialism. 151. 12. The Roots and Significance of Stalinism. The Question of a New Class. 15. 13. European Marxism during the last phase of Stalinism. 166. V. Trotsky. 183. 1. The Years of Exile. 183. 2. Trotsky's Analysis of the Soviet System, the Bureaucracy, and their Mitter. 1 Go 3. Bolshevism and Stalinism. The Idea of Soviet Democracy. 194. 4. Criticism of Soviet Economic and Foreign Policy. 201. 5. Fascism, Democracy, and War. 206. 6. Conclusions. 212. 6. Antonio Gramsci, Communist. Revisionism. 221. Life and Works. 221. 2. The Self-Sufficiency of History, Historical Relativism. 228. 3. Critique of Economism. Prevision and Will. 231. 4. Critique of Materialism. 237. 5. Intellectuals and the Class Struggle. The Concept of Hegemony. 246. Organization and Mass Movement. The Society of Food 27. Summary 249. 7 Georgy Lukács, Reason in the Service of Dogma 253 1. Life and Intellectual Development. Early Writings 255 2. The Whole and the Part, Critique of Empiricism 264 3. The Subject and Object of History. Theory and Practice. What is and what ought to be. Critique of Neo-Kantianism and Evolutionism 269 4. Critique of the Dialectic of Nature and the Theory of Reflection. The Concept of Reification 273 5. Class Consciousness and Organization 286. Critique of Irrationalism 284 7. The Whole, Mediation, and Mimesis as Aesthetic Categories 287 8. Realism, Socialist Realism, and the Avant-Garde 292 G. The Exposition of Marxist Mythology. Commentary 297 10. Lukács as a Stalinist, and his Critique of Stalinism 300. Contents. 8 Karl Korsch. LX. 308. 3°91. Biographical Data 2. Theory and Practice. Movement and Ideology. Historical Relativism. 3 Phases of Marxism. 4 Critique of KolakowskI. 5 Critique of Leninism. 6 A new definition of Marxism. 9 Lucien Goldman. 1 Life and Writings. 2 Genetic Structuralism, Weltanschauung, and Class Consciousness. 325. 3 The Tragic Worldview 330. 4 Goldman and Lukács. Comment on Genetic Structuralism 334. X The Frankfurt School and Critical Theory 3411. Historical and Biographical Notes 343 2. Principles of Critical Theory 35-3. Negative Dialectics 357 4 Critique of Existential Authenticism 369 5. Critique of Enlightenment 372 6. Erich Fromm 387. Critical Theory. Jürgen Habermas 387 8. Conclusion 395. 11 Herbert Marcuse, Marxism as a Totalitarian Utopia of the New Left 396 1. Hegel and Marx vs. Positivism 397 2. Critique of Contemporary Civilization 402 3. One-Dimensional Man 4074 The Revolution Against Freedom 410 5 Commentary 415. XLL. Ernst Bloch, Marxism as a Futuristic Gnosis 421 1. Life and Writings 422 2. Basic Ideas 426 3. Greater and Lesser Daydreams 428 4. Marxism as a Concrete Utopia 431 5. Death as an Anti-Utopia. God does not yet exist, but he will 436 6. Matter and Materialism 439 7. Natural Law 441 8. Bloch's Political Orientation 442 9. Conclusion and Comments 445. X Contents. 13 Developments in Marxism since Stalin's death. 1 De-Stalinization. 2 Revisionism in Eastern Europe. 3 Yugoslav revisionism. 4 Revisionism and Orthodoxy in France. 5 Marxism and the New Left. 6 The Peasant Marxism of Mao Zedong. Epilogue. Selective Bibliography. Index. 53 1. 543. Bibliographical Note. Sources of quotations used in the text. Adorno, Theodore W., Negative Dialectics, The Seabury Press, New York, 1972, Routledge and Kegan Paul, London, 1973. Goldman, L., The Hidden God, trans. Thody, Routledge and Kegan Paul, London, 1974. Horkheimer, Max and Theodore W. Adorno, Dialectic of Enlightenment, trans. John Cummings, The Seabury Press, New York, 1972, Alan Lane, The Penguin Press, London, 1973. Korsch, Karl, Marxism and Philosophy, trans. F. Halliday, New Left Books, London, 1970. Lukács, George, The Meaning of Contemporary Realism, The Merlin Press, London, 1970. Mao Zedong, Anthology of His Writings, ed. And Fremantle, Mentor Books, New American Library, New York, 1962. 4 Essays on Philosophy, Peking, 1966, Collitz, London, 1967. Cujalations from Chairman Mao Zedong, ed. Stuart Scram, Pall Mall Press, London, 1968. Mao Zedong Unrehearsed, ed. And trans. Stuart Scram, Pelican Books, London, 1974, and As Chairman Mao Talks to the People, Pantheon Books, New York, 1975. Marcuse, Herbert, One-Dimensional Man, Routledge and Kegan Paul, London, 1964. 5 Lectures, Alan Lane, The Penguin Press, London, 1970. 13 volumes, Lawrence and Wishart, London, 1953-5. Snow, Edgar, The Long Revolution, Hutchinson, London, 1973. Stalin, Joseph, Collected Works, Volume 7 and 8, English ed., 13 volumes, Lawrence and Wishart, London, 1953-5. Trotsky, Leon, Their Morals and Ours, ed. George Novak, Pathfinder Press, New York, 1969. XLL Bibliographical Note. In Defense of Marxism, New Park Publications, London, 1971, Pathfinder Press, New York, 1971. Writings of Leon Trotsky, 192R 1940, 12 volumes, Pathfinder Press, New York, 1971-7. Wolfe, Robert P., Barrington Moore, J.R., and Herbert Marcuse, Critique of Pure Tolerance, Jonathan Cape, London, 1969. Zdanov, A.A., On Literature, Music, and Philosophy, Lawrence and Wishart, London, 1950. Chapter I. The First Phase of Soviet Marxism. 1. What was Stalinism? There is no general agreement as to what the term Stalinism connotes. It has never been used by the official ideologists of the Soviet state, as it would seem to imply the existence of a self-contained social system. Since Khrushchev's time, the accepted formula for what went on in Stalin's day has been the cult of personality, and this phrase is invariably associated with 2 presuppositions. The first is that throughout the existence of the Soviet Union the party's policy was in principle right and salutary, but that occasional errors were committed, the most serious of which was the neglect of collective leadership, i.e. the concentration of unlimited power in Stalin's hands. The second assumption is that the main source of errors and distortions lay in Stalin's own faults of character, his thirst for power, despotic inclinations, and so on. After Stalin's death all these deviations were immediately cured, the party once more conformed to proper democratic principles, and that was the end of the matter. As to Stalin's errors, the most serious was the mass liquidation of communists and especially of the higher party bureaucracy. In short, Stalin's rule was a monstrous but accidental phenomenon. There was never such a thing as Stalinism or a Stalinist system, and in any case the negative manifestations of the personality cult fade into insignificance beside the glorious achievements of the Soviet system. Although this version of events is doubtless not taken seriously by its authors or by anyone else, controversy still prevails as to the meaning and scope of the term Stalinism, which is in current use outside the Soviet Union even among communists. 2. The latter, however, whether critical or orthodox in their views, restrict its meaning to the period of Stalin's personal tyranny from the early 1930s to his death in 1953, and they blame the errors of the time less on Stalin's own wickedness than on regrettable but unalterable historical circumstances, the industrial and cultural backwardness of Russia before and after 191-7, the failure of the hoped for European revolution, external threats to the Soviet state, and political exhaustion. After the Civil War, those, on the other hand, who are not committed to defending the Soviet system, Leninism, or any Marxist historical schema generally regard Stalinism as a more or less coherent political, economic, and ideological system, which worked in pursuit of its own aims and made few errors from its own point of view. Even on this basis, however, it may be debated how far and in what sense Stalinism was historically inevitable, i.e. was the political, economic, and ideological complexion of Soviet Russia already determined before Stalin's rise to power, so that Stalinism was only the full development of Leninism? The question also remains, how far and in what sense have all these characteristic features of the Soviet state persisted to the present day? From the point of view of terminology, it is of no special importance whether we confine the meaning of Stalinism to the last 25 years of the dictator's life or extend it to cover the political system prevailing at the present time. But it is more than a purely verbal question whether the basic features of the system that took shape under Stalin have altered in the last 20 years, and there is also room for argument as to what its essential features were. Many observers, including the present author, believe that the Soviet system as it developed under Stalin was a continuation of Leninism, and that the state founded on Lenin's political and ideological principles could only have maintained itself in a Stalinist form. Such critics hold, moreover, that Stalinism in the narrow sense, i.e. the system that prevailed until 1953, has not been affected in any essential way by the changes of the post-Stalinist era. The first of these points has been to some extent established in previous chapters, where Lenin was shown to be 3. The creator of totalitarian doctrine and of the totalitarian state in embryo. Of course, many events in the Stalin era can be attributed to chance or to Stalin's own peculiarities: careerism, lust for power, vindictiveness, jealousy, and paranoid suspicion. The mass slaughter of communists in 193½ cannot be called a historical necessity, and we may suppose that it would not have taken place under a tyrant other than Stalin himself. But if, as in the typical communist view, that slaughter is regarded as the true, negative significance of Stalinism, it follows that the whole of Stalinism was a deplorable accident, the implication being that everything is always for the best under communist rule until prominent communists start being murdered. This is hard for the historian to accept, not only because he is interested in the fate of millions who were not party leaders or even party members, but also because the sanguinary terror on a huge scale which occurred in the Soviet Union at certain periods is not a permanent or essential feature of totalitarian despotism. The despotic system remains in force irrespective of whether, in a particular year, official murders are counted in millions or only in tens of thousands, whether torture is used as a matter of routine or only occasionally, and whether the victims are only workers, peasants, and intellectuals or include party bureaucrats as well. The history of Stalinism, despite arguments over points of detail, is generally known and is adequately described in many books. As in the previous 2 volumes of this work, the main theme is the history of doctrine. Political history will be dealt with cursorily, so far as is necessary to indicate the broad framework within which ideological life developed. In the Stalin era, however, the link between the history of doctrine and political events is much closer than before, since the phenomenon we have to study is the absolute institutionalization of Marxism as an instrument of power. This process, it is true, began earlier on. It goes back to Lenin's view that Marxism must be the party's world outlook, i.e. that its content must be governed by the needs of the struggle for power at a particular moment. Nonetheless, Lenin's political opportunism was to some extent restrained by doctrinal considerations, whereas in Stalin's day, from the early 30s onwards, doctrine was absolutely subordinated to the purpose of legitimizing and glorifying the Soviet. 4. Government and everything it did. Marxism under Stalin cannot be defined by any collection of statements, ideas, or concepts. It was not a question of propositions as such but of the fact that there existed an all-powerful authority competent to declare at any given moment what Marxism was and what it was not. Marxism meant nothing more or less than the current pronouncement of the authority in question, i.e. Stalin himself. For instance, up to June 1950 to be a Marxist meant, among other things, accepting the philological theories of N. Weimar, while after that date it meant rejecting them utterly. You were a Marxist not because you regarded any particular ideas Marx's, Lenin's, or even Stalin's as true, but because you were prepared to accept whatever the supreme authority might proclaim today, tomorrow, or in a year's time. This degree of institutionalization and dogmatization had never been seen before and did not reach its acme until the 30s, but its roots can be clearly traced in Lenin's doctrine. Since Marxism is the worldview and instrument of the proletarian party, it is for the latter to decide what is Marxism and what is not, regardless of any objections from outside. When the party is identified with the state and the apparatus of power, and when it achieves perfect unity in the shape of a one-man tyranny, doctrine becomes a matter of state and the tyrant is proclaimed infallible. Indeed, he really is infallible as far as the content of Marxism is concerned, for there is no Marxism but that which the party asserts in its capacity as the mouthpiece of the proletariat, and the party, having once achieved unity, expresses its will and its doctrine through the leadership embodied in the dictator's person. In this way the doctrine that the proletariat is historically the leading class and, in contrast to all other classes, the possessor of objective truth is transformed into the principle that Stalin is always right. This, in fact, is not too grave a distortion of Marx's epistemology combined with Lenin's notion of the party as the advance guard of the workers' movement. The equation, truth equals the proletarian worldview equals Marxism equals the party's worldview equals the pronouncements of the party leadership equals those of the supreme leader is wholly in accordance with Lenin's version of Marxism. We shall endeavor to trace the process by which this equation found final expression in the Soviet ideology which Stalin christened Marxism-Leninism. It is 5. Significant that he chose this term rather than speaking of Marxism and Leninism, which would have suggested two separate doctrines. The compound expression signified that Leninism was not a distinct trend within Marxism as though there might be other forms of Marxism that were not Leninist but was Marxism par excellence, the sole doctrine in which Marxism was developed and adapted to the new historical era. In actual fact Marxism-Leninism consisted of Stalin's own doctrine plus quotations selected by him from the works of Marx, Lenin, and Engels. It should not be supposed that anyone was free, in Stalin's day, to quote at will from Marx, Lenin, or even Stalin himself. Marxism-Leninism comprised only the quotations currently authorized by the dictator, in conformity with the doctrine he was currently promulgating. In arguing that Stalinism was a true development of Leninism, I do not mean to belittle Stalin's historical importance. After Lenin, and alongside Hitler, he certainly did more to shape the present-day world than any other individual since the First World War. Nevertheless, the fact that it was Stalin and not any other Bolshevik leader who became sole ruler of the party and state can be accounted for by the nature of the Soviet system. The view that his personal qualities, while they had a great deal to do with his victory over his rivals, did not themselves determine the main lines of the development of Soviet society is supported by the fact that throughout his earlier career he did not belong to the extremist wing of the Bolshevik party. On the contrary, he was something of a moderate, and in intra-party disputes he often stood on the side of common sense and prudence. In short, Stalin as a despot was much more the party's creation than its creator. He was the personification of a system which irresistibly sought to be personified. 2. The stages of Stalinism. It is a mania of Soviet historians to divide all epochs into stages, but the procedure is justified in some cases, especially where the delimitation is based on ideological grounds. Since Stalinism was an international and not merely a Soviet phenomenon, its variations must be considered not only from the point of view of Russian internal policy and sectional strife, but also from that of the Comintern and international Bolshevism. 6. There are, however, difficulties of correlating the respective periods, and also of nomenclature. Trotskyists and ex-communists are in the habit of distinguishing leftist and rightist stages of Soviet history. The period immediately after 1917, dominated by the Civil War and by hopes of world revolution, is referred to as leftist and is followed by the rightist period of the NEP, when the party acknowledged the temporary stabilization of capitalism in the world at large. Then comes a swing to the left in 1928-G, when the party declared that the stabilization was at an end, the tide of revolution set in once more, social democracy was denounced and combated as social fascism, and Russia witnessed the beginning of mass collectivization and forced industrialization. This stage is supposed to have ended in 1935, when a rightist policy was once more adopted under the slogan of a popular front against fascism. These successive shifts of policy are associated with sectional and personal infighting among the Russian leaders. The rule of Stalin, Zinoviev, and Kamina led to the political elimination of Trotsky. Then Zinoviev and Kamina were ousted in favor of Bukharin, Rykov, and Tomsky. Then, in 1929, Bukharin was cast out and effective dissidence within the Bolshevik Party came to an end. This chronology is full of difficulties, however, even apart from the vague and arbitrary use of the terms left and right. As to the latter point, it is not clear why the slogan of social fascism was leftist while the attempt to compromise with Chiang Kai-shek was rightist, or why it was leftist to persecute peasants on a vast scale but rightist to use economic methods for political ends. It can of course be laid down that the more a policy involves terror, the more leftist it is. This principle is frequently applied at the present day, and not only in communist publications, but it is hard to see what it has to do with the traditional idea of leftism. Apart from this, there is no clear correlation between changes in Comintern policy and the different phases of Soviet internal policy and ideology. The so-called leftist assertion that European social democracy was a branch of fascism was coined by Zinoviev and was current at least as early as 1924. The Comintern's fight against social democracy was intensified in 1927, long before the forced collectivization of the Russian peasantry was thought of. In 1935. 7. When the campaign against social democracy was called off and clumsy efforts were made to patch up an alliance, there had already been a wave of mass political repression in the Soviet Union and another, more terrible one was about to commence. In short, it makes no sense to present the history of the Soviet Union in terms of artificial criteria of left and right, which in some cases lead to absurd results. Nor is it correct to interpret changes in the Politburo as historical turning points. During the period after Lenin's death, certain political and ideological features became steadily more prominent, while others fluctuated in importance according to circumstances. The totalitarian character of the regime, i.e. the progressive destruction of civil society and absorption of all forms of social life by the state, increased almost without interruption between 1924 and 1953 and was certainly not diminished by the NEP, despite concessions to private ownership and trade. The NEP, as we saw, was a retreat from the policy of running the whole economy by means of the army and police, and was necessitated by the imminent prospect of economic ruin. But the use of terror against political opponents, the increased severity and intimidation within the party, the suppression of independence and enforcement of servility in philosophy, literature, art, and science, all this continued to be accentuated during the whole period of the NEP. From this point of view, the 30s were only an intensification and consolidation of the process which began in Lenin's lifetime and under his direction. The collectivization of agriculture, with its countless victims, indeed constituted a turning point, but this was not because it involved a change in the character of the regime or a swing to the left, but because it enforced the basic political and economic principle of totalitarianism in a single sector of key importance. It completely dispossessed the most numerous social class in Russia, established state control of farming once and for all, annihilated the last section of the community that was in any degree independent of the state, laid the basis for the Oriental cult of the satrap with unlimited power, and, by means of famine, mass terror, and the death of millions, destroyed the spirit of the population and broke down the last vestiges of resistance. This was undoubtedly a milestone in the history of the Soviet Union, but it was no more than the continuation or extension of its 8th basic principle, namely the extermination of all forms of political, economic, and cultural life that are not imposed and regulated by the state. The Comintern, meanwhile, had been transformed in a few years into an instrument of Soviet foreign policy and espionage. Its policy twisted and turned in accordance with Moscow's assessment, correct or otherwise, of the international situation, but these changes had nothing to do with ideology, doctrine, or the difference between left and right. Similarly, it would be naive to inquire whether, for instance, the Soviet Union's pact with Chiang Kai-shek or Hitler, the massacre of Polish communists by Stalin, or Soviet participation in the Spanish Civil War, were in accordance with Marxism or Beto-Kenda leftist or rightist policy. All these moves can be judged in the light of how far they served to strengthen the Soviet state and increase its influence, but any ideological grounds adduced to defend them were invented for the purpose and have no bearing on the history of ideology, beyond showing how completely it was degraded to the role of an instrument of Soviet raison d'etat. Having said this, we may divide the history of the Soviet Union since Lenin's death into three periods. The first, from 1924 to 1929, is that of the NEP. During this time there was considerable freedom of private trading, political life no longer existed outside the party, but there were genuine disputes and controversies within the leadership, culture was officially controlled, but different trends of opinion and discussions were allowed within the bounds of Marxism and of political obedience. It was still possible to debate the nature of true Marxism. One-man despotism was not yet an institution, and a fair proportion of society, the peasantry, and Nepman of all kinds, was not yet wholly dependent on the state from the economic point of view. The second period, from 1930 to Stalin's death in 1953, is marked by personal despotism, the almost complete liquidation of civil society, the subordination of culture to arbitrary official directives, and the regimentation of philosophy and ideology. The third period, from 1953 to the present, has features of its own which we shall consider in due course. As to which particular Bolshevik leader is in power, this is in general of minor importance. The Trotskyists, and of course Trotsky himself, regarded his removal from power as a historical turning 9 point, but there is no reason to agree with them, and, as we shall see, it can well be maintained that Trotskyism never existed, but was a figment invented by Stalin. The disagreements between Stalin and Trotsky were real to a certain extent, but they were grossly inflated by the struggle for personal power and never amounted to two independent and coherent theories. This is even more true of the disputes between Zinoviev and Trotsky, and the later conflict between Zinoviev and Trotsky on the one hand and Stalin on the other. Stalin's conflict with Bukharin and right-wing deviationism was more substantial, but even this was not a dispute over principles but only as to the method and timetable for putting them into effect. The debate on industrialization in the 20s was certainly of great importance as regards practical decisions in industry and agriculture, and consequently the lives of millions of Soviet people, but it would be an exaggeration to see it as a basic doctrinal dispute or as involving the correct interpretation of Marxism or Leninism. All the Bolshevik leaders without exception changed their attitude to the question so radically that it is pointless to speak of Trotskyism, Stalinism, or Bukharinism as coherent bodies of theory or variations of basic Marxist doctrine. 3. Stalin's early life and rise to power. Unlike the great majority of Bolshevik leaders, the future communist ruler of all the Russias was, if not a proletarian, at any rate a man of the people. Joseph Jugashvili was born on December 9, 1879 in the small Georgian town of Gori. His father, Vissarion, was a shoemaker and drunkard, his mother illiterate. Vissarion moved to Tiflis, where he took a job in a shoe factory, and died there in 1890. His son attended the parish school at Gori for 5 years and was admitted in 1894 to the theological seminary at Tiflis, the only school in the Caucasus at which an able youth of his social condition could, in practice, receive further education. The Orthodox seminary was at the same time an organ of Russification, but, like many Russian schools, it was also a hotbed of political unrest, where Georgian patriotism flourished and socialist ideas were disseminated by many exiles from Russia proper. Jugashvili joined a socialist group, lost any interest he may have had in theology, and, in the spring of 1899, was expelled for failing to attend an examination. Traces of his seminary background can be discerned in his later writings, with their biblical tags and fondness for a catechetical style that lends itself well to propaganda. In articles and speeches he was in the habit of posing questions which he would then repeat verbatim in his answers. He also made his articles more assimilable by numbering each separate concept and statement. From his seminary days onward, Stalin was associated with various rudimentary socialist groups in Georgia. The Russian Social Democratic Party did not yet exist, though a formal decision to establish it was taken at the Minsk gathering in March 1898. For some months in 189-1900 he worked as a clerk at the Tiflis Geophysical Observatory, after which he devoted himself entirely to political and propaganda activities, both legal and illegal. From I he wrote articles for the clandestine Georgian socialist paper Bordzilla and spread propaganda among workers. Towards the end of that year he became a member of a committee to direct party work in Tiflis. In April 1902 he was arrested for organizing a workers' demonstration in Batum. He was sentenced to exile in Siberia, but escaped from his place of detention and was again in the Caucasus at the beginning of 1904, living as a member of the underground with forged papers. Meanwhile, the Social Democratic Party had held its second Congress and had split into the Bolshevik and Menshevik factions. Stalin soon declared for the Bolsheviks and wrote pamphlets and articles supporting Lenin's idea of the party. The Georgian Social Democrats were nearly all Mensheviks. Their leader was Zherdanya, the most prominent Caucasian Marxist. During and after the 1905 revolution, Stalin worked for a time at Baku as a party activist with duties covering the whole Caucasus area. It was some years, however, before he played a part in Bolshevik activities in Russia proper. He attended the party conference at Tammerfors in December 1905, and in April 1906. He was the only Bolshevik to attend the Unity Congress at Stockholm. However, until 1912 the real scene of his activity was the Caucasus. At Tammerfors he had his first meeting with Lenin, whose doctrine and leadership he never seriously challenged. At Stockholm, however, while siding with Lenin on all other questions, he took the line that the party program should advocate the division of land among the peasants, and not its nationalization as Lenin contended. Stalin's writings at this period contain nothing original or worthy of note. They are popular propaganda articles reproducing Lenin's slogans on current topics. Much space is given to attacking the Mensheviks, and there is of course criticism of the KTS, the Recallists, liquidators, anarchists, etc. The only article of any length, Anarchism or Socialism, appeared in Georgian in 1906. It is a rather clumsy exposition of the social democratic worldview and its philosophical premises. In 1906-07 Stalin is known to have been one of the organizers of expropriations, i.e. armed raids for the purpose of filling the party coffers. This activity was forbidden and condemned, despite Lenin's opposition, at the party's Fifth Congress in London in April 1907, but the Bolsheviks continued to practice it until it gave rise to a major scandal some months later. In recent years several historians have examined allegations made originally by Zherdanya and, after Stalin's death, by Orlov, a former high official of Soviet intelligence, to the effect that Stalin was in the service of the Okhrana for some years after 1905. But the evidence for this charge is slight, and it is rejected by most historians, including Adam Ulam and Roy Medvedev. Between 1908 and the February Revolution Stalin spent most of his time in prison and exile, from which he escaped on every occasion except the last. He acquired the reputation of a skillful, stubborn, and indefatigable revolutionary, and did his best to salvage the party's Caucasian organization during the calamitous years after 1907. Like many other leaders inside Russia, he did not take a keen interest in the theoretical debates and squabbles among the émigrés. There is some evidence that 12. He took a skeptical view of Lenin's materialism and empiria criticism, and that in the darkest days of 1910 he made genuine efforts to restore unity with the Mensheviks. In January 1912, when Lenin called an all-Bolshevik conference at Prague to set the seal on the breach with the Mensheviks, Stalin was in exile at Vologda. The conference elected a central committee of the party, to which Stalin was later co-opted at Lenin's suggestion, thus making his debut on the all-Russian political scene. After escaping from Vologda, Stalin was once more arrested and deported, and escaped again. In November 191 he traveled outside Russia for the first time in his life, spending a few days at Krakow in Austrian Poland, where he met Lenin. He returned to Russia but in December went abroad again, this time to Vienna for 6 weeks, the longest period he was ever to spend on foreign soil. In Vienna he wrote for Lenin an article on Marxism and the national question which appeared in 1913 in the journal Prosveshchiny, and which constitutes his earliest claim, and one of his principal ones, to celebrity as a theoretician. It does not add anything to what Lenin had said on the question, except for defining a nation as a community possessing a single language, territory, culture, and economic life, thus excluding, for example, the Swiss and the Jews. The article was written as an attack on the Austro-Marxists, especially Springer and Bauer, and on the Bund. As Stalin could read only Russian and Georgian, he was probably helped by Bukharin, then in Vienna, to select quotations from the Austro-Marxist writers. In opposition to the latter's ideas of national cultural autonomy based on self-determination by the individual, Stalin argued for the right of national self-determination and political separation on a territorial basis. However, like Lenin, he emphasized that while the Social Democrats recognized the right of every people to form a state of its own, this did not mean that they would support separatism in every case. The deciding factor was the interest of the working class, and it must be remembered that separatism was often used as a reactionary slogan by the bourgeoisie. The whole debate was of course conducted on the assumption of a bourgeois revolution. Like all socialists at that time, except Trotsky and Parvus, Stalin expected Russia to undergo a democratic revolution, followed by many years of bourgeois republican rule, but he held that the proletariat must take a leading part in bringing the revolution about, and not play second fiddle to the bourgeoisie or act merely as a servant of its interests. The article on nationality was the last that Stalin wrote before the February Revolution. Soon after his return from Vienna, in February 1913, he was again arrested and sentenced to 4 years deportation. This time he did not try to escape but remained in Siberia, reappearing in Petrograd in March 191-7. For some weeks, until Lenin arrived, he was effectively in charge of the party in the capital city. Together with Kamina he took over the editorship of Pravda. His attitude towards both the provisional government and the Mensheviks was a good deal more conciliatory than Lenin's, and he incurred the latter's censure by toning down the articles that Lenin was sending from Switzerland. However, after Lenin's return to Russia and the presentation of his April thesis, Stalin, with some hesitation, accepted the policy of working for a socialist revolution and government by the Soviets. By contrast, during the first few weeks in Petrograd he was still writing in terms of a bourgeois revolution, peace with the Central Powers, confiscation of the big estates, and a policy of exerting pressure on the provisional government but not attempting its overthrow. Only after the July crisis, at the conference of the party organization in Petrograd, did Stalin speak clearly of transferring power to the proletariat and the poor peasantry. At this time the slogan "All power to the Soviets" was abandoned, as the latter were dominated by Mensheviks and SRS. By the time of the October Revolution Stalin was unquestionably among the chief party leaders, alongside Lenin, Trotsky, Zinoviev, Kamina, Sverdlov, and Lunacharsky. As far as we know, he did not take part in the military organization of the uprising, but in Lenin's first Soviet government he was made Commissar for Nationalities. During the party crisis over the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk, he supported Lenin against the left-wing Bolsheviks who were pressing for a revolutionary war with Germany. However, he believed, as Lenin did, that the European Revolution would break out any day, and that accepting the German peace terms was no more than a temporary tactical retreat. As an expert on nationality affairs, Stalin at this time made speeches to the effect that self-determination must be understood dialectically. At the Third Congress of Soviets at the beginning of 1918, he explained that self-determination, properly speaking, was for the masses and not the bourgeoisie, and must be subordinated to the fight for socialism. In articles published in that year, he emphasized that the secession of Poland and the Baltic states was a counter-revolutionary move and played into the hands of the imperialists, as these countries would form a barrier between revolutionary Russia and the revolutionary West. On the other hand, the struggle of Egypt, Morocco, or India for independence was a progressive phenomenon as it tended to weaken imperialism. All this was fully in accord with Lenin's doctrine and with party ideology. Separatist movements are progressive when directed against bourgeois governments, but once the proletariat is in power, national separatism automatically and dialectically changes its significance, since it is a threat to the proletarian state, socialism, and world revolution. Socialism, by definition, cannot practice national oppression, and thus what appear to be invasions are in fact acts of liberation, as, for instance, when the Red Army under Stalin's orders marched into Georgia, which at the time had a Menshevik government on a basis of representative democracy. Notwithstanding this, the slogan of national self-determination, which was never revoked, contributed largely to the Bolshevik victory in the Civil War, as the white commanders made no secret of the fact that their purpose was to restore Russia, one and indivisible, without any loss of her pre-revolutionary territory. Stalin played an important part in the Civil War, though his achievements were overshadowed by Trotsky's. The roots of the conflict between the two men no doubt go back to this period with its personal jealousies and recriminations. Who did most to bring about victory at Tsaritsyn, whose fault was the defeat before Warsaw, etc. In 1919 Stalin became Commissar for the Workers' and Peasants' Inspectorate. This institution, as we have seen, represented a desperate and hopeless attempt by Lenin to protect the Soviet system from the inroads of bureaucracy. The inspectorate, composed of genuine workers and peasants, had unlimited powers of supervision over all other branches of the state administration. Far from curing the situation, it made things worse, since in the absence of any democratic institutions the inspectorate became simply an additional tier of the bureaucratic edifice. Stalin, however, was able to make use of it to strengthen his control of the apparatus, and his tenure of the commissarship was undoubtedly a factor that helped him in his rise to supreme power. At this stage an important, though not original, observation should be made. In later years, when the whole history of the party was rewritten under Stalin's orders and for his own glorification, he was presented, or rather presented himself, as having been Lenin's second in command from his early youth. In every field of action he was the leader, the chief organizer, the inspiration of his comrades, and so forth. According to this fantastic version, he was Lenin's closest confidant and helper from the very moment the party was founded. The infant socialist movement in the Caucasus had thriven under his brilliant leadership. Later on, the whole party regarded him without question as the rightful and natural successor to Lenin, and so on. He was the brains of the revolution, the architect of victory in the Civil War, the organizer of the Soviet state. In the hagiography composed by Beria, the year 1912 is singled out as the turning point in the history of the Russian party, and therefore in the history of mankind, as it was then that Stalin became a member of the Central Committee. On the other hand, Trotsky and the many other communists who had reason to hate Stalin were at pains to belittle his role in the history of Bolshevism and to depict him as a second-rate apparatchik who, by a mixture of cunning and good fortune, managed in due course to climb onto a pedestal from which it proved impossible to dislodge him. Neither of these versions can be accepted as the truth. Certainly, before 1905 Stalin was an obscure local figure and 16. There were many in his own area who were more esteemed and played a more important part than he. Nonetheless, by 1912 he had made himself one of the 6 or 7 most prominent Bolshevik leaders, and in Lenin's last years, although less well known than Trotsky, Zinoviev, or Kamenev, and certainly regarded by no one as Lenin's natural successor, he was one of a small group ruling over the party and Russia, and at the time of Lenin's death, in practice although not in theory, he enjoyed greater power than anyone else in the country. From the documents now available we know that even before the revolution Stalin's comrades noticed qualities that later turned him into a pathological despot. Some were mentioned in Lenin's testament. He was known to be brutal, disloyal, arbitrary, ambitious, envious, intolerant of opposition, a tyrant to his subordinates. Until he had wiped out the whole of the Bolshevik old guard, no one in the party took him seriously as a philosopher or theoretician. From this point of view he was outclassed not only by Trotsky and Bukharin but by a host of party ideologists. Everyone knew that Stalin's articles, pamphlets, and speeches contained nothing original and showed no sign that they were intended to. He was not a Marxist theoretician, but a party propagandist like hundreds of others. Later, of course, in the delirium of the personality cult, any scrap of paper he had ever written became an immortal contribution to the treasury of Marxism-Leninism, but it is perfectly clear that his whole reputation as a theoretician was nothing but a part of the ordained ritual and was forgotten within a short time of his death. If his ideological writings had been those of a man with no political claim to fame, they would scarcely deserve mention in a history of Marxism. But since, during his years of power, there was scarcely any other brand of Marxism than his, and since the Marxism of those days can hardly be defined except in relation to his authority, it is not only true but is actually a tautology to say that for a quarter of a century he was the greatest Marxist theoretician. In any case, Stalin had many qualities that were useful to the party, and it was not only due to chance that he made his way to the top and eliminated his rivals. He was a tireless, shrewd, and efficient worker. In practical matters he knew how to disregard doctrinal considerations and discern clearly the relative importance of issues. He neither panicked nor lost his head from success. He was adept at distinguishing real from apparent power. He was a poor speaker and a dull writer, but he could say things in a plain way so that the ordinary party member could grasp them, and his pedantic habits of repetition and the numbering of points gave his exposes an appearance of force and clarity. He bullied subordinates, but he could use them as well. He knew how to adapt his style to different interlocutors, whether party members, foreign journalists, or Western statesmen, and could at will play the part of a strategist, an intrepid fighter for the proletarian cause, or the no-nonsense boss of his country. He had the rare skill of contriving to receive the credit for all successes and to blame all failures upon others. The system he helped to establish enabled him to become a tyrant, but it must also be said that he worked long and hard to achieve that result. Lenin undoubtedly valued Stalin's efficiency and powers of organization. Although Stalin occasionally disagreed with Lenin, he was always behind him at times of crisis. Unlike most of the front-rank Bolsheviks, he had no intellectual leanings, which Lenin could not endure. He was a matter-of-fact character who did not mind taking on hard and ungrateful tasks. And, although in a belated moment of vision Lenin realized what a dangerous man he had raised to the summit of power, there is some truth in Stalin's retort to his opponents when they at last decided to drag Lenin's testament out of the archives and invoke it against him. "Yes," said Stalin, "Lenin did accuse me of brutality, and I am brutal where the revolution is concerned, but did Lenin ever say that my policy was wrong?" To this the opposition had no answer. There is no reason to doubt that Stalin was Lenin's personal choice for Secretary General of the party in April 1922, and there is no evidence that any of the other leaders objected to his nomination. It is quite true, as Trotsky afterwards pointed out, that nobody regarded the creation of this post and Stalin's appointment to it as signifying that he was to be Lenin's heir, or that the holder of the secretary-generalship would in practice be the supreme ruler of the Soviet party and state. All important decisions were still taken by the Politburo or the Central Com. 18. Committee, which ran the country through the intermediary of the Council of People's Commissars. The new office was not the highest individual post in the party hierarchy, and there was indeed no such post. The Secretary-General's function was to supervise the current work of the party bureaucracy, ensure coordination within the machine, control senior appointments, etc. With hindsight it is possible to see clearly that when all other forms of political life have been destroyed and the party is the only organized force in the country, the individual in charge of the party machine must become all-powerful. This is what actually happened, but no one perceived it at the time. The Soviet state was without precedent in history, and it is not astonishing that the actors on the political stage did not foresee the denouement of the play. Stalin as Secretary-General was able to put his own men in the majority of local party posts and even central ones, except those of the highest rank, and his power was enhanced by the function of organizing conferences and congresses. This, of course, was a gradual process. The first few years still witnessed intra-party disputes and the formation of rival groups and opposition platforms, but as time went on these became more infrequent and tended to be confined to the very highest level. As we have seen, during Lenin's lifetime there were opposition groups within the party, reflecting the discontent of some communists at the increase in despotic and bureaucratic methods of government. The workers' opposition, whose best-known spokesmen were Alexander Shlyapnikov and Alexandra Kalante, believed in a literal dictatorship of the proletariat, i.e. that power should actually be exercised by the whole working class and not only by the party. They did not by any means advocate a return to state democracy, but they fondly imagined that the Soviet system could preserve democratic forms of life for the privileged minority, i.e. the proletariat, after having abolished such forms as far as the great majority were concerned, especially the peasants and intellectuals. Other opposition groups wanted to restore democracy within the party, though not for those outside it. They protested at the growing power of the bureaucracy, the system of nomination to all posts, and the reduction of intra-party discussions and elections to an empty ritual. Such brands of utopian criticism to some extent anticipated the critical trends which made themselves felt within the communist system after Stalin's death, the demand that democracy should prevail within the party although not outside it, or that power should be wielded by the whole proletariat or by workers' councils, though not, of course, by the rest of society. Apart from these ideas, however, there appeared in the early years a new version of communism which in a sense prefigured Maoism, reflecting as it did the needs and interests of Asiatic peasant peoples. The author of this trend was Mir Sayed Sultan Galiev, a Bashkir by nationality and a teacher by profession. He became a Bolshevik soon after the October Revolution, and was one of the few intellectuals from the Muslim area of the Soviet Union who secured early recognition as an expert on the affairs of the Central Asian peoples. His conviction was, however, that the Soviet system did not solve any of the Muslims' problems but merely subjected them to a different form of oppression. The urban proletariat which had assumed dictatorial power in Russia was no less European than the bourgeoisie, and equally alien to the Muslim peoples. The basic conflict of the age was not between the proletariat and bourgeoisie of the developed countries, but between colonial or semi-colonial peoples and the whole industrialized world. Not only could Soviet power in Russia do nothing to liberate those peoples, but it would instantly begin to oppress them and pursue an imperialist policy under the red flag. The colonial peoples must unite against the hegemony of Europe as a whole, create their own parties and an international independent of the Bolshevik one, and combat Western colonizers as well as Russian communists. They must combine anti-colonial ideology with Islamic tradition, and create one-party systems and state organizations backed by armed force. In accordance with this program, Sultan Galiev tried to form a Muslim party separate from the Russian one, and even an independent Tatar Bashkir state. His movement was soon suppressed, conflicting as it did with both Lenin's ideology and the interests of the Bolshevik party and the Soviet state. Sultan Galiev was expelled from the party in 1923 and imprisoned as an agent of foreign intelligence, perhaps the first occasion on which this charge, which afterwards became a matter of routine in such cases, was leveled against a prominent 20. Party member. He was executed many years later, during the Great Purges, and his cause was soon forgotten. In a speech in June 1923, Stalin said that he had been arrested less because of his pan-Islamic and pan-Turkic views than because he had conspired against the party with the Basmash rebels of Turkestan. The episode is worth remembering on account of the striking resemblance between Sultan Galiev's ideas and subsequent Maoist doctrine, or some ideologies of the Muslim socialist type. As to those opposition groups which advocated democracy for the party or the proletariat, they were speedily and unanimously crushed by the leaders including Lenin, Trotsky, Stalin, Zinoviev, and Kamina. The prohibition of splinter groups, and the right of the Central Committee to expel party members who joined them, were proclaimed at the 10th Congress in 192-1. It was indeed clear, as the defenders of party unity pointed out, that under a one-party system separate groups within the party were bound to become the mouthpieces of all social forces which would in the old days have formed parties of their own. Hence, if factions were allowed, there would virtually be a multi-party system. The inevitable conclusion was that a party ruling despotically must itself be despotically ruled, and that, having destroyed democratic institutions in society at large, it was idle to think of preserving them within the party, let alone for the benefit of the whole working class. Nonetheless, the process of transforming the party into a passive instrument in the hands of the bureaucracy took longer than the destruction of democratic institutions within the state, and was not completed until the late 20s. In 1922-3 there were strong currents of rebellion against the growing tyranny within the party, and no one was so skillful in repressing them as Stalin. Having successfully achieved control over the information that reached Lenin, who was ill and infirm, Stalin ruled the party with the aid of Zinoviev and Kamina and systematically excluded Trotsky from power. The latter was in a losing position from an early stage, despite his oratorical skill and his prestige as the architect of victory in the Civil War. He did not dare to appeal to opinion outside the party, as this would have conflicted with the principle of Soviet power, and it proved easy to mobilize against him the party bureaucracy, which was 21. The only active force in political life. Trotsky had joined the Bolsheviks at a late stage and was distrusted by the old-timers, who also disliked his excess of rhetoric and his haughty, arrogant manners. Stalin, Zinoviev, and Kamina skillfully exploited all Trotsky's weaknesses, his Menshevik past, his hankering after the militarization of labor, his criticism of the NEP, his old quarrels with Lenin, and the charges that Lenin had trumped up against him in former times. As commissar for the armed forces and a member of the Politburo he still appeared powerful, but by 1923 he was isolated and helpless. All his former tergiversations were turned against him. When he came to realize his situation, he attacked the bureaucratization of the party and the stifling of intra-party democracy. Like all overthrown communist leaders, he became a Democrat as soon as he was ousted from power. However, it was easy for Stalin and Zinoviev to show not only that Trotsky's democratic sentiments and indignation at party bureaucracy were of recent date, but that he himself, when in power, had been a more extreme autocrat than anyone else. He had supported or initiated every move to protect party unity, had wanted, contrary to Lenin's policy, to place the trade unions under state control and to subject the whole economy to the coercive power of the police, and so on. In later years Trotsky claimed that the policy, which he had supported, of prohibiting fractions was envisaged as an exceptional measure and not a permanent principle. But there is no proof that this was so, and nothing in the policy itself suggests that it was meant to be temporary. It may be noted that Zinoviev showed more zeal than Stalin in condemning Trotsky. At one stage he was in favor of arresting him and thus supplied Stalin with useful ammunition when the two ousted leaders tried, belatedly and hopelessly, to join forces against their triumphant rival. 4. Socialism in one country. The doctrine of socialism in one country, formulated towards the end of 1924 against Trotsky and his idea of permanent revolution, was for a long time regarded as a major contribution of Stalin's to Marxist theory, with the corollary that Trotskyism constituted a rival body of coherent dogma, a view that Trotsky 22 himself apparently came to share. In reality, however, there was no basic political opposition between the two men, let alone any theoretical disagreement. As we have seen, the leaders of the October uprising believed that the revolutionary process would soon spread to the principal European countries, and that the Russian Revolution had no hope of permanent success except as the prelude to world revolution. None of the Bolshevik leaders in the early days held or expressed any view other than this. Some of Lenin's statements on the subject were so unequivocal that Stalin later had them expunged from his works. However, as hopes of a world revolution receded and the communists failed in their desperate efforts to bring about an uprising in Europe, they also agreed that the task immediately before them was to build a socialist society, though no one knew exactly in what this ought to consist. Two basic principles continued to be accepted: that Russia had begun a process which, by the laws of history, must finally embrace the whole world, and that, as long as the West was in no hurry to start its own revolution, it was for the Russians to set about the socialist transformation of their own country. The question whether socialism could in fact be built once and for all was not seriously considered, as no practical consequences depended on the answer. When Lenin perceived, after the Civil War, that you could not make corn grow by issuing decrees or even by shooting peasants, and when he accordingly instituted the NEP, he was certainly concerned with building socialism and was more interested in the internal organization of the state than in stirring up revolution abroad. When Stalin, in the spring of 1924, published his article "The Foundations of Leninism," his first attempt to codify Lenin's doctrine after his own fashion, he reiterated points that were generally accepted, and attacked Trotsky for underestimating the revolutionary role of the peasantry and holding that the revolution could originate in one-class rule by the proletariat. Leninism, he argued, was the Marxism of the age of imperialism and proletarian revolution. Russia had become the native country of Leninism because it was ripe for revolution owing to its relative backwardness and the many forms of oppression from which it suffered, and Lenin had foreseen the transformation of the bourgeois revolution into a socialist one. 23. However, Stalin emphasized, the proletariat of a single country could not bring about final victory. In the autumn of the same year, Trotsky published a collection of his own writings dating from 191-7, with a preface designed to prove that he was the only statesman faithful to Leninist principles, and to discredit the then leaders, especially Zinoviev and Kamina, for having shown a hesitant and even hostile attitude towards Lenin's insurrectionary plan. He also attacked the Comintern, of which Zinoviev was then the chief, for the defeat of the uprisings in Germany and for failing to exploit the revolutionary situation. Trotsky's criticism provoked a collective answer by Stalin, Zinoviev, Kamina, Bukharin, Rykov, Krupskaya, and others, blaming him for all past errors and defeats, accusing him of arrogance and of quarreling with Lenin, and belittling his services to the revolution. It was at this time that Stalin constructed the doctrine of Trotskyism. The idea of permanent revolution, formulated by Trotsky before 1917, presupposed that the Russian Revolution would pass continuously into a socialist phase, but that its fate would depend on the world revolution which would also result from it. Moreover, in a country with a huge peasant majority, the working class would suffer political destruction unless it were supported by the international proletariat, whose victory alone could consolidate that of the Russian workers. As the question of the transformation of the bourgeois revolution into a socialist one had meanwhile lost its application, Stalin represented Trotskyism as signifying that socialism could not be definitively built in one country, thus suggesting to his readers that Trotsky's real design was to restore capitalism in Russia. In the autumn of 1924, Stalin declared that Trotskyism rested on three principles. Firstly, it did not recognize the poorest class of peasants as an ally of the proletariat. Secondly, it accepted peaceful coexistence between revolutionaries and opportunists. And thirdly, it slandered the Bolshevik leaders. Later on, the essential feature of Trotskyism was declared to be the contention that, while it is possible to set about building socialism in one country, it is not possible to bring it to completion. In concerning questions of Leninism, Stalin criticized his own theory of the spring of 1924, saying that a distinction must be drawn between the possibility of finally building socialism in one 24 country and the possibility of finally protecting oneself against capitalist intervention. In conditions of capitalist encirclement there could be no absolute guarantee against intervention, but a fully socialist society could nevertheless be constructed. The point of the controversy about whether socialism could be finally built in one country or not resided, as Deutsche Orwell observes in his Life of Stalin, in the latter's desire to transform the psychology of party workers. In proclaiming that the Russian Revolution was self-sufficient, he was less concerned with theory than with countering the demoralization produced by the failure of world communism. He wished to assure party members that they need not be troubled as regards the uncertain support of the world proletariat, since their own success did not depend on it. He wanted, in short, to create an atmosphere of optimism, without, of course, abandoning the consecrated principle that the Russian Revolution was the prelude to a worldwide one. It is possible that if Trotsky had been in charge of Soviet foreign policy and the Comintern in the 1920s, he would have taken more interest than Stalin did in organizing communist risings abroad, but there is no reason to think his efforts would have had any success. Naturally, he used every defeat of communists in the world to accuse Stalin of neglecting the revolutionary cause. But it is not at all clear what Stalin could have done if he had been actuated by the internationalist zeal which Trotsky accused him of lacking. Russia had no means of ensuring a German communist victory in 1923 or a Chinese one in 1926. Trotsky's later charge that the Comintern failed to exploit revolutionary opportunities because of Stalin's doctrine of socialism in one country is completely devoid of substance. Thus there is no question of two essentially opposite theories, one asserting and the other denying that socialism could be built in one country. In theory, everyone accepted the need to support world revolution and also the need to build a socialist society in Russia. Stalin and Trotsky differed to some extent as to the proportion of energy that ought to be devoted to one task or the other, and both men did their share to inflate these differences into an imaginary theoretical antithesis. Still less is it possible to believe the assertion frequently made by Trotskyists that intra-party democracy was of the essence of their system. Trotsky's attacks on bureaucratic rule within the party began, as we have seen, when he himself was effectually deprived of power over the party apparatus. As long as he was still in power, he was one of the most autocratic champions of bureaucracy and of military or police control over the whole political and economic system. The bureaucratization against which he later inveighed was the natural and inevitable result of destroying all democratic institutions in the state, a process into which Trotsky threw himself with zeal and which he never afterwards repudiated. 5. Bukharin and the NEP ideology. The economic controversy of the 1920s. The controversy over Soviet economic policy in the 1920s was much more genuine than the issue of socialism in one country, which was rather a disguise for faction than a key to the solution of any practical or theoretical problem. Even the famous debate on industrialization, however, does not deserve to be presented as a clash between two opposite principles. All agreed that Russia must be industrialized. The point in dispute was the speed of the process and the connected issue, fraught with doom, of Soviet agriculture and the government's relations with the peasantry. These matters, however, were of fundamental practical importance, and different points of view concerning them led to different political decisions of great importance to the whole country. Bukharin, the chief ideologist of the NEP, enjoyed great popularity in party circles and was regarded as a first-class theoretician. After the fall of Zinoviev and Kamina in 1927, he became the most important man in the party after Stalin. Nikolai Ivanovich Bukharin belonged to the generation that entered the socialist movement during or shortly after the 1905 revolution. Born and brought up in Moscow, a member of the intellectual class, he joined a socialist group while still at school and was a Bolshevik from the outset of his political career. He joined the party when just over 18, at the end of 1906, and carried out propaganda work in Moscow. In 1907 he enrolled at the university as a student of economics, but politics took up most of his time and he never completed the course. In 1908 he was already in charge of the small Bolshevik organization in Moscow. Arrested in autumn 1910 and sentenced to deportation, he escaped and spent the next 6 years as an émigré in Germany, Austria, and the Scandinavian countries, where his writings gained him the reputation of an expert Bolshevik theorist in the sphere of political economy. In 1914 he finished a work entitled The Economics of the Rentier Class, the Austrian School's Theory of Value and Profit. This was first published in full in Moscow in 1919, and an English version, The Economic Theory of the Leisure Class, appeared in 1927. The book is a defense of Marxian doctrine and an attack on the theory of value of the marginalists, especially by Im Bauerk. As the title suggests, Bukharin argued that the Austrian school of economic theory was an ideological expression of the mentality of the parasitic dividend-drawing bourgeoisie. As far as the defense of Marx goes, his work added nothing to Hilferding's earlier criticism. On the outbreak of war in 1914 he was deported from Vienna to Switzerland, where he worked on the economic theory of imperialism. At this time he was involved in controversy with Lenin, who accused him of Luxemburgist errors over the national and peasant questions. Bukharin held, in the light of classic Marxist schemata, that the national question was becoming less and less important and that the purity of socialist class policies should not be sullied by doctrines of national self-determination, which was both utopian and contrary to Marxism. In the same way he disapproved of the party bidding for peasant support in its revolutionary policy, as Marxism taught that the class of small farmers was doomed to disappear anyway and that the peasantry was historically a reactionary class. In Switzerland and afterwards in Sweden Bukharin wrote Imperialism and World Economy, first published in full in Petrograd in 1918. Lenin saw the manuscript and used it freely for his imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism. Bukharin himself made much use of Hilferding's analysis, but he also emphasized that as capitalism develops the economic role of the state grows in importance and leads to a new social form, that of state capitalism, i.e. an economy centrally planned and regulated on the scale of a national state. This meant the extension of state control to ever wider areas of civil society and the intensification of human slavery. The Moloch of the state was capable of functioning without internal crises, but only by encroaching on more and more aspects of private life. Bukharin, however, disagreed with Kolakowski's and Hilferding's expectation of an ultra-imperialist phase in which the necessity of war would be obviated by a centralized organization of the world economy. State capitalism, he thought, was feasible on a national scale but not on a global basis. Hence competition, anarchy, and crises would continue, but would take on increasingly international forms. It followed also, and here Bukharin agreed with Lenin, though for slightly different reasons, that the cause of the proletarian revolution must now be envisaged in the context of the international situation. At a somewhat later date Lenin criticized the young Bukharin for his semi-anarchist view that the proletariat would have no need of state power after the revolution, a utopian idea very similar to that expounded in Lenin's State and Revolution in 1917. Towards the end of 1916 Bukharin went to the United States, where he held discussions with Trotsky and endeavored to persuade the American left of the rightness of the Bolshevik view on questions of war and peace. Returning to Russia after the February Revolution, he soon took his place among the party leaders and gave wholehearted support to Lenin's April theses. During the crucial months before and after October he was chiefly active in Moscow as an organizer and propagandist. Soon after the revolution he became editor-in-chief of Pravda, a position he held until 1929. Sharing the general view that the fate of the Russian Revolution depended on whether it could set fire to the West, Bukharin stoutly opposed Lenin's policy of a separate peace with Germany. During the first dramatic months of 1918 he was one of the leaders of the left communists who pressed for a continuance of the Revolutionary War, despite Lenin's sober appraisal of the technical and moral condition of the army. Once peace was concluded, however, he stood by Lenin in all important economic and administrative questions. He did not support the left opposition's protest against the employment of bourgeois specialists and experts in industry, or against the organization of the army on a basis of professional competence and traditional discipline. During the period of war communism, Bukharin was the chief theoretical advocate of an economic policy based on coercion, requisitions, and the hope that the newborn state could manage without a market or a monetary system and would organize socialist production in no time. During the years before NEP, in addition to his work Historical Materialism, which we shall discuss presently, he published 2 books expounding the party's economic policy, The Economics of the Transition Period and, with E. Preobrazhensky, The Abekov Communism. These works enjoyed semi-official status as an authoritative account of Bolshevik policies at the time. Not only did Bukharin, like Lenin, jettison his utopian doctrine that the state would vanish immediately after the revolution, but he insisted on the necessity of an economic as well as a political dictatorship of the proletariat. He also reiterated his view regarding the evolution of state capitalism in the advanced countries. Bukharin stressed the notion of equilibrium as a key to the understanding of social processes. He argued that once the capitalist system of production has lost its equilibrium as evidenced by the revolutionary process with its inevitable destructive consequences, this can only be restored by the organized will of the new state. Hence the state apparatus must take over all functions connected with the social organization of production, exchange, and distribution. In practice this means the statization of all economic activity, the militarization of labor, and a general rationing system, in short the application of coercion throughout the economy. Under communism there can be no question of the spontaneous working of the market, the law of value ceases to operate, as do all economic laws independent of human volition. Everything is subject to the planning power of the state, and political economy in the old sense ceases to exist. And, although the organization of society is essentially based on coercion vis-a-vis the peasants and the workers, there is clearly no exploitation of the working class, as it is impossible by definition for that class to exploit itself. Bukharin, like Lenin, regarded the system of basing economic 29. Life on mass terror not as a transient necessity but as a permanent principle of socialist organization. He did not shrink from justifying all means of coercion and held, like Trotsky at the same period, that the new system called essentially for the militarization of labour, the use of police and military force to compel the whole population to work in such places and conditions as the state might arbitrarily decree. Indeed, once the market is abolished there is no longer any free sale of labor or competition between workers, and police coercion is therefore the only means of allocating human resources. If hired labor is eliminated, only compulsory labor remains. In other words, socialism as conceived by both Trotsky and Bukharin at this time is a permanent, nationwide labor camp. Trotsky, it is true, had doubts for a time in 1920 as to the efficacy of an economy based on nothing but terror, and proposed that the requisition of grain should be replaced by a tax in kind. But he soon changed his mind, and during the NEP period he was one of the chief opponents of a loose economy with substantial concessions to the peasantry and with free trade as the principal mode of exchange between town and countryside. Bukharin's views, on the other hand, evolved in the opposite direction. In 1920 the idea of a planned economy belonged to the realm of fantasy. Russia's industry lay in ruins, there was barely any transport, and the one pressing problem was how to save the towns from imminent starvation, not how to bring about a communist millennium. When Lenin, in this catastrophic situation, beat a retreat from his economic doctrine and made up his mind to a long period of coexistence with a peasant economy, free trade in farm products, and the toleration of small-scale private industry, Bukharin likewise abandoned his earlier stand and became a fervent advocate and ideologist of the NEP, in opposition first to Trotsky and then to Zinoviev, Kamina and Preobrazhensky. From 1925 onwards he was Stalin's chief ideological supporter against the opposition. Like Lenin, he had come to recognize that the whole program set out in the economics of the transition period was a delusion. He did not concern himself with the millions of victims who had paid with their lives for the leader's brief moment of frenzy. Bukharin's arguments for returning to a market economy. While, of course, maintaining state ownership of the banks and main industries were chiefly economic but to some extent also political. Throughout the NEP period his economic utterances expressed the views of a substantial majority of the political leadership, including Stalin. The main issue was how the state could influence the commodity market by economic means so as to achieve the desired level of accumulation and develop industry, in a situation where agriculture was almost entirely in the hands of small farmers. To obtain the necessary quantity of grain from the peasants under market conditions it was necessary to supply the countryside with an equivalent value of producer and consumer goods. In the ruined state of industry this was difficult if not impossible, but if it were not done the peasants would refuse to sell their produce, as there would be nothing they could buy with the proceeds. In addition it was a question how the proletariat, i.e. the Bolshevik Party, could maintain its dominant position if the state economy was at the mercy of the peasants. As the market developed, their position would become stronger and they might in the end threaten the proletarian dictatorship. Preobrazhensky, who was regarded as a Trotskyist in economic affairs and who led the theoretical opposition to Stalin's and Bukharin's policy of concessions to the peasants, argued as follows. The principal task of a socialist state in its initial phase is to create a strong industrial base and ensure the necessary degree of accumulation. All other economic aims must be subordinated to the development of industry, and particularly the manufacture of industrial equipment. Capitalist accumulation was facilitated by plundering colonies. The socialist state has no colonies and must achieve industrialization from its own resources. State industry, however, cannot of itself create a sufficient basis of accumulation but must draw upon the resources of small producers, i.e. in practice the peasantry. Private holdings must be the object of internal colonization. Preobrazhensky admitted frankly that it was a matter of exploiting the peasant, extracting the maximum amount of surplus value from his labor to increase investment in industry. The colonization process was to be achieved mainly by fixing the price of industrial products at a high level in relation to the prices paid by the state for farm produce. This must be reinforced. 31. By other forms of economic pressure on the peasantry, so as to extort the maximum aid to industry in the shortest possible time. The party leaders, on the other hand, were pursuing a policy which encouraged accumulation on the part of small producers and neglected industry, especially heavy industry, for the sake of the peasants' well-being. Moreover, the chief beneficiaries of this policy were the kulaks, the class of rural exploiters, for, as everything was being done to increase agricultural productivity regardless of the claims of industry, the relative strength of classes, and the dictatorship of the proletariat, naturally credits and facilities went by preference to those peasants who promised the biggest deliveries. This was bound to strengthen the kulaks, who, economically at first and soon politically too, would start to undermine the power of the proletariat. There could be no compromise between the two rival policies. Those who, like the existing government, wished to satisfy all the peasants' economic demands to induce them to sell grain would have to pursue a corresponding foreign trade policy and import consumer goods for the peasants instead of producer goods for industry. The whole trend of development would be distorted in the interest of a class other than the proletariat, and the result would be a threat to the existence of the socialist state. Arguing on these lines, Preobrazhensky and the whole left opposition pressed for the collectivization of agriculture, though they did not explain clearly by what means it was to be achieved. Trotsky argued on similar lines. As he wrote in 1925, if state industry developed at a slower rate than agriculture, the restoration of capitalism was inevitable. Agriculture must be mechanized and electrified so that it could be transformed into a branch of state industry. Only thus could socialism purge the economy of alien elements and liquidate class divisions. But all this depended on industry being adequately developed. In the last resort, the triumph of a new form of society was a function of the productivity of labor in that society. Socialism would win because it had the power eventually to achieve greater productivity than capitalism and a more efficient development of productive forces. Thus the victory of socialism depended on socialist industrialization. Socialism, indeed, had all the advantages on its side. Technical advances could be brought into immediate and universal application, unhampered by the obstacles that private ownership created. The centralization of the economy prevented the waste which was due to competition, industry was not at the mercy of consumers' whims, and nationwide norms ensured a higher level of productivity. The complaint that centralization and standardization killed initiative and meant more monotonous work was nothing but a reactionary hankering for pre-industrial production. The whole economy must be transformed into a single, uniform, automatic mechanism, and for this purpose there must be an unremitting campaign against capitalist elements, i.e. small peasant producers. To abandon the fight was to acquiesce in the return of capitalism. Trotsky did not, like Preobrazhensky, speak of the objective law of socialist accumulation and the need to extort the maximum amount of surplus value from the peasants for the sake of industrial investment, but his call for an economic offensive against capitalist elements came to the same thing. The opposition accused Bukharin of being basically in favor of a wealthy kulak class and a Thermidorian reaction. His policy, they claimed, would strengthen classes hostile to socialism and increase the specific gravity of capitalist elements in the economy. In reply, Stalin, Bukharin, and their supporters declared that the call for superindustrialization was unrealistic and that the opposition's policy would turn the bulk of the middle peasantry, not only the kulaks, against the regime. This would violate Lenin's sacred canon of an alliance between the proletariat and the poor and middle peasants and would threaten the existence of the Soviet state. The opposition were constantly demanding that capitalist elements should be kept in check, but they did not say what should be done if increased government pressure, albeit economic, only deprived the peasantry of incentive, and how the state could then ensure food production and deliveries by any other method than a return to police coercion. Bukharin's argument, supported at this time by Stalin, was that an out-and-out war by the state against the peasantry would be economically ineffective and politically disastrous, as the period of war communism had sufficiently proved. The economic development of the country should depend not on the maximum exploitation of the peasantry but on preserving the market as a link between the state and rural economies and hence between the working class and the peasants. The rate of 33. Accumulation depended on the efficiency and rapidity of circulation, and it was to this that efforts should be directed. If the peasant were deprived of all his surpluses by coercion or economic means, he would produce no more than he could eat himself, hence to coerce the peasantry was against the manifest interest of the state and proletariat. The only way to increase farm production was to provide material incentives. Certainly, this would be to the kulak's advantage, but the development of commercial cooperatives would make it possible to bring the whole peasantry, including kulaks, into a state-controlled system that would promote the growth of the economy as a whole. The development of industry depended on the rural market. Accumulation by the peasants meant increased demand for industrial products, and it was therefore in the whole country's interest to permit accumulation by peasants of all categories. Hence Bukharin's appeal to the peasants in 1925, "Get rich." A slogan that was often quoted later as a glaring proof of his unorthodoxy. In his view, the policy of declaring war on the better-off peasants and stirring up class conflict in the countryside would ruin not only agriculture but the whole economy. Poor peasants and farm laborers must be helped not by ruining the kulaks but by the state using the latter's resources, which it must first allow them to accumulate. Consumers and marketing cooperatives would in time lead naturally to the development of producer cooperatives. The Trotskyist policy, on the other hand, would mean disaster in both agriculture and industry. It would alienate the whole peasantry from the state, and thus destroy the dictatorship of the proletariat. Moreover, the artificial raising of the price of industrial goods to a high level in order to exploit the countryside, as proposed by Preobrazhensky and Pyatakov, would not only hit the peasants but the workers as well. since the bulk of these goods were consumed by the urban population. As for the opposition's attacks on bureaucratic degeneration in the government machine, this danger indeed existed, but it would be 100 times worse if their policy towards the peasants were adopted. A return to the methods of war communism would mean creating a whole class of privileged functionaries for the main purpose of coercing the countryside, and this huge apparatus would be far more expensive than all the losses resulting from a lack of organ. 34. Isation in agriculture. The cure for bureaucracy was to encourage the population to form voluntary social organizations in various spheres of life. The remedy proposed by the opposition was the exact reverse of this, and would be worse than the disease. In this controversy with the left opposition, Bukharin did not advocate any steps that would have led to an extension of democracy within the state or party. On the contrary, he attacked Trotsky, Zinoviev, and Kamina as leaders of faction and splitters of party unity. It was, he reminded them, the ABC of Leninism that the dictatorship of the proletariat entailed the existence of a single ruling party, and that party must be united and not permit the existence of fractions, which must lead to the development of separate parties. All the oppositionists had been well aware of this until recently, and no one would be deceived by their sudden transformation into Democrats. In the debate on industrialization, both sets of adversaries, of course, claimed that objectively their opponent's policy would lead to the restoration of capitalism. According to Bukharin, Preobrazhensky wanted the socialist state to imitate capitalism in achieving accumulation by exploiting and ruining small-scale producers. The dictatorship of the proletariat would be destroyed if its basis, an alliance with the peasantry and especially the middle peasantry, was undermined. Meanwhile, internal colonization meant an attack not only on the kulaks but on the whole countryside, if only because all sections of the peasantry were equally affected by the ratio between industrial and agricultural prices. Against this, the left contended that the Stalin-Bukharin policy would steadily increase the economic power of private owners, especially the kulaks, and that the weakening of socialist industry and the working class could only end by destroying the dictatorship of the proletariat. The opposition also held that industry, and especially heavy industry, was the key to socialist development. Bukharin maintained, on the other hand, that the exchange of goods between town and country was the main lever, that production was not an end in itself but a means to consumption, and that the opposition were echoing Tikhon Baranovsky's theory that there could be an economy in which production goes on creating an ever-increasing market for itself regardless of the volume of demand. As things then were in 35. Russia, rural accumulation was by no means contrary to the workers' interest but coincided with it. To this the opposition replied that there could be no identity of interest between exploiters and the exploited, and that since the kulak was an exploiter by definition, to assist him to accumulate wealth was to foster the class enemy. In this way there took shape, as it were, two variants of Bolshevism, both, of course, constantly appealing to pronouncements by Lenin. Lenin had said that there must be an alliance with the middle peasantry, but he had also spoken of the danger presented by the kulaks. Roughly speaking, Bukharin's case was that the kulaks could not be abolished without at the same time destroying the middle peasants, while the opposition held that the middle peasants could not be aided without also aiding the kulaks. These were two ways of expressing the same fact, with opposite political intentions. The opposition looked for support among the many communists who were indignant at the rise of a class of well-to-do netmen while the workers were in a state of misery, and who took seriously and literally the slogans of egalitarianism and the dictatorship of the proletariat. They were chiefly interested in the question of power, dictatorship, and heavy industry as an index of power. Bukharin, on the other hand, was concerned with effectively increasing welfare, and was prepared to tolerate the class of materially privileged netmen if their activity meant a better deal for the whole population, including the working class. Throughout the debate, which was to decide the fate of millions of individuals, Stalin supported Bukharin's position but did not commit himself too completely, leaving it to Bukharin or Arikov to make the ideological declarations. He took note of Bukharin's blunder in inviting the peasants to get rich, an expression that touched many communists on the raw but treated it as a slip of the tongue. not to be compared with the monstrous crimes of the opposition. Stalin never advanced too far in discussion, but it could be seen that up to 1928 there was no disagreement in economic policy between him and Bukharin. Stalin too repeated Lenin's words concerning the need for a lasting alliance with the middle peasants and attacked the ultra-left opposition for its revolutionary adventurism and the shocking notion of internal colonization. He got the upper hand in the political and organizational dispute with the opposition, not only thanks to his dominant position in the party machine but because it was easy to show how all the oppositionists were violating principles that they had recently been shouting from the housetops. It was no trouble to prove that Trotsky's love of democracy was of extremely recent date, and when he and Zinoviev conspired together against Stalin, the latter had only to quote the insults they had been hurling at each other the day before. As for democracy within the party, none of those who were now defending it could refer to his own past without embarrassment. As Stalin put it at the 14th Congress in December 1925, "Are not the comrades of the opposition aware that for us Bolsheviks formal democracy is an empty shell, but the real interests of the party are everything?" A few months later he gave a more exact definition of party democracy. What does inter-party democracy mean? Inter-party democracy means raising the activity of the party masses and strengthening the unity of the party, strengthening conscious proletarian discipline in the party. Stalin, however, was not so incautious as to speak of a party dictatorship, though neither Lenin nor, apparently, Bukharin shrank from this. Instead he referred to the dictatorship of the proletariat under the party's leadership. At a session of the Executive Committee of the Comintern of December 7, 1926, and on other occasions, he declared that Trotsky, by maintaining that socialism could not be built in one country, was inviting the party to relinquish power. Trotskyist historians still brood regretfully over the events of the 1920s and speculate as to how Trotsky might have avoided various false moves and regained power by this or that political alliance or combination. It does not seem, however, that this was a real possibility at any time after 1923. Trotsky might indeed have made timely use, in public, of Lenin's testament to discredit Stalin. He not only failed to do so, but afterwards deprived himself of the possibility by denying the authenticity of the testament when it was published abroad. Possibly Stalin 37 might have been overthrown in 1924, but this would have been of little benefit to Trotsky, as he was detested by the other leaders, who only showed readiness to conspire with him after they themselves were dislodged from power. Economic and fiscal policy did not in fact remain unaltered during the NEP period, but moved in the direction of increased pressure on the peasantry. Apart from Bukharin, the advocates of N.E.P. in the top ranks of the party were Rykov, who succeeded Lenin as premier, and Tomsky, in charge of the trade unions. Both these were prominent Bolsheviks in their own right and were by no means puppets of Stalin. However, from an early date Stalin brought into the leadership men like Molotov, Voroshilov, Kalinin, and Kaganovich, who signified nothing in themselves and showed him unquestioning obedience. The uncertainty and ambiguity of economic policy led to an impasse from which there was no satisfactory way out. Substantial concessions to the peasants in 1925 led to an increase in farm production, but by 1927 the output of grain had still not reached its pre-1914 level, while the demand for food was increasing with the progress of industry and urbanization. Smallholders had little grain to dispose of, and the kulaks were not in a hurry to sell either, as there was nothing to buy with the money they received. Hence, in 1927, Stalin made up his mind to adopt extreme measures of confiscation and coercion. Bukharin at the outset approved this policy and revised his own program in the direction of more planning, more investment in heavy industry, a greater degree of state interference with the market, and, finally, an offensive against the kulaks. This was not enough to satisfy the left opposition, but the fact was of little consequence as their positions had meanwhile been destroyed. The increased economic and administrative pressure on the peasants led to a drastic fall in deliveries and a worsening of the already serious food situation. Stalin talked more and more of the Kulak danger and the growing strength of the class enemy, but in February 1928 he was still insisting that rumors of the abandonment of NEP and the liquidation of the Kulaks were counter-revolutionary twaddle. Barely 4 months later, however, he announced that the time was ripe for the mass organization of collective farms. At the plenum of the Central Committee in July he endorsed all the theses of Preobrazhensky that he had till then violently attacked. Russia could only achieve industrialization by means of internal accumulation. The only solution was to fix prices at a level that would make the peasants pay through the nose for industrial goods. At the same time he continued to uphold the principle of a lasting alliance with the middle peasants and averred that small-scale agricultural production was still a necessity. Nonetheless, Bukharin, Rykov, and Tomsky rebelled against the new policy, whereupon Stalin branded them as a new, right-wing opposition. He informed the Politburo of this sad development at the beginning of 1929, and the world at large soon afterwards. The right-wing deviation consisted, it was explained, of slowing up industrialization, deferring collectivization to an indefinite future, re-establishing complete freedom of trade, and repudiating the use of extraordinary measures i.e. requisitions, arrests, and police pressure against the kulaks. It soon appeared also that the rightists were in error concerning the international situation. They still believed in the stabilization of world capitalism, and refused to fight against the social democratic left. At this time also, Stalin made a number of speeches in which he announced a new principle that was to add to his fame as a theoretician. This was that as communism continued to advance, the class struggle and the resistance of the exploiters would become more and more violent. For the next 25 years this discovery served as the basis for wholesale repressions, persecutions, and massacres in the Soviet Union and the countries subjected to its rule. Such was the setting for the mass collectivization of Soviet agriculture, probably the most massive warlike operation ever conducted by a state against its own citizens. Attempts to use coercion in moderation having proved fruitless, Stalin decided at the end of 1929 to embark at once on full collectivization, accompanied by the mass liquidation of the kulaks as a class. A few months later, in March 1930, when this policy had already led to catastrophic results, the peasants destroyed grain and slaughtered livestock on a huge scale. Stalin decreed a turn. 39. Pereri Lull and, in an article dizzy with success, blamed the excessive zeal and haste of some party officials and the violation of the voluntary principle. This caused the party and police apparatus to hesitate, with the result that numerous collective farms disbanded of their own accord. There was nothing for it but to revert to the policy of coercion, which turned the country into an inferno. Hundreds of thousands, and finally millions, of peasants, arbitrarily labeled kulaks, were deported to Siberia or other desolate areas. Desperate revolts in the villages were bloodily suppressed by the army and police, and the country sank into chaos, starvation, and misery. In some cases the inhabitants of whole villages were deported or starved to death. In the mass convoys, hastily organized, thousands were done to death or succumbed to cold and privation. Half-dead victims roamed the countryside vainly pleading for succor, and there were cases of cannibalism. To prevent the starving peasants from fleeing to the towns, an internal passport system was introduced and unauthorized change of residence was made punishable with imprisonment. Peasants were not allowed passports at all, and were therefore tied to the soil as in the worst days of feudal serfdom. This state of things was not altered until the 1970s. The concentration camps filled with new hordes of prisoners sentenced to hard labor. The object of destroying the peasants' independence and herding them into collective farms was to create a population of slaves, the benefit of whose labor would accrue to industry. The immediate effect was to reduce Soviet agriculture to a state of decline from which it has not yet recovered, despite innumerable measures of reorganization and reform. At the time of Stalin's death, almost a quarter of a century after mass collectivization was initiated, the output of grain per head of population was still below the 1913 level, yet throughout this period, despite misery and starvation, large quantities of farm produce were exported all over the world for the sake of Soviet industry. The terror and oppression of those years cannot be expressed merely by the figures for loss of human life. Enormous as these are, perhaps the most vivid picture of what collectivization meant is in Vasily Grossman's posthumous novel, Forever Flowing. It is widely held that in adopting the new course and the policy of forced collectivization, Stalin was simply taking over the Trotsky Preobrazhensky program after first eliminating its authors. This was Bukharin's charge from the outset, and it was believed by many of the former opposition who hastened to beg Stalin to pardon them on the ground that there was no longer any fundamental clash of policy. Those, such as Radek, who succeeded in this were able to serve the state for a few years longer, though they did not escape final destruction. Several Marxist thinkers have seen the situation in the same light, from Lukács to Roy Medvedev. Trotsky, however, did not share the view that Stalin's policy was identical with his own. The Stalinist bureaucracy, he wrote, had indeed been forced by opposition pressure to adopt left-wing objectives, but it had put them into effect in a ruthless and opportunist way. The opposition believed in collectivization, but not in mass coercion. The kulaks should have been checked and combated by economic means. This was also the line subsequently taken by all Trotsky's followers. Their contention, however, is a very weak one. Trotsky, it is true, never spoke of forced collectivization, but then neither did Stalin. Anyone who knew the history of those years only from Stalin's speeches and articles would unquestionably suppose that the peasants flocked into the collective farms for the sake of a better life, that the revolution from above was greeted with unbridled joy, and that the only sufferers from stern measures were a handful of incorrigible saboteurs, enemies of the working people and of the government that infallibly expressed that people's interests. What is true is that Stalin put the opposition's program into effect by the only possible means. All the economic inducements they suggested were tried before Stalin resorted to out-and-out coercion. Tax and price incentives, and a policy of limited terror, had been applied in the previous 2 years, but the only effect had been that grain deliveries fell and were likely to fall still further. No further means of economic pressure remained, and there were only 2 alternatives, either to go back to the NEP in its full form and permit free trade, relying on the market to ensure food production and delivery, or to pursue the course already embarked. 41. On and eliminate the whole independent peasantry by the mass use of troops and police terror. In choosing the latter policy, Stalin gave effect to the demands of the left in the only feasible way. Why did he do so? The first alternative was not excluded by any laws of history, and there was no fatal compulsion to take the second road. Nonetheless, there was a logic in the Soviet system which operated strongly in the direction that was actually chosen. The ideology in force was far more consonant with a slave economy based on terror than with the return to market conditions, even under state control. As long as the bulk of the population was economically more or less independent of the state, and even kept the state in some degree of dependence on itself, the ideal of an indivisible dictatorship could not be fully realized. Marxist-Leninist doctrine taught, however, that socialism could only be built up by a completely centralized political and economic power. The abolition of private ownership of the means of production was the supreme task of humanity and the main obligation of the most progressive system in the world. Marxism held out the prospect of the merging or unification of civil society with the state through the dictatorship of the proletariat, and the only way to such unity was by liquidating all spontaneous forms of political, economic, and cultural life and replacing them by forms imposed by the state. Stalin thus realized Marxism-Leninism in the only possible way by consolidating his dictatorship over society, destroying all social ties that were not state-imposed and all classes, including the working class itself. This process, of course, did not take place overnight. It required, first, the political subjugation of the working class and then of the party. All possible nuclei of resistance had to be crushed, and the proletariat deprived of all means of self-defense. The party was able to do this because at the outset of its power it was supported by a large part of the proletariat. It was not simply that, as Deutscher emphasizes, the old working class, politically C0-ensious and seasoned in battle, was decimated by the Civil War, and that post-war ruin and misery brought about a mood of apathy and fatigue. The party's success was also due to its using the period of proletarian support in two ways. In the first place, it systematically promoted the ablest members of the working class to privileged positions in the state service, thus turning them into a new ruling class, and secondly, it destroyed all existing forms of working class organization, especially other socialist parties and trade unions, and saw to it that the material means of reviving such organizations were kept out of the workers' reach. All this was done at an early stage and quite efficiently. The working class was thus paralyzed, and not only fatigue but the rapid progress of totalitarianism prevented it from subsequently taking effective action, in spite of occasional desperate attempts. In this sense it may be said that the Russian working class created its own despots, regardless of their individual class origins. In the same way the intelligentsia for many years labored unconsciously to destroy itself by hesitancy and submission in the face of unremitting blackmail from the extreme left. Thus was fulfilled the prophecy of the Mensheviks, who in 1920 compared the brave new world announced by Trotsky to the building of the pyramids by Egyptian slaves. Trotsky, for many reasons, was ill-suited to carry out his own program. Stalin was Trotsky in actu. The new policy meant the political downfall of Bukharin and his allies. At the outset of the controversy the right still had firm political positions and fairly widespread support in the party, but it soon appeared that all their assets were nothing compared to the power of the Secretary General. Rightist deviation became the main target of attack by Stalin and his henchmen. The Bukharinists, the last opposition group in the party who fought for principles of government and not merely for personal power, were, in the course of 1929, thrust out of all the posts they occupied in the state bureaucracy. This did not signify by any means that the left opposition were restored to favor. None of them were brought back into their old posts, though Stalin took on a few for minor duties. The capable Radek was kept on for a few years as government panegyrist. The Bukharinites did not dare appeal to opinion outside the party, any more than the leftists had done. Nor did the Bukharinites even dare to organize fractional activity. It was only a short time, after all, since the struggle with Trotsky and Zinoviev, in which they had inveighed against fractionalism and exalted party unity. As for one-party rule, it was questioned neither by the left 43. Opposition nor by the right. All were prisoners of their own doctrine and their own past. All had worked with a will to create the apparatus of violence that crushed them. Bukharin's hopeless attempt to form a league with Kamenev was no more than a pitiful epilogue to his career. In November 1929 the deviationists performed a public act of penance, but even this did not save them. Stalin's victory was complete. The collapse of the Bukharinite opposition meant the triumph of autocracy in the party and in the country. In December 1929 Stalin's 50th birthday was celebrated as a major historical event, and from this point we may date the cult of personality. Trotsky's prophecy of 1903 had come true. Party rule had become Central Committee rule, and this in turn had become the personal tyranny of a dictator. The destruction of the Soviet peasantry, who formed 3/4 of the population, was not only an economic but a moral disaster for the entire country. Tens of millions were driven into semi-servitude, and millions more were employed as executants of the process. The whole party became an organization of torturers and oppressors. No one was innocent, and all communists were accomplices in the coercion of society. Thus the party acquired a new species of moral unity, and embarked on a course from which there was no turning back. At this time also, what remained of independent Soviet culture and the intelligentsia was systematically destroyed. The regime was entering the phase of final consolidation. Bukharin's personal fate from 1929 to his judicial murder in 1938 was of no consequence to the history of the Soviet Union or of Marxism. After his downfall he worked for a time as director of research under the Supreme Economic Council and published occasional articles in which he tried, as Stephen F. Cohen points out in his excellent biography, to voice an occasional, muted note of criticism. he remained a member of the Central Committee and, after a further public recantation, became editor of /Zvezdiya in 1934. At the Writers' Congress in August of that year he made a speech which was liberal for the times, and in 1935 he was effective chairman of the commission which drafted the new Soviet constitution. This document, promulgated in 1936 and in force until 1977, is mainly if not wholly Bukharin's work. Arrested in February 1937, Bukharin was 44. Sentenced to death in the last of the series of monster show trials. His biographer calls him the last Bolshevik, a description which is true or false according to the meaning we attach to it. It is true if we mean by a Bolshevik one who accepted all the principles of the new order, the unlimited power of a single party, unity within the party, an ideology excluding all others, the economic dictatorship of the state, and who also believed that it was possible, within this framework, to avoid despotism by an oligarchy or an individual, to govern without the use of terror, and to preserve the values that the Bolsheviks had championed during the struggle for power, namely, government by the working people or the proletariat, free cultural development, and respect for art, science, and national traditions. But if Bolshevik means all this, it simply means a man incapable of drawing logical conclusions from his own premises. If, on the other hand, Bolshevik ideology is not just a matter of generalities but involves accepting the inevitable consequences of one's own principles, then Stalin was right to boast himself the most consistent of all Bolsheviks and Leninists. Chapter 2. Theoretical Controversies in Soviet Marxism in the 1920s. 1. The intellectual and political climate. As we have seen, the NEP years from 1921 to 1929 were by no means a period of freedom in the intellectual sphere. On the contrary, independent art, literature, philosophy, and the humane sciences were subjected to ever-increasing pressure. Nevertheless, in these fields too the subsequent years of collectivization mark a turning point, which may be defined as follows. During the NEP period, writers and artists were required to show loyalty to the regime and were not allowed to produce anti-Soviet work, but within these limits various trends were permitted and in fact existed. There were no exclusive canons of art and literature, experimentation was allowed, and direct glorification of the regime or its leader was not a sine qua non of publication. In philosophy Marxism reigned supreme, but it was not yet codified, and it was by no means universally clear in what true Marxism consisted. Accordingly, controversies continued, and there were convinced Marxists who genuinely sought to discover what was or was not consonant with Marxism. Moreover, the philosophers of the 1920s, although they left no works of particular importance, were men of normal intellectual background and, while loyal to the regime, did not trouble themselves as to how it might react to their speculations. For some years, too, private publishing firms were in operation. In 1918 to 20 non-Marxist works were still published, for example, those of Berdyaev, Frank, Leszek, Novgorod Safe, and Askoldafan. 1 or 2 non-Marxist periodicals appeared, such as My/I Slovo and Mist. This shows how baseless was the later argument that increased repression was necessary because of the acute threat to Soviet power. The years of relative cultural freedom were those of the Civil War, when the threat 46 to the regime was much greater than subsequently. In 1920, however, the university chairs of philosophy were suppressed, and in 1922 all non-Marxist philosophers, including those mentioned above, were expelled from the country. In art and literature the 1920s were marked by many valuable achievements. Outstanding writers who identified with the revolution gave it a kind of authenticity by their work. These included Babel, the young Fadyev, Pilniak, Mayakovsky, Yesenin, Artem Vegioli, and Leonov. Their creativity is proof of the fact that the revolution was not a mere coup d'état but an explosion of forces truly present in Russian society. But other writers who by no means favored the Soviet system were also active at this time, for example, Pasternak, Akhmatova, and Zamyatin. In the 30s all this came to an end. Indeed, it is hard to say whether it was safer in that period to identify with the revolution or to be a bourgeois survival. Many of the former class of writers were murdered or committed suicide. Of the second category some, such as Mandelstam, died in labor camps, but others survived the years of persecution and heartbreak or managed to emigrate. Those who chose to become panegyrists of Stalin's tyranny generally sacrificed their talent in the process. The first years after the Civil War witnessed an upsurge in all forms of culture. The names of the great producers and directors Meyerhold, Pudovkin, Eisenstein belong to the world history of theater and the cinema. Current Western fashions, especially of a more or less avant-garde type, were embraced eagerly and without fear of the consequences. Soviet adherents of Freud, such as I.D. Y. Ermakov, stressed the materialist and determinist aspects of psychoanalysis. Trotsky himself showed a favorable interest in Freudianism. J.B. Watson's works on behaviorism appeared in Russian translation. As yet there were no ideological attacks on new developments in natural science. The theory of relativity was received with favor by commentators who argued that it confirmed 4.7. Dialectical materialism by asserting that time and space are forms of the existence of matter. Progressive trends in education were also welcomed, especially Dewey's emphasis on the free school as opposed to discipline and authority. At the same time Victor M. Shulgin, for example, held out the prospect that schools would wither away under communism. It was indeed not incongruous with Marx's doctrine that all old world institutions should be doomed to wither away: the state, the army, the school, nationality, and the family. Views such as these expressed a naive avant-garde spirit of communism which itself was destined soon to wither away for good and all. Its adherents believed that a new world was coming into existence in which effete institutions and traditions, sanctities and taboos, cults and idols would collapse into dust before the triumphant power of reason. The world proletariat, like another Prometheus, would create a new age of humanism. This iconoclastic fervor attracted many Western intellectuals of the literary or artistic avant-garde, such as the French Surrealists, who saw in communism the political embodiment of their own struggle against tradition, academyism, authority, and the past in general. The cultural atmosphere of Russia in those years had an adolescent quality, common to all periods of revolution, the belief that life is just beginning, that the future is unlimited, and that mankind is no longer bound by the shackles of history. The new regime made a strong effort to abolish illiteracy and promote education. The schools were soon used for ideological indoctrination, and the whole educational system was greatly expanded. Universities were founded right and left, but many did not last long. As the figures show, before the war Russia had 97 places of higher learning. In 1922 there were 278, but in 1926 there were again only half as many. At the same time workers' faculties were founded, providing crash courses to prepare workers for higher education. Initially, Soviet cultural policy under Lunacharsky was content with limited objectives. It was impossible to remove all bourgeois scholars and teachers from academic institutions at a stroke, as this would have virtually put an end to learning and education. The universities, from the outset, were more subjected to political pressure than the academy and research institutes. As is still the case today, there is naturally less strict control. 48. Over bodies that are not engaged in teaching the young. In the 1920s the Academy of Sciences retained a considerable measure of autonomy, while the universities lost it at an early date, their governing bodies being packed with representatives of the Commissariat for Education and party activists from the workers' faculties. Professorial chairs were assigned to politically reliable individuals without academic qualifications. The enrollment of students was subjected to class criteria so as to exclude bourgeois applicants, i.e. children of the old intelligentsia or the middle class. Stress was laid on vocational education, in opposition to the old idea of a liberal university with a fairly flexible curriculum. The object was to prevent the creation of an intelligentsia in the old sense, i.e. a class of people who wished not only to be skilled in their own profession but to enlarge their horizons, to acquire an all-round culture and form their own opinions on general topics. The education of the new intelligentsia was to be confined as far as possible to strictly professional qualifications. The principles that still hold good today were introduced at an early date. However, the intensity of political pressure varied in different fields. At the outset there was practically no coercion as far as the content of natural science was concerned. In the humanities it was strongest in ideologically sensitive areas, namely philosophy, sociology, law, and modern history. Works by non-Marxists on the history of the ancient world, Byzantium, or Old Russia were still allowed to appear in the 1920s. As to the non-Russian peoples of the Soviet state, while their right of self-determination soon proved to be a mere scrap of paper, they received the benefits of universal education through the medium of their own tongue, and Russification was not at first a significant factor. To sum up, although the general level of education inevitably suffered a good deal, the new regime did succeed in establishing a generally accessible school system for the first time in Russia's history. For the first decade of Soviet power the universities were to a large extent influenced by academics of the old type, even though some faculties, especially history, philosophy, and law, were completely reformed or closed down. To form new teaching cadres and encourage the spread of orthodox learning, the 49 authorities created two party-based institutions, the Red Professors Institute to train up replacements for the old intelligentsia in the universities, and, at an earlier date, the Communist Academy in Moscow. Both these bodies were supported by Bukharin as long as he remained in power, and were several times purged of left-wing or right-wing deviationists. They were disbanded in due course, when the party was in full control of all academic institutions and no longer needed a special training ground to fill them with reliable staff. Another creation of this time was the Marx-Engels Institute, which studied the history of communism and inaugurated a first-class critical edition of the works of Marx and Engels. Its director, D.B. Ryazanov, was dismissed from his post in the 1930s, like practically all genuine Marxist intellectuals, and probably fell a victim to the purge, though some say that he died a natural death at Saratov in 1938. The principal Marxist historian of the 1920s was Mikhail N. Pokrovsky, an eminent scholar and a friend of Bukharin. He was for some years deputy commissar for education under Lunacharsky, and was the first director of the Red Professors Institute. He taught history in the classic Marxist style, endeavoring to show that detailed analysis invariably confirmed the general tenets of Marxism, the decisive role of technology and class conflicts, the subordinate importance of individuality in the historical process, and the doctrine that all nations went through essentially the same phases of evolution. Pokrovsky wrote a history of Russia that was much admired by Lenin, and had the good fortune to die in 1932, before the Great Purges. Subsequently, his views were branded as incorrect and he was accused of denying the objectivity of historical science, for instance in the often quoted statement that history is nothing but politics projected into the past. He was, however, a genuine historian and a conscientious sifter of evidence, unlike the party champions of scientific objectivity. The accusations against him and his school were mainly connected with the growing influence of nationalism in state ideology and the cult of Stalin as the supreme authority on history. Pokrovsky, it was said, showed lack of patriotism and his researches underestimated the role of Lenin and Stalin. The charge was true insofar as Pokrovsky did not glorify the conquests of Tsarist 50. Russia, as became de rigueur in later years, or extol the virtues and general superiority of the Russian people. Party history was naturally subject to the strictest control from the very beginning. Nevertheless, there was no single authoritative version for many years, indeed not until the publication of the short course in 1938, and, as long as fractional strife continued, each group presented party history in the light most favorable to itself. Trotsky put about one version of the revolution, Zinoviev another. Various manuals appeared, all of course written by party activists or historians under orders, but not precisely the same in content. For some time the most authoritative version was that by E. Yaroslavsky, first published in 1923 and revised several times in accordance with power shifts among the leaders. Eventually it was replaced by a collective work with Yaroslavsky as editor, but despite all his efforts it was found to be marred by serious errors, i.e. it was not sufficiently laudatory of Stalin. Party history, in fact, was degraded to the status of a political weapon at an earlier date than any other branch of learning. From the outset, manuals of party history were nothing but manuals of self-praise. Nonetheless, valuable material in this domain was also published in the 20s, chiefly in the form of memoirs and contributions to specialized journals. The best-known Soviet expert on legal and constitutional theory in the 1920s was Yevgeny B. Pashukanis, who perished in the Great Purge like so many others. He was head of the Department of Legal Studies in the Communist Academy, and his general theory of law and Marxism is regarded as typical of Soviet ideology of the period. His argument was that not only particular changing systems of legal norms, but the very form of law itself, i.e. the phenomenon of law as a whole, is a product of fetishistic social relationships and therefore, in its developed form, is a historical manifestation of the age of commercial production. Law was created as an instrument for the regulation of trade and was then extended to other types of personal relationship. It is therefore in accordance with Marxist theory to hold that in a communist society law must wither away in the same manner as the state and other creations of commodity. 51. Fetishism. Soviet law, currently in force, shows by its very existence that we are in a transitional period in which classes have not yet been abolished and survivals of capitalism are inevitably still present. There can be no such thing as a form of law peculiar to communist society, as personal relationships in that society will not be mediated by juridical categories. Pashukanis's theory was indeed strongly rooted in Marx's teaching and was in accordance with the interpretation of Marx advanced at the time by Lukács and Korsch. Social Democrats, on the other hand, such as Renner and KolakowskI, regarded law as a permanent instrument for the regulation of relations between individuals. According to Lukács's argument in his analysis of reification, it follows from Marx's social philosophy that law is a form of the reified and fetishistic character of personal relations in a society dominated by commodity exchange. When social life returns to its unmediated form, human beings will not be obliged, or even able, to conduct their relationships through abstract legal rules. As Pashukanis emphasized, legal associations reduce individuals to abstract juridical categories. Law is therefore an aspect of bourgeois society, in which all personal associations take on a reified form, and individuals are only the puppets of impersonal forces, those of exchange value in the economic process, or abstract legal rules in political society. Similar conclusions were drawn from Marxist theory by another legal theoretician of the 1920s, Petri Stukha, who contended that law as such is an instrument of the class struggle and must therefore exist as long as class antagonism continues. In socialist society it is an instrument for suppressing the resistance of hostile classes, and in a classless society there can be no further need for it. Stukha, who represented Latvia in the Comintern, was for many years an officer in the Soviet secret police. In literature and other areas less sensitive politically than party history, the state and party leaders for the most part saw no harm in allowing a certain pluralism within the limits of general loyalty to the regime. Neither Lenin, Trotsky, nor Bukharin sought to impose a straitjacket on literature. Lenin and Trotsky were old-fashioned in their personal tastes and had no time for avant-garde literature or for proletkult. Bukharin had some sympathy for the latter, but Trotsky, who published several 52 articles on literary topics, stated flatly that there was not and could not be any proletarian culture. The proletariat, he argued, could not produce any culture at the present time because it was not educated, and, as for the future, socialist society would not create a class culture of any sort but would raise the whole of human culture to new levels. The dictatorship of the proletariat was only a short, transient phase after which the glorious classless society would set in, a society of supermen, any one of whom could become the intellectual equal of Aristotle, Goethe, or Marx. In Trotsky's view, it was wrong to canonize any particular literary style, or label creative forms as progressive or reactionary regardless of their content. The imposition of a uniform pattern on art and literature and their transformation into media for the glorification of the state, the party, and Stalin was a natural effect of the development of totalitarianism, but the creative intelligentsia, or at least large sections of it, helped considerably in the process. During the time when various literary and artistic schools were in competition and were tolerated on condition of general loyalty to the regime, almost every one of them canvassed the party for support against its rivals. This applied especially to literature and the theater. In this way, writers and others seeking a monopoly for their views accepted and encouraged the baneful principle that it was for the party and state authorities to permit or prohibit this or that form of art. The destruction of Soviet culture was in part the work of its own representatives. There were, however, exceptions. For instance, the formalist school of literary criticism flourished in the 1920s and was respected as an important humanistic trend. It was condemned at the end of the decade, but several of its members refused to bow to political pressure and police sanctions and had to be forced into silence. It is noteworthy that, as a result of this tenacity, formalism continued to exist as an underground current and reappeared 25 years later, during the partial thaw after Stalin's death, as a strong, untarnished intellectual movement, though of course some of its leaders had meanwhile died of natural causes or otherwise. The 20s were also the period of the new proletarian morality, a term which stands for a number of planned or spontaneous changes, not all in the same direction. On the 153 hand there was a continuing struggle against bourgeois prejudices. This was not specifically Marxist, but reflected the old Russian revolutionary tradition. It was seen, for instance, in the relaxation of legal forms concerning the family. Marriage and divorce became rubber stamp operations, discrimination between legitimate and bastard children was abolished, no restriction was placed on abortion. Sexual freedom was the rule among revolutionaries, as Alexandra Kollontai had long advocated as a matter of theory and as may be seen from Soviet novels of the period. The government was interested in these changes insofar as they tended to weaken parental influence and facilitate a state monopoly of education. Official propaganda encouraged all forms of collective education of even the youngest children, and family ties were often represented as simply another bourgeois survival. Children were taught to spy on their parents and inform against them, and were rewarded when they did so. However, in this as in other aspects of life, such as schooling and the army, later years brought a marked change in the official outlook. Of the radical and iconoclastic ideals preached in the early years of the revolution, all were discarded except those which helped the state to exert absolute control over the individual. Hence the idea of collective education and reduction of parental authority to the minimum continued to hold sway, but an end was put to progressive educational methods designed to promote initiative and independence. Strict discipline became once more the rule, and in this respect Soviet schools differed from Tsarist ones only in the immensely increased emphasis on indoctrination. In due course, puritanical sexual ethics were restored to favor. The first slogans to go were, of course, those relating to the democratization of the army. Trotsky, at the time of the Civil War, was well aware that an efficient army needs absolute discipline, a strict hierarchy, and a professional officer corps. Dreams of a people's army based on brotherhood, equality, and revolutionary zeal were soon recognized to be utopian. The state also set out from the beginning to destroy the influence of the church and religion. This was manifestly in accord with Marxist doctrine and also with the state's object of destroying all independent education. We have already seen that, although the Soviet regime proclaimed the separation of 54 church and state, it has never succeeded, and cannot succeed, in making this principle a reality, for it would mean that the state took no interest in the religious views of its citizens and assured them all of equal rights whether they belonged to any denomination or none, while the church or churches would be recognized as subjects of private law. Once the state had become an appanage of the party with its anti-religious philosophy, this separation was impossible. The party's ideology became that of the state, and all forms of religious life perforce became anti-state activity. The separation of church and state means that believers and non-believers have equal rights and that the former have as much chance of exercising power as atheistic party members. It is sufficient to state this principle to realize how absurd it is in Soviet conditions. A state which from the outset professed adherence to a basic philosophy or ideology from which its legitimacy was derived could not be neutral vis-a-vis religion. Accordingly, throughout the 20s the Church was persecuted and prevented from preaching Christianity, though the intensity of the process varied at different times. The regime succeeded in persuading part of the hierarchy to give ground. It made no concessions on its own part, so one can hardly speak of a compromise, and in the later 20s, after many recalcitrant priests had been murdered, a fair proportion of those who remained professed loyalty and instituted prayers for the Soviet state and government. By then, after innumerable executions, the dissolution of monasteries and convents, expropriations and deprivation of civil rights, the Church was only a shadow of what it had been. Nevertheless, anti-religious propaganda has remained to this day an important element in party education. The League of Militant Atheists, set up in 1925 under Yaroslavsky's leadership, harried and persecuted Christians and other believers in every possible way, and was supported by the state in doing so. The most powerful educative force in the new society was, however, the system of police repression. Although this fluctuated in intensity, it was always the case that any citizen, at any time, could be subjected to repressive measures at the will of the authorities. Lenin had laid down that law in the new society must have nothing to do with law in the traditional sense, i.e., it must not be allowed to limit government power. 55. In any way. On the contrary, since law under any regime was nothing but an instrument of class oppression, so the new order adopted a corresponding principle of revolutionary legality, which meant that the authorities did not have to bother with legal forms, rules of evidence, the rights of accused persons, etc., but could simply arrest, imprison, and do to death anyone who might seem to present even a potential danger to the dictatorship of the proletariat. The Chayka, forerunner of the KGB, was empowered from the beginning to imprison anyone without the sanction of the judiciary, and decrees were issued immediately after the revolution to the effect that various loosely defined categories of people, speculators, counter-revolutionary agitators, agents of foreign powers, etc., were to be shot without mercy. This meant in practice that local police authorities had absolute powers of life and death over every citizen. Concentration camps were set up in 1918, under the authority of Lenin and Trotsky, for various types of class enemy. Initially these camps were used as places of punishment for political adversaries, cadets, Mensheviks, and S.R.S., later Trotskyists and other deviationists, priests, former Tsarist officials and officers, and members of the property-owning classes, common criminals, workers who committed breaches of labor discipline, and recalcitrants of all kinds. Only after some years did the camps become an important factor in the Soviet economy by virtue of providing slave labor on a massive scale. At different times the terror was directed especially against one or another social group, according to what the party chose to regard as the chief danger of the moment, but from the outset the system of repression was completely above the law, and all decrees and penal codes served merely to authorize the use of arbitrary power by those who already possessed it. Show trials began at an early stage, for example, those of S.R.S. and priests. A grim warning of things to come was the trial at Shukti in May 1928 of some dozens of engineers working in the Donets coal basin, in which the evidence was trumped up from beginning to end and was based on extorted confessions. The victims, accused of sabotage and economic counter-revolution, were convenient scapegoats for the regime's economic setbacks, its organizational blunders, and the 56. Wretched state of the population. 11 were sentenced to death and many to long terms of imprisonment. The trial was meant to serve as a warning to all members of the old intelligentsia that they could not expect indulgent treatment from the state. The record of the proceedings has been admirably analyzed by Solzhenitsyn and presents a picture of the absolute degradation of legal concepts under the Soviet regime. There is no evidence that any of the party leaders at any time protested or attempted to prevent repressions or obviously faked trials, as long as none of the victims was a Bolshevik. The opposition groups only began to complain when the terror affected their own members, who were devoted party activists, but by that time complaints were of no avail. The police apparatus was completely in the hands of Stalin and his helpers, and on the lower levels it took precedence of the party bureaucracy. It cannot be said, however, that the police ever controlled the party as a whole, for Stalin ruled supreme throughout the period as head of the party, not of the police. It was through the police, however, that he governed the party. 2. Bukharin as a philosopher. One of the distinguishing features of communism was the conviction of the importance of philosophy in political life. From the very beginning, i.e. from Plekhanov's early writings, Russian Marxism showed the tendency to develop into an integral system, embracing and answering all questions of philosophy, sociology, and politics. Although individuals differed as to what the true philosophy consisted in, they were all agreed that the party must and did have a clearly defined philosophical outlook, and that this outlook could tolerate no rival. There was virtually no counterpart in Russia to the philosophic neutralism of so many German Marxists, which expressed itself in two logically independent propositions. The first of these was that Marxism, as a scientific theory of social phenomena, had no more need of philosophical premises than any other science. The second, that the party was bound by a political program and a historico-social doctrine, but that its members were free to adhere to any religion or philosophy they liked. Lenin violently attacked both these principles, and in so doing he was entirely representative of Russian Marxism. 57. Accordingly, the party authorities lost no time after the revolution in concerning themselves with philosophical education. There was, however, as yet no codified philosophy. Apart from Marx and Engels, Plekhanov was regarded as the main authority. Lenin's work on empiria criticism by no means enjoyed the status of a canonical text to which all were obliged to refer. Bukharin was the first of the party leaders after Lenin who attempted a systematic exposition of the party's general philosophy and social doctrine. He was better equipped for the task than most others, as during the years in emigration he had studied non-Marxist sociological works such as those of Weber, Pareto, Stammeiler, and others. In 192 he published The Theory of Historical Materialism, a popular manual of Marxist sociology. Unlike Lenin's empiria criticism, which was an attack on one particular heresy, Bukharin's work purported to give a general account of Marxist doctrine. For many years it was used as a basic text in the theoretical training of party cadres, and its importance lies in this fact rather than in its intrinsic merits. Bukharin holds that Marxism is a strictly scientific, and the only scientific, comprehensive theory of social phenomena, and that it treats these phenomena as objectively as any other science treats its proper subject matter. Hence Marxists are able correctly to foresee historical processes, which no one else can do. True, Marxism is also a class theory, as are all social theories, but it is a theory entrusted to the proletariat, which has wider mental horizons than the bourgeoisie, because its aim is to change society and it is therefore able to look into the future. Thus only the proletariat can produce, and has in fact produced, a true science of social phenomena. This science is historical materialism, or Marxist sociology. Historical materialism, Bukharin argues, is based on the premise that there is no difference between the social and natural sciences in either methods of investigation or the causal approach to the object. All social processes are subject to 58. Invariable causal laws. Despite the objections of such theorists as Stammeiler, the fact of human purpose makes no difference to this, as will and purpose are themselves conditioned like everything else. Theories of purposive action in either the natural or the social field, and all indeterminist theories, lead straight to the postulate of a deity. Man does not have free will, all his actions are causally determined. There is no such thing as chance in any objective sense. What we call chance is the intersection of two chains of causation, only one of which is known to us. The category of chance is merely an expression of our ignorance. As the law of necessity applies to all social phenomena, it is possible to predict the course of history. Such predictions are not yet so exact that we can foretell the dates of particular events, but this is only because of the imperfectness of our knowledge. The conflict between materialism and idealism in sociology is a particular instance of a basic philosophical controversy. Materialism asserts that man is a part of nature, that mind is a function of matter and thought and activity of the physical brain. All this is contradicted by idealism, which is nothing but a form of religion and has been effectively refuted by science. For who could take seriously the crazy theory of solipsism, or Plato's notion that there are no such things as people or pairs, but only ideas of them? In the social sphere, then, the same question arises as to the primacy of spirit or matter. From the point of view of science, that is of historical materialism, material phenomena, namely productive activities, determine spiritual phenomena such as ideas, religion, art, law, etc. We must, however, take care to observe the way in which general laws operate in the social context, and not simply transpose the laws of natural science into social terms. Dialectical materialism teaches that there is nothing permanent in the universe, but that all things are interconnected and affect one another. This is denied by bourgeois historians, who are at pains to argue that private property, capitalism, and the state are eternal. Changes in fact arise from internal conflicts and struggles, for, in society as everywhere else, all equilibrium is unstable and is eventually overthrown, and the new 59. Librium must be based on new principles. These changes are effected by qualitative leaps resulting from the accumulation of quantitative changes. For instance, water is heated and, at a given movement, reaches boiling point and turns into steam, a qualitative change. Social revolution is a change of the same sort, and this is why the bourgeoisie rejects the dialectical law of change by qualitative leaps. Specifically, social forms of change and development depend on the interchange of energy between man and nature, that is to say, on labor. Social life is conditioned by production, and social evolution by the increasing productivity of labor. The relations of production determine thought, but, as human beings produce commodities in mutual dependence on one another, society is not merely a collection of individuals but a true aggregate, every unit of which affects every other. Technology determines social development, every other factor is secondary. Geography, for instance, can at most affect the rate at which peoples evolve, but does not explain evolution itself. Demographic changes depend on technology and not the other way about. As for racial theories of evolution, they were decisively refuted by Plekhanov. In the last resort, all aspects of human culture can be explained by technological change. The organization of society evolves according to the condition of productive forces. The state is an instrument of the ruling class and serves to maintain its privileges. How, for example, did religion come into being? Very simply, in primitive society there was a ruler of the tribe, and people transferred this concept to their own selves, thus arriving at the idea of a soul that rules the body. Then they transferred the soul to the whole of nature and endowed the universe with spiritual qualities. Finally, these fantasies were used to justify class divisions. Again, the idea of God as an unknown power reflects the dependence of capitalists on fate, which they cannot control. Art is likewise a product of technical development and social conditions. Savages, Bukharin explains, cannot play the piano, for if there is no piano one cannot play on it or compose works for it. Decadent modern art. Impressionism. 60 controversies in Soviet Marxism. In the I-920s Futurism, Expressionism expresses the decline of the bourgeoisie. Despite all this, the superstructure is not without importance. The bourgeois state, after all, is a condition of capitalist production. The superstructure affects the base, but at any given moment it is in the last resort conditioned by the forces of production. As for ethics, they are a product of the fetishism of class society and will vanish with it. The proletariat has no need of ethics, and the norms of behavior that it creates in its own interest are technical in character. Just as a carpenter making a chair conforms to certain technical rules, so the proletariat builds communism on the basis of knowledge concerning the interdependence of members of society, but this has nothing to do with ethics. In general, the whole dialectic may be reduced to an unending process of the disturbance and restoration of equilibrium. There is no longer any purpose in opposing the dialectical to the mechanistic view of phenomena, as in modern times mechanics has itself become dialectical. Do we not learn from physics that everything affects everything else, and nothing in nature is isolated? All social phenomena can be explained by the conflict of opposing forces because of man's struggle with nature. Production relations are simply the coordination of human beings, considered as living machines, in the labor process. The fact that people think and feel while engaged in this process does not mean that production relations are spiritual in character. Everything spiritual owes its existence to material needs and is subservient to production and the class struggle. It is not the case, for instance, as Kunow and Tagan-Baranovsky assert, that the bourgeois state performs functions that are for the benefit of all classes. True, the bourgeoisie is compelled in its own interest to organize activities in the sphere of public utility, for example, to build roads, maintain schools, and promote scientific knowledge, but all this is done purely from the point of view of the capitalist class interest, and thus the state is nothing but an instrument of class domination. 61. Besides the law of equilibrium, Bukharin formulated in historical materialism several other laws of social life. One of these, the law of the materialization of social phenomena, was to the effect that ideologies and the various forms of spiritual life are embodied in things, books, libraries, art galleries, etc., which have an existence of their own and become a point of departure for further evolution. Bukharin's book is of an extremely simplistic kind, in some ways even more so than Lenin's Empiria criticism. Lenin at least tried to argue, though his arguments were logically valueless, but Bukharin has not even this to his credit. The work is a series of principles and fundamental points, enunciated dogmatically and uncritically, without any attempt to analyze the concepts used or to refute the objections to historical materialism that occur as soon as the doctrine is formulated and have repeatedly been advanced by critics. Bukharin's examples illustrate the level of his reasoning. As Unan, he tells us that the dependence of art on social conditions is proved by the fact that no one can play the piano if there are no pianos. Other instances of primitive thought are the childish belief that science in the future will be able objectively to predict the date of social revolutions in the light of technological development, or the scientific law that people write books, or baseless fantasies on the origin of religion, etc. The characteristic feature of this manual, as of much subsequent Marxist literature, is its incessant use of the term scientific, and the insistent claim that its own statements possess this quality in an exceptional degree. The mediocrity of Bukharin's book did not escape the notice of intelligent Marxist critics such as Gramsci and Lukács, who drew attention in particular to its mechanistic tendency. Bukharin thought of society as a connected whole in which everything that happens can be explained by the current state of technology. People's thoughts and feelings, the culture in which they express them, and the social institutions they create, are all brought into being by the forces of production with the unalterable regularity of natural law. Bukharin does not explain clearly what he means by the law of equilibrium. We are told that equilibrium in society is constantly being disturbed and having to be restored, and that this equilibrium depends on 62. The accordance of production relations with the level of technology, but there is no indication of the criteria to be used in determining whether this accord exists at a given time. In practice, Bukharin seems to equate the disturbance of equilibrium with revolution or social upheaval of any kind. The law of equilibrium thus appears to mean that crises and revolutions have occurred in history and will no doubt do so again. It did not enter Bukharin's head that the study of social phenomena is itself a social phenomenon and, as such, helps to bring about historical change. He believed that the proletarian science of the future would be able to analyze and predict historical events in the same way as astronomy informs us of planetary movements. Thanks to his political position, Bukharin's standardized version of Marxism was long regarded as the most authoritative statement of the party's world outlook, though it never became binding on the faithful in the way that Stalin's works were to do. Historical materialism in fact contains almost everything that Stalin put into his own manual. Stalin did not mention the law of equilibrium, but he took over Bukharin's laws of the dialectic and explained historical materialism as an application or special case of the general principles of philosophical materialism. This approach, for which a basis can be found in Engels and especially Plekhanov, was presented by Bukharin as the essence of canonical Marxism. Later, when Bukharin fell from grace and mechanism was officially condemned, it became the task of party philosophers to show that there was a close connection between his mechanistic errors and his right-wing deviation in politics, and that his ignorance of dialectic, which Lenin had justly blamed, was the root cause of his defense of the kulaks and opposition to collectivization. This kind of link between philosophy and politics, however, is quite baseless and artificial. The vague generalities in Bukharin's work do not provide any ground for specific political conclusions, except for such propositions as no one disputed then or later, for example, that the socialist revolution of the proletariat must eventually conquer the world, that religion must be combated, and that the proletarian state must foster the growth of industry. As for more precise Con. 63. Conclusions, the most contradictory aims could be and were deduced with equal logic from the same theoretical formulas. Doctrine, in fact, was ancillary to politics. If on the one hand the base determined the superstructure, but on the other hand the superstructure reacted upon the base, then to whatever extent and by whatever means the proletarian state endeavored to regulate economic processes, it would always be acting in accordance with the doctrine. Bukharin accused Stalin of disturbing the economic balance between town and countryside, but his law of equilibrium supplied no clue as to when and in what conditions the existing equilibrium should be maintained or overthrown. Until final stabilization is attained under communism, equilibrium will remain subject to disturbance, and such policies as Stalin's revolution from above, i.e. the forced expropriation of the peasantry, may be perfectly in accordance with the thesis of the general trend of society towards equilibrium, for the object of that policy was to eliminate contradictions between state industry and private agriculture, and hence to remove factors of imbalance. Cohen rightly observes that Bukharin wrote his handbook at a time when he himself exemplified what was called in party language an extremely voluntaristic attitude to economic phenomena, i.e. he believed that the whole of economic life could be perfectly well regulated by administrative and coercive means, and that after the victory of the proletariat all economic laws would be dialectically superseded. Later he abandoned his war communism outlook and became the ideologist of the NEP, but he made no alteration to the thesis of historical materialism, and it was therefore absurd to detect in that work the inspiration of his policy in 1929. Nor, for that matter, can the ideas of war communism be deduced from it either. We can only say once again that such vague philosophical statements can be used to justify any policy or, which comes to the same thing, that they do not justify one more than another. 3. Philosophical controversies, Deborin versus the Mechanists. Independently of Bukharin's intention, his book contributed to a lively dispute in the 1920s between two opposed camps, the dialecticians and the mechanists. The controversy was reflected in the pages of the monthly Podznaменем Marxisma. 64. This journal, founded in 1922, played an important part in the history of Soviet philosophy and was one of the party's theoretical organs. The articles published were all by professed Marxists, but in the first few years readers were given sound information on contemporary philosophy outside Russia, for example, that of Husserl, and the general level of exposition was a great deal higher than in the standard philosophical writings of later years. If the gist of the controversy were to be expressed in a single sentence, one might say that the mechanists represented the opposition of the natural sciences to philosophic interference, while the dialecticians stood for the supremacy of philosophy over the sciences and thus reflected the characteristic tendency of Soviet ideological development. The mechanists' outlook might be called negative, while the dialecticians ascribed immense importance to philosophy and regarded themselves as specialists. The mechanists, however, had a much better idea of what science was about. The dialecticians were ignoramuses in this sphere and confined themselves to general formulas about the philosophical need to generalize and unify the sciences. On the other hand, they knew more than the mechanists about the history of philosophy. The mechanists accepted Marxism but maintained that the scientific worldview had no need of a philosophy, as it merely represented the sum total of all the natural and social sciences. In one of the journal's first numbers there appeared an article by Zero Minin, of whom nothing else is known, which was often quoted thereafter as an extreme example of the mechanists' anti-philosophical prejudice. The view expressed by Minin in a highly simplistic form was that feudal lords had used religion to further their class interests and the bourgeoisie had similarly used philosophy. The proletariat, on the other hand, rejected both and drew all its strength from science. In a more or less acute form, dislike of philosophy as such was typical of the whole mechanist camp. Its best known adherents were Ivan Skvortsov-Spanov and 65. Arkady K. son of an eminent physiologist. Lyubov Axelrod, whose views we have discussed elsewhere, also professed a mechanist worldview, but, as a disciple of Plekhanov, she adopted a less extreme position than others of the group. The mechanists, with some support from Engels's works, held that from the Marxist point of view there was no such thing as a science of sciences which would dictate to particular sciences or claim a right to judge their findings. The dialectic as understood by the opposing camp was not only superfluous but contrary to scientific investigation. It consisted of introducing into the world picture entities and categories unknown to science, a Hegelian inheritance that was equally alien to the scientific revolutionary spirit of Marxism and to the interests of socialist society. The natural aim of science was to explain all phenomena more and more precisely by reducing them to physical and chemical processes, whereas the dialecticians with their qualitative leaps, inner contradictions, etc. were doing the opposite. They were in effect confirming the alleged qualitative differences between various spheres of reality, by borrowing fictitious entities from the idealists. All changes could be finally reduced to quantitative terms, and the view that this did not apply, for example, to living phenomena was no more than idealistic vitalism. True, it was possible to speak of a struggle between contraries, but not in Hegel's sense of the internal disjunction of concepts. The struggle was between conflicting forces, as could be seen in physics, biology, or the social sciences without having to resort to any particular dialectical logic. Scientific investigation must be wholly based on experience, and all Hegel's dialectical categories were irreducible to empirical data. The position of the dialecticians was clearly being undermined by the progress of natural science, which was proving slowly but surely that all processes in the universe could be expressed in physical and chemical terms. The belief in irreducible qualitative differences and the discontinuity of natural processes was nothing short of reactionary, as was the dialecticians' claim that chance was something objective and not merely a term for our ignorance of particular causes. The dialecticians' hand was much strengthened in 1925 by the publication of Engels's Dialectics of Nature, which pro. 66. Vided ample ammunition against mechanism and philosophical nihilism and in favor of the demand for a philosophical and dialectical interpretation of the sciences. Even stronger support came in 1929 with the publication of Lenin's Philosophical Notes, which emphasized the need for a materialistic version of the Hegelian dialectic, enumerated a long list of dialectical categories, and declared that the principle of unity and the conflict between opposites was central to Marxism. Of the two rival groups, the dialecticians were more numerous and better furnished with scientific institutions. Their leader and most active writer was Abram Moiseyevich Taborin. Born in Kovno, he joined the Social Democratic movement as a youth and was an émigré in Switzerland from 1903. He was at first a Bolshevik but afterwards joined the Menshevik group. After the revolution he was for some years a non-party Marxist, but re-entered the party in 1928. In 1907 he wrote an introduction to the philosophy of dialectical materialism, which was not published until 1915, many times reprinted. It was a staple of Russian philosophical education in the 1920s. Although not a party member, he lectured at the Communist Academy and the Red Professors Institute and published several works. From 1926 he was chief editor of Podznamenem Marxizma. From this time on the journal ceased to publish articles by the Mechanists and became purely an organ of the dialecticians. Although not an original writer, Deborin was well versed in philosophy. He expresses few ideas that cannot be found, for example, in Plekhanov, but compared to later Soviet philosophers he and his followers had a fair knowledge of the history of philosophy and were well able to turn it to polemical use. Deborin's introduction is a typical product of the Plekhanov school of Marxism. It contains no analysis of concepts but only a string of unsupported assertions, which are supposed finally to resolve all the problems that beset pre-Marxian philosophy. However, Deborin, like Plekhanov, emphasizes the link between Marxism and the whole of past philosophy, exalting the importance of Bacon, Hobbes, Spinoza, Locke, Kant, and especially Hegel in paving the way for dialectical materialism. He criticizes idealism, empiricism, agnosticism, and phenomenon. 67. Alism on the lines laid down by Engels and Plekhanov, as may be seen from the following extract. If, then, from the metaphysician's point of view, everything is but nothing becomes, from the point of view of phenomenalism everything becomes but nothing is, i.e. nothing really exists. The dialectic teaches us that the unity of being and non-being is becoming. In concrete materialistic terms this means that the basis of everything is matter in a state of constant development. Thus changes are real and concrete, and, on the other hand, what is real and concrete is changeable. The subject of the process is absolutely real being, the substantive all as opposed to the phenomenalistic nothing. The contradiction between the quality-less, unchanging substance of the metaphysicians on the one hand, and, on the other, the subjective and changing states that are supposed to exclude the reality of substance, is resolved by dialectical materialism in the sense that substance, matter, is in a perpetual state of motion and change, that qualities or states have objective significance and that matter is the cause and the foundation, the subject of qualitative changes and states. This passage is typical of Deborin's style in the book quoted and in his other works. Dialectical materialism teaches that, dialectical materialism takes over the correct portions of this or that philosophy. Subjective idealists are wrong because they do not recognize matter, objective idealists are wrong because they do not realize that matter is primary and mind secondary, and so forth. In every case a particular conclusion is stated, usually in extremely vague terms, and there is no attempt to support it by argument. It is not explained how we know that the phenomenalists are wrong, rather than their opponents. Dialectical materialism tells us so, and that is all there is to it. The opposition between the dialectic and metaphysics is that the former teaches us that all things are connected and nothing is isolated, everything is in a state of constant change and development. This development is the result of real contradictions inherent in reality itself, and takes the form of qualitative leaps. Dialectical materialism states that everything is knowable, that there are no things in themselves beyond our knowledge, that man comes to know the world by acting. 68. Upon it, and that our concepts are objective and comprehend the essence of things. Our impressions are objective too, that is to say they reflect objects, although they do not resemble them. The congruity between impressions and objects lies in the fact that identities and differences in objects are matched by identities and differences in their subjective reflections. This is what Mach and his Russian followers Bogdanov and Valentinov deny. According to them only psychic phenomena are real, so that the world outside us does not exist. But in that case there are no laws of nature, and therefore nothing can be predicted. Although their writings were dogmatic, simplistic, and of poor quality, Deborin and his followers had the merit of emphasizing historical studies and training up a generation of philosophers with a fair knowledge of classical literature. Moreover, while stressing the qualitative novelty of Marxism, they also drew attention to its roots in tradition, especially the link with Hegel's dialectic. According to Deborin, dialectical materialism was a synthesis of the Hegelian dialectic and the materialism of Feuerbach, wherein both these elements were transformed and raised to a higher level. Marxism was an integral worldview which comprised dialectical materialism as a general methodology of knowledge and also two more specific aspects, the dialectic of nature and the dialectic of history, otherwise historical materialism. As Engels had stated, the term dialectic could be used in a threefold sense. The objective dialectic was the same thing as the laws or dialectical forms of reality. Dialectic could also mean a description of those laws or, thirdly, a way of observing the universe, i.e. logic in a broad sense. Changes were subject to a general regularity which applied equally to nature and to human history, and the study of this regularity, i.e. philosophy, was therefore a synthesis of all science. In order for scientists to be correctly oriented from the methodological point of view and to understand the meaning of their own observations, they must recognize the primacy of philosophy, to which they supplied material for generalizations. Thus Marxism called for a constant exchange between philosophy and the exact sciences. Philosophy was empty without the material provided by the natural and social sciences, but 69. The sciences were blind without philosophy to lead them. The purpose of this double requirement was clear enough. For philosophy to make use of the results of science meant, roughly speaking, that natural scientists must look for examples showing how natural objects undergo qualitative changes, and thus confirming the laws of the dialectic. For philosophy to awaken the sciences to their own nature and preserve them from blindness meant that it was entitled to supervise their content and ensure that it conformed to dialectical materialism. Since the latter was synonymous with the party's worldview, Deborin and his school provided a justification for the party's supervision of the content of all sciences, natural as well as social. Deborin claimed that all crises in natural science were due to the fact that physicists were not acquainted with Marxism and did not know how to apply dialectical formulas. He also believed, like Lenin, that the development of science would, spontaneously and continuously, lead to the emergence of Marxist philosophy. For these reasons Deborin and his followers accused the mechanists of falling into pernicious error when they insisted on the autonomy of science and its independence of any philosophical premises. Materialism, thus conceived, had more in common with empiricist neutralism than with any ontological doctrine, and recalled Engels's remarks about the kind of materialism that is nothing more than the observation of nature without any outside element whatever. Natural science, Deborin maintained, must recognize a philosophical basis of some kind, and therefore any attempt to deprive philosophy of its guiding role, or to ignore it altogether, would mean in practice subjection to bourgeois and idealist doctrines. All philosophical ideas were class-based, either bourgeois or proletarian, and so by attacking philosophy the mechanists were supporting the enemies of socialism and the working class. As for denying the existence of qualitative leaps and maintaining that all development is continuous, did not this amount to rejecting the idea of revolution, which was a leap par excellence? In short, the mechanists were not only wrong philosophically but were political revisionists as well. The dialecticians endowed Soviet Marxism with a stock of basic terms, statements, and dogmas which, even though their 70 authors were later condemned, passed into the canon of state ideology and remained binding for decades. Part of their legacy was the attack on formal logic, which went far to bring about the collapse of logical studies in Russia. The dialecticians had no notion of what logic was concerned with or what its statements signified. They imagined, however, that as logic abstracts from the content of concepts it must be contrary to the dialectic, for the latter requires us to study phenomena in the concrete and in their mutual relations and also in motion. These absurdities were partly due to ignorance, but were partly based on some remarks by Engels. In an article of 1925 on Lenin, Deborin wrote that formal logic could not take account of the fact that the world was both uniform and manifold, and in Dialectical Materialism and Natural Science in the same year he declared that formal logic served only to build metaphysical systems and had been put out of court by Marxism, since the dialectic taught that form and content must interpenetrate each other. The sciences could not advance on the basis of formal logic, as each of them was only a collection of facts and only Marxist dialectic could link these facts into a systematic whole. If the physicists would read Hegel instead of sticking to their crawling empiricism, they would soon see how the dialectic helped them to make progress and to overcome their various crises. Engels, the creator of theoretical natural science, had, all along, absorbed the dialectic from Hegel. Holding as he did that it was for philosophy to rule the sciences, Deborin was naturally incensed by Lukács's history and class consciousness, which questioned the possibility of a dialectic of nature on the ground that the dialectic was an interaction of subject and object in progress towards unity. By taking this line, Deborin argued, Lukács had unmasked himself as an idealist who thought that cognition was the substance of reality. In an article published in 1924 in the Austrian journal Arbeiter Literatur, Deborin denounced Lukács's errors and his disrespectful attitude to Engels and therefore to Marx. What was more, Lukács had stated that Marxist orthodoxy consisted merely in acknowledging Marx's methods, whereas method, for a Marxist, was inseparably bound up with content. As for Lukács's identity of subject and object, this was rank idealism and 7.1. Contrary to the express statements of Engels, Lenin, and Plekhanov. All the subject did was to reflect the object, and to hold otherwise was to jettison objective reality. In attacking mechanism, crawling empiricism, and the autonomy of the sciences, and defending Hegel, qualitative leaps, and real contradictions, Deborin was supported by a large group of like-minded scholars and co-religionists. The most active of these were G.S. Tymiansky, who translated and commented on Spinoza's works, I.K. Lupol, an aesthetic philosopher and historian of philosophy, V.F. Asmus, N.A. Karev, I.I. Agol, and Y.E. Sten. Sten, as Medvedev states in his book on Stalinism, gave Stalin lessons in philosophy in 1925-8 and tried to get him to understand the Hegelian dialectic. Most of the group, though not all, perished in the great purges of the 1930s. In the later 20s, however, the dialecticians held the field and obtained complete control over Soviet philosophical institutions. At a conference of teachers of Marxism-Leninism in April 1929, Deborin presented his philosophical program and repeated his denunciation of the heretics. The Communist Academy fully supported him and issued a decree condemning mechanism. Previously, the conference itself, at Deborin's instance, had passed a resolution which confirmed the role of Marxism-Leninism as the theoretical weapon of the dictatorship of the proletariat, called for the application of Marxist methods in natural science, and condemned the mechanists for revisionism, positivism, and vulgar evolutionism. The custom of deciding philosophical questions by voting at party assemblies, or gatherings subject to party control, was by this time well established and surprised nobody. The mechanists defended themselves in the discussion and even counterattacked, charging their opponents with cultivating an idealist dialectic, seeking to impose imaginary schemata on nature, directing their fire against mechanism only and ignoring the problems raised by idealism, and diverting attention from the practical tasks imposed by the party. This defense was of no avail, however, and the mechanists were branded not only as schismatics but as representatives, in the philosophical field, of the right-wing deviation which was just then being attacked by Stalin. 72. After this victory, the Deborinists held sway in all institutions connected with teaching and popularizing philosophy or publishing philosophical works, but their triumph did not last for long. Despite all their efforts, the dialecticians, it appeared, had not measured up to the party's expectations in philosophical matters. In April 1930, At a second philosophical conference in Moscow, Deborin and his group were attacked by a band of younger party activists from the Red Professors Institute, who accused them of showing insufficient party spirit. This criticism was repeated in June in an article by M.B. Maidan, P.F. Yudin, and V.N. Raltsevic, which appeared in Pravda and was endorsed editorially, i.e. by the party authorities. The new critics called for a fight on two fronts in philosophy as in party life, and accused the current philosophical leaders of being formalists who overrated Plekhanov at Lenin's expense and sought to detach philosophy from party objectives. The dialecticians disputed the charge in vain. In December, the party executive of the Red Professors Institute had an interview with Stalin, who coined the expression Menshevizing idealism to describe the Deborinist view. This label was officially applied from then on, and the executive passed a long resolution condemning, on the one hand, the Mechanist and often Menshevizing revisionism of Timur Yazef, Axelrod, Sarabianov, and Variash, and, on the other, the idealist revisionism of Deborin, Karev, Sten, Lupol, Frankfurt, and others. The resolution stated that the whole theoretical and political outlook of the Deborinist group amounts essentially to a Menshevizing idealism, based on a non-Marxist, non-Leninist methodology and expressing a petty bourgeois ideology, as well as reflecting the pressure of hostile class forces surrounding the proletariat. The group had distorted the teaching of Lenin's article The Significance of Militant Materialism, separated theory from practice, and deformed and rejected the Leninist principle of party philosophy. They had failed to recognize Leninism as a new stage in dialectical materialism, and in many ways made common cause with the Mechanists while pretending to criticize them. Their publications contained Kolakowskiist errors concerning the dictatorship of the proletariat, right-wing opportunist errors in cultural matters, Bogdanovist errors as regards collectivism and individualism, Menshevik errors as to the conception of product. 73. Tip forces and production relations, semi-Trotskyist errors concerning the class struggle, and idealist errors as to the interpretation of the dialectic. The Deborinists had unduly glorified Hegel, they had dissociated method from worldview, the logical from the historical, and had belittled Lenin's importance in questions of natural science. True, the chief danger of the moment was Mechanist revisionism, as it furnished a theoretical basis for the right-wing deviation that sought to defend Kulak interests within the party, but the struggle must be conducted unflinchingly on both fronts, as the two forms of revisionism really constituted a single block. All these criticisms were further developed in a lecture at the Communist Academy by Mitin, who himself aspired at this time to become the leader of the philosophical front. The lecture referred repeatedly to the links between Menshevizing idealism and Trotskyism, to be sure, as the Mechanists supplied a philosophical front for Bukharin and his pro-Kulak deviation, it was natural to infer that the Deborinists, while pretending to be orthodox, were supporting the left-wing deviation of Trotskyism. According to Maidan, both groups had put about the vicious slander that in philosophical and theoretical matters Lenin merely echoed what Marx and Engels had said, as though Stalin had not proved that Lenin represented a qualitatively new stage in the history of Marxist theory by developing it, making it deeper and more concrete. The deviationists had also neglected Lenin's principle that philosophy and all the sciences, including natural science, must be imbued with party spirit. Maidan quoted an article by Karev to the effect that while Plekhanov had made many political and philosophical mistakes, his writings, as Lenin had testified, were among the best works of Marxist literature. This, said Maidan, showed that the Deborinists were taking up the cudgels for the whole Plekhanov as a Menshevik. They even dared to assert that Lenin was a pupil of Plekhanov in philosophy, whereas in reality he was the most consistent and orthodox Marxist after Marx and Engels. Plekhanov, on the other hand, did not understand the dialectic correctly. He was sunk in formalism, inclined to agnosticism, and influenced by Feuerbach, Chernyshevsky, and formal logic. The root of the Deborinists' errors, however, lay in separating theory from practice. Their battle against the 74 Mechanists was a sham fight, as was shown by the fact that, although it had continued for years, Not a single Mechanist had admitted that he was mistaken. In fact, there was little to choose between the two groups, as both the Menshevizing idealists and the Menshevizing Mechanists took a disparaging view of Lenin's philosophy. The purging of Soviet philosophy was completed by a decree of the party's Central Committee published in Pravda on January 25, 1931, which condemned the errors of pod znamenem Marxism and briefly summarized the criticisms already formulated. Deborin, Lupol, and some other members of the group hastened to perform self-criticism and to thank the party for helping them to see the light. Sten, Lupol, Karev, Tymyansky, and many others perished in the purges of the 1930s. Deborin survived, though he was dismissed from the editorship of pod znamenem Marxism. He was not expelled from the party, and in subsequent years published many articles of irreproachable Stalinist orthodoxy. He survived into the Khrushchev era, and in the last years of his life worked for the rehabilitation of his many pupils and colleagues who had fallen victim to the purges. Asmus also survived into the post-war period, and was subjected to further attack in the 1940s. From 193 onwards, the history of Soviet philosophy under Stalin is largely a history of party ukases. In the next 2 decades, a younger generation of careerists, informers, and ignoramuses monopolized the philosophical life of the country, or rather completed the extinction of philosophical studies. Those who made a career in this field generally did so by betraying their colleagues or parroting the party slogans of the moment. As a rule, they knew no foreign languages and had no idea of Western philosophy, but they were more or less word-perfect in the works of Lenin and Stalin, from which their knowledge of the outside world was mainly derived. The condemnation of Menshevizing idealists and Mechanists led to a flood of articles and dissertations whose authors echoed the party decrees and vied with one another in expressing indignation at the insidious plots of the philosophical saboteurs. What was the real point of the whole discussion? Obviously, it had nothing to do with any particular philosophical or even political outlook. The association of mechanism with Bukharin's policy or of Menshevizing idealism with Trotsky's was a fabrication of the most arbitrary kind. The condemned philosophers did not belong to any opposition groups, and there was no logical connection between their views and those of the oppositionists. The Mechanists, it is true, invited condemnation by insisting on the independence of science vis-a-vis philosophy, which meant in practice denying the right of an infallible party to pronounce on the correctness of scientific theories and tell scientists what subjects they should investigate and what their results should be. No such charge, however, could be leveled against the Deborinists, who appeared to be Leninists of the purest type. Deborin at an early date recanted his Plekhanovian error concerning hieroglyphs and attacked the Mechanists for holding this doctrine, which contradicted the theory of reflection. The Deborinists paid due homage to Lenin, and the party spokesman had the greatest trouble finding quotations to buttress their attacks, which therefore consisted almost entirely of vague, incoherent generalities. The Deborinists underestimated Lenin, overestimated Plekhanov, did not understand the dialectic, lapsed into Kolakowskism, Menshevism, etc. The point was not simply that the party proclaimed at this stage that such and such philosophical views were right and that the Deborinists had expressed views different from them. It was not the substance of any doctrine that was at issue. The official, canonical version of dialectical materialism that was later adopted was virtually indistinguishable from Deborin's. What counted, as indeed the accusations made plain, was the principle of party-mindedness, or rather its application, since, of course, the Deborinists accepted the principle itself. Feeble as the Deborinists' writings were from the intellectual point of view, they were genuinely interested in philosophy and did their best to prove the validity of the specific principles of 76. Marxism and Leninism. They believed that their philosophy would help to build socialism, and for this reason they developed it to the best of their ability as a philosophy. But party-mindedness under Stalin meant something quite different. Despite constant assurances, there was no thought of letting philosophy work out its own principles or discover truths that could be used or applied in politics. Philosophy's service to the party was to consist purely and simply in glorifying its successive decisions. Philosophy was not an intellectual process but a means of justifying and inculcating the state ideology in whatever form it might assume. This indeed was true of all the humane sciences, but the fall of philosophy was greater. The pillars on which all philosophical culture is based, logic and the history of philosophy, were swept away. Philosophy was deprived of even the humblest technical support, in a way that did not apply altogether to the historical sciences, despite the extent of their corruption. The significance of Stalinism for philosophy does not lie in any particular conclusions that were forced upon it, but in the fact that servility became practically its whole raison d'etre. Chapter 3. Marxism as the ideology of the Soviet state. 1. The ideological significance of the Great Purges. The 1930s in the Soviet Union witnessed the crystallization of a new version of Marxism as the official and canonical ideology of the totalitarian socialist state. In the years following collectivization, the Stalinist state went through a series of defeats and misadventures, while the population was subjected to one wave of repression after another. The enforcement of collectivization coincided with the beginning of the first five-year plan, which was officially dated from 1928 although not actually approved till the following year. According to the ideas formulated by Trotsky and Preobrazhensky and taken over by Stalin, the function of the enslaved peasantry was to supply surplus value for the rapid development of industry. From then on, the dogma of the primacy of heavy industry became a permanent part of the state ideology. The initial objectives were laid down arbitrarily, without any serious calculation, on the presumption that everything could be done by force and that there were no fortresses that Bolsheviks could not storm. Nonetheless, Stalin was constantly dissatisfied with production targets and kept boosting them to still greater heights. Most of the aims, of course, proved unattainable, even in heavy industry, to which the maximum human and financial effort was devoted. The results were sometimes half, a quarter, or an eighth of what they were supposed to be. The cure for this was to arrest and shoot statisticians and falsify their findings. In 1928-30, Stalin closed down almost all economic and statistical journals, and most statisticians of importance, including N.D. Kondratyev, were executed or thrown into jail. It also became customary from this time on to calculate the national income in such a way as to count the same products 2 or 3 times, at different stages of manufacture, thus producing meaningless totals which were periodically vaunted as proof of the superiority of socialism. Figures for agriculture were systematically faked, as collectivization wrought more and more havoc in the countryside. How far Stalin or the other leaders were aware of the true state of the economy is not clear. Meanwhile, the ranks of industrial workers were rapidly swelled by recruits from the rural sector. To compensate for the sufferings of society, there were constant arrests and trials of engineers or agricultural experts on grounds of sabotage, i.e. failing to achieve impracticable norms. In 1932-3 there ensued a famine in which millions perished. By comparison, the famine of 1891-2, which turned a whole generation of the intelligentsia into radicals and did much to foster the growth of Marxism, was a setback of insignificant proportions. Stalinist propaganda repeated without ceasing that the country was full of wreckers and saboteurs, cryptokolaks, disloyal intellectuals of the pre-war type, Trotskyists, and agents of the imperialist powers. Starving peasants could be and were sentenced to concentration camps for stealing a handful of grain from the collective farm. The slave labor camps proliferated and became an important factor in the state economy, especially in regions where conditions were most arduous, as in the mines and forests of Siberia. Nevertheless, at the cost of indescribable suffering, exploitation, and oppression, amid the chaos of fictitious planning and the flood of official lies, Soviet industry did in fact progress, and the second five-year plan was much more realistic than the first. The fact that in those years the Soviet Union laid the basis of its present-day industrial power is still invoked by communists as a historical justification of Stalinism, and many non-communists take a similar view, believing that Stalinist socialism was necessary to enable backward Russia to modernize its industry with speed. Anticipating our argument to some extent, this may be answered as follows. The Soviet Union did indeed build up a considerable industrial base, especially in heavy industry and armaments, during the 1930s. It did so by methods of mass coercion and complete or partial enslavement, which had as side effects the ruin of the nation's culture and the perpetuation of a police regime. In these ways Soviet industrialization was probably the most wasteful process of its kind in history, and there is no proof at all that progress could 79. Not have been achieved without human and material sacrifices on this scale. History records various methods of successful industrialization, all of which have been costly in social terms, but it is hard to point to any case in which the cost was as heavy as in socialist Russia. The further argument, often adduced, that the course followed by Western Europe could not have been repeated on the periphery of the industrial world because the big capitalist centers had already consolidated their position, is refuted by the example of peripheral countries such as Japan, Brazil, and most recently Iran, which have all succeeded in industrializing themselves by means different from Russia's, albeit with considerable sacrifice. Russia before IG-17 was a country of rapid and intensive industrialization, a process which the revolution delayed for many years. The graph of industrial development rose markedly in the last 2 decades of Tsarist rule. It fell catastrophically after the revolution, and it was a long time before the various indices once again reached their pre-war levels and continued to rise. The intervening period was one of social disintegration and the destruction of millions of lives, and it is mere fantasy to suggest that all this sacrifice was necessary to enable the country to resume its pre-revolutionary development. If one takes the view that historical processes have an immanent purpose independent of human intention, or a hidden meaning that is only discernible with hindsight, it must be said that the meaning of the Russian Revolution did not consist in industrialization, but rather in the coherence and expansive energy of the Russian Empire, for in this respect the new regime has indeed been more efficient than the old. After the resistance of all social classes, proletariat, peasantry, and intelligentsia had been successively overcome, after all forms of social life not ordained by the state had been crushed out of existence, and the opposition within the party destroyed, it was time to subdue the last element that might, though it did not in practice, threaten the completeness of totalitarian rule under a single despot, namely the party itself, the instrument which had been used to stifle and destroy every other rival force in the community. The destruction of the party was achieved during the years 1935 and established a new record. 80. In the conflict between the Soviet regime and its own subjects. In 1934 Stalin was at the height of his power. The party's 17th Congress at the beginning of the year was an orgy of flattery and worship. There was no active opposition to the adored dictator, but there were many in the party, especially old Bolsheviks, who paid him due honor but were not bound to him heart and soul. They had risen by their own efforts, not merely by his favor, and might therefore be a dangerous source of unrest or revolt in time of crisis. Hence, as a potential opposition, they must be destroyed. The first pretext for their extermination was the murder, on December 1934, of Sergei Kirov, a secretary of the Central Committee and head of the party organization in Leningrad. Most historians, though not all, agree that the real author of the crime was Stalin, who at one stroke got rid of a possible rival and created a pretext for mass repression. The witch hunt that followed was aimed in the first place at former oppositionists within the party, but soon also at the dictator's faithful servants. Zinoviev and Kamenev were arrested and sentenced to prison. Mass executions took place in larger cities throughout the country, but especially in Leningrad and Moscow. The terror reached a paroxysm in 193-7, the first year of the Great Purge. August 1, 936 saw the first of the major show trials, at which Zinoviev, Kamenev, Smirnov, and others were sentenced to death. A second trial in January 1937 brought to light the treason of Radek, Pyatakov, Sokolnikov, and others. In March 1938 the accused included Bukharin, Rykov, Krestinsky, Rakovsky, and Yagoda, the last named having been head of the NKVD in 1934-6 and organizer of the earlier purges. Shortly before, In 1937, Marshal THIRD-WORLDISM and several other top army leaders were tried in secret and shot. The accused in all the public trials confessed to fantastic crimes, describing one after another how they had intrigued with foreign intelligence services, conspired to murder party leaders, offered parts of Soviet territory to the imperialist powers, murdered and poisoned their fellow citizens, sabotaged industry, deliberately caused famines, etc. Almost all were sentenced to death and executed out of hand. A few who, like Radek, only received prison sentences were done to death soon after their trial. The inferno of the Great Purges has often been described by 81 historians, novelists, and memoir writers. The show trials were only the visible fragment of a mass operation of genocide, with the party as its principal victim. Millions were arrested, hundreds of thousands executed. Torture, previously used sporadically and, as a rule, for the purpose of getting at the truth, now became a routine method of extracting thousands of false confessions to the most improbable crimes. Investigating officers were free to devise and inflict all manner of physical and mental suffering to induce people to admit to crimes which the persecutors well knew to be totally imaginary. Those few who did not succumb to such measures generally broke down when told that if they refused to confess their wives and children would be killed, a threat which was sometimes carried out. No one felt safe, for no degree of subservience to the tyrant was a guarantee of immunity. In some cases the party committees of whole regions were slaughtered and were followed into the grave by their own successors in office, whose hands still reeked from the execution. Among the victims were almost all the old Bolsheviks, all Lenin's closest associates, former members of government and of the Politburo and the party secretariat, activists of every rank, scholars, artists, writers, economists, military men, lawyers, engineers, doctors, and in due course, when they had done their stint, the agents of the purge themselves, whether senior officers of the security service or especially zealous party members. The officers' corps of the Army and Navy was decimated, a major cause of Soviet defeats in the first 2 years of the war with Germany. Quotas of arrests and executions were assigned to particular areas by the party authorities. If the police did not fulfill these, they were liable to be executed themselves. If they did, they might in time be brought to account for exterminating party cadres. Those who performed their task badly might be shot for sabotage. Those who did it too well might be suspected of showing zeal to cover up their own disaffection. The purport of the trials and investigations was to show that almost the whole original nucleus of the party, including Lenin's closest collaborators, were a band of spies, imperialist agents, and enemies of the people, whose one idea was and had always been to destroy the Soviet state. Before an astonished world, every imaginable crime was confessed to by the accused themselves at the great show trials. Of all the Grand Guignol victims, Bukharin was the only one who, though he admitted general responsibility for the alleged crimes of the mythical counter-revolutionary organization, refused to confess to such damning charges as espionage and plotting to assassinate Lenin. While expressing penitence for all his misdeeds, he added, in a phrase epitomizing the atmosphere of the trials, "We rebelled by criminal methods against the joyfulness of the new life." The first effect of the purges was to create a desolation, not only in the party but in every aspect of life in the Soviet Union. The bloodbath accounted for a large majority of the delegates, for the most part loyal Stalinists, who had attended the 17th Congress, which had done little but vote adulatory addresses to the leader. A whole series of eminent artists perished, and over a third of all Soviet writers. The whole country was in the grip of a monstrous fit of madness, induced apparently but the appearance was deceptive by the will of a single despot. Foreign communists in Russia fell victim to the purges also. The Poles suffered most. In 1938 a resolution of the Comintern dissolved the Polish Communist Party on the ground that it was a hotbed of Trotskyists and other enemies, and its cadres in the Soviet Union were decimated by arrests and executions. Almost all the leaders were imprisoned, and only a few regained their liberty some years later. The fortunate ones were those who could not make their way to Russia when summoned, as they were in prison in Poland. The few who actually disobeyed the summons were publicly declared to be agents of the Polish police, and were thus delivered into the latter's hands, a device frequently used in the 30s against deviationist members of underground communist parties in other countries. Besides Poles, victims of 83. The purges were many Hungarian communists, Yugoslavs, Bulgarians, and Germans. Some of the latter who survived till 1939 were, in due course, handed over by Stalin to the Gestapo. The concentration camps were full to bursting. Every Soviet citizen had got used to the fact that being arrested and sentenced to death or to an arbitrary and indefinite term of imprisonment had nothing to do with whether a man's work was good or bad, whether he did or did not belong to any kind of opposition, or even whether he did or did not love Stalin. The climate of atrocity brought about a kind of universal paranoia, a monstrous but unreal world in which all previous criteria, even those of ordinary despotism, had ceased to be applicable. Historians and others who, in later years, have sought to account for this unparalleled orgy of bloodshed and hypocrisy have posed questions that are not at all easy to answer. In the first place, what could be the reason for such destructive frenzy when, to all appearances, there was no real threat to Stalin or the regime, and every possible source of revolt within the party could easily have been wiped out without mass slaughter? In particular, how could this be explained when it seemed obvious that the wholesale destruction of senior cadres would fatally weaken the state, both militarily and economically? Secondly, why was there a complete lack of resistance when all members of the population were threatened, even those who carried out the atrocities most devotedly? Many Soviet citizens had displayed military courage and had risked their lives in battle. Why did no one raise a hand against the tyrant? Why did all go willingly to the slaughter? Thirdly, granted that the victims of show trials were made to confess to non-existent crimes for propaganda reasons, why were such confessions extorted from hundreds of thousands or millions of lesser people of whom no one would ever hear? Why the tremendous effort to induce unknown victims to sign fantastic admissions which would be buried in police files and not used for any public purpose? Fourthly, how was it that in those very years Stalin was able to raise the cult of his own personality to unprecedented heights? Why, in particular, did so many Western intellectuals, on whom there was no personal pressure, fall for Stalinism at this period? 84. And meekly swallow, or actively applaud, the Moscow Chamber of Horrors and the official explanation of it, whereas the lies and cruelty of the performance should have been obvious to everyone. All these questions are relevant to an understanding of the peculiar function that Marxist socialist ideology was beginning to exercise in the new system. As to the first question, most historians believe that the main purpose of the Great Purges was to eliminate the party as a potential focus of political life, a force that might in some circumstances acquire a life of its own and not be merely an instrument in the ruler's hands. Isaac Deutscher, in his first book on the Moscow trials, advanced the remarkable theory that they were an act of revenge by the Mensheviks against the Bolsheviks, this because the victims were nearly all old Bolsheviks, while Vyshinsky, the chief prosecutor, was an ex-Menshevik, and the main party propagandist of those days, David Zaslavsky, had been a member of the Jewish Bund. This is as fanciful as the explanation that Deutscher afterwards put forward in the third volume of his Life of Trotsky, namely that the higher Soviet bureaucracy were not content with their privileges, great though these were, because they could not accumulate wealth or bequeath it to their children, and there was therefore a risk, as Trotsky feared, that they would seek to destroy the system of social ownership. Stalin, according to Deutscher, was aware of this danger and used terror to prevent the new privileged class from consolidating itself and ruining the system. This, in effect, is a paraphrase of the Stalinist version that the victims intended to restore capitalism in Russia. However, in his Life of Stalin, Deutscher adopted what is more or less the general view of historians. Stalin wanted to destroy all possible alternative governments or party leaders. There was no longer an active opposition, but a sudden crisis might bring one to life, and he must therefore crush any possibility of a rival center of power within the party. This explanation may fit the Moscow trials, but it is less clear how it accounts for the mass character of the purge, affecting millions of unknown people who had no chance whatever of becoming alternative party leaders. The same objection applies. 85. To other theories sometimes advanced, such as Stalin's need to find scapegoats for economic failures, or his personal vengefulness and sadism, which certainly account for a great many individual cases, but hardly for the massacre of millions. It may be said that the Great Purges were a macabre irrelevancy, in the sense that the purpose they served could quite well have been attained by other means. Yet they were, so to speak, part of the natural logic of the system. It was a question not only of destroying any actual or potential rivals but of wiping out the sole organism in which there were still any remnants, however faint and impotent, of loyalty to any cause other than the state and its leader in particular, remnants of a belief in communist ideology as a frame of reference and an object of worship, independent of the leader and the party's current directives. The object of a totalitarian system is to destroy all forms of communal life that are not imposed by the state and closely controlled by it, so that individuals are isolated from one another and become mere instruments in the hands of the state. The citizen belongs to the state and must have no other loyalty, not even to the state ideology. This may seem paradoxical, but it is not surprising to anyone who knows a system of this type from within. All forms of revolt against the ruling party, all deviations and revisionism, fractions, cliques, rebellions all alike had appealed to the ideology of which the party was the custodian. Consequently, that ideology had to be revised so as to make it clear to all that they were not entitled to appeal to it independently, just as in the Middle Ages unauthorized persons were not allowed to comment on the scriptures, and the Bible itself was at all times liber hereticarum. The party was essentially an ideological body, that is to say one whose members were linked by a common faith and shared values. But, as always happens when ideologies are turned into institutions, that faith had to be vague and indefinite enough to be used to justify any political move while maintaining that there was no real change of doctrine. Inevitably, those who took the faith seriously wanted to interpret it for themselves and to consider whether this or that political step was in accordance with Stalin's version of Marxism-Leninism. But this made them potential critics and rebels against the government, even if they swore fealty to Stalin, for they might always invoke 86. Yesterday's Stalin against today's and quote the leader's words against himself. The purge, therefore, was designed to destroy such ideological links as still existed within the party, to convince its members that they had no ideology or loyalty except to the latest order from on high, and to reduce them, like the rest of society, to a powerless, disintegrated mass. This was a continuation of the same logic that began with liquidating the liberal and socialist parties, the independent press and cultural institutions, religion, philosophy, and art, and finally fractions within the party itself. Wherever there was any ideological link other than loyalty to the ruler, there was a possibility of fractionalism even if it did not actually exist. The object of the purge was to eradicate this possibility, and in that object it was successful, but the principles which dictated the hecatomb of the 1930s are still in force and have never been abandoned. Loyalty to Marxist ideology as such is still a crime and a source of deviations of all kinds. Even so, the fact that the Holocaust was not resisted by the Soviet public or even by the party seems to suggest that a purge was not necessary, at all events on that scale. The party, it would seem, was already close enough to the ideal condition of a sack of potatoes, and was neither desirous nor capable of producing any center of independent thought. On the other hand, we do not know whether, but for the purge, it might not have done so at a time of crisis, for example, in the most dangerous moments of the war with Germany. This brings us to the second question: how is it that Soviet society was quite incapable of resistance? The answer seems to be that the party, outside the top leadership, was already incapable of organizing itself in any way independently of the apparatus. Like the rest of the population, it was reduced to a collection of isolated individuals. In the context of repression, as in every other sphere of life, the omnipotent state on the one hand confronted the lone citizen on the other. The paralysis of the individual was complete, and, At the same time, it could not be denied that the party was acting in accordance with the principles that had obtained since the beginning. All its members had taken part in mass acts of violence against the public, and when they themselves became victims of lawlessness. 87. There was nothing to which they could appeal. None of them had objected to fake trials and executions as long as the sufferers were not party members. All of them accepted, actively or passively, that in principle there was nothing wrong in judicial murder. They all agreed, too, that at any given moment it was for the party leaders to decide who was a class enemy, a friend of the kulaks, or an imperialist agent. The rules of the game, which they had accepted, were being brought to bear against them, and they had no moral principles that might have fostered a spirit of resistance. During the war, in one of Stalin's prisons, the Polish poet Alexander Watt encountered an old Bolshevik, the historian I.M. Stetlov, and asked him why all the protagonists of the Moscow trials had confessed to the most ludicrous charges. Stetlov replied simply, "We were all of us up to the elbows in blood." As to the third question, it may at first seem that we have to do with collective hallucination. Even supposing Stalin had good reasons for massacring communists, why was it necessary to make countless insignificant people confess under torture that they had plotted to sell Uzbekistan to the British, or been agents of Pilsudski, or tried to murder Stalin? But there was a grain of method even in this madness. The victims had to be not only destroyed physically or rendered harmless, but morally annihilated as well. It might have been thought that the NKVD agents could have signed the false confessions themselves and then finished off their tortured victims or sent them to camps on the ground of their admitted guilt, except, of course, for the show trial defendants who had to proclaim their crimes to the whole world, but these were only a tiny percentage of the whole. In fact, however, the police insisted on people signing their own confessions, and as far as is known they did not forge signatures. The effect was that the victims became accessories to the crimes committed against themselves, and participants in the universal campaign of falsification. Almost anyone can be forced by torture to confess to anything, but as a rule, in the 20th century at least, torture is used to obtain true information. In the Stalinist system both the torturers and their victims knew perfectly well that the information was false, but they insisted on the fiction, as in this way. 88. Everyone helped to build an unreal ideological world, in which universal fiction took on the guise of truth. A similar regime of organized make-believe prevailed in many other fields, for example, in the system of general elections. It might have been thought that the government could have spared itself the trouble and expense of these performances, the absurdity of which was obvious to all, but they were important because they turned every citizen into a participant and co-author of the same fiction, the official reality which, by that very fact, ceased to be completely spurious. The fourth question again presents us with a baffling phenomenon. The information that reached the West from the Soviet Union was, of course, fragmentary and uncertain. The regime had done a thorough job of restricting contacts and limiting the flow of news in either direction. Foreign travel by Soviet citizens was strictly controlled in the state interest, and any unauthorized communication to foreigners was treated as espionage or treason. Nevertheless, the Soviet state could not cut itself off entirely from the world. Some information about the police terror filtered through to the West, though nobody realized its scope. Moreover, the Moscow trials were prepared hastily and clumsily, and the contradictions and absurdities that emerged were pointed out in some Western newspapers. What, then, was the explanation for the indulgent attitude that Western intellectuals took up towards Stalinism, when they did not actively support it? The honest and incorruptible British socialists, Sidney and Beatrice Webb, visited the Soviet Union more than once during the height of the terror and produced an enormous book on the new civilization. The Soviet system, they declared, was the embodiment of man's dearest longing for justice and happiness. In glaring contrast with Britain's corrupt and crumbling pseudo-democracy, they saw no reason to doubt the genuineness of the Moscow trials or the perfection of Russia's first democratic government. Others who belayed the system and swallowed the fiction of the trials were Leon Feuchtwanger, Romain Rolland, and Henry Barbusse. Among the few who did not join in the chorus was André Gide, who visited the U.S.S.R. in 1936 and described his impressions. Naturally, he saw nothing of the atrocities, he was surrounded by flattery and was only shown delusive achievements of the 89 regime, but he realized that the FOS 8 concealed a system of universal mendacity. Some Polish writers also saw through the make-believe, as did the British journalist Malcolm Muggeridge. The reaction of Western intellectuals was a remarkable triumph of doctrinaire ideology over common sense and the critical instinct. True, the years of the purges were also those of the Nazi threat, and this may explain up to a point how many thinkers and artists brought up in a left-wing or liberal tradition saw in Russia the only hope of saving civilization from the menace that hung over it. They were prepared to forgive the proletarian state a great deal if it could be relied on to provide a bulwark against fascist barbarism. They were the more readily bamboozled because Nazism, unlike Stalinism, scarcely bothered to conceal its evil face from the world. It proclaimed openly that its intention was to create an all-powerful German giant, grinding other nations into the dust and reducing inferior races to slavery. Stalin, on the other hand, continued to preach the socialist gospel of peace and equality, liberation of the oppressed, internationalism, and friendship among peoples. Westerners whose profession was to think critically found this verbiage more convincing than any facts. Ideology and wishful thinking were stronger than the most manifest reality. It is important to notice, in considering the purges, that Stalin's Russia was at no time governed by the police, nor was the police ever above the party. This was an alibi used by would-be reformers after Stalin's death, who maintained that their task was to restore party supremacy. True, the police under Stalin could arrest and murder party members at will, but not on the highest level, where all such procedures had to be ordered or approved by the top party authorities and in particular by Stalin himself. Stalin used the police to rule the party, but he himself ruled both party and state in his capacity as party leader, not as a security chief. This point is well brought out by Jan Jaroslawski in his study of the party's functions in the Soviet system. The party, embodied in Stalin, did not abandon supreme power for a single moment. When the post-Stalin reformers demanded that the party should be above the police, they meant only that party members should not be arrested without the approval of the party authorities. But this had always been so, since even if the police at a certain level arrested party leaders of equal seniority, they did so under the eye of party leaders of a still higher grade. The police were an instrument in the party's hands. A police system in the strict sense, i.e. one in which the police have a completely free hand, did not and could not prevail in the Soviet state, as it would have meant that the party had lost power, and this could not happen without causing the whole system to collapse. This also explains the special part played by ideology, both under Stalin and at the present day. Ideology is not simply an aid or adjunct to the system but an absolute condition of its existence, irrespective of whether people actually believe in it or not. Stalinist socialism created an empire ruled from Moscow, the basis of whose legality is entirely derived from ideology, in particular, from the doctrine that the Soviet Union embodies the interests of all working people and especially the working class everywhere, that it represents their desires and aspirations, and that it is the first step towards a world revolution that will liberate the toiling masses wherever they may be. The Soviet system could not do without this ideology, which is the sole raison d'etre for the existing apparatus of power. The apparatus is essentially ideological and internationalist in character and could not be replaced by the police, the army, or any other institution. This is not to say that the policy of the Soviet state at any given moment is determined by ideology, but the ideology must be there to justify it when required. Ideology is built into the system and consequently plays a quite different part in the Soviet Union as compared to states where the basic principle of legitimacy is derived from popular elections or the charisma of a hereditary monarchy. A system of the Soviet kind enjoys the advantage that it does not have to justify its actions to the public. By definition, it represents their interests and desires, and nothing can alter this ideological fact. However, it is also exposed to a risk from which democratic structures are immune, namely, it is extremely sensitive to ideological criticism. This means, among other things, that the intelligentsia plays a part that is not paralleled elsewhere. A threat to the intellectual validity of the system, or the advocacy of a different ideology, represents a mortal danger. The totalitarian state can never become completely invulnerable or stamp out critical thought altogether. It may appear all-powerful, as it dominates all aspects of life, but it is also weak inasmuch as any crack in the ideological monolith is a threat to its existence. It is hard, moreover, to maintain a system in which ideology is deprived of its own inertial movement and reduced to nothing more or less than the actual dictates of the state authority. The logic of Stalinism is that truth is what the party, i.e. Stalin, says at any given moment, and the effect of this is to empty ideology of its substance altogether. On the other hand, ideology must be presented as a general theory with a consistency of its own, and as long as this is done there is no guarantee that it may not acquire a momentum of its own and be used as actually happened in the post-Stalinist period against its chief spokesman and sole authorized interpreters. In the late 1930s, however, this danger appeared highly remote. The system had been brought to an almost ideal state of perfection, in which civil society hardly existed anymore and the population seemed to have no other purpose than to obey the behests of the state personified in Stalin. An essential instrument for the destruction of social ties was the universal system of spying on one's neighbor. Every citizen was under a legal and moral obligation to do so, and tale-bearing was the chief method of getting on in life. The continuing slaughter made room for many who aspired to join the privileged ruling class, and were prepared to demonstrate their fitness by destroying others. In this way, too, huge numbers of people became accessories to crime for the sake of personal advancement. The ideal of Stalinist socialism appeared to be a situation where everyone in the country was an inmate of a concentration camp and also an agent of the secret police. It was hard to achieve this ultimate perfection, but the trend towards it in the 1930s was very strong. 2. Stalin's codification of Marxism. In the 30s every branch of culture in the Soviet Union was strictly regimented, and independent intellectual life practically ceased to exist. Belles lettres were gradually but effectively. 92. Marxism as the ideology of the Soviet state reduced to an adjunct of politics and propaganda, with the sole purpose of glorifying the system and its leader and unmasking class enemies. In 1932, talking to a group of writers at Gorky's home, Stalin described authors in general as engineers of men's souls. This flattering term duly became the official formula. Films and the theater were treated in the same way, though the latter suffered less. A traditional repertoire of plays was allowed to subsist insofar as the authors, mostly classical Russian dramatists, could be described as progressive or even partially progressive. This let in Gogol, Ostrovsky, Saltykov-Shchedrin, Tolstoy, and Chekhov, and even in the worst years excellent productions could be seen on the Russian stage. Novelists, poets, and film directors vied with one another in Byzantine adulation of Stalin. This reached its peak in the post-war years, but was already highly developed in the period we are considering. However, repression and regimentation affected different spheres of intellectual life in different degrees. In the 30s there was a strong trend towards Marxist orientation in certain branches of science, especially theoretical physics and genetics, but this did not reach a climax until the late 40s. Other subjects, however, which were particularly sensitive from the ideological point of view, such as philosophy, social theory, and history, especially the history of the party and of modern times generally, were not merely straitjacketed in the 30s but were codified into completely Stalinist terms. An important stage in the subjection of Soviet historiography was marked in 1993 by a letter from Stalin to the journal Proletarian Revolution, which the editorial board printed with an appropriate self-criticism. The letter upbraided them for publishing an article by Slutsky on relations between the Bolsheviks and the German Social Democrats before 1904, in which Lenin was criticized for failing to appreciate the danger of centrism and opportunism in the Second International. After trouncing the journal for the rotten liberalism of suggesting that Lenin failed to appreciate anything, i.e. that he ever made a mistake, Stalin gave a complete history in outline of the Second International, which thereafter became a canonical text. His main concern was with the non-Bolshevik left wing of the International and with Trotsky. According to Stalin, while the socialist left had done some service in the battle against opportunism, it had 93. Also made grievous mistakes. Rosa Luxemburg and Parvus had several times sided with the Mensheviks in party disputes, for example, over the party rules, and in 1905 had devised the semi-Menshevik scheme of permanent revolution that Trotsky later adopted, the fatal error of which was to reject the idea of an alliance between the proletariat and the peasantry. As for Trotskyism, it had long ceased to be part of the communist movement and had become the advanced detachment of the counter-revolutionary bourgeoisie. It was a monstrous lie to suggest that Lenin before the war did not understand that the bourgeois democratic revolution was bound to develop into a socialist one, and that he afterwards picked up this idea from Trotsky. Stalin's letter laid down the rules of Soviet historiography once and for all. Lenin had always been right, the Bolshevik Party was and had always been infallible, even though at times enemies crept into the fold and tried unsuccessfully to divert it from the correct path. All non-Bolshevik groups in the socialist movement had always been hotbeds of treason or, at best, breeding grounds of pernicious error. This judgment set the seal on Rosa Luxemburg's historical reputation, and also disposed finally of Trotsky. It was a few years longer, however, before all problems of history, philosophy, and the social sciences were settled once and for all. This was done in 1938 by the History of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, a short course edited by an anonymous commission. Stalin was identified at the time only as the author of the celebrated section on dialectical and historical materialism, setting out the approved version of the party's worldview. After the war, however, it was officially stated that the whole book was by Stalin, and it was to have been republished as a volume in the series of his collected works, had not this been discontinued after his death. The exact genesis of the short course is not known. It was probably compiled in the main by a team of official writers and then revised by Stalin. His distinctive style is evident in several places, especially where he speaks of various traitors and deviationists as white guard pygmies, contemptible lackeys of the fascists, etc. The fortunes of the short course are a remarkable episode in the history of the printed word. Published in millions of copies. 94. In the Soviet Union, it served for 15 years as a manual of ideology completely binding on all citizens. The size of the editions could no doubt be compared only with those of the Bible in Western countries. It was published and taught everywhere without ceasing. In the upper forms of secondary schools, in all places of higher learning, party courses, etc., wherever anything was taught, the short course was the Soviet citizen's main intellectual pabulum. For any literate person it would have been an unusual feat to remain ignorant of it. Most people were obliged to read it time and again, and party propagandists and lecturers knew it virtually by heart. The short course set up a world record in another respect also. Among books with historical pretensions there is probably none that contains so high a proportion of lies and suppressions. As the title indicates, the book is a history of the Bolshevik Party from its inception, but Chapter 4 also introduces the reader to general questions of world history and expounds the correct version of Marxist philosophy and social theory. Morals are drawn liberally from historical events and shown to have formed the basis of the actions of the Bolshevik Party and the world communist movement. The historical conclusions are simple. The Bolshevik Party, under the brilliant leadership of Lenin and Stalin, unswervingly pursued from the outset the faultless policy which was crowned by the success of the October Revolution. Lenin is always depicted in the forefront of history, and Stalin directly after him. A few individuals of the second or third rank who were lucky enough to die before the Great Purges are briefly mentioned at appropriate points in the story. As for the leaders who actually helped Lenin to create the party, carry out the revolution, and found the Soviet state, they are either not mentioned at all or are shown as double-dyed traitors and wreckers who crept into the party and whose whole career consisted of sabotage and conspiracy. Stalin, on the other hand, was from the beginning an infallible leader, Lenin's best pupil, his truest helper and closest friend. Lenin himself, the reader is given to understand, formed a plan for the development of humanity while he was still a youth, and each successive act of his life was a deliberate step in furtherance of that plan. The short course not only established a whole pattern of Bolshevik mythology linked to the cult of Lenin and Stalin, but 95. Prescribed a detailed ritual and liturgy. From the time of its publication, party writers, historians, and propagandists who touched on any part of its subject matter were obliged to adhere to every canonical formula and to repeat every relevant phrase verbatim. The short course was not merely a work of falsified history but a powerful social institution, one of the party's most important instruments of mind control, a device for the destruction both of critical thought and of society's recollections of its own past. From this point of view, the book belongs squarely within the pattern of the totalitarian state created by Stalin. To bring the system to perfection and reduce civil society to a cipher, it was necessary to root out all forms of life that were not state-controlled and might constitute a threat of any kind. It was also necessary to devise means of destroying independent thought and memory, an extremely difficult but important task. A totalitarian system cannot survive without constantly rewriting history, eliminating past events, personalities, and ideas and substituting false ones in their place. It was unthinkable in terms of Soviet ideology to say that a particular leader who had fallen a victim to the purge had once been a true servant of the party but had subsequently fallen from grace. Anyone who was proclaimed a traitor in the end must have been one from the beginning. Those who were simply done to death without being branded as traitors became unpersons and were never heard of again. Soviet readers became used to seeing editions of books that were still on sale but from which the editor's or translator's name had been carefully erased. If, however, the author himself was a traitor, then the book disappeared completely from circulation and only a few copies remained in the prohibited sections of libraries. This was so even if the book's content was irreproachably Stalinist, as in all magical thinking, an object connected in any way with the evil spirit was contaminated forever and must be cast out and blotted from memory. Soviet citizens were allowed to remember the existence of a few traitors mentioned in the short course so as to include them in ritual combinations, but the rest of the satanic crew were supposed to be forgotten and no one dared to speak their names. Old newspapers and journals became unclean overnight if they contained photographs of traitors or articles written by them. Not 96. Only was the past constantly revised but an important feature of Stalinism. Everybody was supposed, on the one hand, to be aware of this and of the fairly simple way in which it was done, but, on the other, to say nothing about it on pain of the direst consequences. There were in the Soviet Union many other pseudo-secrets of this kind, i.e. matters that the whole population was intended to know about but never to mention. The labor camps were never spoken of in the newspapers, but it was an unwritten law that the citizen should know about them, not simply because such things could not be kept secret anyway, but because the government wanted people to be aware of certain facts of Soviet life while pretending to one another that no such facts existed. The object of the system was to create a dual consciousness. At public meetings, and even in private conversations, citizens were obliged to repeat in ritual fashion grotesque falsehoods about themselves, the world, and the Soviet Union, and at the same time to keep silent about things they knew very well, not only because they were terrorized but because the incessant repetition of falsehoods which they knew to be such made them accomplices in the campaign of lies inculcated by the party and state. It was not the regime's intention that people should literally believe the absurdities that were put about. If any were so naive as to do so and to forget reality completely, they would be in a state of innocence vis-a-vis their own consciences and would be prone to accept communist ideology as valid in its own right. Perfect obedience required, however, that they should realize that the current ideology meant nothing in itself. Any aspect of it could be altered or annulled by the supreme leader at any moment as he might see fit, and it would be everyone's duty to pretend that nothing had changed and that the ideology had been the same from everlasting. In order to realize that the party ideology at any given time was neither more nor less than what the leader said it was, the citizen had to possess a dual consciousness. In public he professed adherence to the ideology as an unchanging catechism, while in private or semi-consciously he knew that it was a completely adaptable instrument in the party's hands, i.e. Stalin's. He thus had to believe without believing, and it was the state of mind. 97. That the party sought to create and maintain in its own members and, as far as possible, in the whole population. Half-starved people, lacking the bare necessities of life, attended meetings at which they repeated the government's lies about how well off they were, and in a bizarre way they half believed what they were saying. They all knew what it was right to say, i.e. what was demanded of them, and in a curious way they confused this rightness with truth. Truth, they knew, was a party matter, and therefore lies became true even if they contradicted the plain facts of experience. The condition of thus living in two separate worlds at once was one of the most remarkable achievements of the Stalinist system. The short course was a perfect manual of false history and doublethink. Its lies and suppressions were too obvious to be overlooked by readers who had witnessed the events in question. All but the youngest party members knew who Trotsky was and how collectivization had taken place in Russia, but, obliged as they were to parrot the official version, they became co-authors of the new past and believers in it as party-inspired truth. If anyone challenged this truth on the basis of manifest experience, the indignation of the faithful was perfectly sincere. In this way Stalinism really produced the new Soviet man, an ideological schizophrenic, a liar who believed what he was saying, a man capable of incessant, voluntary acts of intellectual self-mutilation. As we have mentioned, the short course contained a new exposition of dialectical and historical materialism, a complete Marxist catechism for a whole generation. This work of Stalin's did not really add anything to the simplified account of Marxism that might be found, for example, in Bukharin's manual, but it had the merit that everything was numbered and set out systematically. The expose of Marxism, like the rest of the book, had a didactic purpose, and it was easy to assimilate and remember. The passage begins by stating that dialectical materialism, the philosophy of Marxism, consists of two elements, a materialistic view of the world, and a dialectical method. The latter is distinguished by four principal features or laws. The first is that all phenomena are interlinked and that the universe must be studied as a whole. Second, everything in nature is in a state 98 of change, movement, and development. Third, in all spheres of reality qualitative changes result from an accumulation of quantitative changes. Fourth, the law of the unity and struggle of opposites states that all natural phenomena embody internal contradictions and that the content of development is the conflict between those contradictions. This is seen in the fact that all phenomena have a positive and a negative aspect, a past and a future, so that the struggle takes the form of a conflict between new and old. This account, it may be noticed, does not include the negation of which Engels wrote, as did Lenin in his philosophical notes. The reason for the omission is not explained, but, at all events, the dialectic henceforth comprises four laws and no more. The contrary of dialectics is metaphysics. Metaphysicians are bourgeois philosophers and scholars who deny one or more of the laws in question, thus they claim to judge phenomena in isolation and not in their mutual relations. They maintain that nothing develops, they do not recognize that qualitative changes arise from quantitative ones, and they reject the idea of internal contradictions. The materialistic interpretation of nature embodies three principles. The first is that the world is by its nature material, and all phenomena are forms of matter in motion. The second, that matter or being is an objective reality existing outside and independent of our mind, and the third, that everything in the world is knowable. Historical materialism is presented as the logical consequence of dialectical materialism, a view for which support can be found in some statements by Engels, Plekhanov, and Bukharin. Since the material world is primary and mind is secondary, it follows that the material life of society, i.e. production and the relations of production, is also primary and is an objective reality, while the spiritual life of society is a secondary reflection of it. The logical basis of this deduction is not explained. Stalin then quotes Marxist formulas concerning the base and superstructure, classes, and the class struggle, the dependence of ideology on production relations, the wrongness of attributing social changes simply to geographical or demographic conditions, and the fact that history depends primarily on technological development. Then, 99. Comes an account of the 5 main socio-economic systems: primitive communal, slave-owning, feudal, capitalist, and socialist. The order in which these succeed one another is described as historically inevitable. Nothing is said about Marx's Asiatic mode of production. The probable reasons for this have been discussed elsewhere. The enumeration of the 5 types of society and their application to the history of every country in the world presented Soviet historians with a major problem. It was no easy matter to discern the existence of a slave or feudal society among populations that had never heard of such phenomena. Moreover, as capitalism had been established by a bourgeois revolution and socialism by a socialist one, it was natural to suppose that previous transitions had taken place in a similar way. Stalin indeed wrote that the feudal system emerged from the slave-owning one as the result of a slave revolution. He had in fact made the same point in an address on February 19, 1933, the slave-owning system was overthrown by a slave revolution, as a result of which feudal lords took the place of the old exploiters. This gave historians the additional problem of identifying the slave revolution in every case of transition from slave-owning to feudalism. Stalin's work was greeted by a chorus of ideologists as the supreme achievement of Marxist theory and a milestone in philosophical history. For the next 15 years Soviet philosophy consisted of little but variations on the theme of its superlative merit. Every philosophical article and manual dutifully enumerated the 4 marks of the dialectic and the 3 principles of materialism. Philosophers had little to do but to find examples showing that different phenomena were interrelated, or that things changed, and so on. In this way philosophy was degraded to the status of a medium for incessant flattery of the supreme leader. Everyone wrote in exactly the same style, no writer could be distinguished from another by the form or content of his work. The same soporific clichés were repeated endlessly, with no attempt at independent thought. Any such attempt, however timid and obsequious, would have exposed the author to 100. Immediate attack. To say anything of one's own in philosophy could only signify that one was accusing Stalin of having omitted something important. To write in a style of one's own was to show dangerous presumption by suggesting that one could express something better than he. Thus Soviet philosophical literature came to consist of heaps of waste paper reproducing in diluted form Chapter 4, Section 2 of the short course. Compared with this, even the polemics of the dialecticians and mechanists were an example of bold, creative, and independent thought. As for the history of philosophy, it became an almost forgotten subject. In the 30s a few translations of philosophical classics still appeared, but only of such authors as were classed, rightly or wrongly, as materialists or had written against religion. The Soviet reader might thus occasionally see an anti-clerical pamphlet by Holbach or Voltaire or, if he was lucky, something by Bacon or Spinoza. Hegel's works were also published, as he belonged to the canon of dialectical writers. But for about 40 years there was no chance of reading Plato, not to mention any more dangerous idealist. Professional philosophers quoted only the classics of Marxism-Leninism, namely Marx, Engels, Lenin, and Stalin. The chronological sequence was, of course, observed when the names were cited together, but in terms of frequency of quotation the order was precisely the reverse. It might have seemed that the ideological situation resulting from the publication of the short course was one of final perfection, but the post-war years showed that it could still be improved upon. It should not be supposed, however, that Marxism as codified by Stalin differed in any essential way from Leninism. It was a bald, primitive version, but contained scarcely anything new. Indeed, very little that is original can be found in any of Stalin's works before 1950, with two exceptions. The first, of which we have considered the import, was that socialism could be built in one country. The second was that the class struggle must become fiercer as the building of socialism progressed. This principle remained officially valid even after Stalin declared that there were no longer any antagonistic classes in the Soviet Union. There were no classes, but the class struggle was acuter than ever. A third principle, which Stalin seems first to have enunciated at a plenum of the Central Committee on 12 January 1933, was that before the state withered away under communism it must, for dialectical reasons, first develop to a point of maximum strength, but this idea had already been formulated by Trotsky during the Civil War. The second and third principles, in any case, were of no significance except as a justification of the system of police terror. However, it should be emphasized once again that what mattered about Stalinist ideology was not its content even though it was expressed in catechetical form, but the fact that there was a supreme authority from whose judgment on ideological matters there was no appeal. Ideology was thus completely institutionalized, and virtually the whole of intellectual life was subordinated to it. The unity of theory and practice was expressed by the concentration of doctrinal, political, and police authority in Stalin's person. Dialectical and historical materialism as expounded by Stalin amounted to an unimaginative, schematic version of Marxism according to Plekhanov, Lenin, and Bukharin, a philosophy with cosmic ambitions, proclaiming that the dialectic expressed universal laws which governed every aspect of reality, and that human history was a special case of the application of these laws. This philosophy claimed to be scientific in the same way as astronomy, and declared that social processes were as objective and predictable as any other. In this respect it departed radically from the Marxian viewpoint as reconstructed by Lukács and Korsch, according to which, in the particular case of the proletarian consciousness, the social process and awareness of that process became one and the same, and knowledge of society coincided with the revolutionary praxis that transformed it. Stalin took over the popular naturalism which prevailed among Marxists of the Second International, and in which there was no room for the peculiar Marxian view of the unity of theory and practice. True, this formula was acknowledged and emphasized at every opportunity by Stalin and his attendant philosophers, but its meaning was in effect reduced to the proposition that practice was superior to theory and that theory was ancillary to practice. In accordance with this view, pressure was put on scholars, especially after the ideological reconstruction of the Academy of Sciences in the 102 early 30s, to confine themselves to fields that might be of immediate profit to industry. This pressure applied to all the natural sciences and even, though less severely, to mathematics. The unity of theory and practice, of course, applied to the humane sciences also, but in a slightly different sense. Broadly speaking, the natural sciences were harnessed to the demands of industry, and the humanistic sciences to those of party propaganda. History, philosophy, and the history of literature and art were supposed to serve the party and state, i.e. to buttress the party line and provide theoretical support for current decisions. The demand that natural science should confine itself to subjects of immediate technical use was highly damaging to important branches of research, and this very soon made itself felt in technology as well. Even more pernicious, however, were attempts to exercise ideological control over the actual results of scientific investigation, in the name of Marxist correctness. In the 30s, the idealist theory of relativity came under fire from a band of philosophers and half-baked physicists, led by A. Maximov. The same period saw the rise of Trofim D. Leszek, whose mission was to revolutionize Soviet biological science in accordance with Marxism-Leninism and to explode the bourgeois theories of Mendel and Th. Morgan. Leszek, an agronomist, had explored various techniques of plant breeding and decided, early in his career, to develop them into a universal theory of Marxist genetics. After 1935, together with his assistant I. Present, he attacked the modern genetic theory and claimed that hereditary influences could be almost completely eliminated by appropriate changes in environment. Genes were a bourgeois invention, as was the distinction between genotype and phenotype. It was not hard to convince the party leaders and Stalin himself that a theory which rejected the immortal substance of heredity and proclaimed that living organisms could be altered to any desired extent by environmental changes was in accordance with Marxism-Leninism and was admirably suited to the ideology. Marxism as the ideology of the Soviet State 103, which maintained that human beings, especially Soviet man, could transform nature in any way they had a mind to. So Lysenko rapidly secured party support and exercised a growing influence on research institutes, academicians, journals, etc., until, as we shall see, his revolutionary theory achieved a complete triumph in 1948. Party propaganda extolled his discoveries incessantly from about 1935 onwards, and those who objected that his experiments were scientifically worthless were soon put to silence. The eminent genetician Nikolai Vavilov, who refused to subscribe to the new theory, was arrested in 1940 and perished in the Kolyma concentration camp. Most Soviet philosophers, as was to be expected, joined in acclaiming Lysenko's views. Today no one has any doubt that Lysenko was an ignoramus and a charlatan, and his career is an instructive example of how the Soviet system functions, not only with respect to science and culture but also in the economic and administrative sphere. The self-destructive phyto_s that were to become still more evident later on were already visible. As the party exercises unlimited authority in every area of life, and the whole system is organized hierarchically with a one-way chain of command, it follows that the career of any individual depends on his obedience to authority and proficiency in the arts of flattery and denunciation. It is fatal, on the other hand, to display initiative, a mind of one's own, or even a minimal respect for truth. When the main object of those in authority is to maintain and increase their power, it is inevitable that the wrong people will come to the top, both in science and in economic administration. Inefficiency and waste are built-in features of the Soviet system. Economic development is hampered by both the promotion of the unfit and the wholesale restriction of information on grounds of politics and security. Later attempts at rationalizing the economy have had some success, but only insofar as they departed from the totalitarian principle or the ideal of unity which the Stalinist system brought to such perfection. Another important feature of Soviet culture in the 1930s was the growth of Russian nationalism. This too is a phenomenon that reached its peak later on, but it was already discernible in the early 30s, when Stalin's speeches began to strike the 104 note of a strong Russia which could and must be created by socialism. The patriotic theme was stressed increasingly in propaganda, and Soviet and Russian patriotism coincided more and more. The glories of Russian history were revived in an appeal to national pride and self-sufficiency. Some nations, such as the Uzbeks, who had formerly written their language in Arabic script and were then given a Latin alphabet by the Soviet authorities, were now compelled to adopt a form of Cyrillic, so that 3 alphabets were used in a single generation. The idea of national cadres exercising power in the non-Russian republics of the Union soon proved to be a fiction. In practice, though not in theory, the top posts in the party and state administration were usually held by Russians appointed from Moscow. The ideology of state power became by degrees indistinguishable from that of Russia. Imperialism very soon ceased to be an independent factor in the determination of policy. Of necessity, its content had to be so vague and general as to justify any particular move in home or foreign affairs, NEP or collectivization, friendship with Hitler or war with Hitler, any toughening or relaxation of the internal regime, and so on. And indeed, since the theory states that on the one hand the superstructure is a creation and instrument of the base, but on the other it also affects the base, it can be shown that any imaginable government policy for the regulation of the economy, or for controlling culture in a greater or less degree, is in accordance with Marxism. If on the one hand individuals do not make history, but on the other exceptional individuals who understand historical necessity do play an important part, then it is equally in accordance with Marxism to pay divine honors to the socialist despot or to condemn this practice as a deviation. If on the one hand all nations are entitled to self-determination, but on the other hand the cause of world socialist revolution is paramount, then any policy, whether mild or severe, with the object of discouraging the national aspirations of the non-Russian inhabitants of the empire will be indubitably Marxist. Such in fact was the ambivalent basis of Stalin's Marxism, and its vague and contradictory tenets were alike put down to the dialectic. From this point, 105. Of view, both the function and the content of official Soviet Marxism have remained the same since Stalin's death. Marxism has become simply a rhetorical dressing for the realpolitik of the Soviet Empire. The rationale of this change was very simple, since the Soviet Union is by definition the bastion of human progress, whatever serves Soviet interests is progressive and whatever does not is reactionary. Tsarist Russia, like most other powers in history, supported the aspirations of smaller peoples in order to weaken its own rivals, and the Soviet Union pursued this policy from the outset, but under a different guise. Even feudal sheiks and Asiatic princes, according to Stalin, played an objectively progressive role insofar as they undermined the imperialist front. This was fully in accordance with Lenin's theory of world revolution, which admitted and even required the participation of non-socialist, non-proletarian, and, in Marxist terms, reactionary forces. From a dialectical point of view, the reactionaries immediately and dialectically became progressive if their efforts were hostile to the interests of other world powers. In the same way, it became axiomatic after IG-17 that, as the Soviet Union was by definition the mainstay of the worldwide liberation movement, any armed incursion or seizure of foreign territory on its part was not an invasion but an act of liberation. Marxism thus provided the Soviet state with a repertoire of arguments that were far more useful as tools of imperialism than the clumsy and even absurd principles with which Tsarist Russia sought to justify its rule over alien peoples. 3. The Comintern and the ideological transformation of international communism. In the natural course of things, Stalinization spread throughout the world communist movement. For the first decade of its existence, the Third International was still a forum of discussion and conflict between different forms of communist ideology, but thereafter it lost all independence and became an instrument of Soviet foreign policy, completely subordinated to Stalin's authority. The various left-wing groups and fractions that emerged within social democratic parties during the First World War were not all pure Leninists, but all agreed in condemning the 106. Betrayal of the movement by the leaders of the Second International. They all rejected reformism, and sought to revive the traditional internationalist spirit. The October Revolution had created a new revolutionary stronghold, and most of these left-wingers believed that the world communist revolution was imminent. In 1918, communist parties were formed in Poland, Germany, Finland, Latvia, Austria, Hungary, Greece, and Holland. In the next 3 years, larger or smaller revolutionary parties, representing various minority groups, came into existence in all European countries. Despite many complicated disputes and schisms, there took shape in this way an international communist movement inspired by Leninist principles. In January 1919, the Bolshevik Party issued a manifesto drafted by Trotsky and calling for the creation of a new international. A congress was held at Moscow in March, at which the project was approved by delegates of certain communist parties and left-wing social democratic groups. The Third International was not actually set up until the Second Congress, in July-August 1920. From the beginning, various parties developed internal divisions and departures from the Leninist norm. On the one hand were rightist groups who hankered after a reconciliation with the Social Democrats from whom they had recently split off. On the other were leftist or sectarian deviationists who, as a rule, rejected compromise tactics or association with parliamentary politics. It was against this school of thought that Lenin wrote Left-Wing Communism, an infantile disorder. Given the belief prevalent among communists that within a year the whole world, or at least Europe, would become a Soviet republic, leftist tendencies were much stronger and more in evidence than reformist ones. The statutes of the Comintern marked a radical departure from the principles of the Second International, but HRKED back to the tradition of the first. They provided that the International was to be a single centralized party, of which the national parties were sections, and that its purpose was to use every means, including armed force, to bring about an international republic of Soviets, which, as the political form of the dictatorship of the proletariat, was the historically ordained prelude to the abolition of the state. The International was to hold annual congresses and be governed in between 107 times by its executive committee, which could expel sections that disregarded its instructions and could require them to cast out groups or individuals for breaches of discipline. The theses adopted at the 1920 Congress included a firm rejection of parliamentarianism as a suitable form of the society of the future. Parliaments and all other bourgeois political institutions must be used only in order to destroy them, communists must take part in elections for this purpose alone, and communist deputies were responsible to the party alone and not to the anonymous mass of voters. The theses on colonial questions, drafted by Lenin, instructed communists in colonial and backward countries to enter into temporary alliances with national revolutionary movements. At the same time, communists must remain independent, not allowing the national bourgeoisie to get hold of the revolutionary movement, but fighting from the outset for a Soviet republic. Under their leadership, the backward countries would achieve communism without having to go through a capitalist stage. The Congress also issued a manifesto demanding unconditional support for the cause of the Soviet Union as being the cause of the whole International. Another important document was a list of 21 conditions which must be fulfilled by parties joining the Comintern, and which extended Leninist forms of organization to the whole communist movement. The conditions provided that communist parties must wholly subordinate their propaganda activities to decisions of the Comintern. The communist press was to be completely under party control. The sections must resolutely combat reformist tendencies and, whenever possible, remove reformists and centralists from workers' organizations. They must also, this was specially emphasized, carry out systematic propaganda within their country's armed forces. They must combat pacifism, support colonial liberation movements, be active in workers' organizations and especially trade unions, and make efforts to win peasant support. In Parliament, communist deputies must subordinate their whole activity to revolutionary propaganda. Parties must be centralized to the maximum, observe iron discipline, and periodically purge their ranks of petty bourgeois elements. They must unquestioningly support all existing Soviet republics. Each party's program, 108, must be endorsed by a Congress of the International or by its Executive Committee, and all decisions of Congresses or the Executive Committee were binding on all sections. All parties must call themselves communist, and those that were allowed by the laws of their country to function openly must, in addition, set up clandestine organizations for action at the decisive moment. In this way, a centralized party operating on military lines became the prescribed mode of organization of the world communist movement. However, Lenin and Trotsky, the creators of the International, did not envisage it as an instrument of Soviet state policy. The idea that the Bolshevik Party itself was no more than a section or branch of the world revolutionary movement was, at the outset, taken quite seriously. But the way in which the Comintern was organized, and the historical circumstances of its creation, soon dispelled such illusions. The Bolshevik Party naturally enjoyed great prestige as the agent of the first successful revolution, and Lenin's personal authority was unshakable. From the beginning, Russia had a deciding voice in the Executive Committee, and the permanent representatives of other parties, residing in Moscow, gradually became Soviet functionaries. Internal struggles within the Soviet leadership were not only reflected in the International but eventually became its main concern. Each of the Bolshevik oligarchs who contended for power after Lenin's death naturally sought support among the leaders of fraternal parties, and the victories or defeats of international communism were in turn exploited in fractional struggles in Moscow. The first congresses of the International were held regularly in accordance with the statutes. The third took place in June-July 1921, the fourth in November 1922, and the fifth in June-July 1924. By this time Russia had been through the Civil War, the NEP had entered its first phase, and Lenin had died. In accordance with Lenin's precepts, the International busied itself from the outset with revolutionary agitation in colonial and undeveloped countries. The Indian communist Nath Roy argued that revolution in Asia should be the main objective of world communism. The stability of capitalism depended on profits from colonial territories, and it was there, not in Europe, that the future of humanity would be decided. 109. A majority of the International, however, thought that Europe should still be the main focus of activity. The defeat of the Soviet armies before Warsaw in 1920 caused hopes of an early revolution to recede, but they did not fade completely. However, in March 1921 an attempt at revolution in Germany ended in fiasco, and the resolutions of the Third Comintern Congress in June were less optimistic as to the prospect of a world Soviet republic. The German uprising was condemned by Lenin and Trotsky and duly criticized by the Congress. However, Paul Levi, the German communist leader, who had himself opposed the rising and was therefore expelled from the party shortly before the Congress opened, was not rehabilitated. He was again condemned and his expulsion ratified. The new Leninist style was clearly in full operation. As the world revolution was hanging fire, the Comintern leaders decided, against strong opposition from the leftist minority, to adopt a united front policy of cooperation with the socialists. Conversations were begun before the Fourth Congress in 1922, but came to nothing. The socialists suspected, with good reason, that the united front was a ploy aimed at their destruction. A further abortive rising took place in Germany in October 1923, this time Heinrich Brandler, the new party leader, was made the scapegoat for a plan that had been wholly organized and initiated by the Comintern and the Bolshevik Party. In 1924 Trotsky accused the Comintern, then under Zinoviev's direction, of failing to exploit the revolutionary situation by seizing power in Germany. The Fifth Comintern Congress, held in mid-1924 at a time when the ruling triumvirate of Stalin, Zinoviev, and Kamenev was engaged in a crucial struggle with Trotsky, passed a resolution calling for the Bolshevization of all member parties. This meant in theory that they should adopt the methods and style of the Russian party, but in practice that they should accept its authority in all matters. The Congress itself showed that Bolshevization was already well advanced. The communists of all countries unanimously condemned Trotsky at the bidding of Stalin and his associates. In the following year there was a demonstration at the Congress of the German Communist Party of what Bolshevization meant, when the Soviet delegate Manuelsky, one of Stalin's chief henchmen in the Comintern, 110, attempted to lay down the law as regards the membership of the Central Committee. As the German delegates refused to comply, Zinoviev, chairman of the Executive Committee, summoned them to Moscow and ordered them to get rid of their leftist leaders, Ruth Fischer and Arkady Maslow, who had tried to maintain some semblance of autonomy vis-à-vis the Bolsheviks. Another resolution of the Fifth Congress assessed the position of the Social Democrats, stating that their role, in collusion with the bourgeoisie, was to instill democratic and pacifist illusions in the working class. As capitalism decayed, social democracy came closer and closer to fascism. The two were in fact aspects of a single weapon in the hands of capital. This was the genesis of the theory of social fascism, which a few years later became the principal guideline of Comintern policy. 4 years elapsed between the Fifth and Sixth Comintern Congresses. Stalin was probably unwilling to call one until he had finally achieved victory over Trotsky and also Zinoviev, Kamenev, and their associates. Meanwhile the Comintern, in spite of its doctrine concerning social fascism, made advances to the British trade unions which resulted in the formation, in 1925, of an Anglo-Russian committee to promote the unification of the world trade union movement. This, however, was short-lived and unsuccessful. In 1926-7 the Comintern suffered a more serious setback in China, where the small Communist Party, on Moscow's instructions, had supported the revolutionary Kuomintang in its efforts to unify and modernize China and free it from Western domination. This, in Stalin's opinion, was a bourgeois nationalist movement and was not destined to lead at once at a dictatorship of the proletariat. The Soviet Union helped with arms and military and political advisors, and in the spring of 1926 the Kuomintang was even admitted to the Comintern as a sympathizing party. However, when Chiang Kai-shek formed his government he excluded the Communists from any share in power, and in April 1927 he put down a communist rising in Shanghai with many arrests and executions. Stalin, realizing too late that Chiang had anticipated the intentions of his allies by getting his blow in first, attempted to save the situation by ordering an insurrection in Canton. This took place in December, but was quelled by another massacre. Trotsky blamed Stalin for these defeats. 111. Declaring that instead of accepting Jiang's leadership the Chinese Communists should have aimed at setting up a Soviet republic from the outset, though he did not explain how they could have prevailed against Chiang in the then state of their forces. However, the Comintern laid the blame on the Chinese party for pursuing a false policy, and its leader, Chen Tuxiu, was condemned and later expelled. The Sixth Comintern Congress, in August 1928, put a final stop to attempts at cooperating with the socialists, which in any case had been feeble and unsuccessful. The Congress declared that international social democracy and the trade unions under its control were the mainstay of capitalism, and communist parties were ordered to concentrate all their efforts against the social fascists. The temporary stabilization of capitalism, it was proclaimed, had now come to an end, and a new revolutionary period was beginning. The communist parties in various countries duly expelled rightists and conciliators from the ranks, and the new purge claimed many victims among the leaders in Germany, Spain, the USA, and elsewhere. The fact that the German communists, who represented a powerful political force, turned their fire against the socialists was a major cause of Hitler's accession to power. The party line was that Nazism could only be a transient episode and that by radicalizing the masses it would pave the way for communism. Even after Hitler came to power, for a whole year the German communists treated the socialists as their chief enemy. By the time they changed their minds, the party was already broken and helpless. By the end of 1929, after the downfall of Bukharin, Stalin was the unquestioned owner of the Bolshevik Party and, through it, of international communism. The Comintern lost all significance of its own and was merely a channel for the transmission of the Kremlin's orders to other parties. Its staff consisted exclusively of people loyal to Stalin and controlled by the Soviet police. Among their tasks was to recruit intelligence agents for the Soviet Union. All the fraternal parties, after repeated purges, accepted without demur Moscow's changing directives, which for the most part were dictated by Soviet foreign policy. Stalin financed the parties generously and 112. Thus increased their dependence on himself. By the mid-30s the Comintern was a mere FAI, aid, as it was no longer needed even for the purpose of securing obedience from foreign parties. The seventh and last Comintern Congress, held in Moscow in July-August 1935, proclaimed a new policy which had been foreshadowed for a year or more, that of the Popular Front against Fascism. What had recently been condemned as rightist opportunism now became the official line. All democratic forces, especially the socialists, as well as liberals and even conservatives if need be, were to rally under communist leadership against the fascist threat. Stalin's reason for this policy seems to have been his fear that France and the other Western countries would remain neutral if Hitler attacked Russia. France, in any case, was the main target of the Popular Front policy. As far as Germany was concerned it could only apply to powerless émigré groups, and the communist parties in other countries were too weak to affect events. In France the Popular Front was victorious at the election in May 1936, but the communists refused to enter Léon Blum's government. In general the policy did not last long and produced few results. Although not officially revoked, it became a dead letter when Stalin decided to seek a rapprochement with Nazi Germany. Meanwhile the German Communist Party, which had been smashed and driven underground, belatedly adopted Hitler's slogans of the unity of all Germans and the liquidation of the Polish corridor. The true character of the Popular Front policy was shown up by the civil war in Spain. Some months after Franco's rebellion, Stalin decided to intervene in defense of the Republic. International brigades were formed, and besides military advisors, the Soviet Union sent an army of political agents who purged the Republican forces of Trotskyists, anarchists, and deviationists of all kinds. International communism was by now completely Bolshevized, and in any case non-Bolshevik forms of communism had long ceased to signify. In the 20s, individuals or groups who had been expelled from their parties or had seceded in protest against Comintern policy tried from time to organize a non-Soviet communist movement, but these attempts never came to anything. The Trotskyists vegetated in small groups. 113. Appealing impotently to the internationalist conscience of the world proletariat. The authority of the Bolshevik Party, and the organizational principles accepted by all communists, were such that until the 1950s no dissident group achieved any support or influence. World communism marched obediently along the route prescribed by Stalin. The dissolution of the Comintern in May 1943 was a mere gesture to persuade Western public opinion of Soviet goodwill and democratic intentions. It had no other significance, as the communist parties were so well trained and so dependent on the Soviet Union for their organization and finances that no special institution was necessary to keep them in line. One effect of Stalin's dictatorship over world communism was the gradual decline of Marxist studies. In the 20s, during the process of Bolshevization, the parties were dominated by various fractional and personal quarrels. These usually took the form of disputes over the correct interpretation of Lenin's political testament, but they had no permanent effect on doctrine apart from the gradual codification of Soviet-type orthodoxy. Nonetheless, the revolutionary mood of the early 20s gave rise to several theoretical documents in which Marxist doctrine as transmitted by the orthodox thinkers of the Second International was subjected to a thorough revision. The most important of these are the writings of Lukács and Korsch, both of whom were stigmatized as ultra-leftist by the Comintern. In different ways they attempted to reconstruct Marx's philosophy from the beginning, putting fresh life into the idea of the unity of theory and practice and combating the scientistic outlook that prevailed among both the orthodox and the neo-Kantians. In various countries, stalwarts of the previous generation still carried on traditions of undogmatic Marxism outside the communist movement, Adler and Bauer in Austria, Krzyzewski in Poland, KolakowskI and Hilferding in Germany. Their activity in those years did not, however, have much effect on the evolution of doctrine. Some of them were content to repeat ideas and themes that had already been worked out, while others gradually fell away from Marxist tradition. Meanwhile, theoretical work was paralysed by the Comintern's policy of polarizing the socialist movement by combating the Social Democrats. The latter became largely divorced from Marxism and lost the 114 need for a single binding ideology. Marxism was practically monopolized by Soviet ideologists, and became more barren with every year that passed. Only in Germany was there an important Marxist center that did not identify with communism, the Institut für Sozialforschung, founded at Frankfurt in 1923. Its members were at first strongly influenced by Marxist tradition, but the links weakened by degrees, and a pattern took shape which was later increasingly evident. On the one hand, Marxism became ossified as an institutionalized party ideology and, while politically effective, lost all philosophical value. On the other, it combined with quite different traditions to the point where it ceased to present a clear outline and became only one of many contributions to intellectual history. Around the middle 30s, however, the Marxist movement in France revived to some extent. Among its leaders were scientists, sociologists, and philosophers, not all of whom were communists: Henry Wallin, Paul Langevin, Frédéric Joliot-Curie, Marcel Prenant, Armand Cavelier, and Georges Friedman. These men were to play an important part in French intellectual life after the war, either as scholars who were politically committed to communism or as continuers of certain aspects of traditional Marxist theory, which had ceased to form a system but had penetrated intellectual life in a piecemeal fashion. The best-known orthodox Marxist in France between the wars was Georges Politzer, who was put to death during the occupation. He wrote a ferocious critique of Bergson and a popular handbook of Leninist dialectical materialism. In Britain, J.B.S. Haldane, the well-known biologist and author of books on the origins of life on Earth, endeavored to prove the affinity of Marxism with modern science. Another Marxist was the American geneticist H.J. Muller. In both these cases, however, Marxism figured in aspects that were not specifically Marxist. In biology it appeared chiefly in the form of a general opposition to vitalism and finalism. Maurice Dobb, also in Britain, defended Marxist economic theory, especially in relation to the trade cycle. On the left wing of the Labour Party, Harold J. Lasky expounded in Marxist terms the theory of the state, the nature of authority, and the history of political ideas. In the later 11/5-30s he adopted the classic Marxist theory of the state as an instrument which in the last resort serves to enable one class to coerce another. He attacked contemporary liberalism as an ideology whose main purpose was to keep the exploited from being heard, and asserted that if the vital interests of the property-owning classes were threatened they would increasingly reject liberal forms of government and resort to naked force. The growth of fascism in Europe was a natural result of the development of the bourgeois state. Bourgeois democracy was in a state of decline, and the only alternative to fascism was socialism. Nonetheless, Lasky was attached to traditional democratic liberties and believed that the proletarian revolution would leave them intact. The key to social development lay, he declared, in the attitude of the middle classes. John Strachey, at this time a communist, discussed the same problems from an orthodox Leninist viewpoint. A gifted author, Christopher Caldwell, was briefly prominent in British Marxism. His career as a Marxist and communist lasted barely 2 years. He was killed fighting in the International Brigade in Spain, but in 1936 he produced a notable work entitled Illusion and Reality, a study of the sources of poetry. Before becoming a communist he wrote some detective stories and popular books on aviation. His poems were published posthumously, as were Studies in a Dying Culture, a collection of essays on contemporary British literature and bourgeois culture in general, and an unfinished work, The Crisis in Physics, a Leninist attack on idealism, empiricism, and indeterminism in modern scientific theory. In Illusion and Reality, the best known of his Marxist works, he attempted to correlate the history of poetry, including metrical changes, with different stages of social and technical evolution. At the same time he attacked the bourgeois idea which envisaged freedom as independence of necessity, whereas Engels had shown that freedom meant exploiting natural inevitability for human ends. The book devotes particular attention to English poetry from the 16th century onwards. Marlowe and Shakespeare stand for the heroic era of primary accumulation, Pope for mercantilism, and so on. Caldwell took the view that poetry was originally only an element in the agricultural rights of primitive society, with the purpose of increasing production. Later on, in class societies, poetry, music, and the dance were disjoined from production, which meant the alienation of art. The function of socialism was to reverse this process and restore the unity of productive and artistic activities. The intellectual life of Western Europe, and to some extent of the USA, in the later 30s presented a curious picture. On the one hand, Stalinism was in full career, and some of its most repulsive features were laid bare for all the world to see, but, on the other, many intellectuals were attracted by communism as the only alternative to fascism and as a defense against it. All other political groupings appeared weak, irresolute, and helpless before the threat of Nazi aggression. Marxism seemed to many to uphold the tradition of rationalism, humanism, and all the old liberal ideals, while communism was the political embodiment of Marxism and the best hope of containing the fascist onslaught. Left-wing intellectuals were drawn towards Marxism by features that had indeed been present in it from the beginning but were not specifically Marxist. As long as Soviet Russia seemed to be the main force opposed to fascism, these intellectuals endeavored to identify Soviet communism with Marxism as they understood it. In so doing they deliberately blinded themselves to the realities of communist policy. Those who, like George Orwell, formed an idea of communism in action from empirical facts instead of from doctrinaire assumptions met with hatred and indignation. Hypocrisy and self-delusion had become the permanent climate of the intellectual left. Chapter 4. The crystallization of Marxism-Leninism after the Second World War. 1. The wartime interlude. BV The end of the 1930s, Marxism had taken on a clearly defined form as the doctrine of the Soviet Party and State. Its official name was Marxism-Leninism, which, as we have explained, meant nothing more or less than Stalin's personal ideology. It included bits of theory from Marx, Engels, and Lenin, but purported to be a single doctrine which the four classical teachers had successively developed and enriched. In this way, Marx was promoted to the rank of a classic of Marxism-Leninism and a forerunner of Stalin. The true content of Marxism-Leninism was expounded in Stalin's writings, more particularly in the short course. As we have seen, the characteristic feature of this ideology, which preeminently reflected the interests of the governing stratum of a totalitarian state, was its combination of extreme rigidity and extreme flexibility. These seemingly opposite qualities reinforced each other perfectly. The ideology was rigid in the sense that it was expressed in a collection of unchanging, cut and dried formulas which all were obliged to repeat without the slightest deviation, but the content of those formulas was so vague that they could be used to justify any state policy whatsoever, in all its phases and variations. The most paradoxical effect of this function of Soviet Marxism was its partial self-liquidation during the Second World War. In the second half of the 30s, Europe was paralyzed by the menace of Nazi aggression. During the crises which preceded the outbreak of war, the Soviet Union with Stalin at the helm pursued a skillful and subtle policy aimed at securing its position against threats from every side. The Western Powers Puzzle. 118. Lani Mao's policy of appeasement made it difficult to foresee what would happen if Germany should attack her eastern or western neighbors. After the Anschluss and the subjugation of Czechoslovakia, it was clear to most people that war was unavoidable. The German-Soviet Non-Aggression Pact of August 1939 contained a secret protocol providing for the partition of Poland between the signatories and assigning Finland, Estonia, and Latvia to the Soviet sphere of interest. Germany invaded Poland on September, the day after the Soviet Union ratified the pact, and on September 17 the Red Army marched in to liberate the Polish Eastern Territories, while the Soviet and German governments proclaimed that Poland had been annihilated once and for all. The aggressors concluded a secret agreement to aid each other in stamping out underground activity in the occupied territories. The pact with Hitler brought about a transformation of Soviet state ideology. Attacks on fascism, and the word fascism itself, disappeared from Soviet propaganda. The Western Communist parties, especially the British and French, were ordered to direct their whole propaganda against the war effort and to blame Western imperialism for the fight against Nazi Germany. The unsuccessful invasion of Finland revealed Russia's military weakness to the world and not least to Hitler, whose object from the beginning was to destroy his Soviet ally. Still more catastrophic was the disarray of the Soviet Union immediately after the German invasion on June 1, 1941. Historians still debate the causes of its astonishing unpreparedness. The purging of the best army cadres, Stalin's military incompetence and refusal to heed warnings of an early attack, and the complete psychological disarmament of the Soviet people a week before the invasion. The government publicly condemned rumors of war as absurd are among the reasons advanced for the series of defeats that brought the Soviet state to the brink of destruction. The German-Soviet War brought about further ideological 119. Changes in the Soviet Union and the whole communist world. The Western communists no longer had to direct their fire against the anti-Nazi forces, but were free to treat fascism as a natural enemy. The Polish communists, who until June 1941 had obediently accepted the abolition of the Polish state, re-established their party and combated the Nazi invader, partly in the USSR but mainly as an underground movement in German-occupied Poland. Apart from normal cruelty and destruction, the war in Russia brought ideological atrocities of its own, the mass deportation and murder of Poles, especially the intelligentsia, from Poland's eastern territories, the massacre of Polish officers taken captive by the Russians, the resettlement en masse, while the struggle with Germany was still going on, of 8 minority peoples of the USSR and the dissolution of 4 autonomous national republics, those of the Volga Germans, the Crimean Tatars, the Kalmyks, and the Chechens and Ingushes. Countless lives were lost in these deportations, and the evacuated peoples were never to return to their native homes. On the other hand, the war did much to relax the grip of ideology in Russia. With the nation struggling for dear life, Marxism proved worthless as a psychological weapon, it virtually disappeared from official propaganda, and Stalin appealed instead to Russian patriotism and the memory of such heroes as Alexander Nevsky, Suvorov, and Kutuzov. The Internationale ceased to be the Soviet anthem and was replaced by a hymn glorifying Russia. Anti-religious agitation was stopped, and the League of Militant Atheists was actually dissolved, while the clergy were invited to help maintain the spirit of patriotism. Soviet propaganda since 1945 has represented the victory over Hitler as a triumph of socialist ideology, alive in the hearts of fighting men and of the whole Soviet people. The opposite would be closer to the truth. It was a necessary condition of victory, though of course not a sufficient one, that the nation should forget about Marxist ideology and be imbued with national and patriotic sentiments. Apart from the efforts of the Soviet state and people, other factors played their part, including the vast quantity of U.S. military aid and the ideological folly of Hitler, who, dazzled by his overwhelming success in the first months of the war, subjected the conquered territories to the full rigor. 120. Of Nazi doctrine, instead of posing as a liberator in Belorussia and the Ukraine, he brandished the scourge of racialism and treated the inhabitants as submen to be exterminated or enslaved forever. The bestial cruelty of the Nazis convinced the whole population that there could be no greater evil than Hitlerism. The Red Army soldiers, who, after the first reverses, showed outstanding courage and devotion, fought for their country's existence and not for Marxism-Leninism. Many in Russia hoped that the war would not only bring final victory over Nazism but also internal freedom, or at least a relaxation of tyranny. It was natural to think so when ideological controls had been loosened so that every effort might be devoted to winning the war, but very soon after victory it was clear that such hopes were an illusion. In spite of everything, various Marxist institutions continued to function throughout the war. The only important event in the sphere of Soviet philosophy was a decree of the party's Central Committee condemning errors in the third volume of A Collective History of Philosophy edited by G. F. Alexandrov. The authors, failing to keep abreast of the times, had overpraised Hegel's role as a philosopher and forerunner of Marxism-Leninism, without taking account of his German chauvinism. This condemnation was only one of many wartime acts of anti-German propaganda, but it helped to destroy Hegel's standing in the annals of Marxist-Leninist orthodoxy. In an interview with Soviet philosophers, Stalin described Hegel as an ideologist of the aristocratic reaction to the French Revolution and French materialism, and from then on this assessment became obligatory in philosophical circles. As the prospect of victory became a virtual certainty, Stalin's policy, motivated throughout by the desire for conquest and territorial expansion, concerned itself with the post-war order in Europe and the world. By the Tehran and Yalta agreements, the Western Allies gave the Soviet Union, in practice, a free hand in Eastern Europe. In addition to the outright annexation of the 3 Baltic states and the acquisition of territory from nearly all its neighbors, the Soviet Union, with the acquiescence of Churchill and Roosevelt, enjoyed a dominant position in 12-1. Poland, Czechoslovakia, Hungary, Romania, Bulgaria, and, to a lesser extent, Yugoslavia. It was some years before communist rule in these countries, and also in East Germany, was finally consolidated, but the result was a foregone conclusion. Some historians argue that both the annexations and the imposition of communism on countries occupied by the Red Army were not due to imperialist designs but to a concern for security which required the Soviet Union to surround itself as far as possible with friendly, or rather subservient, states. But this is a distinction without a difference, since as long as any states are not wholly subjected to the Soviet Union there can be no absolute guarantee of its security. To be perfectly effective, the defensive process must continue until the whole world is under Soviet rule. 2. The new ideological offensive. At the end of the war, Soviet Russia had suffered immense casualties and was in a state of economic ruin, yet its position in the world, and consequently Stalin's personal prestige, had risen enormously. Stalin emerged from the turmoil of war as a great statesman, a brilliant strategist, and the destroyer of fascism. Once the war was over and the Soviet conquests in Europe were assured, the dictator launched a new ideological offensive to reverse the pernicious effects of wartime liberalism, to teach the Russian people that the government had no intention of abating its power, and to compel those who, thanks to the war, had seen countries other than the homeland of the world proletariat to forget about such sights as quickly as possible. The terror and authenticity of war, together with the relaxation of Marxist ideological criteria, had led to a certain cultural revival marked by the appearance of outstanding novels, for example, those of V.P. Nekrasov and A. A. Beck, as well as poems, films, and other works. The remorseless ideological campaign that set in from 1946 onwards might be summed up in the maxim once used by Alexander XI to the Poles, point de reveries. The object was not only to restore ideological purity but to raise it to fresh 122 heights, at the same time isolating Soviet culture from all contact with the outside world. Every form of intellectual life was affected in turn: literature, philosophy, music, history, economics, natural science, painting, architecture. The theme was the same in each case: to stop kowtowing to the West, to destroy every vestige of independence in thought and art, and to harness all forms of culture to the glorification of Stalin, the party, and the Soviet state. The chief agent of this policy in R 946-8 was A. A. Zdanov, a secretary of the Central Committee and a veteran of the war against cultural independence. It was he who, on behalf of the party, informed the All-Union Writers' Congress in August 1934 that Soviet literature was not only the greatest in the world but was the only creative and developing literature, while the whole of bourgeois culture was in a state of decay and corruption. Bourgeois novels were full of pessimism, their authors had sold out to capitalism and their heroes were mostly thieves, prostitutes, spies, and hooligans. The great body of Soviet authors is now fused with the Soviet power and the party, having the aid of party guidance and the care and daily assistance of the Central Committee and the unceasing support of Comrade Stalin. Soviet literature must be optimistic, it must be forward-looking, and must serve the cause of the workers and collective farmers. Zdanov's first important move after the war was to attack two Leningrad literary journals, Zve_ta and Leningrad. A resolution condemning these journals was passed by the Central Committee in August 1946. The main victims were the eminent poetess Anna Akhmatova and the humorist Mikhail Zoshchenko. Zdanov made a speech at Leningrad in which he violently attacked both writers. Zoshchenko was a malevolent slanderer of the Soviet people. He had written a story about a monkey deciding that it would rather stay in its cage in the zoo than live at large in Leningrad, and this obviously meant that Zoshchenko wanted to reduce humanity to the level of monkeys. Even in the 1920s he had turned out unpolitical art devoid of party spirit, and had wanted nothing to do with the building of socialism. He was and remained a literary slum rat, unprincipled and conscienceless. As for Akhmatova, she was a sex-crazed mystic longing for Catherine's good old days. It would 123. Be hard to say whether she is a nun or a fallen woman, better perhaps say she is a bit of each, her desires and her prayers intertwined. The fact that Leningrad journals printed such stuff showed that literary life was in a bad way. Many writers were imitating corrupt bourgeois literature, others were using history to escape from present-day themes, and one had even dared to parody Pushkin. The business of literature was to inspire young people with patriotism and revolutionary zeal. As Lenin had laid down, it should be political and imbued with party spirit, it should unmask the rottenness of bourgeois culture and show the greatness of Soviet man and the Soviet people, not only as they were today but as they would be in the future. Zhdanov's clear injunctions set the course of Soviet literature for the next few years. Writers who were ideologically off-color were forced to silence, if not worse. Even the most orthodox, like Fedyaev, revised their work to the new specifications. To be forward-looking literature had, in practice, to describe the Soviet system not as it was but as ideology required it to be. This resulted in a flood of saccharine literature glorifying the party and extolling the beauties of Soviet life. The printed word was abandoned almost completely to time servers and sycophants. Music was not spared either. In January 1948, Zhdanov made a speech to a conference of composers, conductors, and critics, attacking the corruption of bourgeois music and calling for more of the patriotic Soviet variety. The immediate occasion was afforded by the opera The Great Friendship by the Georgian composer Muradeli. This work, with the best intentions, had shown the Caucasian peoples Georgians, Lesgians, and Ossetis as having fought the Russians directly after the revolution, but soon becoming reconciled to the Soviet regime. Nothing of the kind, said Zhdanov. All these peoples had fought for Soviet power from the very beginning, shoulder to shoulder with the Russians. The only ones who had not were the Chechens and Ingushes, who as Zhdanov did not mention on this occasion, but as everyone was well aware had been deported en masse during the Nazi-Soviet war, while their autonomous republic was razed from the map. Not content with this example, Zhdanov launched a general attack on composers who sought inspiration in Western novelties instead of continuing the great 124. Russian tradition of Glinka, Tchaikovsky, and Mussorgsky. Soviet music was lagging behind other forms of ideology, composers were succumbing to formalism, departing from musical truth and socialist realism. Bourgeois music was anti-people, being either formalistic or naturalistic, but in any case idealistic. Soviet music must serve the people. There was a need for operas, songs, and choral works, which some composers, tainted with formalism, looked down on as unimportant. Such composers looked askance at program music, yet classical Russian music was mostly of this species. The party had already overcome reactionary and formalistic tendencies in painting and had re-established the healthy tradition of Vereshchagin and Repin, but music was still backward. The classic Russian heritage was unsurpassed, and composers must have a more sensitive political ear as well as a musical one. The results of this admonition were felt without delay. It suffices to compare Khachaturian's piano concerto, composed before Zhdanov's speech, with his violin concerto. Shostakovich, criticized for his Ninth Symphony among other works, made amends by composing an ode in praise of Stalin's forestry plan, and many other musicians repaired their ideological fences. The most favored form of composition at this time was an oratorio in honor of the party, the state, and Stalin. The campaign against literature and music reflected the general principles of Stalin's policy at the time, which was one of ideological intimidation and physical and moral rearmament against the eventuality of war. The doctrine was founded on a division of humanity into two camps, the corrupt and decadent world of imperialism, destined soon to collapse under the weight of its own contradictions, and the camp of peace and socialism, the bulwark of progress. Bourgeois culture was by definition reactionary and decadent, and anyone who looked for positive values in it was committing high treason and serving the interests of the class enemy. 3. The philosophical Kant rover of 1947. After literature, it was the turn of philosophy to be disciplined. The occasion of the campaign was History of West European Philosophy by G. F. Alexandrov, published in 1946. This was wholly orthodox in intent, full of quotations from the Marxist 125. Leninist classics and written in a spirit of true devotion to the party. It was a popular exposition of scant historical value, but paid ample attention to the class content of the doctrines it described. The party, however, was incensed by the fact that it covered only Western philosophy and ended its survey in 1848, thus precluding a demonstration of the incomparable superiority of Russian philosophy. In June 1947 the Central Committee organized a large-scale discussion at which Zdanov formulated directives for the benefit of philosophical writers. In the part of his speech devoted to Alexandrov's book he declared that it showed a lack of party spirit. The author had failed to point out that Marxism represented a qualitative leap in the history of philosophy and the beginning of a new era in which philosophy was a weapon of the proletariat in the struggle against capitalism. Alexandrov suffered from corrupt objectivism. He had merely recorded the views of various bourgeois thinkers in a neutral spirit, instead of fighting ruthlessly for the victory of the one true, progressive Marxist-Leninist philosophy. The omission of Russian philosophy was itself a sign of deference to bourgeois tendencies. The fact that Alexandrov's fellow philosophers had not themselves criticized these glaring defects, which were only revealed thanks to the personal intervention of Comrade Stalin, was a clear indication that all was not well on the philosophical front and that philosophers were losing their Bolshevik fighting spirit. The rules laid down by Zdanov for future philosophical work in the Soviet Union may be reduced to three. In the first place, it must be remembered once and for all that the history of philosophy was the history of the birth and development of scientific materialism, and of its conflict with idealism insofar as the latter had obstructed its development. Secondly, Marxism was a philosophical revolution. It had taken philosophy out of the hands of the elite and made it the property of the masses. Bourgeois philosophy had been in a state of decline and dissolution since the rise of Marxism, and was incapable of producing anything of value. The history of philosophy for the past 100 years was the history of Marxism. The compass to steer by in combating bourgeois philosophy was Lenin's materialism and empiria criticism. Alexandrov's book showed a spirit of toothless vegetarianism, as though the issue were not 126. The class struggle but some kind of universal culture. Thirdly, the question of Hegel had already been settled by Marxism and there was no need to return to it. In general, instead of digging about in the past, philosophers should attend to the problems of socialist society and concern themselves with contemporary issues. In the new society there was no longer any class struggle, but there was still a fight of the old against the new. The form of this battle, and thus the motive force of progress and the chosen instrument of the party, was criticism and self-criticism. Such was the new dialectical law of development of progressive society. All the chief members of the philosophical front took part in the debate, echoing the party directives and thanking Comrade Stalin for his creative contribution to Marxism and for correcting the errors of Soviet philosophy. Alexandrov performed the ritual self-criticism, acknowledging that his work contained serious mistakes, but consoled by the fact that his colleagues had supported Comrade Zdanov's criticism. He vowed unshakable fidelity to the party, and promised to mend his ways. During the debate Zdanov opposed the idea of a special journal for philosophy, arguing that the party monthly Bolshevik covered the ground perfectly well. Finally, however, he relented and agreed to the creation of Problems of Philosophy, the first number of which appeared shortly afterwards and contained a stenographic report of the debate. The first editor was V. M. Kedrov, who specialized in the philosophy of natural science and was a man of deeper culture than most Soviet philosophers. However, he committed the grave error of publishing in the second number of the journal an article by the eminent theoretical physicist M. A. Markov entitled The Nature of Physical Cognition, which defended the views of the Copenhagen school on the epistemological aspects of quantum physics. The article was attacked by Maximov in the official weekly literary gazette, and Kedrov lost his post in consequence. The 1947 debate left no room for doubt as to what Soviet philosophers were to write about and in what manner. The style of Soviet philosophy was thus fixed for many years. Zdanov did not confine himself to repeating Engels's formula, which 12-7 had long been paramount in Stalin's Russia, that the content of the history of philosophy was the conflict between materialism and idealism. Under the new doctrine, its true content was the history of Marxism, i.e. the works of Marx, Engels, Lenin, and Stalin. In other words, it was not the business of historians of philosophy to analyze bygone theories or even elucidate their class origins. Their studies must be teleological and wholly devoted to proving the superiority of Marxism-Leninism over all that had gone before, while unmasking the reactionary functions of idealism. In writing about Aristotle, for instance, they had to show that he had failed to understand this or that, or had wavered reprehensibly between idealism and materialism. The effect of Stanov's formula was virtually to eliminate all differences between philosophers. There were materialists and idealists and those who wavered or were inconsistent, and that was the end of it. Anyone who read the philosophical publications of those years would get the firm impression that the whole of philosophy consisted of the two rival assertions: matter is primary and spirit is primary, the former view being progressive and the latter reactionary and superstitious. Saint Augustine was an idealist and so was Bruno Bauer, and the reader was left to suppose that their philosophies were more or less identical. Without quoting long extracts, it would be hard to bring home the incredible primitiveness of the Soviet philosophical output of those years to anyone who has not examined it. In general, historical studies went to the wall. Scarcely any books on the history of philosophy were published, nor were translations of philosophical classics, except for Aristotle's Analytics and Lucretius de Rerum Natura. The only history that was acceptable was that of Marxism or of Russian philosophy. The former consisted of diluted expositions of the four classics, while the latter was concerned with the progressive contribution of Russian philosophy and its superiority to the Western brand. Thus there were articles and booklets showing how Chernyshevsky outclassed Feuerbach and extolling Herzen's dialectic, Radishchev's progressive aesthetics, Dobrolyubov's materialism, etc. The ideological purge did not, of course, spare the study of logic, the position of which in Marxism-Leninism had been 128. Doubtful from the beginning. On the one hand, Engels and Plekhanov had spoken of the contradictions inherent in all movement and development, and it appeared from their formulas that the principle of contradiction, and hence formal logic in general, could not claim universal validity. On the other hand, none of the classics had condemned logic unequivocally, and Lenin had enjoined that it be taught at the elementary level. Most philosophers took it for granted that dialectical logic was a higher form of thought and that formal logic did not apply to phenomena of movement. It was not clear, however, in what way and to what extent this restricted logic was admissible. Philosophical writers unanimously condemned logical formalism, but none of them could explain the exact difference between this and formal logic, which was tolerated within narrow limits. In the late 40s, elementary logic was taught in the higher forms of secondary schools and in philosophical faculties. Some textbooks also appeared, one by the jurist Strigovich and another by the philosopher Asmus. Apart from the ideological trimmings, these were old-fashioned manuals, which scarcely went beyond Aristotelian syllogistics and ignored modern symbolic logic. They resembled the textbooks used in 19th-century high schools. Asmus's work, however, was violently attacked for lack of party spirit and for being apolitical, formalistic, and deficient in ideology. These criticisms were made in a debate organized by the Ministry of Higher Education in Moscow in 1948. The chief ground for the charge of neglecting politics was that in giving examples of syllogistic reasoning, Asmus chose neutral propositions devoid of militant ideological content. Modern logic was a sealed book to the philosophers. It was not completely ignored, however, thanks to a small group of mathematicians, who concentrated on technical problems and took care not to get involved in philosophical discussions, which could only have spelt disaster to them. Thanks to their efforts, translations of two excellent books on symbolic logic were published in 1948, Alfred Tarski's Introduction to Mathematical Logic and the Foundations of Theoretical Logic by Hilbert and Ackermann. Articles in Problems of Philosophy by otherwise unknown authors denounced these works as an ideological diversion. Some improvement in this sphere was brought in 129. 1950 by Stalin's essay on philology, as the defenders of logic invoked it to support their view that logic, like language, was classless, i.e. there was not a bourgeois and a socialist form of logic but a single one valid for all mankind. The status of formal logic and its relation to dialectical logic was debated several times in and after the Stalin era. Some maintained that there were two kinds of logic, formal and dialectical, which applied to different circumstances, the former representing a lower level of cognition. Others held that only formal logic was logic in the true sense and that it did not conflict with the dialectic, which provided other, non-formal rules of scientific method. As a whole, the attacks on formalism contributed to depressing the general level of logical studies in the USSR, which was already extremely low. Soviet philosophy reached its nadir in the last years of Stalin's rule. Philosophical institutions and periodicals were run by people whose only qualifications were servility, tale-bearing, and similar services to the party. The textbooks of dialectical and historical materialism that saw the light during those years are lamentable in their intellectual poverty. Typical examples are Historical Materialism, edited by F. V. Konstantinov, and an outline of Dialectical Materialism by M. A. Leonov. Leonov disappeared from circulation when it was discovered that his book was largely cribbed from the unpublished manuscript of another philosopher, F. I. Kaskakik, who was killed in the war. Other members of the Philosophical Front besides those mentioned earlier were D. Chesnokov, P. Fedosiev, M. T. Yovkuk, M. D. Kamary, M. E. Omelyanovsky, S. A. Stepanyan, P. Yudin, and M. M. Rosenthal. These last two writers compiled an authoritative concise dictionary of philosophy which ran through several editions and revisions. It is safe to say that throughout the Stalin era there did not appear in the Soviet Union a single book on philosophy worth mentioning for its own sake and not merely as a pointer to the state of intellectual culture at the time, nor is there any philosophical writer whose name deserves to be recorded. It should be added that in this period there were institutional mechanisms that cleansed philosophical works of all original ideas and all individuality of style. Most books were discussed. 130. Before publication by one philosophical group or another, and it was the participants' duty to show party vigilance by pouncing on even the most timid attempts to exceed the bounds of the catechism in force. Sometimes several such operations were practiced on the same text, and the result was that all the books were virtually identical. Leonov's case, mentioned above, is remarkable inasmuch as it might be thought that plagiarism could never have been detected, so closely did the authors' styles resemble one another. 4. The economic debate. At the same time as Stanov was dealing with the philosophers, economic science also underwent an ideological purge. The occasion was afforded in this case by Varga's book, published in 1946, on the effects of the Second World War on the capitalist economy. Gino Varga, an eminent economist of Hungarian origin, had lived in the Soviet Union since the fall of Belakun's short-lived communist republic and was the director of the Institute for World Economy, the purpose of which was to observe trends and predict crises in the capitalist system. In his book he sought to examine the permanent changes that the war had brought to the capitalist economy. It had obliged the bourgeois states to introduce a degree of economic planning and had vastly increased the functions of the state, especially in Britain and the USA. The question of outlets for production had ceased to be decisive, and the struggle for markets was no longer a key factor in international affairs. The export of capital, however, had taken on greater importance. It was to be expected that overproduction in the USA and wartime destruction in Western Europe would combine to bring about a crisis situation which capitalism would seek to cure by the large-scale export of American capital to Europe. Varga's theories were debated in May 1947 and again in October 1948. His critics, and particularly K. V. Ostrovityanov, the chief economist of the Stalin era, accused him of believing that planning was possible under capitalism, of divorcing economics from politics, and of ignoring the class struggle. He had failed to perceive the general crisis of capitalism and, instead of emphasizing the power of capital over the bourgeois state, had made the mistake of supposing that the state was in control of 131. Capital. In addition, Varga was accused of cosmopolitanism, kowtowing to Western science, reformism, objectivism, and underestimation of Lenin. The string of accusations was a conventional one, but the gist of Varga's book was indeed inimical to Stalinist ideology. His conclusion that capitalism had at its disposal more and more ways of remedying crisis situations, instead of fewer and fewer, was manifestly contrary to Lenin's teaching and to the party line for the past 3 decades, which held that the contradictions of capitalism were becoming more acute every day and that the universal crisis was more and more intense. Varga did not perform self-criticism after the first debate, but he finally did so in 1949. He was dismissed from his main functions, and the journal he edited was closed down. He was rehabilitated after Stalin's death, however, and repeated and developed his theses in a book published in 1964, in which he criticized Stalin and the dogmatic inability of Stalin's ideologists to recognize facts that conflicted with preconceived schemata. In a manuscript that was not published in Russia but reached the West after his death, he went further still, maintaining that Lenin's plan of building socialism in Russia had proved a failure and that the bureaucratization of the Soviet system was in part due to Lenin's false prognosis. 5. Marxism-Leninism in physics and cosmology. A particularly blatant example of aggressive Stalinism was the ideological invasion of the natural sciences. Apart from mathematics, which was left unscathed, the campaign of Marxist regimentation affected all branches of science in some degree. Theoretical physics, cosmology, chemistry, genetics, medicine, psychology, and cybernetics were all ravaged by the interference which reached its peak in 1948-53. Soviet physicists, for the most part, were not anxious to engage in philosophical discussions, but in some spheres they were unavoidable. Neither the quantum theory nor the theory of relativity could be fully expounded without bringing out certain epistemological assumptions. The question of determinism, and that of the effect of observation on the object observed, obviously had philosophical bearings, and this was recognized in discussions throughout the world. Soviet Russia and Nazi Germany were the two countries in 132 which the theory of relativity was attacked and proscribed as contrary to official ideology. In the Soviet Union, as we have seen, the campaign started before the Second World War, but it was intensified in the post-war years. In Germany, the indisputable argument against it was that Einstein was a Jew. In Russia this point was not raised, and the critics based their opposition on the teaching of Marxism-Leninism that time, space, and motion were objective and that the universe was infinite. Zdanov in his address to the philosophers in 194-7 inveighed against the disciples of Einstein who declared that the universe was finite. The philosophical critics also argued that, since time was objective, the relation of simultaneity must be absolute and not dependent on the frame of reference as the special theory of relativity maintained. In the same way, motion was an objective property of matter, and therefore the path of a moving body could not be partly determined by the system of coordinates. In general, since Einstein made temporal relations and movement dependent on the observer, i.e. on the human subject, he must be a subjectivist and thus an idealist. The philosophers who took part in these debates did not confine their criticism to Einstein but attacked the whole of bourgeois science, their favorite targets being Eddington, Jeans, Heisenberg, Schrödinger, and all known methodologists of the physical sciences. Had not Einstein, moreover, admitted that he got his first ideas about relativity from Mach, whose obscurantist philosophy had been demolished by Lenin. However, the essential point of the debate did not reside in any contradiction between the content of Einstein's theory and Marxism-Leninism. Marxist doctrine on time, space, and motion was not so precise that it could not be reconciled with Einsteinian physics without any special logical difficulty. It was even possible to contend that the relativity theory was a confirmation of dialectical materialism. This line of defense was adopted, in particular, by V.A. Fock, an eminent theoretical physicist, who at the same time produced scientific arguments. I-33 for thinking that Einstein's theory was of limited validity. The campaign against Einstein and indeed against most of the main achievements of modern science had, however, two basic motives. In the first place, bourgeois versus socialist meant practically the same as Western versus Soviet. The state doctrine of Stalinism embraced Soviet chauvinism and demanded the systematic rejection of all the important achievements of bourgeois culture, especially those dating from after IG-17, when only one country in the world was the source of progress, while capitalism was in a state of decay and disruption. In addition to Soviet chauvinism, there was a second motive. The simplistic doctrine of Marxism-Leninism coincided at many points with the common-sense everyday ideas of uneducated people. It was to these, for instance, that Lenin chiefly appealed in his attack on empiria criticism. The theory of relativity, on the other hand, was undeniably to some extent an assault on common sense. The absoluteness of simultaneity, extension, and enotion, and the uniformity of space, are assumptions of everyday life that we accept as a matter of course, and Einstein's theory violated these in the same way as Galileo's paradoxical assertion that the Earth revolves round the Sun. Thus Einstein's critics were not only speaking for Soviet chauvinism but also for the ordinary conservatism that rejects theories inconsistent with the plain evidence of our senses. The fight against idealism in physics was also waged, with similar motives, against the quantum theory. The epistemological interpretation of quantum mechanics accepted by the Copenhagen school found favor with some Soviet physicists. The debate was triggered off by M.A. Markov's article of 1947, already mentioned. Markov followed Bohr and Heisenberg on two basic points which aroused the hostility of Marxist-Leninist philosophers. In the first place, as it is impossible simultaneously to measure the position and the momentum of microparticles, it is meaningless to say that a particle has a definite position and a definite momentum, and that only a defect of observational technique prevents our measuring both at once. This point of view was in accord with the general empiric attitude of many physicists. The only real properties of objects are those that are empirically detectable, and to say that an object has a certain property but that there is no possibility of ascertaining it is either 134. Self-contradictory or meaningless. It must therefore be accepted that the particle does not have, simultaneously, a definite position and momentum, but that one or the other of these is attributed to it in the process of measurement. The second point of disagreement concerned the possibility of a literal description of the behavior of micro-objects, which have different properties from macro-objects and therefore cannot be characterized in language evolved to describe the latter. Thus, according to Markov, theories describing microphysical phenomena are inevitably a translation into macrophysical terms, so that the microphysical reality that we know and can speak of meaningfully is partly constituted by processes of measurement and the language used to describe them. It followed that physical theories could not be spoken of as furnishing a copy of the universe under observation, and also, though Markov did not expressly say this, that the whole concept of reality, at least as far as microphysics was concerned, was inescapably relativized in respect of cognitive activity, which was manifestly contrary to Lenin's theory of reflection. Markov, therefore, was denounced by the new editors of Problems of Philosophy as an idealist, an agnostic, and a follower of Plekhanov's theory of hieroglyphs, refuted by Lenin. It should be emphasized that, unlike the theory of relativity, quantum mechanics really were hard to reconcile with materialism and determinism in the Marxist-Leninist sense. If it is meaningless to say that particles have certain unascertainable physical parameters which define their status, the doctrine of determinism seems untenable. If the very presence of certain physical properties presupposes the presence of measuring devices used to detect them, it becomes impossible to apply meaningfully the concept of an objective world observed by physics. These problems are by no means imaginary, they were and are discussed by physicists quite irrespective of Marxism-Leninism. In the Soviet Union they were debated rationally by D.I. Blokintsev and V.A. Fock, among others, and the discussion continued into the post-Stalinist era. In the 60s, when party ideologists had less say in determining the correctness of scientific theories, it became clear that most Soviet physicists took the indeterminist view, including Blokintsev, who had previously held out for latent parameters. 135. In general, the so-called discussions of the Stalin period on the philosophical aspects of physics and other sciences were destructive and anti-scientific, not because they treated of unreal problems but because in the confrontation, as was usually the case of scholars on the one hand and party ideologists on the other, the latter were assured of victory by the support of the state and its police apparatus. Charges of advancing theories inconsistent, or suspected of inconsistency, with Marxism-Leninism could and sometimes did turn into charges under the criminal code. The great majority of ideologists were ignorant of the points at issue and skilled only in ferreting out statements at variance with the words of Lenin or Stalin. Scientists who did not believe that Lenin was the greatest authority in physics and all other subjects were unmasked in the popular press as enemies of the party, the state, and the Russian people. The debate often degenerated into a political witch hunt. The police were brought into play, and the resulting condemnations had nothing to do with rational argument. Almost all branches of modern knowledge underwent this treatment, and the party authorities regularly backed the noisy ignoramuses against scholars and scientists. If the term reactionary has any meaning, it is hard to think of a more reactionary phenomenon than Marxism-Leninism in the Stalin era, which forcibly suppressed everything new and creative in science and in every other form of civilization. Chemistry was not spared either. The years 1949 to 52 witnessed attacks in philosophical journals, and also in Pravda, against structural chemistry and the resonance theory, propounded in the 1930s by Pauling and Wieland and accepted by some Soviet chemists, but now denounced as idealistic, machist, mechanistic, reactionary, etc. Still more sensitive ideological themes were involved in debates on the philosophical aspects of modern theories of cosmology and cosmogony, from which it appeared that all existing answers to the basic questions were unfavorable to Marxism-Leninism. Various theories of an expanding universe were hard to accept because they inevitably involved the question how did it start, and suggested that the universe as we know it was finite and had a beginning in time. This in turn gave support to creationism, and nothing worse could be imagined from the point of view of Marxism-Leninism. The supplementary theory that, while the universe went on expanding, the density of matter remained the same because new particles kept on coming into existence involved a process of constant creation ex nihilo and was thus contrary to the dialectic of nature. Hence Western physicists and astronomers who argued for either of these two hypotheses were automatically written off as defenders of religion. The alternative theory of a pulsating universe, according to which the cosmos passes through alternative phases of expansion and contraction, was free from troublesome implications as regards a beginning in time, but it conflicted with the Marxist-Leninist doctrine of the unidirectional evolution of matter. A pulsating universe was a cyclic one and could not be said to develop or progress, as the second law of the dialectic required. The dilemma was a difficult one. The unidirectional principle seemed to involve the idea of creation, while the opposite theory was contrary to the principle of endless development. Those who took part in the cosmological discussions were, on the one hand, astronomers and astrophysicists, who arrived at their conclusions by scientific methods and then tried to show that they were consonant with dialectical materialism, and, on the other, philosophers who judged the issue in terms of ideological orthodoxy. That the universe was unlimited by time and space, and that it must develop eternally, were philosophical dogmas from which Marxism-Leninism could not possibly depart. In this way Soviet philosophers under the party's aegis dragooned men off learning in every field and did enormous harm to the cause of Soviet science. 6. Marxist-Leninist genetics. Of all the battles between Marxism-Leninism and modern science, the dispute over genetics attracted most attention in the outside world. The way in which the official state doctrine was used to solve the problem of heredity, and the destructive effect of the debate generally, were indeed especially blatant. In the case of relativity and the quantum theory, the champions of orthodoxy succeeded in holding up research and in obtaining certain condemnations, but they did not bring about the calm. 137. Plot destruction of the opposition and the official and absolute prohibition of the theories complained of, as happened in the case of genetics. We have already mentioned the pre-war phase of Lysenko's activity. The matter came to a climax in August 1948, at a debate in the Lenin Academy of Agricultural Sciences in Moscow. Here the Mendelist-Morganist Weimanists were finally condemned and Lysenko's view endorsed by the party's Central Committee, as he himself announced to the meeting. His doctrine, which the party declared to be the only one consistent with Marxism-Leninism, was that heredity was ultimately determined by environmental influences, so that in certain conditions traits acquired by individual organisms in the course of their lives could be inherited by their progeny. There were no genes, no unchanging substance of heredity, no fixed unalterable species, and there was in principle nothing to prevent science, especially Soviet science, from transforming existing species and creating new ones. Heredity, according to Lysenko, was merely a property of an organism consisting in the fact that it needed particular conditions in which to live and reacted in a particular way to its environment. An individual organism in the course of its life interacted with environmental conditions and turned them into characteristics of its own that could be transmitted to its progeny, which might in turn lose those characters or acquire new ones transmissible by heredity, as external conditions might determine. The adversaries of progressive science, who believed in an immortal hereditary substance, claimed in opposition to Marxism that mutations were subject to uncontrollable accident, but, as Lysenko argued at the Academy session, science is the enemy of chance and is bound to assume that all processes of life are subject to rule and can be governed by human intervention. Organisms formed a unity with their environment, and therefore there was no limit in principle to the possibility of influencing an organism through its environment. Lysenko presented his theory in the first place as a development of the ideas and experiments of the agronomist Michurin, and secondly as an example of creative Darwinism. Darwin had gone wrong in so far as he did not recognize qualitative leaps in nature and regarded the intraspecies. 138. Struggle as the main factor in evolution, but he had explained evolution in purely causal terms, not resorting to teleological interpretations, and had brought out the progressive character of evolutionary processes. As to the empirical basis of Lysenko's theory, biologists today have no doubt that his experiments were scientifically worthless and were either faultily conducted or interpreted in a purely arbitrary manner. This, of course, did not affect the debate in the slightest. Lysenko emerged from the 1948 session as the unquestioned leader of Soviet biological sciences. The few disciples of idealistic, mystic, scholastic, metaphysical, bourgeois, formal genetics were irrevocably crushed. All institutions, journals, and publishing enterprises concerned with biology were put under the authority of Lysenko and his helpers, and for many years there was no question of any defender of the chromosome theory of heredity being allowed to speak in public or appear in print. Creative Michurinist biology reigned supreme, and the press was flooded with propaganda extolling Lysenko and denouncing the wicked plots of the Mendelist-Morganists. The glorious triumph of Soviet science was celebrated at innumerable meetings and congresses. The philosophers, of course, at once joined in the campaign, organizing sessions and passing resolutions against bourgeois genetics and writing a multitude of articles hailing the victory of progress over reaction. Humorous journals pilloried the adherents of idealistic genetics, and a song was written in praise of Lysenko, marching firmly in Michurin's traces and foiling the deceits of the Mendelist-Morganists. Lysenko's career continued for some years after 1948. Meanwhile, under his direction, some steppe areas were planted with forest belts to protect the fields against erosion, but the experiment proved a complete failure. In 1956, during the partial ideological thaw after Stalin's death, as a result of pressure from scientists, he was removed from the presidency of the Academy of Agricultural Sciences. Some years later he was restored to his various posts owing to Khrushchev's favor, but not long afterwards, to the general relief, he finally disappeared from the scene. The losses that Soviet biology suffered from his ascendancy are incalculable. 139. 7. General effect on Soviet science. The Lysenko affair illustrates the considerable degree of fortuitousness in the history of the regime's battle with culture. It is easy to see that ideology was much more clearly involved in questions of cosmogony than in the matter of the inheritance of acquired characters. The theory that the universe had a beginning in time is hard to reconcile with dia***ticole materialism, but this is not obviously the case with the chromosome theory of heredity, and one can easily imagine Marxism-Leninism triumphantly proclaiming that this theory resoundingly confirmed the immortal ideas of Marx, Engels, Lenin, Stalin. Yet in fact the ideological struggle was especially acute in the case of genetics, and it was here that the party's intervention took its most brutal form, whereas the agitation over cosmogony was much milder. It is hard to find any logical explanation of the difference, much depended on accident, on who was in charge of the campaign, whether Stalin was interested in the point at issue, and so on. Nevertheless, if we take a panoramic view of the history of those years, we may perceive a certain gradation of ideological pressure, corresponding roughly to the hierarchy of the sciences established by Kant and Engels. Pressure was almost zero in mathematics, fairly strong in cosmology and physics, stronger still in the biological sciences, and all-powerful in the social and human sciences. The chronological order roughly reflected these degrees of importance. The social sciences were regimented from the outset, while biology and physics were not controlled until the last phase of Stalinism. In the post-Stalin era it was physics that first regained its independence, biology followed after a certain time, while the humanistic sciences remained under fairly strict control. The fortuitous element in ideological supervision can also be seen in the case of psychology and the physiology of the higher nervous functions. The special feature here was that Russia was the birthplace of Ivan P. Pavlov, a scientist of world repute. Pavlov, who died in 1936, had several pupils who continued his experiments and were allowed to develop his theories independently of ideological pressure. Typically, the regime went to the opposite extreme and erected his theory into an official 140 dogma from which physiologists and psychologists were forbidden to deviate. It is safe to say that if Pavlov had been British or American, his ideas would have been sternly condemned by Soviet philosophers as mechanistic on the ground that they explained mental functions by conditioned reflexes. He would have been accused of reducing the human mind to the lowest forms of nervous activity, ignoring the qualitative difference between men and animals, and so forth. As it was, Pavlov's theory officially represented Marxism-Leninism in the field of neurophysiology, and the ideological invasion in this field was less devastating than elsewhere. Nonetheless, the very fact that a theory, albeit based on serious scientific experiment, was erected into a state and party dogma inevitably had a cramping effect on further research. A particularly astonishing example of ideology running counter to the interests of the Soviet state was the attack on cybernetics, the science of systems of control of dynamic processes. Cybernetic studies had made a major contribution to the development of automation in all technical fields and especially in military technology, economic planning, etc., yet the champions of Marxist-Leninist purity were able for a time completely to hold up the progress of automation in the Soviet Union. In 1952-3 a campaign was mounted against the imperialist pseudoscience of cybernetics. There were indeed real philosophical or semi-philosophical problems involved, whether and how far social life could be described in cybernetic categories, in what sense mental activities were reducible to cybernetic schemata, or, conversely, in what sense certain functions of artificial mechanisms could be equated with thought, and so on. But the real ideological danger was that cybernetics was a discipline of wide scope, developed in the West and claiming, rightly or wrongly, to be a mathesis universalis, a general all-embracing theory of dynamic phenomena, for this was precisely what Marxism-Leninism claimed to be. According to unofficial reports, it was the military who finally put a stop to the campaign against cybernetics, as they realized the practical importance of the subject and were strong enough to combat the obscurantist attacks which were damaging the fundamental interests of the Soviet state. 141. 8. Stalin on philology. In the first few days of the Korean War, when international tension was at its height, Stalin added to his existing titles as the leader of progressive humanity, the supreme philosopher, scientist, strategist, etc., the further distinction of being the world's greatest philologist. In May 1950, Pravda had published a symposium on the theoretical problems of linguistics and especially the theories of Nikolai Weimar. Mar, a specialist in the Caucasian languages, had endeavored towards the end of his life to construct a system of Marxist linguistics and was regarded in the Soviet Union as the supreme authority in this field. Linguists who rejected his fantasies were harassed and persecuted. His theory was that language was a form of ideology and, as such, belonged to the superstructure and was part of the class system. The evolution of language took place by qualitative leaps corresponding to qualitative changes in social formations. Before mankind developed spoken language, it used the language of gesture, corresponding to the primitive classless society. Spoken language was a feature of class societies, and in the classless community of the future it would be replaced by a universal thought language. The whole theory showed signs of paranoid delusion, and the fact that it ranked for years as linguistic science par excellence and the only progressive philological theory is eloquent testimony to the state of Soviet culture. Stalin intervened in the debate with an article published in Pravda on June 29, followed by 4 explanatory answers to readers' letters. He roundly condemned Mayer's theory, declaring that language was not part of the superstructure and was not ideological in character. It was not part of the base either, but was directly linked with creative forces. It belonged to society as a whole and not to particular classes. Class-determined expressions were only a small fraction of the general vocabulary. Nor was it true that language developed by qualitative leaps or explosions. It changed gradually, as some features died out and new ones came into being. When 2 languages competed, the result was not a new composite language but the victory. 142. The crystallization qf Marxism-Leninism of one or other. As to the future withering away of language and its replacement by thought, Mar was fundamentally wrong. Thought was linked with language and could not exist without it. People thought in words. Stalin took occasion to repeat the Marxist theory of the base and superstructure, making clear, firstly, that the base does not consist of productive forces but of relations of production, and secondly, that the superstructure serves the base as its instrument. He went on to condemn in strong terms the monopoly position that Marxism had acquired by the suppression of free discussion and criticism in an Arakcheyev regime under which learning obviously could not develop properly. The proposition that language was not a class matter and not part of the superstructure meant simply that French capitalists and French workers both speak French, and that the Russians went on speaking Russian after the revolution. This discovery was hailed as a historic breakthrough in the history of philology and of other sciences. A wave of academic sessions and debates swept through the country, glorifying the new work of genius. In reality, although Stalin's remarks were no more than sensible truisms, they served a useful purpose by clearing away Mayer's absurdities, and they were of some benefit to the study of formal logic and semantics. Advocates of these subjects could claim that they too were not part of the superstructure and that pursuing them did not necessarily turn one into a class enemy. As for Stalin's remarks about the auxiliary function of the superstructure in relation to the base, these were a repetition of the basic doctrine, already well known to all, that culture in socialist countries was the handmaiden of political objectives and must not lay claim to independence. It need hardly be said that Stalin's call for free discussion and criticism had no effect whatever in other cultural fields. The Marists were ousted from the domain of linguistics, while elsewhere things remained as before. 9. Stalin on the Soviet economy. Stalin's last theoretical work was an article in the party journal Bolshevik in September 1952, entitled Economic Problems of 143. Socialism in the U.S.S.R. and intended as a basic document for the forthcoming 19th Congress. Its main theoretical argument was that socialism too was subject to the objective laws of economics, of which advantage should be taken in planning and which could not be arbitrarily set aside. In particular, the law of value applied under socialism, a statement which probably meant that money was in use in the Soviet Union, and that in running the economy account should be taken of profitability and the balancing off revenue and expenditure. The principle of the objectivity of the economic laws of socialism was an implied condemnation of Nikolai Voznesensky, who was head of the State Planning Commission before the war and afterwards deputy premier and a member of the Politburo. He had been shot as a traitor in 1950, and his book on the Soviet economy during the war with Germany was withdrawn from circulation. By implication, it denied that socialism was subject to objective economic laws, maintaining instead that all economic processes were subordinate to the state's planning power. Stalin, however, in his defense of the law of value assured his readers that whereas capitalism was governed by the principle of maximum profit, the guiding rule of the socialist economy was the maximum satisfaction of human needs. Stalin's article also outlined a program for the transition of the Soviet Union to the communist stage. For this it would be necessary to do away with the opposition between town and country and between physical and mental work, to raise collective farm property to the status of national property, and to increase production and the general level of culture. Stalin's thoughts on the perfect communist society of the future were a repetition of traditional Marxist motifs. As to the objective laws of economics, the only practical message that could be derived from the article was, apparently, that while those responsible for the economy endeavored to satisfy the population's needs to the maximum, they should not lose sight of economic accountability. 144 The crystallization of Marxism-Leninism. 10 General features of Soviet culture in Stalin's last years. The peculiarities of Soviet cultural life at this period were not simply due to Stalin's idiosyncrasies. They might be summed up in a word by saying that the nation's culture was that of a parvenu, its every feature expressing almost to perfection the mentality, beliefs, and tastes of someone enjoying power for the first time. Stalin himself exemplified these peculiarities in a high degree, but they were also characteristic of the whole governing apparatus, which, while he reduced it to serfdom, continued to support him and maintain his supreme authority. After successive purges and the extermination of the Bolshevik Old Guard and the former intelligentsia, the Soviet governing class consisted mainly of individuals of worker and peasant origin, very poorly educated and with no cultural background, a thirst for privilege and filled with hatred and envy towards genuine hereditary intellectuals. The essential trait of the parvenu is his incessant urge to make a show, and accordingly his culture is one of make-believe and window dressing. A parvenu has no peace of mind as long as he sees about him representatives of the intellectual culture of the former privileged classes, which he hates because he is shut out from it, and which he therefore decries as bourgeois or aristocratic. The parvenu is a fanatical nationalist, wedded to the notion that his native country or milieu is superior to all others. His language is, in his eyes, language par excellence, and he endeavors to convince himself and everyone else that his meager cultural resources are the finest in the world. He detests anything that smacks of the avant-garde, cultural experimentation, or creative novelty. He lives by a restricted set of common-sense maxims and is furious when they are challenged by anyone. These features of the parvenu mentality can be recognized in the essential traits of Stalinist culture, its nationalism, the aesthetics of socialist realism, and even the system of power itself. The parvenu combines a peasant-like subservience to authority with an overmastering desire to share in it. Once raised to a certain level in the hierarchy, he will grovel to his superiors and trample on those beneath him. Stalin was the idol of parvenu Russia, the incarnation of its dreams of glory. The parvenu state. The crystallization of Marxism-Leninism 145 must have a pyramid of power and a leader who is worshipped even while he scourges his subordinates. As we have seen, Stalinist cultural nationalism developed gradually in the pre-war years, and after victory it took on gigantic proportions. In 1949 the press launched a campaign against cosmopolitanism, a vice that was not defined but evidently entailed being anti-patriotic and glorifying the West. As the campaign developed, it was intimated more and more clearly that a cosmopolitan was much the same thing as a Jew. When individuals were pilloried and had previously borne Jewish-sounding names, these were generally mentioned. Soviet patriotism was indistinguishable from Russian chauvinism and became an official mania. Propaganda declared incessantly that all important technical inventions and discoveries had been made by Russians, and to mention foreigners in this context was to be guilty of cosmopolitanism and kowtowing to the West. The Great Soviet Encyclopedia, published from the end of 1949 onwards, is an unsurpassed example of this half-comical and half-macabre megalomania. The historical section of the article on motor cars, for example, starts by saying that in 1751 Leonty Shamshujenkov, a peasant in the Nizhny Novgorod province, constructed a self-propelling vehicle operated by two men. Bourgeois, i.e. Western, culture was constantly attacked as a hotbed of corruption and decadence. Here, for example, is an extract from the entry on Bergson. French bourgeois philosopher idealist, reactionary in politics and philosophy. B.S. philosophy of intuitionism, disparaging the role of reason and science, and his mystical theory of society serve as a basis for imperialist policies. His views present a glaring picture of the decay of bourgeois ideology in the imperialist age, the growing aggressiveness of the bourgeoisie in the face of increasing class contradictions and its fear of the intensified class struggle of the proletariat. In the period of the incipient general crisis of capitalism and the intensification of all its contradictions, B appeared as a rabid enemy of materialism, atheism and scientific knowledge, an enemy of democracy and the liberation of the toiling masses from class oppression, disguising his philosophy with pseudo-scientific trimmings. B sought to present as a new justification of idealism the view of ancient mystics and medieval theologians, long since disproved by life, practice, and science, concerning cognition by inner vision. Dialectical materialism refutes the idealist theory of intuition by the indisputable fact that knowledge of the world and reality does not take place by some kind of supersensual means but through the socio-historical practice of humanity. B.S. intuitionism expresses the fear of the imperialist bourgeoisie before the inevitably looming collapse of capitalism, the urge to escape from the irrefutable implications of the scientific knowledge of reality and especially the laws of social development discovered by Marxist-Leninist science. An enemy of national sovereignty, B advocated bourgeois cosmopolitanism, the rule of world capitalism, bourgeois religion and morality. B favored the cruel bourgeois dictatorship and terrorist method of stifling the workers. Between the First and Second World Wars, this militant obscurantist argued that imperialist wars were necessary and beneficial. Here, again, is a portion of the entry on Impressionism, decadent trend in bourgeois art in the second half of the 19th century. I was the result of the incipient decay of bourgeois art and the break with progressive national traditions. The adherents au flot advocated an empty, anti-popular program of art for art's sake, rejected the truthful, realistic depiction of objective reality and claimed that the artist should record only his primary subjective impressions. The subjective idealist attitude of I is related to the principles of contemporaneous reactionary trends in philosophy, neo-Kantianism, Marxism etc., which denied objectivity and the reliability of knowledge, divorced perception from reality and reason from impressions. Rejecting the criterion of objective truthfulness, indifferent to mankind, social phenomena and the social functions of art, the adherents of I inevitably produced works in which the picture of reality disintegrated and artistic form was lost. The isolation of the Soviet Union from world culture was almost complete. Apart from a few propaganda works by Western communists, the Soviet reader was kept in total ignorance of what the West was producing in the way of novels, poetry, plays, films, not to speak of philosophy and the social sciences. The rich stores of 20th century painting in the Hermitage at Leningrad were kept in cellars so as not to corrupt the honest citizen. Soviet films and plays unmasked bourgeois scholars who served the cause of war and imperialism, and praised the unexampled joys of Soviet life. Socialist realism reigned supreme, not, of course, in the sense of presenting Soviet reality as it actually was, that would have been crude naturalism and a kind of formalism, but in the sense of educating Soviet people to love their country and Stalin. The Socialist Realist. 14.7. Architecture of the period is the most permanent monument to Stalinist ideology. Here too the ruling principle was the primacy of content over form, though no one could explain how these were distinguished in architecture. The effect, in any case, was to produce pompous facades in a style of exaggerated Byzantinism. At a time when scarcely any dwellings were being built and millions of people in large and small towns were living in crowded squalor, Moscow and other cities were adorned with huge new palaces full of false columns and spurious ornament, of a size proportionate to the magnificence of the Stalin era. This again was a typical parvenu style of architecture, which could be summed up in the motto, "Big is beautiful." The keystone of the whole ideology was the cult of the leader, which took on grotesque and monstrous forms at this period and has probably never been surpassed in history except by the later cult of Mao Zedong. Poems, novels, and films glorifying Stalin poured out in a constant stream, pictures and monuments of him decorated all public places. Writers, poets, and philosophers vied with one another in inventing new forms of dithyrambic worship. Children in creches and kindergartens expressed heartfelt thanks to Stalin for their happy childhood. All the forms of popular religiosity were revived in a distorted shape: icons, processions, prayers recited in chorus, confession of sins, the cult of relics. Marxism in this way became a parody of religion, but one devoid of content. Here, chosen at random, is a typical exordium from a philosophical work of the time. Comrade Stalin, the great master of the sciences, has given a systematic exposition of the foundations of dialectical and historical materialism as the theoretical basis of communism, in a study unsurpassed for its depth, clarity, and vigor. The theoretical works of Comrade Stalin were admirably described by the Central Committee of the All-Union Communist Party and the Council of Ministers of the USSR in an address to Comrade Stalin on his 70th birthday, great leader of science. Your classic works developing the theory of Marxism-Leninism in relation to the new age of imperialism, proletarian revolution, and socialist victory in our country are a tremendous achievement of humanity, an encyclopedia of revolutionary Marxism. From these works Soviet men and women and leading representatives of the working people of all countries derive knowledge and confidence and new strength in the battle for the victory of the cause of the working class, finding in them answers to the most burning problems of the contemporary struggle for communism. Comrade Stalin's brilliant philosophical work on dialectical and historical materialism is a powerful means of knowledge and revolutionary transformation of the world and an irresistible ideological weapon against the enemies of materialism and the decaying ideology and culture of the capitalist world, doomed to inevitable overthrow. It is a new, supreme stage in the development of the Marxist-Leninist worldview. In his work Comrade Stalin has with unsurpassed clarity and conciseness expounded the basic features of the Marxist dialectical method and indicated their importance for the understanding of the regular development of nature and society. With the same depth, force, conciseness, and party political determination Comrade Stalin formulates in his work the basic features of Marxist philosophical materialism. Stalin was extolled indirectly as well, through the great heroes of Russian history. Films and novels about Peter the Great, Ivan the Terrible, and Alexander Nevsky were made into tributes to his glory. Stalin, who was of low stature, was shown in films and plays as a tall, handsome man, considerably taller than Lenin. The hierarchical structure of Soviet bureaucracy was seen in the fact that the cult of Stalin cast its shadow on lesser mortals. In many fields of life, though not in all, there was an individual who was known to be officially the greatest in his line. Apart from the many instances in which Stalin himself held the top position as philosopher, theoretician, statesman, strategist, economist, etc., it was known, for example, who was the greatest painter, biologist, or circus clown. During this period the falsification of history and pressure on the historical sciences reached a climax. It became the task of historians to show that the foreign policy of Tsarist Russia was essentially progressive, especially its conquests, which brought the blessings of Russian civilization to other peoples. The fourth edition of Lenin's works contained some new documents but suppressed others, including some unduly categorical remarks about the impossibility of building socialism in one country, and an enthusiastic preface to John Reed's 10 Days That Shook the World. Reed, who was in Petrograd during the October Revolution, had much to say about Lenin and Trotsky but did not mention Stalin at all, so that it was an unpardonable gaffe of Lenin's to commend his book to the world. The new edition also omitted, almost in their entirety, some very valuable historical comments and notes whose authors had perished in the purges. Historical archives, without exception, were in the hands of the police, and access to them was strictly regulated, as it still is today. This often proved to be a wise measure. For instance, a woman journalist once discovered in old parish archives that Lenin's mother was of Jewish extraction, and even had the naivete to attempt to publish this information in the Soviet press. This atmosphere naturally bred all kinds of scientific impostors who proclaimed their achievements in suitably patriotic language. Lysenko was the most famous, but there were many others. A biologist named Olga Lepshinskaya announced in 1950 that she had succeeded in producing live cells from inanimate organic substances, and this was acclaimed by the press as a proof of the superiority of Soviet science over the bourgeois kind. Soon, however, all her experiments turned out 150 to be valueless. After Stalin's death, a still more sensational article appeared in Pravda to the effect that a machine had been constructed in a Saratov factory which gave out more energy than it consumed, thus finally disposing of the second law of thermodynamics and at the same time confirming Engels' statement that the energy dispersed in the universe must also be concentrated somewhere. Soon afterwards, however, Pravda had to publish a shamefaced recantation, a sign that the intellectual atmosphere had already changed. The written and spoken word faithfully reflected the atmosphere of Stalin's day. The purpose of public utterances was not to inform, but to instruct and edify. The press contained only reports glorifying the Soviet system or discrediting the imperialists. The Soviet Union was immune not only from crime but from natural disasters, both were the unhappy prerogative of the imperialist countries. Virtually no statistics were published. Newspaper readers were used to gaining information from a special code that was known to all though never openly formulated. For instance, the order in which party dignitaries were named on this or that occasion was an index of how high they stood in Stalin's favor at that moment. On the face of things it might seem that "let us fight against cosmopolitanism and nationalism" was the same as "let us fight against nationalism and cosmopolitanism," but as soon as the Soviet reader came across the latter formulation after Stalin's death, he realized that the line had changed and that nationalism was now the principal enemy. The language of Soviet ideology was composed of hints and not of direct statements. Readers of leading articles in Pravda knew that their gist was usually contained in a single throwaway sentence amid the flood of clichés. It was not the content of particular statements that conveyed the meaning, but the order of words and the structure of the whole text. Bureaucratic monotony of language, an impersonal deadness, and an impoverished vocabulary became fixed canons of socialist culture. Many set phrases recurred automatically, so that from each word one could predict the next: the bestial face of imperialism, the glorious achievements of the Soviet people, the unshakable friendship of the socialist nations, the immortal works of the classic authors of Marxism-Leninism. Countless. 151. Stereotypes of this sort became the intellectual diet of millions of Soviet people. Stalin's philosophy was admirably suited to the parvenu bureaucratic mentality, in both form and content. Thanks to his exposition, anyone could become a philosopher in half an hour, not only in full possession of the truth but aware of all the absurd and nonsensical ideas of bourgeois philosophers. Kant, for instance, said it was impossible to know anything, but we Soviet people know lots of things, and so much for Kant. Hegel said that the world changes, but he thought the world consisted of ideas, whereas anyone can see that what we have around us are not ideas but things. The Marxist said that the desk I am sitting at is in my head, but obviously my head is in one place and the desk in another. On these lines philosophy became the playground of every petty official, who had the satisfaction of knowing that by repeating a few common-sense truisms he had disposed of all philosophical problems. 11. The cognitive status of dialectical materialism. The social function of Diomat and Hismat, as they are familiarly called, and of Soviet Marxism-Leninism in general, consists in the fact that it is an ideology used by the governing bureaucracy to glorify itself and justify its policies, including those of imperialist expansion. All the philosophical and historical principles of which Marxism-Leninism is composed reach their culmination and final meaning in a few simple propositions. Socialism, defined as state ownership of the means of production, is historically the highest form of social order and represents the interests of all working people. The Soviet system is therefore the embodiment of progress and, as such, is automatically right against any adversary. The official philosophy and social theory are merely the self-praising rhetoric of the privileged Soviet ruling class. We may, however, disregard the social aspect for a moment and consider dialectical materialism in its Stalinist form as a corpus of statements about the universe. Concentrating on the main aspects of Diomat and leaving aside the many critical remarks we have already made in connection with the views of Marx, Engels, and Lenin, we may make the following observations. 152. Diomat consists of assertions of different kinds. Some are truisms with no specific Marxist content, while others are philosophical dogmas that cannot be proved by scientific means. Others again are nonsense, while a fourth category consists of propositions that can be interpreted in different ways and, according to their interpretation, fall into one or other of the first three classes. Among the truisms are such laws of dialectic as the statement that everything in the universe is somehow related, or that everything changes. No one denies these propositions, but they are of very little cognitive or scientific value. The former statement has, it is true, a certain philosophical bearing in other contexts, for example, the metaphysics of Leibniz or Spinoza, but in Marxism-Leninism it does not lead to any consequences of cognitive or practical importance. Everyone knows that phenomena are interconnected, but the problem of scientific analysis is not how to take account of the universal interconnection, since this is what we cannot do, but how to determine which connections are important and which can be disregarded. All that Marxism-Leninism can tell us here is that in the chain of phenomena there is always a main link to be grasped. This seems to mean only that in practice certain connections are important in view of the end pursued, and others less important or negligible. But this is a commonplace of no cognitive value, as we cannot derive from it any rule for establishing the hierarchy of importance in any particular case. The same is true of the proposition that everything changes. Cognitive value attaches only to empirical descriptions of particular changes, their nature, tempo, etc. Heraclitus' aphorism had a philosophical meaning in his day, but it soon sank into the category of common sense, everyday wisdom. The fact that truisms like these are represented as profound discoveries, known from no other source, led the adherents of Marxism-Leninism to proclaim that Marxism was confirmed by science. Since the empirical and historical sciences are concerned generally with the fact that something changes or that it is connected with something else, it is safe to assume that each new scientific discovery will confirm the truth of Marxism as thus understood. Turning to the category of unprovable dogmas, the first of 153. These is the main thesis of materialism itself. The analytical standard of Marxism philosophy is so low that this thesis is seldom clearly formulated, but its general implication is plain enough. As we have pointed out, the statement that the world is material by nature loses all meaning if matter is defined, after Lenin's fashion, as mere objectivity in abstraction from its physical properties, or, as Lenin also put it, as being independent of consciousness. 4. Leaving aside the fact that the concept of consciousness is thus included in the very concept of matter, the statement that the world is material turns out to mean only that the world is independent of consciousness. But this, if applied to the whole universe, is manifestly false, since some phenomena, as Marxism-Leninism itself admits, are dependent on consciousness, and anyway it does not make the case for materialism, since, for example, according to religious ideas God, the angels, and devils are likewise independent of human consciousness. If, on the other hand, Matter is defined by physical properties, extension, impenetrability, etc. There is reason to think that some of these may not apply to micro-objects, which would thus prove not to be material. In its earliest versions, materialism assumed that all existent objects had the same properties as those of everyday life. Basically, however, its thesis was a negative one, namely that there was no reality essentially different from that which we perceive directly, and that the world was not created by a rational being. This was Engels's own formulation. The point at issue in materialism was whether or not God created the world. Clearly there can be no empirical proof that he either did or did not, and no scientific arguments can prove that God does not exist. Rationalism rejects the existence of God on the principle of the economy of thought, not on the strength of any empirical information. This doctrine presupposes that we are only entitled to accept that something exists if experience compels us to do so. But this stipulation is itself debatable and rests on assumptions that are far from obvious. Without going into the issue here, we may take note that the principle of materialism, thus reformulated, is not a scientific but a dogmatic statement. The same applies to spiritual substance and the non-materiality of human consciousness. Men have always known that consciousness is affected by physical 154 processes. It did not take much scientific observation, for instance, to discover that a man could be stunned by clubbing him over the head, and subsequent research into the mind's dependence on the body has added nothing essential to our knowledge on the point. Those who believe in a non-material substratum of consciousness do not maintain that there is no link between consciousness and the body. They assert only that while bodily processes can suspend the operation of the human spirit, they cannot destroy it. The body is a medium through which consciousness functions, but is not an essential condition of its functioning. This assertion cannot be proved empirically, but it cannot be disproved either. Nor is it the case, as Marxists claim, that the theory of evolution has refuted the argument for a non-material soul. If the human organism has evolved by mutation from lower forms of life, it does not logically follow that the soul does not exist. If it were so, there could not be such a thing as a consistent theory combing, on the one hand, a modem view of evolution and, on the other, a non-material substratum of consciousness, or even a teleological view of the world. But there have been several such theories, from Froschmer through Bergson to Teilhard de Chardin, and it is far from clear that they involve any inconsistency. Christian philosophers have also found various ways of immunizing dogma from the theory of evolution, and while these may be open to objection, it cannot be said that they are self-contradictory. Judged by the criteria of validity that are applied in scientific work, the materialist thesis is no less arbitrary in this respect than its opposite. Among what I have called the nonsensical assertions of Diomat is the statement that impressions reflect things in the sense of resembling them, as Lenin contended against Plekhanov. It is not clear what can be meant by asserting that a process taking place in the nerve cells, or even the subjective awareness of such a process, bears a resemblance to those objects or processes in the outside world which, the theory informs us, are the cause of such changes in the nerve cells. Another nonsensical statement is that formal logic applies to phenomena at rest, and dialectical logic to changes. This absurdity, which is not worth discussing, is simply the result of the Marxist-Leninists' ignorance and failure to understand the terms of formal logic. Other assertions, as stated above, belong to one or other of the first three categories according to how one interprets them. Among these is the dialectical law concerning contradictions. If, as many Soviet textbooks inform us, this means that motion and change can be explained by inner contradictions, it belongs to the class of meaningless statements, since contradiction is a logical category denoting a relation between propositions, and it is impossible to say what is meant by contradictory phenomena. If, on the other hand, we interpret the statement as meaning that reality must be apprehended as a system of tensions and opposing tendencies, this seems to be no more than a truism with no specific consequences for scientific investigation or practical action. That many phenomena affect one another, that human societies are divided by conflict and discordant interests, that people's acts often bring about results they did not intend. These are all commonplaces, and to extol them as a dialectical method, the profundity of which contrasts with metaphysical thinking, is only one more instance of the typical Marxist boastfulness which presents time-honored truisms as momentous scientific discoveries imparted to the world by Marx or Lenin. To this category also belongs the assertion, discussed in an earlier part of this work, that truth is relative. If this is no more than to say, as Engels noted, that in the history of science received opinions are often not abandoned altogether as a result of later research but that their validity is recognized as limited, there is no reason to dispute the accuracy of the statement, but it is in no way specifically Marxist. If, on the other hand, it means that we cannot know everything or a judgment may be right in some circumstances but not in others, these again are ancient truisms. We did not, for example, need Marx's intellect to discover that rain is beneficial in time of drought but not in flood time. This, of course, does not mean, as has 156 often been pointed out, that the statement rain is beneficial is true or false according to circumstances. It means that the statement is ambiguous. If it means rain is beneficial in all circumstances, it is clearly false. If it means in some circumstances, it is clearly true. If, however, we interpret the Marxist principle of the relativity of truth to signify that a statement, without changing its meaning, may be true or false according to circumstances, then this too belongs to the category of nonsense, assuming that, with Lenin, we take the traditional view of what constitutes truth. If, on the other hand, a truthful judgment means the same as a judgment useful to the Communist Party, then the principle of the relativity of truth once more becomes an obvious commonplace. However, the question whether truth should be understood genetically or in the traditional sense has never been clearly answered in the history of Marxism. As we saw, there are strong suggestions in Marx's works that truth should be understood as meaning validity in relation to human needs. Lenin, however, was fairly explicit in his assertion of the traditional view that truth means conformity to reality. Most manuals of Diamat follow him in this, but there are also frequent signs of the more pragmatic and political view that truth is that which expresses social progress, in which case, of course, the criterion resides in pronouncements by the party authorities. The confusion is aided by the fact that Russian has two words for truth, istina and pravda, the former tending to express the traditional notion of that which is, while the latter, with moral overtones, suggests what is right and just or what ought to be. This ambiguity helps to blur the distinction between the traditional and the genetic concept of truth. As to the principle of the unity of theory and practice, this too can be understood in different ways. Sometimes it is presented simply as a norm, signifying more or less that one should think only about matters of some practical use. In this case it does not fall into any of the above-mentioned categories, as they are not normative. Considered as a descriptive statement, it may mean that people generally engage in theoretical reflection as a result of practical needs. This is true in a loose sense, but is not specifically Marxist. If, again, the unity of theory and practice means that practical success is a confirmation of the rightness 15.7. of the thinking on which our actions are based, this is a criterion of truth which is acceptable as far as it goes, though it cannot be universal, since clearly in many fields of knowledge and science there is no such thing as practical verification. Finally, the principle can be understood in the specifically Marxian sense that thought is an aspect of conduct and becomes true by being aware of this fact. But this sense, which is examined in the chapters on Marx, Korsch, and Lukács, is practically absent from Soviet Diamat. 12. The roots and significance of Stalinism. The question of a new class. The debate, involving both communists and adversaries of communism, on the social roots and historical necessity of Stalinism began soon after Stalin's death and has continued ever since. We cannot go into all its details here, but will note the principal points. The problem of the causes of Stalinism is not the same as that of its inevitability, a question whose meaning in any case requires elucidation. Anyone who holds that every detail of history is determined by foregoing events obviously need not trouble to analyze the specific background of Stalinism, but must accept its necessity as an instance of that general principle. The principle, however, is a metaphysical postulate that there is no good reason to accept. From any analysis of the course of the Russian Revolution it can be seen that there was no fatal necessity about the outcome. During the Civil War there were many occasions when the fate of Bolshevik power hung by a thread, as Lenin himself bore witness, and no laws of history determined what the result would be. It may be assumed that if the bullet aimed at Lenin in IG-18 had been deflected by an inch or two and had killed him, the Bolshevik regime would have fallen, so it would have done if he had failed to persuade the party leaders to agree to the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk, and other such instances can easily be quoted. Speculation as to what would have happened in these hypotheses is of no importance at the present day and is bound to be inconclusive. The turning points in the evolution of Soviet Russia were communism, the NEP, collectivization. The purges were not due to historical laws but were all consciously willed by the rulers, and there I-58 is no reason to think that they had to happen or that the rulers could not have decided otherwise. The only meaningful form in which the question of historical necessity can be put in this case is, are there rational grounds for thinking that the Soviet system, whose distinguishing features were the nationalization of means of production and the Bolshevik Party's monopoly of power, could not have maintained itself by any means essentially different from those used and established by the Stalinist system of government? It can reasonably be argued that the answer to this question is in the affirmative. The Bolsheviks achieved power in Russia on a program of peace and land for the peasants, two slogans which were in no way specifically socialist, let alone Marxist, and the support they received was mainly support for that program. Their objective, however, was world revolution and, when that proved unattainable, the building of socialism in Russia on the basis of single-party authority. After the devastation of the Civil War there were no active social forces other than the party which were capable of any initiative, but there was by this time the established tradition of a political, military, and police apparatus responsible for the whole life of society and especially production and distribution. The NEP was a compromise between ideology and reality, arising from a recognition of the fact that the state could not cope with the economic regeneration of Russia, that attempts to regulate the whole economy by coercion were a catastrophic failure, and that help could only come from the spontaneous operation of the market. The economic compromise was not meant to involve any political concessions, but to keep the power monopoly intact. The peasantry was still unsocialized, but the only force capable of initiative was the state bureaucracy. This class was the bulwark of socialism, and the further development of the system reflected its interests and urge for expansion. The winding up of NEP and the enforcement of collectivization were certainly not part of the design of history, but were dictated by the system and the interests of its only active element. The continuation of NEP would have meant that the state and bureaucracy were at the peasants' mercy and that economic policy, including export, import, and investment plans, must largely be subordinated to 159. Their demands. We do not know, of course, what would have happened if, instead of collectivization, the state had chosen the alternative of returning to complete freedom of exchange and a market economy. The fears of Trotsky and the left wing that this would have aroused political forces intent on overthrowing Bolshevik power were by no means without foundation. At the very least the bureaucracy's position would have grown weaker rather than stronger, and there was ground for believing that the building of a strong military and industrial state would have been postponed indefinitely. The socialization of the economy, even at enormous cost to the population, was in the bureaucracy's interest and in the logic of the system. Stalin, the embodiment of the ruling class and of a state which had made itself virtually independent of society, performed acts which had occurred at least twice before in Russian history. He called into being a new bureaucratic caste independent of the organic divisions of society, and freed it from all subservience to the people as a whole, the working class, or, finally, the party's inherited ideology. This caste very soon destroyed all the westernizing elements in the Bolshevik movement, and used Marxist phraseology as a means of restoring and enlarging the Russian Empire. The Soviet system waged constant war against its own people, not because the latter showed much resistance, but chiefly because the ruling class needed a state of war and aggression to maintain its position. The permanent threat to the state from enemies on the lookout for the slightest weakness, foreign agents, conspirators, saboteurs, and other bogies is an ideological means of justifying the bureaucratic monopoly of power. The state of war inflicts damage on the ruling group itself, but this is part of the price of government. We have already discussed the reasons why Marxism was a suitable ideology for this system, which was unquestionably a new phenomenon in history despite all the Russian and Byzantine traditions that are often invoked by historians and critics of communism: the state's high degree of autonomy vis-a-vis the civil population, the moral and mental traits of the chinovnik, etc. Stalinism came into being as a continuation of Leninism, based on the Russian tradition and a suitably adapted form of Marxism. The importance of the Russian and Byzantine heritage is discussed by such writers as Berdyaev, Kuchertsyevsky, Arnold. 160 The crystallization of Marxism-Leninism. Toynbee, Richard Pipes, Tibor Samuli, and Gustav Wetter. It does not follow from this that every attempt to socialize the means of production must necessarily result in a totalitarian society, i.e. one in which all organizational forms are imposed by the state and individuals are treated as state property. It is true, however, that the nationalization of all means of production and the complete subjection of economic life to state planning practically amounts to a totalitarian society. If the basis of the system is that the central authority defines all the objectives and forms of the economy, and if the economy, including the workforce, is subjected to overall planning by that authority, the bureaucracy must become the only active social force and acquire undivided control over other aspects of life as well. Many attempts have been made to devise a means of socializing property without nationalizing it, by leaving the economic initiative in the hands of producers. The idea has been partially applied in Yugoslavia, but the results so far are too slight and ambiguous to give a clear picture of its success. The essential point, however, is that two mutually restrictive principles are always in play: the more economic initiative is left in the hands of particular socialized units of production, and the more independence those units enjoy, the greater will be the role of spontaneous market laws, competition, and the profit motive. A form of social ownership that allowed full autonomy to production units would be a return to free-for-all capitalism, the only difference being that individual factory owners would be replaced by collective ones, i.e. producers' cooperatives. The more elements of planning there are, the more limited are the functions and competence of producers' collectives. However, the idea of economic planning has been accepted, though in different degrees, in all developed industrial societies, and the increase of planning and state intervention has meant an increased bureaucracy. The problem is not how to get rid of bureaucracy, which would mean destroying modern industrial civilization, but how to control its activity by means of representative bodies. As far as Marx's intention is concerned, despite all the reservations that can be culled from his writings, he undoubtedly believed that a socialist society would be one of perfect unity. 161. In which conflicts of interest would disappear with the elimination of their economic basis in private property. This society, he thought, would have no need of bourgeois institutions such as representative political bodies and rules of law safeguarding civil liberties. The Soviet despotism was an attempt to apply this doctrine in alliance with the belief that social unity can be produced by institutional means. It would be absurd to say that Marxism was predestined to become the ideology of the self-glorifying Russian bureaucracy. Nevertheless, it contained essential features, as opposed to accidental or secondary ones, that made it adaptable to this purpose. Will the Soviet Union survive until 1984? The Soviet historian Andrei Amalrik, who has been persecuted and imprisoned for his dissident views, compares the function of Marxism in Russia to that of Christianity in the Roman Empire. Just as the adoption of Christianity strengthened the imperial system and prolonged its life but could not save it from final destruction, so the assimilation of Marxist ideology has for a time preserved the Russian Empire but cannot avert its inevitable dissolution. One may accept Amalric's theory insofar as it does not suggest that this was the point of Marxism from the beginning or that it was a conscious purpose of the Russian revolutionaries. Thanks to an unusual combination of circumstances, power in Russia was seized by a party professing Marxist doctrine. In order to stay in power, the party was obliged successively to revoke all the promises contained in its ideology, which had no doubt been sincere in the mouths of its first leaders. The result was the creation of a new bureaucratic caste enjoying a monopoly of state power and devoted by nature to the tradition of Russian imperialism. Marxism became the prerogative of this caste and an effective instrument for the continuation of imperial policies. In this connection, many writers have discussed the question of a new class, i.e., whether class is an appropriate designation for the governing circles of the USSR and other socialist states. The point has been canvassed especially since the publication of Milovan-Gilas's The New Class in 1957, but the discussion has a much longer history, some aspects of which have been noted in previous chapters. For example, Marx's 162. Anarchist critics, especially Bakunin, claimed that an attempt to organize society on the basis of his ideas must give rise to new privileged classes. The proletarians who were to replace the existing rulers would turn traitor to their own class and create a system of privileges that they would guard as jealously as their predecessors had done. This, Bakunin maintained, was inevitable because Marxism envisaged the continued existence of the state. Wacław Makowski, a Polish anarchist who wrote chiefly in Russian, drew far-reaching consequences from a modified version of this idea. He argued that Marx's idea of socialism specifically expressed the interests of intellectuals who hoped to attain a position of political privilege by means of the inherited social privilege of knowledge, which they already possessed. As long as the intelligentsia were able to give their children advantageous opportunities of acquiring knowledge, there could be no question of equality, which was the essence of socialism. The working class, which was at present at the mercy of intellectuals, could only achieve its ends by depriving them of their chief capital, namely education. This argument, which to some extent recalled the syndicalism of Searle, was based on the fairly obvious fact that in any society where there is both inequality of income and a strong correlation between education and social status, the children of the educated classes have a better chance than others of rising in the social hierarchy. This hereditary inequality could only be cured by destroying the continuity of culture and separating children from their parents in order to give them a completely uniform education, so that Makowski's utopia would sacrifice both civilization and the family on the altar of equality. There were Russian anarchist groups who also detested education as a source of privilege. Makowski had followers in Russia, and for some years after the October Revolution the fight against his views was a recurrent propaganda theme. They were linked, not without cause, with syndicalist deviation and the activities of the workers' opposition. The problem of the development of a new class under socialism was, however, also raised from another point of view. Some, like Plekhanov, argued that an attempt to build socialism before economic conditions were ripe for it must end in a new form of despotism. Others, like Edward Abramowski, spoke of 163. The prior necessity of a moral transformation of society. They contended that the struggle for privilege of various kinds was bound to recur under a system of nationalized ownership, if communism took over a society that had not been morally reformed and was still pervaded by the needs and ambitions inculcated by the old order. As Abramowski wrote in 1897, communism in such conditions could only lead to a new class structure in which the old divisions were replaced by antagonism between society and a privileged bureaucracy, and which could only maintain itself by an extreme form of despotism and police rule. Critics of the October Revolution pointed out from the beginning that a new system of privilege, inequality, and despotism was burgeoning in Russia. The term new class was used by KolakowskI as early as 1919. When Trotsky in exile developed his critique of the Stalinist regime, he insisted, as did all orthodox Trotskyists after him, that there was no question of a new class but only of a parasitical bureaucracy. He attached great importance to this distinction, even after coming to the conclusion that the regime could not be overthrown without a revolution. The economic basis of socialism, namely, public ownership of the means of production, was, he maintained, unaffected by the bureaucratic degeneration. Consequently, there was no need for a social revolution, which had already taken place, but only for a political one which would sweep away the existing apparatus of government. Trotsky, his orthodox followers, and other communist critics of Stalinism denied the existence of a new class on the ground that the privileges of the Soviet bureaucracy were not transmitted automatically from one generation to another, and that the bureaucrats did not personally own the means of production but only exercised collective control over them. This, however, turns the argument into a question of words. If class is defined in such a way that one can only speak of a ruling and exploiting class when each of its members has a legal title, transmissible by inheritance, to the ownership of certain productive resources of society, then of course the Soviet bureaucracy is not a class. But it is not clear why the term should be restricted in this way. It was not so restricted by Marx. The Soviet bureaucracy has at its collective disposal all the productive resources of the state. 164. Though this fact is not embodied in any legal document but is simply a basic consequence of the system, control over the means of production is essentially no different from ownership, if the collective possessor is irremovable under the existing system and cannot be legally challenged by any rival. Since the owner is collective, there is no individual inheritance, and no one can bequeath to his children a particular position in the political hierarchy. In practice, however, as has often been described, privilege is systematically inherited in the Soviet state. The children of the ruling group are clearly privileged from the point of view of opportunities in life and access to restricted goods and advantages of various kinds, and the group itself is very well aware of its superior position. The political monopoly and the exclusive control of means of production support each other and could not exist separately. The high incomes of the ruling group are a natural consequence of its exploiting role, but are not the same as exploitation itself, which consists in the right to dispose freely, without any control by the public, of the whole mass of surplus value which that public creates. The public has no say as to how or in what proportion resources are divided between investment and consumption, or what is done with the goods that are produced. From this point of view, the Soviet class division is much more rigid and less sensitive to social pressure than any capitalist system of ownership, since in Russia there is no way in which different sections of society can express and pursue their interests through administrative and legislative bodies. True, the position of individuals in the hierarchy depends on the will and caprice of their superiors, or, in the palmy days of Stalinism, on the pleasure of a single despot. In this respect their position is not wholly secure. The situation is more like an Oriental despotism, where people in the higher ranks were equally at the tyrant's mercy and might be dismissed or executed from one day to the next. But it is not clear why the state of affairs should preclude the observer from speaking of a class, still less why it should be considered typically socialist and a proof of the immense superiority of socialism to bourgeois democracy, as Trotsky's adherents claim. Gillas in his book drew attention to the variety of privileges enjoyed by the socialist ruling class, emphasizing that the monopoly of power was the basis of these privileges and not a consequence of them. 165. With the above qualifications, there is no reason why the socialist bureaucracy should not be termed an exploiting class. Indeed, the description appears to be used increasingly often, and Trotsky's distinctions are seen to be more and more artificial. James Burnham, after breaking with Trotsky, wrote in 1940 his celebrated book The Managerial Revolution, in which he argued that the establishment of a new class in Russia was only a particular instance of a universal process that was occurring and would continue to develop in all industrial societies. Capitalism, he thought, was going through the same evolution. Formal property rights meant less and less, and power was gradually passing into the hands of those who actually controlled production, i.e. the managing class. This was an inevitable consequence of the nature of modern industry. The new elite was simply the present-day form of the division of society into classes, and class divisions, privilege and inequality were natural phenomena of social life. Throughout history the masses had been used, under various ideological banners, to overthrow the privileged classes of the day. The result, however, was only to replace them with new masters who at once set about oppressing the rest of society no less efficiently than their predecessors. The despotism of the new class in Russia was not an exception, but an illustration of this universal law. Whether or not Burnham was right in saying that all social life entailed despotism in some form, his remarks are far from an adequate description of Soviet reality. The rulers of post-revolutionary Russia were and are not the industrial managers but the political bureaucracy. The former, of course, are an important section of society, and groups of them may be strong enough to affect decisions by higher authority, especially in their own fields. But the key decisions, including those on industrial investment, imports and exports, are political and are taken by the political oligarchy. It is very implausible to suggest that the October Revolution is a special case of the transference of power to managers as a result of progress in technology and work organization. The Soviet exploiting class is a new social formation which in some ways resembles the bureaucracy of Oriental despotisms, in others the class of feudal barons, and in others again the capitalist colonizers of backward countries. Its position is 166. Determined by the absolute concentration of political, economic, and military power, to an extent never before seen in Europe, and by the need for an ideology to legitimize that power. The privileges its members enjoy in the field of consumption are a natural consequence of its role in society. Marxism is the charismatic aura with which it invests itself in order to justify its rule. 13. European Marxism. During the last phase of Stalinism, the history of Marxism in the countries which fell under Soviet control as a result of the war can be roughly divided into 4 phases. In the first phase, from 1945 to 1949, the people's democracies still exhibited elements of political and cultural pluralism, which were gradually subdued by Soviet pressure. The second phase, from 1949 to 1954, saw the complete or almost complete Gleichschaltung of the socialist camp as regards politics and ideology, and the far-reaching Stalinization of all aspects of culture. In the third phase, beginning in 1955, the most striking feature as far as the history of Marxism is concerned was the emergence of various revisionist, anti-Stalinist trends, chiefly in Poland and Hungary but later also in Czechoslovakia and to some extent in East Germany. This period effectively came to an end in about 1968, when, in most of the bloc countries at least, Marxism took on a petrified and sterile form, while remaining the official ideology of the ruling party. The Stalinization and de-Stalinization of Eastern Europe proceeded in a different fashion in each country, in accordance with varying circumstances. In the first place, some of them Poland, Czechoslovakia, Yugoslavia had been on the Allied side in the war, while others were officially tied to the Axis. Poland, Czechoslovakia, and Hungary, which belonged historically to Western Christianity, had different cultural traditions from Romania, Bulgaria, and Serbia. East Germany, Poland, and Czechoslovakia had a tradition of serious philosophical studies dating back to the Middle Ages, which was lacking in other bloc countries. Finally, in certain countries there had been an active underground and guerrilla movement during the war, while in others, likewise under German occupation, the resistance was feeble and did not take the form of an armed struggle. In the former category were Poland and Yugoslavia. 167. With the important difference that in Yugoslavia the communists were the most active fighters whereas in Poland they were a small fraction of the total resistance movement, the backbone of which consisted of forces owing allegiance to the London government. All these differences had an important bearing on post-war events in Eastern Europe and the evolution of Marxism in the respective countries. They affected the speed and depth of the ideological invasion and the manner in which Stalinism was later rejected. The only country whose liberation from the German invader was due in large measure to its own, communist-controlled forces was Yugoslavia, and it was only there that the Communists exercised undivided power from 1945 onwards. Elsewhere in Poland, East Germany, Czechoslovakia, Romania, and Hungary social democratic or peasant parties were allowed to function during the initial post-war years. It is quite possible that many of the East European communist leaders believed at first that their countries would be independent states, building up socialist institutions in alliance with Russia but not under its direct control. Such illusions, however, were short-lived. For the first 2 years international relations were marked by traces of the wartime alliance. The communist parties maintained a show of fidelity to the Yalta and Potsdam agreements, which provided for democratic institutions, multi-party governments, and free elections in Eastern Europe. The onset of the Cold War, however, put a stop to any hopes that the area might develop independently of the Soviet Union. In 1946–8 the non-communist parties were destroyed or forcibly united with the communists, the first to suffer this fate being the East German Social Democrats. From the beginning, even when there were still genuine elements of a coalition government, the communists entrenched themselves in key positions of power, especially the police and army. Ubiquitous Soviet advisors had the final say in key questions of government, and directly organized the most savage and blatant forms of repression. In 1949, after the programmed suppression of the non-communist parties, after elections marked by fraud and violence, and after the coup in Czechoslovakia, the East European communists under Stalin's close control enjoyed virtually exclusive power. Yet at the very time when Stalinism was thus establishing itself in the satellite count 168 tries, it met with its first serious defeat in the form of the Yugoslav Schism. One of the instruments used by Stalin to exact obedience from the ruling communist parties of Eastern Europe, and from communists elsewhere, was a weakened version of the Comintern known as the Communist Information Bureau or Cominform. Set up in September 1947, this body comprised representatives of all the ruling communist parties of Eastern Europe except the Albanian and East German i.e. the Soviet, Polish, Czechoslovak, Hungarian, Romanian, Bulgarian, and Yugoslav parties as well as the French and Italians. Its orchestrator, under Stalin, was Stanov, and it was by his orders, for instance, that the Yugoslavs attacked the French and Italian communists for not seizing power in their countries at the favorable juncture of 1944–5. The Cominform's function was to transmit to communists throughout the world the behests of Soviet policy disguised as unanimous resolutions of the principal parties. There were indeed signs that some East European parties really believed themselves entitled to act as sovereign governments. Czechoslovakia and Poland displayed a rash interest in the Marshall Plan, and Bulgaria and Yugoslavia put forward a plan for Balkan Federation. All such displays of independence were swiftly crushed and the offending parties called to order. At a time when a Third World War was at least not unthinkable, communists outside the Soviet Union must again be taught that there was only one authority determining correct policy and that the slightest deviation from its orders would have unpleasant consequences. At the first session of the Cominform, Stanov described the division of the world into two political blocs as the key factor in the international situation. The Cominform also launched an international journal, of course dominated by the Soviet Communist Party, as a vehicle for the latter's propaganda directives. This journal was indeed the Cominform's chief activity. It held only two more sessions, in June 1948 and November 1949, both for the purpose of condemning the Yugoslavs. Friction between the Soviet and Yugoslav parties. 169. Began in the spring of 1948, its immediate cause was the annoyance of Tito and his colleagues at the crude and arrogant interference of Soviet advisors in Yugoslav internal affairs, especially the army and police. Stalin, outraged by this lack of internationalism, attempted to bring Yugoslavia to heel and no doubt thought it would be an easy task. In propaganda activity the Yugoslavs had until then shown extreme subservience to Russia, but they were masters in their own house, and it turned out that the Soviet Union was very poorly represented there. Apart from some individuals who were directly on the Soviet payroll, the Yugoslavs had no thought of yielding, and the only way to reconvert them to internationalism appeared to be by armed invasion, which Stalin, rightly or wrongly, considered too risky a course. The Yugoslav Party was officially condemned at the second session of the Cominform, from which Yugoslavia's delegates were absent. The Belgrade leaders were declared to be anti-Soviet nationalists, and communist Yugoslavs were called on to overthrow the Tightwast clique if it did not immediately toe the line. The quarrel with Yugoslavia became the main theme of the Cominform journal, and at the third and last session of that body George Dage, the Romanian party secretary, made a speech on the Yugoslav Communist Party in the grip of murderers and spies. From this it appeared that all the Yugoslav leaders had from time immemorial been agents of various Western intelligence services, that they had established a fascist regime, and that their main policy was and always had been to stir up trouble for the Soviet Union and serve the interests of American warmongers. Taking their cue from this, the communist parties of the world unleashed a hysterical anti-Yugoslav campaign. A macabre result of the schism was that the people's democracies staged a series of judicial murders, clearly patterned on the Moscow show trials, to purge the local communist parties of Tightwast or suspect elements. Many leading communists fell victim to these trials, which took place in Czechoslovakia, Hungary, Bulgaria, and Albania. In Czechoslovakia the main trial, that of Shinsky and others, took place in November 1952, shortly before Stalin's 170th death, and was distinguished by clear overtones of anti-Semitism. This theme also came to the fore in the Soviet Union during Stalin's last years, culminating in the arrest, in January 1953, of a group of doctors, nearly all Jews, who were accused of plotting to murder party leaders and others. Those of them who survived the tortures personally ordered by Stalin were released immediately after his death. In Poland Gomulka, the party secretary, and other prominent figures were imprisoned but were not tried or executed. Some lesser functionaries were shot or subsequently done to death in prison. In East Germany arrests and trials followed the general pattern, though their victims were less well known. In the remainder of the bloc Titoists, Zionists, other imperialist agents, and fascists who had wormed their way into the party secretaryship or the Politburo confessed to being hirelings of foreign intelligence and were for the most part executed after show trials. It should not be supposed that all the victims were really Titoists in the sense of wanting a communist regime less dependent on Russia. This was true of some, but others were cast as traitors for arbitrary reasons. The general purpose was to terrorize the East European ruling parties and teach them what Marxism, Leninism, and internationalism really meant, namely, that the Soviet Union was absolute master of the nominally independent bloc countries, and that the latter must obediently execute its commands. Despite the ferocity with which all forms of pressure except armed invasion were brought to bear, the Yugoslavs maintained their independence and made the first substantial breach in Stalinist communism since the war. Immediately after the schism, the Yugoslav party ideology differed from the Soviet only in emphasizing that communist parties must be independent and condemning Soviet imperialism. The general principles of Marxism-Leninism remained in force in Yugoslavia and were no different from those observed in the Soviet Union. Before long, however, the bases of political doctrine underwent revision also, and the Yugoslavs set out to create their own model of a socialist society, differing in important ways from the Russian one. The Cominform by this time was little more than an instrument of anti-Yugoslav propaganda, and its raison d'etre disappeared when, in the spring of 1955, Khrushchev decided to 171. Make peace with Belgrade. It was not actually dissolved, however, until April 1956. Since then, as far as is known, the Soviet Party has not tried to create any institutionalized forms of international communism but has contented itself with exercising, as far as possible, direct control over individual parties and from time to time calling conferences to adopt resolutions on world topics. These, however, have had less success than formerly. Despite all their efforts, the Soviet leaders have not managed to secure international condemnation of the Chinese Communist Party in the same way as they did in the case of Yugoslavia. The last years of Stalin's rule were marked by the Sovietization of doctrine throughout the communist world. The effects of this varied from one bloc country to another, but the pressures and trends were generally the same. Polish Marxism, as we have seen in earlier chapters, had its own tradition, quite independent of the Russian one. There was no single orthodox form of this tradition and no precise party ideology. Marxism was only one feature, and not a very important one, in the Polish intellectual scene. However, there were historians, sociologists, and economists who, while not professing any cut-and-dried doctrine, made some use of Marxist categories in their work. Among these were Ludwik Krzyzewicki and Stefan Czarnowski, an eminent sociologist and historian of religion, who in his last years gravitated towards Marxism to some extent. In the first years after 1945 these traditions were revived. The new Marxist thought, like the old, was not confined to any precise channels but appeared rather as a background to rationalism and to the habit of analyzing cultural phenomena in terms of social conflict. This loose, uncodified Marxism was voiced by journals including the monthly Mysl Spolczesna and the weekly Kuznica. In 1945–50 the universities were recreated on pre-war lines and mostly with the same teaching staff. There were as yet no ideological purges in the educational field. Many scientific books and journals published at this time had nothing to do with Marxism. The regime did not yet call itself a dictatorship of 172. The proletariat, and the party ideology did not stress communist themes but patriotic, nationalist, or anti-German ones. Soviet-type Marxism was very much in the background at this period. Its chief spokesman was Adam Schaff, who wrote books and manuals expounding the Leninist-Stalinist version of dialectical and historical materialism, though these were in a less primitive style than their Soviet counterparts. Even in the worst years, it may be said in general that Marxism in Poland did not descend to the Soviet level. Despite the encroachment of Russian models, it retained some degree of originality and a timid respect for the canons of rational thought. In 1945–9 political and police repression became more intense. For about 2 years after the war there was armed conflict with survivors of the underground army who had fought the German invader and refused to surrender to the new regime imposed by Russia. Persecution and frequent bloodshed marked the struggle against armed underground units and wartime political organizations, as well as against the Peasant Party and other legal non-communist groups. Nevertheless, cultural pressure at this time was confined to purely political questions. Marxism was not yet enjoined as a compulsory standard in philosophy or the social sciences, and socialist realism in art or literature was unknown. In 1948 the party purged itself of right-wing nationalists, the leadership was changed, political life was adjusted to Soviet norms, rural collectivization was decided on, and the regime was officially declared to be a form of proletarian dictatorship. In 1949–50 the political house cleaning was followed by the Sovietization of culture. Many academic and literary journals were closed down, and others were given new editors. In the early 50s some bourgeois professors were dismissed. The number, however, was not large, and although prevented from teaching or publishing they still drew their salaries and wrote books which they were able to publish a few years later, when times were less severe. Some members of philosophical faculties were left in their jobs but ordered to confine themselves to teaching logic. Others again were given posts under the Academy of Sciences, where they did not come into contact with students. The curriculum of social science departments was revised, and chairs of sociology 173 were replaced by chairs of historical materialism. A special party institute was set up to train cadres to take the place of bourgeois professors in the ideologically sensitive departments of philosophy, economics, and history. In philosophy the organ of the Marxist offensive was the journal Myfl Filozo.Fixna. For a time Marxist philosophers concentrated on combating the non-Marxist tradition, especially the LW6 Warsaw School of Analytical Philosophy, Kotarbiński, Idukiewicz, Stanislaw Ossowski, Maria Ossowska, and others. Many books and articles criticized various aspects of the tenets of this school. Another target was Thomism, which had a lively tradition centered on the Catholic University of Lublin. Many Marxists of the older and younger generation, Adam Schaff, Bronislaw Baxko, Tadeusz Kronsky, Helena Eilstein, Władysław Krajewski, took part in these battles. So did the present author, who does not regard the fact as a source of pride. Another subject of study was the Marxist contribution to Polish culture in past decades. The time is not ripe for a full appraisal of the cultural developments of those years, but it can be said that the enforced Marxification had some redeeming features. Intellectual life certainly became poor and sterile, but the dissemination of Marxism led to some advantages despite the coercion that accompanied it. Besides destructive and obscurantist elements, it introduced other features that were of intrinsic value and are to a greater or lesser extent part of the world's intellectual patrimony, for example, the habit of envisaging cultural phenomena as aspects of social conflict, of emphasizing the economic and technical background of historical processes, and generally studying phenomena in terms of broad historical trends. Some new directions in humanistic studies, though ideologically motivated, led to valuable results, for example, in regard to the history of Polish philosophy and social thought. Useful work was done in publishing translations of philosophical classics and republishing standard works of Polish social, philosophical, and religious thought. In the Stalinist years the state was quite generous in subsidizing culture, so that a good deal of rubbish was produced. 174. But also much work of permanent value. The general standard of education and access to universities soon rose considerably as compared with before the war. What was destructive was not universal instruction in Marxism but its use as an instrument of coercion and political mendacity. Marxism, even in a primitive and stereotyped form, still served in some measure to implant fruitful and rational ideas that were part of its tradition, but the seeds could only thrive in proportion as the oppressive uses of the doctrine were relaxed. On the whole, Stalinism in the strict sense did less harm to Polish culture than to that of the other bloc countries, and the harm it did was less irrevocable. There were several reasons for this. In the first place, there was a spontaneous though largely passive cultural resistance and a deep-rooted distrust or hostility towards everything that came from Russia. There was also a certain half-heartedness or inconsistency about the imposition of Stalinist culture. Marxism never enjoyed an absolute monopoly of humanistic studies, and attempts to exert pressure on the biological sciences in Soviet style were weak and ineffective. The campaign for socialist realism produced some worthless apologetics but did not destroy literature and the arts. The purges in institutions of higher learning were on a comparatively small scale. The proportion of prohibited books in libraries was lower than elsewhere. Moreover, cultural Stalinism in Poland was comparatively short-lived. It began in earnest in 1949-50, and was already declining in 1954-5. It is possible, though hard to prove, that another moderating factor was at work, namely the ill will that many veteran communists felt towards Stalin, who had destroyed the pre-war Polish Communist Party and murdered its leaders. In the other countries under Soviet suzerainty, cultural Stalinization was for various reasons more thorough and more destructive. East Germany was under direct Soviet occupation, and the combination of Stalinism with the Prussian tradition produced a rigidly obscurantist atmosphere. Moreover, until 1961 it was not difficult to flee to West Germany, and among the 4 million who did so were many intellectuals, the loss of whom increased the desolation of their native territory. Czechoslovakia too suffered a relentless ideological 175 purge, the consequences of which can still be felt today. For several years the cultural dictator was Zdeněk Nejedlý, originally a musical historian, who censored the arts with a heavy hand, emending Czech literary classics and banning performances of works by the cosmopolitan Dvořák, etc. His counterpart in Bulgaria was Todor Pavlov, a typical Marxist dilettante and pretender to omniscience, who wrote on biology, literature, philosophy, and other subjects. His best-known work, published before the war and translated into Russian, was a treatise on Leninist epistemology entitled The Theory of Reflection. The term reflection was used here in a global sense to denote every kind of influence that one thing can exert on another, from mechanical causation onwards. human acts of perception and abstract thought were merely a special case of this reflection at the highest level of the organization of matter. It happened that Mikhalkev, a veteran professor of philosophy at Sofia, had been a pupil of Ramke, a German empirio-criticist of the second rank. Hence for many years the chief task of Bulgarian Marxist philosophers was to combat Remkeanism. In Hungary Marxism was in a stronger position from the beginning, thanks to some eminent philosophers of the older generation, J. Rive, B. Fogarasi, and G. Lukács. Rive was for some time the party representative in charge of Stalinizing Hungarian culture. Lukács was in a doubtful position throughout this period, though his books and articles during the last years of Stalinism were of irreproachable orthodoxy except for his book on Hegel, written before the war and published in German in 1948, this was completely un-Soviet in style and by no means conformed to the Stalin's Dano formula. In Western Europe the position of Marxists was somewhat different. All the communist parties, it is true, obediently supported Stalin's line at any given time, glorifying Soviet policy and preaching the cult of the leader, but neither in France, Britain, nor Italy did the Soviet pattern completely dominate Marxist theoretical writing on philosophy and the historical sciences. The deviation, however, was less in respect of content than of style and the method of argument. In France the communist movement developed with great impetus in the first few years after 1945. From the outset of the Cold War the party maintained a tough attitude in Major 176 political and parliamentary affairs, sabotaging every government move irrespective of merits. In regional and municipal affairs, however, their policy was skillful and flexible. At the same time they developed elaborate and exclusive forms of cultural life on rather similar lines to those of the German Social Democrats before the First World War. The party ran many periodicals, including the theoretical journal Pensée, and numbered in its ranks many eminent men and women of national reputation, writers such as Aragon and Elyard, painters such as Picasso and Leger, scientists such as the Joliot-Curies. All this lent the communist movement considerable prestige. A fair amount of philosophical literature was produced, some of it purely Stalinist, especially the party monthly Nouvelle Critique. This journal, for instance, launched a campaign against psychoanalysis, which was then a subject of increasing interest in France. Most of the contributors, as was to be expected, condemned it as a bourgeois doctrine, idealistic and mechanistic to boot, reducing social phenomena to individual psychology, and the human mind to biological impulses. Roger Garaudy, who was to be noted in the 60s as a champion of liberal communism, wrote books at this time that were purely Stalinist in content, although certainly more learned and better written than the Soviet output. One of these was Grammaire de la Liberté, arguing that the way to have freedom was to nationalize industry and abolish unemployment. In Les Sources Françaises du Socialisme Scientifique Garaudy sought to prove that communism was deeply and specifically rooted in French culture. He also wrote a book on Christianity, citing evidence of the obscurantism of the Catholic Church and its opposition to the advance of science. A prolific writer of a somewhat different character, Henry Lefebvre, was known before the war as an anthologist of Marx and Hegel and author of books against nationalism and fascism. In 1947 he published Logique formelle et logique dialectique and the interesting Critique de la vie quotidienne. Later came a critique of existentialism, then works on Descartes, Diderot, Rabelais, Pascal, Musset, Marx, and Lenin, also dissertations on painting and music. These works are all sketches rather than profound studies, but they contain original 177 and useful observations. Lefebvre is a man of wide culture, especially in French terms. His writings are lively and ingenious, but he touches on too many themes to dwell for long on any of them. He had considerable influence on French Marxism because, among other things, he reverted frequently to Marx's early works, which Soviet Marxism practically ignored. He was particularly interested in the theme of total man. It was largely thanks to Lefebvre that the young Marx became a staple of French philosophy in the 40s and early 50s. He also probably did most to popularize the Marxian term alienation, which became a favorite expression in French everyday language to designate a vaguely uncomfortable situation. Somewhat apart from the mainstream of party philosophy at this time is the work of Auguste Cornu, an outstanding historian of Marxism. The evolution of French Marxism in the years of the breakup of Stalinist ideology was affected by the wave of Hegelianism and existentialism in the 1940s. The chief introducer of Hegel, especially the phenomenology of mind, to French readers was Alexander Kojève, who expounded and commented on his philosophy before the war, and Jean Hippolyte. Neither was a Marxist or a communist, but they both took a sympathetic interest in Marx's ideas and analyzed them seriously, emphasizing the elements in Hegel's schemata that influenced Marx's thought. Both Kojève and Hippolyte did much to divert French philosophy from its traditional channels and interests. In particular, they gave currency to the idea of reason embodied in the historical process, an anti-Cartesian concept, since Descartes regarded history as essentially the realm of chance, outside the reach of philosophy and incapable of being rationalized except by means of consciously fictitious and artificial constructions, the fabula mundi as Descartes called it. In lectures published in 1947, Kojève presented the phenomenology as a history of man's self-creation by dint of laboring and struggling. In the dialectic of master and servant he perceived the source of Marx's theory of the proletariat and the idea of work as the demiurge of history. Kojève and Hippolyte showed Marx's philosophy of history to be a continuation of the Hegelian dialectic of negation, evil, slavery, and alienation being the necessary means whereby mankind achieves self-understanding. 178. And liberation. Hippolyte emphasized in particular that, for Hegel as for Marx, reason was not a transcendental observer of the world with its own rules independent of the course of history, but was itself a factor, aspect, or expression of history, and that the progress of mankind towards rationality was not a matter of gradually assimilating ready-made rules of thought, but of a growing sense of community and acknowledgement of rationality in others. For that purpose it was necessary that human beings should cease to function as commodities, and this was Marx's principal message. Sartre's existentialist philosophy, which had enormous success in France for several years after the war, was in its then form quite irreconcilable with Marxism. Sartre maintained that human existence was a vacuum of absolute freedom in an alien, inert world governed by natural determinants. This freedom was an intolerable burden from which man sought to escape, but could not do so without a breach of good faith. The very fact that my freedom is absolute and unlimited deprives me of every alibi and makes me 100% responsible for everything I do. My constant self-anticipation, in which this freedom is displayed, is the generator of time, which is the true form of human existence and which, like freedom, is the separate property of every one of us. For Sartre there is no such thing as collective, communal time, nor is there any freedom other than the natural, hopeless, and oppressive necessity for the individual to create himself without ceasing, a process in which he is unaided by God or any transcendental values, by historical tradition or by his fellow men. Since I am defined as empty freedom and pure negativity, every being outside myself appears to me as an attempt to limit my freedom. It follows that by the very nature of existence, ontologically as it were, human relations can only take the antagonistic form of attempting to annex other human beings as if they were things, and this applies in all contexts, in love as in political domination. Clearly there was no common ground between Marxism in any form and a doctrine which precluded any notion of human community or shared time and reduced the whole of life to an irrational pursuit of one's own vacuity. Accordingly, French communist intellectuals raised a hue and cry against existential. The crystallization of Marxism-Leninism 179ism. On the other hand, Sartre from an early stage sought to identify with the working class and the oppressed in general, so that his relations with the Communist Party were marked by hesitation and ambiguity. He oscillated, in fact, between identification with the Communists and violent hostility towards them, in a complicated evolution that we cannot go into here. At every stage, however, he endeavored to preserve his own reputation as a leftist, and even to represent himself and his philosophy as the embodiment of leftism par excellence. Consequently, even when attacking the communists and reviled by them, he made a point of directing far more vehement attacks against the forces of reaction, the bourgeoisie, or the United States government. Believing as he did that the Communist Party represented the aspirations of the proletariat, with which he identified himself, he not only allied himself for a time with political communism but hailed the Soviet Union, in the last phase of Stalinism, as humanity's best hope of liberation. His whole political activity was vitiated by fear of being in the typical situation of an intellectual condemning events that he has no power to influence. In short, his ideology was that of a politician monk, cherishing unfulfilled ambitions to be on the inside. Merleau-Ponty, who collaborated with Sartre for a time, was from the outset more skeptical of Marxism and communism, although his theory of freedom, namely, that it is always codetermined by actual situations and exists only through the obstacles it overcomes, was closer to Marxism than Sartre's idea of freedom as a vacuum. In Humanisme et Terror he discussed communist terror and its possible historical justifications and argued that we can never know the full meaning of our actions because we do not know all their consequences, which are part of that meaning and for which we are responsible willy-nilly, hence the historical process and our part in it are inevitably ambiguous and uncertain. It followed that violence might be historically justified if its ultimate effect was to do away with violence, but he did not lay down any rules for recognizing violence of this beneficent kind. As time went on, Merleau-Ponty became increasingly critical of communism. The style and content of Marxist writing in the West European countries naturally reflected their different cultural traditions. 180. French Marxism was given to dramatic rhetoric, unctuous humanitarian phrases, and stirring revolutionary eloquence. It was impressionistic, logically untidy, but effective from the literary point of view. British Marxism preserved something of the empirical tradition. It was more down-to-earth and concerned with logical argument, better grounded in history and less fond of philosophical historicism. Communism in Britain was very weak and never gained mass support among the working class, but it was not, as in some other countries, a purely intellectual movement, and always maintained links, tenuous though they might be, with the trade unions. Many intellectuals passed through the Communist Party in the 1930s, and others did so after the war. Among Marxist philosophers of communist persuasion were Maurice Cornforth and John Lewis. The former wrote a critique of logical empiricism and analytical philosophy entitled Science versus Idealism, in which he defended the Engels-Lenin theory of knowledge and attacked logical atomism, the principle of the economy of thought and the reduction of philosophy to linguistic analysis. Lewis wrote, among other works, a critique of pragmatism. Benjamin Farrington made valuable contributions to history in the early post-war years, including a book on ancient Greek science in which he related philosophical doctrines to the contemporary state of technology. While French Marxists laid stress on humanitarian phraseology and British ones on empirical and rationalist arguments, Italian Marxism, faithful to its own tradition, emphasized the note of historicism. Even in the last years of Stalinism, Marxist philosophy in Italy was a long way from Leninist and Stalinist norms. In international affairs, however, the Italian Communist Party, which, after the collapse of fascism, recovered very quickly from 20 years of stagnation and inactivity, was no less submissive to the Soviet line than were comrades in other countries. Later, after 1956, Palmiro Togliatti was to gain the reputation of being the most open-minded of the communist leaders and the most independent of Moscow, but there are no grounds for projecting this back into the Stalin era. At that time Togliatti faithfully conformed to every zigzag of Soviet policy. However, he had no difficulty in switching from rigid isolationism to the more flexible and effective Popular Front policy. In cultural matters the Italians were generally less aggressive and abusive than communists elsewhere, emphasizing the links between Marxism and native traditions and playing up positive rather than reactionary elements in the latter. The publication in 1947 of Gramsci's Notes from Prison was a milestone in the history of Italian communism, a source of inspiration enabling party intellectuals to accept a much more elastic version of Marxism than that permitted by the canons of Leninism. Prominent writers in the early 50s were Galvano della Volpe and Antonio Banfi, who became Marxists and communists fairly late in life and interpreted their new faith in the Italian spirit of universalist humanism. Della Volpe wrote a valuable book on Eckhart and a work on epistemology, Logica cum Scienza Positiva, in which he interpreted Marxism in anti-Hegelian and empiricist terms. Banfi emphasized the historical relativism of Marxism, as Labriola and Gramsci had done in Italy, or Sarl in France. On this interpretation, Marxism was not so much a scientific account of the world, still less a system of metaphysics, but rather a historical expression of the current phase of man's self-creation, an articulation of the practical struggle for control over the conditions of human life. To sum up, it may be said that the last years of Stalinism in Western Europe were not wholly fruitless as far as theoretical and historical works were concerned, but that the few books of any value were drowned in a flood of organized political mendacity, the blame for which rested on all communist intellectuals of the world without exception. The French or Italian workers who joined the movement during those years generally took little interest in the Soviet system or the prospect of world revolution. They supported the party because it spoke out vigorously for their immediate claims and interests. The intellectuals, however, while they embraced Marxism and communism as a universal doctrine, were well aware that the movement was wholly governed by Moscow and subordinated to Soviet political aims. They supported it never. 182. The and uncritically rejected all information that threw light on the true nature of the Soviet social system. They belayed the system whenever occasion offered, supporting it by word and deed and by their membership of the communist parties. All of them took part in the farcical peace movement, which under its Orwellian title was a basic instrument of Soviet imperialism in the Cold War years. All of them, without turning a hair, swallowed such fantastic inventions as the charge that the Americans were carrying on germ warfare in Korea. Any who entertained doubts of the perfection of the Soviet system told themselves that after all communism was the only, or the most effective, bulwark against fascism, and must therefore be accepted 100%, without reservation. The psychological motives of this voluntary self-deception were various. Among them were a desperate need to believe that someone in the world embodied the age-old dreams of universal human brotherhood, the illusions of intellectuals concerning historical progress, contempt for the democratic establishment, which in many West European countries had become thoroughly discredited between the wars, the longing for a master key to unlock all the secrets of the universe, including those of history and politics, the ambition to be on the crest of the wave of history. In other words, on the winning side, the cult of force, to which intellectuals are especially prone. Desiring, as they believed, to be on the same side of the barricade as the deprived and persecuted of this world, the communist intellectuals became the prophets of the most oppressive political system then existing, and willing agents of the huge and efficient apparatus of lies with which it sought to extend its power. Chapter V. Trotsky. R. The years of exile in January 1929, after the left opposition in the Soviet Union had been almost entirely wiped out by repressive measures, its leader, Leon Davidovich Trotsky, who had been in exile in Kazakhstan for a year, was deported to Turkey, where he took up his abode on Principe Island in the Sea of Marmara. For a long time other countries were unwilling to admit to their territory a man reputed to be the most dangerous revolutionary in the world. During the 4 years he lived in Turkey, Trotsky left it only once, to deliver a lecture in Copenhagen. While in Turkey he wrote his vast history of the Russian Revolution, an analysis of the causes and development of the revolutionary process in which he sought to prove that history had confirmed the rightness of his predictions and especially the idea of permanent revolution, i.e. that the democratic revolution was bound to develop continuously into a dictatorship of the proletariat, and could only have been successful in that form. At this time he also wrote an autobiography and a huge number of articles, appeals, and letters for the purpose of supporting and developing the left opposition against Stalin, both in Russia and in the world at large. Within a few months of his deportation he founded a journal in Russian, the Opposition Bulletin, which continued to appear till the end of his life. It was published by his son, Leon Sedov, first in Germany and, after the Nazis came to power, in Paris. As with Trotsky's books in Russian, its main purpose was to promote the organization of an opposition movement in the Soviet Union. Before long, however, police measures made it almost impossible to smuggle the journal into the country, and Trotsky's contacts with remnants of the left in Russia were to all intents and purposes broken off. At the same time, Trotsky devoted a large part of his untiring energy to enlisting adherents in other countries. Small groups of dissident communists existed here and there, and through them he hoped eventually to regenerate the Comintern and revive the spirit of true Bolshevism and Leninism in the communist movement. These groups, under the collective title of the International Left Opposition, were active from 1930 onwards and regarded themselves as a fraction of the Comintern, an ideological fiction, since the Trotskyists had been expelled from the Comintern once and for all, and those who remained in Russia were mostly in camps and prisons. A meeting of Trotskyists from several countries was held in Copenhagen during their leaders' stay there in November 1932, and a few months later a similar meeting took place in Paris. For some years Trotsky had firmly opposed the foundation of a Fourth International, as he held that Stalinism, having no social base, must collapse at any moment and that its only possible and natural heirs would be the Bolshevik-Leninists, who would restore the Comintern to its true purpose. In 1933, however, after Hitler's accession to power, he decided that a new international revolutionary organ was necessary, and set about organizing his followers under a new banner. The Fourth International was officially set up at a congress in Paris in September 1938. At the end of 1932, Trotsky formulated the strategy and ideology of the international left opposition in 11 points: recognition of the independence of the Proletarian Party, and hence condemnation of the Comintern's policy of the 1920s in China and Britain, the international and therefore permanent character of the revolution. The Soviet Union was still a workers' state despite its bureaucratic degeneration, condemnation of Stalin's policy, both in its opportunist phase in 1923-8 and in its adventurist phase in 1928-32, communists must work in mass organizations, especially trade unions, rejection of the formula of the democratic dictatorship of proletariat and peasants and of the possibility of its developing peacefully into a dictatorship of the proletariat, the necessity for interim slogans during the struggle for the dictatorship of the proletariat, in cases where it was necessary to fight against feudal institutions, national oppression, or fascism, a united front with mass organizations, including social democrats, but not in an opportunist form, rejection of Stalin's theory of social fascism, a distinction within the communist movement between Marxists, the center, and the right. Alliance with the right against the center was ruled out, and the center should be supported against class enemies. There should be democracy within the party. Trotsky held to these principles until the end, but their full meaning only became clear in his more detailed analyses of the nature of the Soviet state, the concept of party democracy, and the idea of political alliances. During his first years of exile, Trotsky deluded himself that the opposition in Russia was a tremendous political force, that the Stalinist bureaucracy was increasingly losing its grip, and that the Soviet Communist Party was polarizing rapidly into true Bolsheviks on the one hand and Thermidorians, i.e. advocates of a capitalist restoration, on the other. When it came to a clash between these two forces, the bureaucracy would once more have to seek help from the left if the Soviet system was to survive. Accordingly, Trotsky addressed letters and declarations to the Soviet leaders assuring them that the opposition was prepared to join in the struggle against restoration and foreign intervention. He promised that he would not take revenge on his opponents, proposed an honorable agreement, and offered the Stalinists his aid against class enemies in the hour of mortal danger. Clearly, he imagined that when a crisis eventually came, Stalin would beg him for help, and he would then name his conditions. This, however, was fantasy. Stalin and his followers had no intention of coming to terms with the Trotskyists, and would not ask them for aid under any circumstances. 1. he left opposition in Russia did not gain in strength, as Trotsky thought it must by virtue of the laws of history, but was ruthlessly exterminated. When Stalin proclaimed the new course of forced industrialization and collectivization, the majority of oppositionists fell into line, recognizing that Stalin had taken over their policy. This applied, for example, to Radek and Preobrazhensky. Rakovsky, the most prominent leftist after Trotsky, resisted longer than the rest, but 186 Trotsky, after a few years of persecution, he too capitulated. None of these ever again occupied a political post of any importance, and none escaped destruction in the Great Purge. Trotsky continued to believe that the opposition stood for the authentic forces of the proletariat as against the ruling bureaucracy, which lacked any social base. The opposition must therefore prevail in the end, and temporary defeats and persecutions could not destroy it. Repressions, he wrote, might be effective against a class condemned by history, but never against a historically progressive class. In actual fact, the left opposition vanished completely within a few years of Trotsky's exile, as a result of repression, slaughter, demoralization, and capitulation. It is true, however, that Stalin could hardly have done more to keep alive Trotsky's hopes and his belief in the potential strength of the opposition. The series of campaigns against Trotskyism, the show trials, and judicial murders might indeed have convinced an outside observer that Trotskyism was still a powerful enemy of the Soviet state. Stalin in fact had an obsessive hatred of Trotsky and used his name as a symbol of universal evil, a stigma with which he branded adversaries of all descriptions or anyone whom he wished to destroy for any reason. In this way he coined portmanteau expressions such as the Trotskyist rightist bloc, Trotskyist fascist, Trotskyist imperialist, Trotskyist Zionist to suit the purposes of his successive campaigns. The prefix Trotskyist served much the same purpose as Jewish in the mouth of anti-Semites who talk of the Jewish communist conspiracy, Jewish plutocratic reactionaries, Jewish liberal corruption, etc. From the beginning of the 30s, Trotskyism had no specific meaning in Stalin's propaganda, but was simply an abstract emblem of Satanism. As long as Stalin was opposed to Hitler, Trotsky was pilloried as Hitler's agent. When Stalin and Hitler made friends, Trotsky became an agent of Anglo-French imperialism. In the Moscow show trials his name recurred ad nauseam as the victims, one by one, related how the archfiend in exile had impelled them to conspiracy, sabotage, and murder. This paranoid mythology of Stalin's purges was a constant reassurance to Trotsky himself. Since he was so incessantly denounced, it must be that Stalin was genuinely afraid of the Bolshevik Leninists who stood ready to dislodge him from the throne he had usurped. More than once Trotsky expressed the view that the Moscow trials had been organized in the hope that he, Trotsky, would be handed back to the Soviet police. Stalin, according to some, regretted that he had expelled his enemy instead of murdering him without further ado. Trotsky believed, too, that the last Comintern Congress in 1937 was called for the sole purpose of meeting the left opposition threat. In short, the exiled leader played the part for which Stalin had cast him, but the duel took place largely in his own imagination. The international left opposition, like the Fourth International after it, was a cipher in political terms. Trotsky himself, of course, was a celebrated figure, but the movement which, according to the great laws of history, was bound to shake the foundations of the world at any moment proved to be an unimportant sect with virtually no impact on Stalinist parties anywhere. A few communists who were disillusioned by Stalinism or had been associated with Trotsky in the Comintern came out on his side, including Chen Tuxiu, the former head of the Chinese party. Intellectuals in various countries supported Trotsky as the embodiment of the true revolutionary spirit, which the Soviet leaders no longer represented. But sooner or later his adherents fell away, especially the intellectuals. Trotsky himself was largely responsible for this fact, as he demanded absolute obedience and tolerated no deviation from his own opinion on any subject. Apart from personal issues, his dictatorial manner, and astonishing belief in his own omniscience, the chief disagreement was over relations with the Soviet Union. Trotsky's insistence that the USSR was still a dictatorship of the proletariat, and that the bureaucracy was not a class but only an excrescence on the healthy body of socialism, was a prime cause of argument and schism, as his views seemed increasingly out of touch with obvious reality. He remained obdurate, however, on this matter throughout his life, with the result that all the important intellectuals abandoned his cause, Souvarin in France, Victor Serge, Eastman, and, later, Hooke, Schachtman, and Burnham in the USA. He also lost the support of Diego Rivera, the well-known painter, who was his host in Mexico. The doctrinaire rigidity of Trotskyist groups caused them to break up incessantly and was one reason, though 188 Trotsky doubtless not the chief one, why the movement never became a political force. Trotsky himself, whenever the complete fruitlessness of his efforts was pointed out, had the same answer ready. Lenin in 1914 was almost completely isolated, and 3 years later he led the revolution to victory. What Lenin had done he, Trotsky, could do, as he too represented the profound tendencies of historical development. This belief inspired all his activity and political analyses, and was the source of his indomitable hope and energy. As to the empirical evidence on which Trotsky based his hopes of an early victory of the left in Russia, from today's viewpoint it appears amazingly slight. 1 or 2 minor Soviet diplomats quitted their posts and remained in the West. Trotsky cited this repeatedly as a proof that the Stalinist party was breaking up and that Thermidorian elements and traitors to the revolution were coming to the fore, which must mean that the true Bolsheviks on the other side of the barricade were also gaining in strength. At the outbreak of war in 1939 he read in a newspaper that someone in Berlin had painted on a wall the slogan "Down with Hitler and Stalin, long live Trotsky." This filled him with encouragement, and he wrote that if there ever had to be a blackout in Moscow under Stalin, the whole city would be plastered with such notices. Later he read that a French diplomat had told Hitler that if France and Germany went to war, Trotsky would be the only victor. This too he quoted triumphantly in several articles as proof that even the bourgeoisie understood how right he was. He was unshakably convinced that the war must end in a world revolution in which the true Bolsheviks, i.e. the Trotskyists, would be victorious. His article on the foundation of the Fourth International ended with the prophecy that during the next 10 years the program of the Fourth International will be the guide of millions, and these revolutionary millions will know how to storm earth and heaven. In the summer of 1933, after long efforts, Trotsky finally secured permission to live in France, subject to various police restrictions. He stayed at different addresses for 2 years, his personal situation growing more and more dangerous. All the Stalinist parties were loudly hostile, and terrorist operations of the Soviet police were on the increase. In June 1935 he was granted asylum in Norway, where he wrote perhaps the best known of his books, The Revolution Betrayed, a general analysis of the Soviet system, its degeneration and prospects, and an appeal for the overthrow of Stalin's bureaucracy by revolution. At the end of 1936 the Norwegian government got rid of their awkward guest by sending him to Mexico, where he spent the rest of his life. Much of his energy during this period was devoted to unmasking the forgeries of the Moscow trials, in which he was denounced as the mastermind behind all the conspiracies, sabotage, and acts of terrorism perpetrated by the accused. Through the efforts of Trotsky's friends an international commission of inquiry was set up under the chairmanship of John Dewey, the American philosopher and educationist. This body visited Mexico and took evidence from Trotsky himself, and in due course concluded that the trials were a complete fabrication. Trotsky lived in Mexico for over 3.5 years. The local Stalinists organized a campaign of persecution, and in May 1940, together with Soviet agents, made an armed attack on his house. Trotsky and his wife miraculously escaped alive, but not for long. An agent of the Soviet police, posing as a visitor, struck him down on August 20. His son Leon, who acted as his father's representative in Europe, died in Paris in 1938, probably poisoned by Soviet agents. Another son, Sergei, who never left Russia or engaged in politics, disappeared in Stalin's prisons. Trotsky's daughter Zina committed suicide in Germany in 1933. During his 11 years of exile, Trotsky published innumerable articles, pamphlets, books, and manifestos. He issued instructions, advice, and appeals at every turn, either to the world proletariat as a whole or to the workers of Germany, Holland, Britain, China, India, and America. Inasmuch as all these documents were read only by a handful of true believers and had not the slightest influence on events, one might be inclined to dismiss Trotsky's activity as a game with toy soldiers. But the fact remains that the assassin's ice pick was not a toy and that Stalin devoted much energy to destroying Trotskyism throughout the world, a purpose in which he was largely successful. To Trotsky's analysis of the Soviet system, the bureaucracy, and THIRD-WORLDISM, all Trotsky's analyses are based on the conviction that his and Lenin's policies were unfailingly right, that the theory of permanent revolution was abundantly borne out by events, and that socialism in one country was a pernicious error. In an article on 3 concepts of the Russian Revolution, he argued as follows. The populists believed that Russia could bypass capitalism altogether. The Mensheviks thought the Russian Revolution could only be of a bourgeois character, so that there could be no question at that stage of a dictatorship of the proletariat. Lenin then put forward the slogan of a democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and peasantry in the hope that a revolution conducted under this banner would give the impulse for a socialist victory in the West, which would make possible a rapid transition to socialism in Russia. Trotsky's own view was that the program of the democratic revolution could only succeed in the form of a dictatorship of the proletariat, but that the latter could only maintain itself if the revolution spread to Western Europe. In 1917 Lenin took the same line, as a result of which the proletarian revolution was successful in Russia. As Trotsky shows at length in his History of the Revolution, none of the Bolsheviks doubted that the Russian proletariat could only conquer if it was supported by the Western proletariat, and the pernicious idea of socialism in one country did not enter anyone's head until it was invented by Stalin at the end of 1924. How did it happen, then, that Trotsky's unquestionably correct policy, which was also Lenin's from 1917 onwards, resulted in government by a parasitic bureaucracy, and that Trotsky himself was driven from power and branded as a traitor? The answer was to be found in an analysis of the degeneration of Soviet power and Thermidorianism. During the first years of his exile, Trotsky took the view that Stalin and his group occupied the center of the Russian political spectrum and that the chief danger to the revolution came from the right, then represented by Bukharin and his followers, and counter-revolutionary elements which threatened a Thermidorian reaction, i.e. the restoration of capitalism. Accordingly, Trotsky offered to support Stalin against counter-revolution. Stalin, he thought, had made too many concessions to the right, with the result, as seen in the successive trials of the Industrial Party and the Mensheviks, that saboteurs and enemies of the people had occupied the highest posts in the state planning organization and were deliberately slowing up industrialization. In the early 30s, Trotsky also spoke of Bonapartism in the Stalinist regime. In 1935, however, he observed that in the French Revolution Thermidor had come first and Napoleon afterwards. The order should be the same in Russia, and, as there was already a Bonaparte, Thermidor must have come and gone. In an article entitled The Workers' State, Thermidor and Bonapartism, he amended his theory somewhat. He stated that the Thermidorian reaction had taken place in Russia in 1924, it was not, however, a capitalist counter-revolution but a seizure of power by the bureaucracy, which had begun to destroy the advance guard of the proletariat. The dictatorship of the proletariat had been preserved, as the state still owned the means of production, but political power had passed into the hands of the bureaucrats. The Bonapartist system must soon collapse, however, as it was contrary to the laws of history. A bourgeois counter-revolution was possible, but it could be avoided if the true Bolshevik elements were properly organized. Trotsky added, however, that he had in no way altered his view as to the working-class character of the Soviet state, but was merely expressing the historical analogy with more precision. In France, too, Thermidor was not a return to the ancien regime. The Soviet bureaucracy was not a social class, but a caste which had deprived the proletariat of its political rights and introduced a brutal despotism. Its existence in its present form, however, depended on the system of state ownership, the supreme achievement of the October Revolution, which the bureaucracy was obliged to defend and did defend in its own way. It was therefore the duty of the world proletariat to defend the Soviet Union unconditionally as the bastion of world revolution, while at the same time fighting against Stalinist degeneration. By 1936 he came to the conclusion that Stalinism could not be overthrown by reforms and internal pressures, there must be a revolution to remove the usurpers by force. That revolution would not alter the system of ownership, and would therefore not be a social revolution but a political one. It would be carried out by the advance guard of the proletariat, embodying the traditions of true Bolshevism which Stalin had destroyed. The theory of socialism in one country was responsible for all the bureaucracy's failures at home and abroad. It meant abandoning hope of world revolution and hence of Russia's main support in the world proletariat. Socialism in one country was impossible, i.e. it could be started but not completed. In a state closed within itself, socialism was bound to degenerate. The Comintern, which until 1924 had pursued a correct policy aimed at stirring up world revolution, had been transformed by Stalin into an instrument of Soviet policy and espionage, reducing the worldwide communist movement to a state of degeneracy and impotence. Trotsky made many attempts to explain how it was that the political power of the proletariat had been destroyed and the bureaucracy had gained control and introduced a totalitarian system of government. These attempts, contained in various books and articles, do not form a consistent argument. At times he maintained that the chief cause of degeneration was the delay in the outbreak of world revolution. The West European proletariat did not assume its historic mission in time. On the other hand, he maintained equally often that the defeat of revolution in Europe was the fault of the Soviet bureaucracy. It thus remained in doubt which phenomenon was the cause and which the effect, though later, as he pointed out, they aggravated each other. In The Revolution Betrayed we are told that the social basis of the growth of the bureaucracy was the faulty policy of the NEP years, which favored the kulaks. If so, one would expect that the liquidation of the kulaks and forced industrialization under the first 5-year plan would at least have weakened the bureaucracy if not destroyed it. In fact, precisely the opposite happened, and Trotsky nowhere explains why this was so. Later in the same book he says that the bureaucracy was originally an organ of the working class but that later, when it became involved in the distribution of goods, it began to place itself above the masses and to claim privileges. This does not explain, however, whether and in what way the system of privilege could have been avoided, and why the working class, which was truly in charge, permitted such a thing to happen. Still in the same work, Trotsky says that the main cause of bureaucratic government was the slowness of the world proletariat to fulfill its historic mission. In an earlier pamphlet, Problems of Development of the USSR, he gives other reasons: the weariness of the Russian proletariat after the Civil War, the collapse of illusions fostered in the heroic days of the revolution, the defeat of revolutionary outbreaks in Germany, Bulgaria, and Estonia, and the bureaucracy's betrayal of the Chinese and British proletariat. In an article in the following year he stated that the war-weary workers handed over power to the bureaucracy for the sake of order and reconstruction, but he did not explain why these tasks could not have been carried out by true Bolshevik-Leninists under his own leadership. From all these explanations one clear argument emerges, namely that Trotsky himself did not contribute in the smallest measure to the establishment of a bureaucratic regime, and that the bureaucracy had nothing in common with the dictatorship of the first 6 years after the revolution, but was its exact contrary. The fact that the party apparatus exercised absolute power during those years had, it seems, nothing to do with the regime of Stalin and his clique, since the party in those days was the advance guard of the proletariat, while Stalin's subsequent apparatus represented nothing and no one. In that case, we may ask, why could not the proletariat shake off the clique of usurpers who lacked any social backing? Trotsky has an answer to this too, The proletariat does not rebel against Stalin's government because it fears that in the present situation a proletarian revolution might lead to the restoration of capitalism. It is not clear from Trotsky's arguments whether there was any means of avoiding such a disastrous outcome. It seems, on the whole, that there was not, since otherwise Trotsky and his group, who invariably pursued the right policy and expressed the true interests of the proletariat, would surely have prevented the bureaucracy taking over. If they did not prevent it, it was because they could not, and if the bureaucracy continued to maintain itself without any visible social foundation, this must surely be due to the operation of historical laws. 3. Bolshevism and Stalinism. The idea of Soviet democracy. Trotsky thus took every opportunity to emphasize that there was no continuity between true Bolshevism or Leninism, that is to say Trotsky's own ideology and politics on the one hand, and Stalinism on the other. Stalinism was not only not the true heir of Leninism, but a glaring contradiction of it. In an article of 1937 he takes issue with Mensheviks and anarchists who were saying, "We told you so from the beginning." "Not at all," replies Trotsky. The Mensheviks and anarchists predicted that despotism and the stifling of the Russian proletariat would come as a result of Bolshevik government. They have indeed come, but as a result of Stalin's bureaucracy, which has nothing to do with true Bolshevism. Again, Pannekoek and some German Spartacists say that the Bolsheviks set up a dictatorship of the party instead of a dictatorship of the proletariat, and that Stalin established a bureaucratic dictatorship on that basis. This is not the case either. The proletariat could not take over state power except through its own vanguard, in which the working masses' aspirations to freedom were crystallized. In this article as in many others, Trotsky was obliged to answer the objections frequently raised by his adversaries and also by such supporters as Serge, Suvarin, and Burnham. Surely, they pointed out, the Bolsheviks had from the beginning, with Trotsky's active participation, liquidated all Russian political parties including the socialists. They had themselves forbidden the formation of groups within the party, had destroyed the freedom of the press, had bloodily suppressed the Kronstadt revolt, and so forth. Trotsky answered these objections many times, and always in the same way. The actions complained of were right and necessary and in no way infringed the healthy foundations of proletarian democracy. In a letter to the workers of Zurich, published in August 1932, he wrote that the Bolsheviks had certainly used force to destroy the anarchists and left S.R.S., but they did so in defense of the workers' state, and therefore their action was right. The class struggle could not be carried on without violence. The only question was which class the violence was exercised by. In a pamphlet of 1938, Their Morals and Ours, he explained that it was absurd to compare communism with fascism, as the resemblance in their methods was superficial and related to secondary phenomena. What mattered was the class in whose name such methods were used. Trotsky, it was objected, had taken hostages, including children, from the families of political opponents, and was now indignant when Stalin did the same thing to Trotskyists. But, he replied, there was no true analogy, for what Trotsky did was necessary to fight the class enemy and bring victory to the proletariat, whereas Stalin was acting in the interests of the bureaucracy. In a letter of 1940 to Schachtman he agrees that the Cheka originated and functioned when he was in power. Of course it did, but it was a necessary weapon against the bourgeoisie, whereas now Stalin was using it to destroy true Bolsheviks, so there was no proper comparison. As to the suppression of the Kronstadt revolt, how could a proletarian government be expected to give up an important fortress to reactionary peasant soldiers, among whom there might be a few anarchists? As to the forbidding of party groups, this was absolutely necessary, for when all non-Bolshevik parties were liquidated the antagonistic interests that were still present in society were bound to seek expression in different tendencies within the one party. It is clear from this that for Trotsky there was no question of democracy as a form of government, or of civil liberties as a cultural value. From this point of view he was faithful to Lenin and did not differ from Stalin. If power was wielded by the historically progressive class, then by definition this was an authentic democracy, even if oppression and coercion in every form were otherwise the order of the day, for all this was in the cause of progress. But from the moment that power was taken over by a bureaucracy that did not represent the interests of the proletariat, the same forms of government automatically became reactionary and therefore anti-democratic. In an article of 1931 entitled "The Right-Left Bloc," Trotsky wrote, "What we mean by the restoration of party democracy is that the real revolutionary proletarian core of the party win the right to curb the bureaucracy and to really purge the party, to purge the party of the Thermidorians in principle as well as their unprincipled and careerist cohorts who vote according to command from above, of the tendencies of tailendism as well as the numerous factions of toadyism, whose title should not be derived from the Greek or Latin but from the real Russian word for toady in its contemporary, bureaucratized and Stalinized form. This is the reason we need democracy." It is thus clear that by democracy Trotsky means government by Trotskyists, expressing the historical aspirations of the proletariat. In an article of December 1939, Trotsky again answers the question whether he himself was not responsible for the liquidation of all political parties except the Bolsheviks. "Certainly," he replies, "and it was quite right to do so. But," he goes on, "one cannot identify the laws of civil war with the laws of peaceful periods," and then, it clearly having occurred to him that in that case the liquidated parties should have been re-legalized after the Civil War, he adds, "the laws of dictatorship or the proletariat with the laws of bourgeois democracy." In a statement dating from the end of 1932 we read, "Every regime must be judged first and foremost according to its own rules. The regime of the proletarian dictatorship cannot and does not wish to hold back from infringing the principles and formal rules of democracy. It has to be judged from the standpoint of its capacity to ensure the transition to a new society. The democratic regime, on the other hand, must be judged from the standpoint of the extent to which it allows the class struggle to develop within the framework of democracy. In short, it is right to be indignant and to attack democratic states when they infringe the principles of democracy and freedom, but one must not treat a communist dictatorship in this way, because it does not recognize democratic principles. Its superiority lies in the promise to create a new society in the future." In The Revolution Betrayed we are even told that Stalin's constitution, by proclaiming universal suffrage, made it clear that there was no longer a dictatorship of the proletariat. Thus, while Trotsky constantly attacked Stalin and his regime and demanded a return to Soviet democracy and party democracy, it is clear in the light of his general principles that democracy signifies the rule of those whose policy is right. It does not mean that the rightness of a policy is determined as the result of different groups contending for popular support. In The Revolution Betrayed he writes of the need to regain freedom for Soviet parties, starting with the Bolsheviks, but it not clear which other parties qualify as Soviet. Since only the genuine vanguard of the proletariat is to exercise power, that vanguard must also have the right to decide which parties are Soviet and which are counter-revolutionary. In Trotsky's eyes, the upshot seems to be that socialist freedom means freedom for Trotskyists and no one else. The same arguments apply to cultural freedom. Trotsky sometimes expressed indignation at the gagging of art and science by Stalin's regime. In The Revolution Betrayed he recalled that in 1924 he himself had formulated rules for the dictatorship of the proletariat in art and literature. The sole criterion was to be whether a work was for or against the revolution, and beyond that there should be perfect freedom. In July 1932 he wrote that there should be freedom in art and philosophy, eliminating pitilessly only that which is directed against the revolutionary tasks of the proletariat. This, however, is the same principle that prevailed under Stalin. The party authorities decide what is directed against the revolutionary tasks of the proletariat and must therefore be pitilessly eliminated. Freedom thus defined has never been infringed in the Soviet state. Of course, under such a general formula the degree of repression and regimentation of culture may be greater or less according to various political circumstances, and in the 20s it was certainly less than in the 30s. Since, however, the principle is that the rulers decide in every case what manifestations of culture are in accordance with their political needs, no degree of repression and enslavement can possibly offend against the dictatorship of the proletariat. The whole question reduces once again to the same pattern. If Trotsky had been in charge, he would not, of course, have allowed freedoms that he thought dangerous to his authority. Stalin behaved in the same way, and in both cases it was a matter of self-interest. The whole difference comes down to this, that Trotsky believed himself to represent the historical interests of the proletariat, while Stalin believed that he, Stalin, did so. In their Morals and Ours, Trotsky endeavored to refute the objection of those of his followers who claimed that his rule of morality was simply what is good for me is right, and that in his view the end justified the means. To this he replied that if the means were to be justified by something other than the aims evolved by history, that something could only be God. In other words, his questioners were falling into religiosity, just as the Russian revisionists Struve, Bulgakov, and Berdyaev had done. They tried to combine Marxism with some kind of morality superior to class, and ended up in the bosom of the church. Morals in general, he declared, were a function of the class struggle. At the present time morality could be in the interest of the proletariat or in that of fascism, and, obviously, warring classes might sometimes use similar means. The only important question was which side they benefited. A means can be justified only by its end. But the end in its turn needs to be justified. From the Marxist point of view, which expresses the historical interests of the proletariat, the end is justified if it leads to increasing the power of man over nature and to the abolition of the power of man over man. In other words, if a policy is conducive to technical progress, any means which furthers that policy is automatically justified. It is not clear, however, why Stalin's policy should in that case be condemned, since it certainly raised the country's technical level. As to the abolition of the power of man over man, Trotsky himself enunciated the principle that before this power can be abolished it must be increased to the highest degree. Trotsky reiterated this view in an article in June 1933. But in future things will be different. The historical aim is embodied in the Proletarian Party, which therefore decides what is moral and what is immoral. As to Suvarin's remark that, as Trotsky's party does not exist, he must regard himself alone as the embodiment of morality, the prophet replies once again by pointing to Lenin's example. He too stood alone in 1914, and what happened after that? In a sense the critic's objection was invalid. Trotsky did not maintain that what served his party's interests was morally good, and what injured them was morally bad. He held simply that there were no such things as moral criteria, but only criteria of political efficacy. Problems of revolutionary morality are fused with the problems of revolutionary strategy and tactics. To say that a thing was good or bad in itself, irrespective of political consequences, was tantamount to believing in God. It was meaningless to ask, for instance, whether it was right in itself to murder the children of one's political opponents. It had been right to kill the Tsar's children, because it was politically justified. Why then was it wrong for Stalin to murder Trotsky's children? Because Stalin did not represent the proletariat. All abstract principles of good and bad, all universal rules of democracy, freedom, and cultural values were without significance in themselves. They were to be accepted or rejected as political expediency might dictate. The question of course then arises why anyone should side with the vanguard of the proletariat rather than with its opponents, or identify himself with any aims whatever. Trotsky does not answer this question, but merely says that the end flows naturally from the historical movement. This presumably means, though he does not say so clearly, that we must first find out what is historically inevitable, and then support it for no other reason than that it is inevitable. As for democracy within the party, Trotsky is quite categorical about this also. In Stalin's party, when his own group was in opposition, he naturally demanded free intra-party discussion, and even freedom to form fractions. On the other hand, he defended the prohibition of fractions enacted by himself and others at the 10th Congress in 1921, on the ground that it was an extraordinary measure. It is hard to interpret this otherwise than as meaning that it is right to prohibit fractions when they are wrong, but that Trotsky's group must not be prohibited because it expresses the interest of the proletariat. During his exile he also endeavored to impose true Leninist principles on the small groups of his adherents. He unceasingly condemned all variations from his own statements, ordered the exclusion of all who resisted his authority on any subject, and proclaimed the doctrine of communist centralism at every turn. He denounced Souvarin's group of communist democrats in Paris, saying that their very name showed that they had broken with Marxism. He reprimanded Navali's group when, in 1935, they proclaimed a program of their own within the left opposition. He condemned Luciano Galicia, the leader of the Mexican Trotskyists, who forgot about centralism and demanded full freedom of opinion within the Fourth International. He lashed out furiously at the American Trotskyist Dwight MacDonald, who had said that all theory must be treated with skepticism. He who propagates theoretical skepticism is a traitor. He pronounced irrevocable sentence on Burnham and Schachtman when they finally came to doubt that the Soviet Union was a workers' state, and talked of Soviet imperialism in invading Poland and in the war with Finland. On this occasion he refused to agree to a referendum within the American Trotskyist Party on the ground that party policy was not simply an arithmetical total of local decisions. The fact that this absolutism caused his movement to shrink and to become more and more like a tiny religious sect, convinced that its members and the ONLN were destined to salvation, did not worry Trotsky at all. Once more, what about Lenin in 1914? He also shared Lenin's dialectical view that the true or underlying majority did not consist of those who happened to be in larger number but of those who were right or stood for historical progress. He seems to have genuinely believed that the working masses of the world were on his side in their inmost hearts, even though they did not yet know it, for the laws of history made clear that this must be so. Trotsky's attitude to the problems of national oppression and self-determination was on similar lines. His writings contain a few references to Stalinist suppression of the national aspirations of the Ukrainians and other peoples. At the same time he emphasized that no concessions must be made to Ukrainian nationalists, and that true Bolsheviks in the Ukraine must not form a people's front with them. He went so far as to say that the Ukrainians, divided as they were among four states, constituted an international problem no less crucial than, in Marx's opinion, the Polish question had been in the 19th century. But he saw nothing reprehensible in the socialist state bringing the proletarian revolution to other countries by means of armed invasion. In 1939-40 he explained indignantly to Schachtman and Burnham that the Soviet invasion of Poland coincided with the revolutionary movement in that country, that the Stalinist bureaucracy had given a revolutionary impulse to the Polish proletariat and peasantry, and that in Finland too the war with the Soviet Union had awakened revolutionary feelings. True, this was a revolution of a special kind, since it was introduced at the point of the bayonet and did not spring from the depths of popular feeling, but it was a genuine revolution all the same. Trotsky's knowledge of what was happening in eastern Poland and Finland was based, of course, not on any empirical data but on the laws of history. The Soviet state, degenerate though it was, represented the interests of the popular masses, and therefore the latter must support the invading Red Army. On this point Trotsky certainly cannot be accused of deviating from Leninism, as the true national interest coincides with that of the vanguard of the proletariat. It follows that wherever the vanguard is in power the right of national self-determination has been realized, and the masses must support the state of affairs, for so the theory requires. 4. Criticism of Soviet economic and foreign policy since, in theory at least, industrialization and the future. Agricultural policy were a vital issue to the left opposition in the Soviet Union. Trotsky was in an awkward position when it turned out that Stalin had taken over all the opposition's policies, and had done so in an intensified form. He solved the difficulty by declaring that Stalin had indeed carried out the opposition's aims but had done so in a bureaucratic and ill-considered manner. The left opposition began with the struggle for the industrialization and agrarian collectivization of the Soviet Union. This fight is won in a certain sense, namely in that, beginning with 1928, the whole policy of the Soviet government represents a bureaucratically distorted application of the principles of the left opposition. The bureaucracy had been compelled to carry out these measures in its own interest, by the logic of government, and although it had performed the historical tasks of the proletariat in a distorted manner, the changes in themselves were progressive. Moreover, it was leftist pressure that had forced Stalin to change his tune. Between the creative forces of the revolution and the bureaucracy there exists a profound antagonism. If the Stalinist apparatus constantly comes to a halt at certain limits, if it finds itself compelled even to turn sharply to the left, this occurs above all under the pressure of the amorphous, scattered, but still powerful elements of the Revolutionary Party. As to collectivization, Trotsky criticized the haste and lack of economic preparation and emphasized that the Stalinists were wrong in regarding the kolkhozes as socialist institutions. They were no more than a transitional form. What was more, collectivization turned out to be a step towards the restoration of capitalism. In The Revolution Betrayed, Trotsky wrote that Stalin had annulled the nationalization of the land by giving it to the kolkhozes, and by allowing the peasants to cultivate private plots on the side he had strengthened the element of individualism. Thus, when Soviet agriculture lay in ruins and millions of peasants were starving to death, or were kept alive only by the permission they had at last received to maintain private plots, Trotsky's chief concern was the danger of individualism that this represented. He even held that the fight against the kulaks was insufficiently thorough, as Stalin had given them a chance to organize in the Trotsky 203 kolkhozes and, after the first liquidation campaign, had made further substantial concessions which must lead to renewed class differentiation in the countryside. On several occasions, in The Revolution Betrayed and elsewhere, Trotsky condemned the barbarous introduction of piecework into Soviet industry. It was hard to tell from his arguments, however, whether he thought material incentives to productivity should be replaced by police compulsion or revolutionary zeal, and, in the latter case, how that zeal was to be evoked. As to Stalin's foreign policy, Trotsky harped on the theme that international revolution was being abandoned for the sake of socialism in one country, hence the revolution had been successively betrayed in Germany, China, and Spain. He did not say whether the Red Army should have been sent to aid the German Communists in 1923, or to aid the Chinese in 1926. In general, Trotsky opposed the policy of supporting the national bourgeoisie in undeveloped countries. This policy was often quite successful in weakening the great capitalist powers. Trotsky, however, thought it pernicious on the ground that in colonial territories, as elsewhere, the tasks of the bourgeois revolution could only be performed under communist leadership, which would bring the revolution continuously into a socialist stage. It was, for instance, absurd to suppose that India could gain its independence otherwise than by a proletarian revolution. This was absolutely ruled out by the laws of history. The example of Russia showed that the only possibility was a permanent revolution led from the outset by the proletariat, i.e. the Communist Party. Trotsky regarded Russian models as absolutely binding on all countries of the world, and he therefore had ready-made answers to all their problems whether or not he knew anything about their history or specific conditions. Trotsky did not dispute that communists in a revolutionary period must make use of transitional aims before they could control the situation completely. Thus, in a letter of August 1931 to the Chinese Trotskyists, he wrote that the idea of a national assembly must not be dropped from their program, because when the support of the poor peasants was being canvassed, the proletariat will have to convoke a national assembly in order not to arouse the mistrust of the peasantry and in order not to provide an opening for bourgeois demagoguery. On the other hand, we read elsewhere that it would be a fatal mistake to repeat Lenin's pre-1917 slogan of a dictatorship of the proletariat and peasantry. At the outset of the Russian Revolution, the government was referred to as representing the proletariat and the poor peasantry. As to this, Trotsky writes, "True, subsequently we called the Soviet government worker and peasant. But by this time the dictatorship of the proletariat was already a fact, the Communist Party was in power, and consequently the name workers and peasants government could not give rise to any ambiguity or grounds for alarm. In short, once the Communists were in power there could be no harm in fictitious and deceptive names." Trotsky's supporters and admirers, such as Deutscher, have often emphasized, as a fact greatly to his credit, that he opposed the slogan of social fascism. It is true that he criticized this slogan because it cut off the communists from the working masses in the social democratic parties, but he does not seem to have had any real policy to suggest as far as the Social Democrats were concerned. He wrote that there could be no question of permanent cooperation with organizations which did not break radically with reformism and which sought to regenerate social democracy. At the same period, before Hitler's accession to power, he blamed the Stalinists simultaneously for talking of social fascism and for capitulating to the Social Democrats. In June 1933, just after the Nazi victory, he declared that there could be no thought of a united front with the German Social Democrats, who were Hitler's lackeys. But Trotsky's indignation was aroused in earnest by the change of Soviet policy in 1934-5. Stalinism had at last shown its rightest countenance. The Stalinists were allying themselves with the renegades of the Second International and, worse still, were talking of peace and international arbitration and dividing states into democratic and fascist as if that were the important difference. They spoke of fascism threatening world war, yet as Marxists they must know that imperialist war had an economic foundation. They even accepted at Geneva a formula defining the aggressor in terms which would apply equally to all wars, including those between capitalist states. This was a surrender to bourgeois pacifism. Marxists could not be opposed to all wars in principle, they left that sort of cant to Quakers and Tolstoyans. Marxists judged war from the class point of view and were not interested in bourgeois distinctions between the aggressor and his victim. Their principle was that a war in the interests of the proletariat, be it aggressive or defensive, was a just war, while a war between imperialists was a crime. In reality, all Trotsky's earlier appeals for a change of attitude towards the Social Democrats were illusory and could have borne no fruit even if he had been in power, for he seems to have imagined that it was possible to maintain ideological purity vis-a-vis the Social Democrats while at the same time soliciting their help in particular circumstances. When Stalin, to prevent France coming to terms with Nazi Germany, launched the policy of the Popular Front and an anti-fascist alliance with the Socialists, he realized that he must pay a price, at all events in propaganda terms, if his policy was to be successful. Trotsky, on the other hand, thought it possible to form an anti-Nazi front with the Socialists while denouncing them at every turn as impostors, agents of the bourgeoisie, traitors to the working class, and lackeys of imperialism, the only taboo epithet being social fascists. It is evident that if he had been in charge of the Comintern at that time, his policy would have been even less successful than Stalin's. Trotsky was indeed a true adherent of Lenin's opinion that reliance on international treaties, arbitration, disarmament, and so on was idle reactionary chatter. It did not matter who was the aggressor, but which class was waging the war. The socialist state, representing the interests of the world proletariat, was right in every war, regardless of who began it, and could not seriously consider itself bound by treaties with imperialist governments. Stalin was concerned with the security of the Soviet state, not with world revolution, and therefore had to present himself on various occasions as an advocate of peace. 206 Trotsky. And a champion of international law and democracy. Trotsky, however, believed that the main elements of the situation were still as he had seen them in 1918, on one side the imperialists, on the other the socialist state and the world proletariat waiting for the right slogans to unleash a revolution. Stalin, the exponent of Realpolitik, did not believe in the rising tide of revolution, and used the European Communist parties as instruments of Soviet policy. Trotsky was the advocate of incessant revolutionary war, and his whole doctrine was based on the conviction that the world proletariat was, in the nature of things and by the laws of history, tending towards revolution, and that only the erroneous policy of the Stalinist bureaucracy prevented this innate trend from taking effect. 5. Fascism, democracy, and war. How doctrinaire and unrealistic Trotsky's political thinking was in the 1930s may be judged from his remarks on the coming war and his recommendations for action in the face of the fascist threat. A few days after the outbreak of war he wrote, I do not see the slightest reason for changing those principles in relation to World War which were elaborated between 1G14 and 1G17 by the best representatives of the workers' movement under the leadership of Lenin. The present war has a reactionary character on both sides. Whichever camp is victorious, humanity will be thrown far behind. These words, written after the German invasion of Poland and the Anglo-French declaration of war, but before the Soviet invasion of mid-September, were an epitome of Trotsky's views on the subject of a war among capitalist states such as Nazi Germany, Fascist Italy, Poland, France, Britain, and the USA. For many years he repeated indefatigably that it was a fatal illusion and a capitalist trick to suggest that there was or could be a front of democratic states against fascism, or that it made any difference whether victory went to Hitler or to a coalition of the Western democracies, since neither side had nationalized its factories. The proletariat of the belligerent countries, instead of helping their reactionary governments to fight Hitler, should rise against them as Lenin had urged during the First World War. The cry of national defense was in the highest degree. Trotsky 207 reactionary and anti-Marxist, what was at issue was a proletarian revolution, not the defeat of one bourgeoisie by another. In a pamphlet of July 1934 entitled War and the Fourth International, Trotsky wrote, "The sham of national defense is covered up wherever possible by the additional sham of the defense of democracy. If even now, in the imperialist epoch, Marxists do not identify democracy with fascism and are ready at any moment to repel fascism's encroachment upon democracy, must not the proletariat in case of war support the democratic governments against the fascist governments?" Flagrant sophism. We defend democracy against fascism by means of the organizations and methods of the proletariat. Contrary to social democracy, we do not entrust this defense to the bourgeois state. Under these conditions, the support by a workers' party of its national imperialism for the sake of a fragile democratic shell means the renunciation of an independent policy and the chauvinistic demoralization of the workers. The revolutionary vanguard will seek a united front with the working and G-class organizations against its own democratic government, but in no case unity with its own government against the hostile country. The Third International, Trotsky emphasized in an article in 1935, had always combated pacifism, not only social patriotism, and had always condemned talk of disarmament, arbitration, the League of Nations, etc., yet today it was endorsing all these bourgeois policies. When El Humanite called for the defense of French civilization, it showed that it had betrayed the proletariat and was taking a nationalist stand, inviting workers to help their own government to fight German imperialism. Wars were the product of capitalism, and it was senseless to argue that the chief danger at present was from Nazism. On this road one quickly arrives at the idealization of French democracy as such, counterposed to Hitler Germany. A year before the war, Trotsky declared that democracy and fascism were simply two alternative instruments of exploitation, the rest was all a deceit. Really, what would a military bloc of imperialist democracies against Hitler mean? A new edition of the Versailles chains, even more heavy, bloody, and intolerable. The Czechoslovakian crisis revealed with remarkable clarity that fascism does not exist as an independent factor. It is only one of the tools of imperialism. Democracy is another of its tools. Imperialism rises above them both. It sets them in motion according to needs, at times counterposing them to one another, at times amicably conciling them. To fight against fascism in an alliance with imperialism is the same as to fight in an alliance with the devil against his claws or horns. In short, there was no such thing as a fight between democracy and fascism. International treaties took no account of such pseudo-antagonisms. The British might conclude a pact with Italy, the Poles with Germany. No matter who the contending parties were, the coming war would bring about an international proletarian revolution. Such was the law of history. Humanity would not endure the war longer than a few months. Rebellions against national governments, led by the Fourth International, would break out on every hand. In any case, the war would at once wipe out all traces of democracy, so that it was absurd to talk about the defense of democratic values. In reply to a Trotskyist group in Palestine who suggested that fascism was the chief threat to be resisted at that time and that it was wrong to preach defeatism in countries combating it, Trotsky wrote that their attitude was no better than social patriotism. For all true revolutionaries, the chief enemy was always at home. In another letter, of July 1939, he declared, "The victories of fascism are important, but the death agony of capitalism is more important. Fascism accelerates the new war, and the war will tremendously accelerate the revolutionary movement. In case of war, every small revolutionary nucleus can and will become a decisive historic factor in a very short time. The Fourth International would play the same part in the coming war as the Bolsheviks had in 1917, but this time the downfall of capitalism would be complete and final. Yes, I do not doubt that the New World War will provoke with absolute inevitability the world revolution and the collapse of the capitalist system." When war actually came, it did not alter Trotsky's opinion on these matters, but strengthened it. In the manifesto of the Fourth International, published in June 1940, he declared that a socialist who comes out today for the defense of the fatherland is playing the same reactionary role as the peasants of the Vendée who rushed to the defense of the feudal regime, that is of their own chains. It was pointless to talk of defending democracy against fascism, for fascism was a product of bourgeois democracy, and it was not any fatherland that had to be defended, but the interests of the world proletariat. But the first to be vanquished in the war will be the thoroughly rotten democracy. In its definitive downfall, it will drag down with it all the workers' organizations which served as its support. There will be no room for reformist unions. Capitalist reaction will destroy them ruthlessly. But isn't the working class obliged in the present conditions to aid the democracies in their struggle against German fascism? This is how the question is put by broad petty bourgeois circles for whom the proletariat always remains only an auxiliary tool for this or that faction of the bourgeoisie. We reject this policy with indignation. Naturally, there exists a difference between the political regimes in bourgeois society, just as there is a difference in comfort between various cars in a railway train. But when the whole train is plunging into an abyss, the distinction between decaying democracy and murderous fascism disappears in the face of the collapse of the entire capitalist system. The victory of the imperialists of Great Britain and France would be no less frightful for the ultimate fate of mankind than that of Hitler and Mussolini. Bourgeois democracy cannot be saved. By helping their bourgeoisie against foreign fascism, the workers could only accelerate the victory of fascism in their own country. Here, again, is Trotsky's advice to the Norwegian workers at the time of Hitler's invasion. Should the Norwegian workers have supported the democratic camp against the fascist? In reality, this would be the crudest kind of blunder. In the world arena, we support neither the camp of the Allies nor the camp of Germany. Consequently, we have not the slightest reason or justification for supporting either one of their temporary tools within Norway itself. In addition, Trotsky made many detailed predictions with complete assurance. It was, for instance, absolutely impossible for Switzerland to avoid being dragged into the war. Democracy could not survive in any country, but must by an iron law develop into fascism. If Italian democracy were restored, it could only last a few months before being swept away by the proletarian revolution. As Hitler's army consisted of workers and peasants, it was bound eventually to ally itself with the peoples of the occupied countries, for the laws of history taught that the bonds of class were stronger than any other. As to the general nature of the fascist danger, Trotsky put forward a very interesting analysis in August 1933. Theoretically, the victory of fascism is undoubtedly evidence of the fact that democracy has exhausted itself, but politically the fascist regime preserves democratic prejudices, recreates them, inculcates them into the youth, and is even capable of imparting to them, for a short time, the greatest strength. Precisely in this consists one of the most important manifestations of the reactionary historic role of fascism. Under the yoke of the fascist dictatorship, the democratic illusions were not weakened, but became stronger. In other words, the threat of fascism lies in the fact that people subjected to it long for democracy, and thus democratic prejudices are preserved instead of being dispelled, Hitler is dangerous because he makes it harder to destroy democracy. Shortly before his death, Trotsky reaffirmed his predictions as to the development of the war and at the same time put the question, in a rhetorical vein, as to what would happen if they were not fulfilled. He answered that it would signify the bankruptcy of Marxism. If this war provokes, as we firmly believe, a proletarian revolution, it must inevitably lead to the overthrow of the bureaucracy in the USSR and the regeneration of Soviet democracy on a far higher economic and cultural basis than in 1918. If, however, it is conceded that the present war will provoke not revolution but a decline of the proletariat, there remains another alternative, the further decay of monopoly capitalism, its faster fusion with the state, and the replacement of democracy, wherever it still remains, by a totalitarian regime. The inability of the proletariat to take into its hands the leadership of society could actually lead under these conditions to the growth of a new exploiting class from the Bonapartist fascist bureaucracy. This would be, according to all indications, a regime of decline, signalizing the eclipse of civilization. An analogous result might occur in the event that the proletariat of advanced capitalist countries, having conquered power, should prove incapable of holding it and surrender it, as in the USSR, to a privileged bureaucracy. Then we would be compelled to acknowledge that the reason for the bureaucratic relapse is rooted not in the backwardness of the country and not in the imperialist environment, but in the congenital incapacity of the proletariat to become a ruling class. Then it would be necessary in retrospect to establish that in its fundamental traits the present USSR was the precursor of a new exploiting regime on an international scale. However onerous the second perspective may be, if the world proletariat should actually prove incapable of fulfilling the mission placed upon it by the course of development, nothing else would remain except only to recognize that the socialist program, based on the internal contradictions of capitalist society, ended as a utopia. This is an unusual argument to find in Trotsky's works. Naturally, he states with confidence that the pessimistic second alternative is an unreal one, and he continues to believe that world revolution is inevitable, not merely as a general proposition but as a result of the war in progress. But the mere fact that he envisages another hypothesis seems to point to a certain hesitation, if we compare the above passage with the absolute confidence in victory that he expresses elsewhere. Trotsky did not admit the idea that capitalism might be capable of reforming itself. Roosevelt's New Deal seemed to him a desperate and reactionary attempt, foredoomed to failure. He believed, moreover, that the United States, having reached the highest stage of technical development, was already ripe for communism. In The Revolution Betrayed we read that if anyone supposed that capitalism could thrive for more than a decade or two, he must, by the same token, believe that socialism in the Soviet Union made no sense and that the Marxists had misjudged their historical moment, for the Russian Revolution would in that case stand as a mere episodic experiment like the Paris Commune. 6. Conclusions from the perspective of today. Trotsky's literary and political activity in the 1930s gives an impression of extreme wishful thinking. It is an unhappy mixture of unfulfilled prophecies, fantastic illusions, false diagnoses, and unfounded hopes. Of course, it is not of the first importance that Trotsky failed to foresee the course of the war. Many people in those days made predictions, most of which were belied by events. What is important and characteristic, however, is that he invariably presented his speculations as scientifically exact prognoses, based on a profound dialectic and understanding of great historical processes. In fact, his prophecies were partly founded on hopes that history would vindicate his judgment, and partly on doctrinaire deductions from supposed historical laws which he believed must come into play sooner rather than later. One wonders what would have happened if Stalin had foreseen the outcome of the war and had taken his revenge on Trotsky not by killing him but by letting him live to see the collapse of all his hopes and prophecies, not a single one of which came true. The war was an anti-fascist war. No proletarian revolution took place in Europe or America. Apart from the Soviet conquest of Eastern Europe, the Stalinist bureaucracy was not swept away, but became immeasurably stronger, as did Stalin himself. Democracy survived, and was restored in West Germany and Italy, most of the colonial territories gained their independence without a proletarian revolution, and the Fourth International remained an impotent sect. If Trotsky had seen all this, would he have admitted that his pessimistic hypothesis had proved to be the right one and that Marxism was an illusion? We cannot tell, of course, but his mentality would probably not have allowed him to draw such an inference. He would no doubt simply have noted that the operation of the laws of history had again been somewhat delayed, but would have remained firm in his belief that the great moment was at hand. Trotsky, as a true doctrinaire, was insensitive to everything that was happening around him. Of course he followed events closely and commented on them, and did his best to obtain accurate information about the Soviet Union and world politics. But the essence of a doctrinaire is not that he does not read newspapers or collect facts, it consists in adhering to a system of interpretation that is impervious to empirical data, or is so nebulous that any and every fact can be used to confirm it. Trotsky had no need to fear that any event might cause him to change his mind, as his basic premises were always in the form on the one hand, on the other hand, or admittedly, but nevertheless. If communists suffered a setback anywhere in the world, it confirmed his diagnosis that the Stalinist bureaucracy was leading the movement to ruin. If there was a communist success, it also confirmed his diagnosis. The working class had shown, despite the Stalinist bureaucracy, that it was still full of revolutionary spirit. If Stalin made a rightist move, it was a triumph for Trotsky's analysis. He had always predicted that the Soviet bureaucracy would degenerate into reaction. But if Stalin made a swing to the left, it was also a triumph for Trotsky, who had always declared that the revolutionary vanguard in Russia was so strong that the bureaucracy must take account of its wishes. If a Trotskyist group in some country increased its membership, that was of course a good sign. The best elements were beginning to understand that true Leninism was the right policy. If, on the other hand, a group dwindled in size or underwent a split, this too confirmed the Marxist analysis. The Stalinist bureaucracy was stifling the consciousness of the masses, and in a revolutionary era unstable elements always desert the battlefield. If Soviet Russia scored economic success, it confirmed Trotsky's argument: socialism, supported by the consciousness of the proletariat, was gaining ground in spite of the bureaucracy. If there were economic setbacks or disasters, Trotsky was right again. The bureaucracy, as he had always said, was incompetent and lacked the support of the masses. A mental system of this kind is watertight and immune from correction by the facts. Obviously, various forces and conflicting tendencies are at work in society, and different ones prevail at different times. If this commonplace truth is erected into a philosophy, there is no danger of its being empirically refuted. Trotsky, however, like many other Marxists, imagined that he was conducting scientific observations with the aid of an infallible dialectical method. Trotsky's attitude to the Soviet state is psychologically understandable. It was to a large extent his own creation, and it is not surprising that he could not admit the idea that his offspring had degenerated beyond recall. Hence the extraordinary paradox which he repeated incessantly and which, in the end, even faithful Trotskyists found hard to swallow: the working class had been politically expropriated, robbed of all its rights, enslaved and trampled on, but the Soviet Union was still a working class dictatorship, since the land and factories were the property of the state. As time went on, more and more of Trotsky's adherents left him on account of this dogma. Some, noting the obvious analogies between Soviet communism and Nazism, had pessimistic forebodings as to the inevitability of totalitarian systems throughout the world. The German Trotskyist Hugo Urbans concluded that state capitalism would become universal in one form or another. Bruno Rizzi, an Italian Trotskyist who in 1939 published a book in French on world bureaucratization, held that the world was moving towards a new form of class society, in which individual ownership was replaced by collective ownership vested in a bureaucracy, as exemplified by the fascist states and the Soviet Union. Trotsky opposed such ideas furiously. It was nonsense to suggest that fascism, the organ of the bourgeoisie, could expropriate its own class in favor of a political bureaucracy. Similarly, Trotsky broke with Burnham and Schachtman when they came to the conclusion that it no low 11 GER made any discernible sense to call the Soviet Union a workers' state. Schachtman pointed out that under capitalism economic and political power could be separate, but that this was impossible in the Soviet Union, where property relations and the proletariat's participation in political power were dependent on each other. The proletariat could not lose political power and continue to exercise an economic dictatorship. The political expropriation of the proletariat meant the end of its rule in every other sense, and it was therefore absurd to maintain that Russia was still a workers' state. The ruling bureaucracy was a class in the true meaning of the term. Trotsky to the end firmly opposed this conclusion, reiterating his single argument that the implements of production in the Soviet Union belonged to the state. This, of course, no one denied. The dispute was psychological rather than one of theory. To recognize that Russia had created a new form of class society and exploitation would have meant admitting that Trotsky's life work had been in vain, and that he himself had helped to bring about the exact opposite of what he intended. This is a kind of inference that few are prepared to draw. For the same reason Trotsky maintained tooth and nail that when he was in power the Soviet Union and the Comintern had been above reproach in every way. It was a true dictatorship of the proletariat, a true proletarian democracy, with genuine support from the working masses. All repressions, cruelties, armed invasions, etc. were justified if they were in the interest of the working class, but this had nothing to do with Stalin's later measures. Trotsky never suggested that the armed incursions carried out by the newborn Soviet state in Lenin's day might have been wrongful. On the contrary, he repeated many times that the revolution could not alter geography. In other words, the Tsarist frontiers ought to be preserved or restored, and the Soviet regime had every right to liberate Poland, Lithuania, Armenia, Georgia, and the other border states. He maintained that if it had not been for bureaucratic degeneration the Red Army in I-939 would have been welcomed as a liberator by the working masses of Finland, but he did not ask himself why in that case, when he was in power and there was no degeneration, the working masses of Finland, Poland, or Georgia had failed to greet their liberators with enthusiasm in accordance with the laws of history. Trotsky did not concern himself with philosophical questions. Nor did he attempt any theoretical analysis of the foundations of Marxism. It was sufficient for him that Marx had shown that the decisive feature of the modern world was the struggle between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat, and that this was bound to end in the victory of the proletariat, a worldwide socialist state, and a classless society. He did not concern himself to discover on what these prophecies were based. Being convinced of their truth, however, and of the fact that he as a politician embodied the interests of the proletariat and the deep-seated trend of history, he maintained unswervingly his faith in the final outcome. Trotsky 217. At this point we should answer an objection. It may be said that the complete inefficacy of Trotsky's efforts and of his International do not invalidate his analysis, since a man may be right even if most or all of his fellows disagree with him, and force majeure is not an argument. Here, however, we may recall Oscar Wilde's remark that whether force is an argument depends on what one wants to prove, and we may add, in the same line of thought, that force is an argument if the point at issue is whether one is strong or not. The fact that a theory is rejected by everyone or almost everyone, as has happened more than once in the history of science, does not prove that it is wrong. But it is a different matter with theories that have an inbuilt self-interpretation to the effect that they are an expression of great historical tendencies, that they embody the true consciousness of the class which is destined soon to triumph, or that they constitute a revelation of truth, and that therefore, simply as theories, they must inevitably prevail over all others. If a theory of this kind fails to secure recognition, its failure is an argument against it on its own premises. For this reason the failure of Trotskyism in practice, unlike the rejection of a scientific hypothesis, is also a theoretical failure, that is to say a proof that the theory as Trotsky conceived it was wrong. Trotsky, with his dogmatic cast of mind, did not contribute to the theoretical elucidation of any point of Marxist doctrine. But he was an outstanding personality, endowed with immense courage, willpower, and endurance. Covered with obloquy by Stalin and his henchmen in all countries, persecuted by the most powerful police and propaganda machine in the world, he never faltered or gave up the fight. His children were murdered, he was driven out of his country and hunted down like an animal, and was finally done to death. His amazing resistance to every trial was the result of his faith and by no means conflicted on the contrary with his unshakable dogmatism and inflexibility of mind. Unfortunately, the intensity of a faith and the willingness of its adherents to undergo persecution for it are no proof that it is intellectually or morally right. Deutscher says in his monograph that Trotsky's life was the tragedy of the precursor, but there is no good reason to maintain this, and it is not clear what he is supposed to have been the precursor of. He contributed, of course, to unmasking the forgeries of Stalinist historiography, and to refuting the lies of Soviet propaganda concerning conditions in the new society. But all his predictions as to the future of that society and of the world turned out to be wrong. Trotsky was not unique in criticizing Soviet despotism, nor was he the first to do so. On the contrary, he criticized it much more mildly than the democratic socialists, and he did not object to it qua despotism but only to its ultimate aims, which he diagnosed on ideological principles. The opposition that has found expression in communist countries since Stalin's death has no connection with Trotsky's writings or thoughts, either factually or in the minds of the critics themselves. His ideas play no part at all in the dissident movement in those countries, even among the dwindling band of those who attack the Soviet system from a communist viewpoint. Trotsky did not offer any alternative form of communism or any doctrine different from Stalin's. The main thrust of his attack, against socialism in one country, was merely an attempt to continue a certain tactical line which had become unfeasible for reasons that had nothing to do with Stalin. Trotsky was not a forerunner but an offshoot of the revolution, thrown off at a tangent to the course which it followed in 1917-21, but which it subsequently had to abandon for both internal and external reasons. It would be more exact to call his life the tragedy of an epigone, rather than that of a forerunner, but this is not an adequate description either. The Russian Revolution changed course in certain respects, but not in all. Trotsky advocated ceaseless revolutionary aggression and endeavored to convince himself and others that if he had been running the Soviet state and the Comintern, the whole world would have been set ablaze without delay. His reason for so believing was that Marxist historiosophy taught him that such were the laws of history. However, the Soviet state was obliged by events to alter course on this point, and Trotsky did not cease to upbraid its leaders on that account. As far as the internal regime was concerned, however, Stalinism was the natural and obvious continuation of the system of government established by Lenin and Trotsky. Trotsky refused to recognize this fact and persuaded himself that Stalin's despotism bore no relation to Lenin's, that coercion, police repression, and the devastation of cultural life were due to a bureaucratic coup d'état and that he himself bore no vestige of responsibility for them. This desperate self-delusion is psychologically explicable. What we have here is not merely the tragedy of an epigone, but that of a revolutionary despot entangled in a snare of his own making. There was never any such thing as a Trotskyist theory, only a deposed leader who tried desperately to recover his role, who could not realize that his efforts were vain, and who would not accept responsibility for a state of affairs which he regarded as a strange degeneration, but which was in fact the direct consequence of the principles that he, together with Lenin and the whole Bolshevik party, had established as the foundations of socialism. Chapter 6. Antonio Gramsci. Communist Revisionism. Gramsci is probably the most original political writer among the post-Lenin generation of communists. His relation to Leninism was and still is a subject of controversy. Italian communists such as Togliatti generally represent him as a Marxist-Leninist per se, or at any rate claim that whatever is original in his doctrine is a complement to Leninism and never a denial of it. To some extent this interpretation is prompted by tactical motives. When Italian communists invoke the authority of Gramsci to justify their deviations from the Soviet ideological model, it is convenient to emphasize that they are basically of one mind with the tutelary genius of the communist movement. Gramsci himself never called Lenin's authority into question, and it is not clear how far he was aware that his own writings, which consist for the most part of unfinished essays and notes from prison, often fragmentary, elliptical, and ambiguous, could serve as the basis for an alternative type of communism, differing from Lenin's in some essential points. Although Gramsci's writings do not amount to a coherent theory but rather to a vague and embryonic sketch, some aspects of them are clear and original enough to justify the view that they constitute an independent attempt to formulate a communist ideology, and not merely an adaptation of the Leninist schema. An indirect confirmation of this is the frequency with which seekers after a more democratic and open version of socialism, especially communists and ex-communists, turn to Gramsci for inspiration, and also the acute difficulties and resistance that occur when attempts are made to introduce his ideas to communist parties outside Italy, especially ruling parties. Antonio Gramsci, Communist Revisionism 22:1. Although Gramsci died in 1937, his writings really belong to the history of post-Stalinist Marxism, as it was only in the 50s and 60s, after the publication of a 6-volume edition of his letters and notes from prison, that his ideas began gradually to be canvassed in ideological disputes. His position vis-a-vis Leninist-Stalinist orthodoxy is somewhat like that of Rosa Luxemburg. Lip service is paid to him as a martyr in the communist cause, but his writings are more embarrassing than useful. As to the articles he published up to 1926, before his imprisonment, their significance is only apparent in the light of his prison writings. Without this completion, the articles in question would be chiefly material for a history of the Italian communist movement, but could not be said to constitute an original body of theory. From the point of view of Marxist doctrine, the prison writings are the essential part of his work. 1. Life and Works. Antonio Gramsci, who became the leader of the Italian Communist Party, was born in the village of Ales in Sardinia, the son of a petty official. As the result of a childhood accident, he was hunchbacked and physically underdeveloped. Owing to political intrigues, his father went to prison for some years, which reduced the family to destitution. The son had to work at various casual jobs while still a small boy, but he completed secondary school at Cagliari and in autumn 1911 won a scholarship to Turin University. As a freshman at university, Gramsci was not yet a socialist in the full sense. His horizon was to some extent limited by Sardinian regionalism. His fellow islanders, not without cause, regarded the neglect and poverty from which they suffered as owing, in some measure at least, to the privileges enjoyed by the expanding industry of northern Italy. The grievances of impoverished villagers and exploited miners found an outlet in separatist and regionalist tendencies rather than in socialism, which had scarcely taken root in Sardinia at that time. Before long, however, Gramsci's studies and the industrial environment of Turin led him to take an interest in national politics. He took a humanistic course and was especially 222 Antonio Gramsci, Communist Revisionism. Attracted by linguistics, throughout his life he took a lively interest in what is nowadays called sociolinguistics, the study of the effect of social situations on linguistic change. He no doubt joined the Socialist Party around the end of 1913, as did his Turin friends Angelo Tosca, Umberto Terracini, and Palmiro Togliatti, who were in due course to play a key part in the formation of the Communist Party. Gramsci broke off his university education in the spring of 1915, by which time he had acquired an extensive knowledge of history and philosophy. As for all Italian intellectuals of that generation, his philosophical teacher par excellence was Benedetto Croce. Gramsci was certainly not a Crocian in the literal sense, but the writings of the Italian Hegelianist introduced him to the realm of European philosophical problems. He admired Croce's critique of positivism and, for a time at least, hoped that Italian Marxism might be based on a critical assimilation of Croce, subjecting the latter to the same treatment as Marx performed on Hegel. In later years Gramsci became increasingly critical towards Croce, as the latter became more and more anti-Marxist, but he never ceased to recognize that Croatian philosophy had played a huge part in Italian intellectual life, even when he was chiefly concerned to point out its reactionary effects. In the same way, even when he had completely broken with Sardinian localism in favor of the orthodox Marxist class interpretation of Italian affairs, he never abandoned the theme of the Italian South and the peculiar importance of the opposition between it and the North in Italian history, past and present. The 191 elections and the European war turned Gramsci into a professional politician. From the end of 1914 he began to write for the Italian Socialist Press, and from IG-16 he was a co-editor of the Piedmont edition of Avanti, for which he wrote political notes and reviewed books and plays, as well as helping to educate and organize the Turin workers. Although it is hard to ascribe to him a definite philosophical attitude at this time, it is clear from various occasional remarks that he did not share the faith, then popular among socialists, in the beneficent operation of historical laws that would assure humanity of a socialist future. He did not believe in the natural inevitability. Antonio Gramsci, Communist Revisionism 223 of Progress, but was inclined to place more reliance on human willpower and the force of ideas than was permitted by the orthodoxy of his day. No doubt he was already to some extent influenced by the activism of Searle, with whose views he never identified himself but to whom his interpretation of Marxism owed a great deal. By 1917, when revolutionary riots broke out in Turin, Gramsci was already one of the city's socialist leaders. His personal view of Marxism was expressed in an article of November 1917, often quoted today, on the October Revolution in Russia, entitled The Revolution Against Das Kapital. In it he observed that the Bolsheviks had won victory in Russia despite Marx's belief that that country would first go through a phase of Western-type capitalism. The Bolsheviks' revolutionary will had overthrown Marx's schema, but it had drawn strength from what was alive in Marxism and from elements which, though sullied by the intrusion of positivism, were a continuation of German and Italian idealism. In May 1919 there appeared the first number of L'Ordine Nuovo, a weekly edited by Gramsci, Togliatti, Tosca, and Terracini, which was to play an important part in the ideological training of the future Italian Communist Party. On October of that year the Socialist Party held a congress at Bologna at which it decided by a large majority to join the Third International. The party was divided into hostile groups and was far from meeting Lenin's requirements from the Comintern point of view, but the Soviet leader regarded Gramsci and his friends as closest to the Bolshevik orientation. An extreme left faction led by Amadeo Bordiga held that the party should eschew all parliamentary activity, which only dulled the revolutionary will of the working class. Communists must have nothing to do with bourgeois institutions and must prepare for an immediate struggle for power, eliminating from their ranks any who did not share this view. Both the center of the party and its right wing rejected this policy of abstentionism, and the right disapproved of seizing power by violence. In these controversies the Ordine Nuovo group was chiefly distinguished by its advocacy of workers' councils. This became the dominant idea of the movement, and Gramsci its most eloquent exponent. 224 Antonio Gramsci, Communist Revisionism. Workers' councils came into being during the big strikes in Turin in 1919 and 1920, in part spontaneously and in part as a result of Ordine Nuovo propaganda. Gramsci held that they were a completely new form of social organization and that their functions must not be confused either with those of the trade unions, which were to improve working conditions under capitalism, or with those of the Socialist Party, which were parliamentary and ideological. The councils were the proper means of enabling all the workers of a factory, regardless of party allegiance, religion, etc., to shoulder the task of organizing production. They were the germ of the future workers' state, the main organ of the dictatorship of the proletariat. They should be elected by all the wage earners of a given plant without exception, so as to take over the functions of capitalists in the factories and, in due course, the organization of the state. Gramsci thought that workers' councils were the Italian counterpart of the Russian experience, and no doubt imagined that the Soviet system embodied the same idea of a real transference of power to the workers. All power to the Soviets was indeed in line with Lenin's doctrine in State and Revolution, but not with Russian reality. Gramsci's view, in addition, betrays the strong influence of Searle's idea that it was the task of the real producers not only to manage production but to organize the whole of social life. The society of the future would, so to speak, take its pattern from the shop floor. In addition to being autonomous organs of production, the councils would be the matrix of a new proletarian culture, and would bring about the spiritual transformation of the working class. For different reasons, this doctrine was unacceptable to both the anti-parliamentary communist left and the center and right. The left held that the true purpose of socialist revolution was to destroy the institutions of political power by force and to set up new central bodies operating in the name of the proletariat. From this point of view, though not in its avowed anti-parliamentarian, it agreed with Lenin. The right identified proletarian rule with domination by the Socialist Party, backed by a majority of society and exercising authority by democratic means. Both factions considered that Marxist doctrine precluded the idea of a dictatorship of the Antonio Gramsci, Communist Revisionism 225 proletariat in the sense of direct rule by the workers whose proper place was the factory, not parliament or party headquarters. The reformists wanted representative democracy with a socialist majority, while the left called for a dictatorship of the party. Gramsci, however, imagined a society in which every process of life was subject to control by the whole mass of producers, whose economic, political, and cultural liberation must advance simultaneously. Despite Gramsci's hopes, the series of strikes accompanied by workers' occupation of the factories and the establishment of workers' councils did not develop into a nationwide movement. In the spring of 1920 the Turin workers were forced to return to work on their employers' terms. Gramsci was almost alone in his stubborn defense of the councils as the basic weapon of the emancipation of the proletariat. He was not alone, however, in fighting to create a communist party in the true, Leninist sense of the term. L'Ordine Nuovo declaimed incessantly against reformism and the irresoluteness of the party leadership, complaining that despite the Bologna decisions the party had remained a purely parliamentary institution with no single will of its own, and had abandoned the idea of a proletarian revolution. After another, unsuccessful attempt by the Turin workers to occupy the factories in August-September 1920 the communist group, in accordance with Lenin's wishes, decided to transform itself into a separate party. The anti-parliamentary faction reluctantly gave up the principle of abstentionism, which was in conflict with the formal directives of the Comintern. In November the Communists issued a separatist manifesto, and at the next Congress of the Socialist Party, at Livorno in January 1921, the split was effected. The Communists secured about one-third of the votes and set up the Italian Communist Party. Gramsci was a member of the First Central Committee, which was dominated by Bordiga's followers. A controversy at once broke out within the party, the main issue being whether and how far the Communists should seek alliance with other socialist parties. This question became increasingly critical as fascism began manifestly to gain ground in Italy. Gramsci favored a policy of broad alliances, and this fitted in with the change of 226 Antonio Gramsci, Communist Revisionism Comintern policy as the Bolsheviks realized that the tide of revolution had ebbed. In May 1922 Gramsci went to Moscow as the Italian party's representative on the executive committee of the Comintern. He remained there a year and a half, and took part in the Fourth Comintern Congress in November 1923. Meanwhile Mussolini had carried out his march on Rome. The Comintern withdrew its support from Bordiga, who, in accordance with his purely class attitude, saw no essential difference between bourgeois democracy and fascism and opposed the United Front policy. Numerous arrests deprived the Communist Party of its leadership, and Gramsci was recognized as head of the party by the Comintern. At the end of 1923 he left Moscow for Vienna, from where he tried to revive the Italian party, at that time torn by fractional strife. He arrived back in Italy in May 1924, was elected to parliament and thus enjoyed personal immunity for the time being. The party was in a state of extreme weakness and disorganization. After a long struggle, Gramsci defeated Bordiga's faction and, at a congress held at Lyons in January 1926, gained a majority for his policy of forming a united front to restore democracy in Italy. The Communists, together with other anti-fascist groups, had seceded from parliament in June 1924, but they now decided to return and use what was left of parliamentary institutions for propaganda purposes. These maneuvers were of little avail against the increasingly repressive measures of the fascist government. Gramsci was arrested in November 1926, and in the following June was sentenced to imprisonment for 20 years and 4 months. Confined successively in various towns, he was permitted after a time to write and to receive books. The rest of his life was spent, as far as his weak health and prison conditions allowed, in reading and writing notes, which constitutes one of the most original contributions to 20th-century Marxism. It was undoubtedly thanks to his imprisonment that Gramsci was able to remain a member of the Communist Party. He escaped being expelled from it or condemned by the International precisely because he was almost completely cut off from party contacts. He read newspapers and received belated accounts of political developments from relatives who visited. Antonio Gramsci, Communist Revisionism 227 him, but he himself had no influence on events. Shortly before his arrest, he sent a letter to the Bolshevik leaders in which he took the side of the then majority against Trotsky, but expressed disquiet at the ferocity of their intestine conflicts, accusing the Bolsheviks in scarcely veiled terms of forgetting their duty to the international proletariat and jeopardizing the whole of Lenin's work. At the same time, being convinced that the wrong class could not fight unless it were allied with the peasantry, he was against Trotsky's program of forced industrialization at the peasants' expense. Togliatti, who had taken Gramsci's place as Italian representative in the Comintern, had decided to support Stalin through thick and thin, as he did for the next 30 years, and Gramsci was alone in his criticism of Moscow. However, at the turn of the year 1928, Stalin switched the policy of the Comintern and the Bolshevik Party in a direction completely opposite to Gramsci's views. The idea of a united front was abandoned. The attack was concentrated against social democracy. It was announced that the world revolution was imminent and that communists must be prepared for a direct transition to the dictatorship of the proletariat. Bukharin fell, and Stalin set about the mass collectivization of Soviet agriculture. Togliatti organized a purge of refractory elements in what was left of the Italian party. Gramsci expressed opposition to the new Comintern policy and sympathy with the expelled deviationists in a conversation with his brother, who visited him in prison. However, as Gramsci's biographer Giuseppe Fiori has shown, the brother gave Togliatti a false account of what was said, and thus saved Gramsci from certain condemnation by the party authorities and the Comintern. Towards the end of 1933, Gramsci was allowed to move to a private clinic under police supervision, and at the end of the next year, when already in very poor health, he was temporarily released. He worked until the middle of 1935 and was then moved to a hospital in Rome, where he died in April 1937. In addition to letters, Gramsci wrote nearly 3,000 pages in prison. All these writings were published after the Second World War. The first edition of the letters, in 194/7, was abridged by the Italian communists for political reasons. The 228 Antonio Gramsci, Communist Revisionism. Various notes written in 1929-35 were collected into 6 further volumes: FL Materialismo Storico e la Filosofia di Benedetto Croce, Gli Intellettuali e l'Organizzazione della Cultura, FL Risorgimento, Note sul Machiavelli, Sola Politica e solo Stato Moderno, Letteratura e Vita Nazionale, Passato e Presente. Some of his earlier articles and pamphlets were also reprinted. The prosecutor who declared at Gramsci's trial that this brain must be put out of action for 20 years achieved the exact opposite of what he intended. If Gramsci had been allowed to pass the fascist years in exile, he would inevitably have become one of the many outcasts of communism unless he had gone to Moscow, when he would certainly have been done to death and would have spent the rest of his days in a barren defense of his political actions for the benefit of a non-existent public. Thanks to the imprisonment which cut him off willy-nilly from current affairs, he was obliged to work on more theoretical and fundamental topics. As a result, we have his interesting notes, containing among other things an attempt at a Marxist philosophy of culture whose originality and breadth of view cannot be denied. 2. The self-sufficiency of history, historical relativism. The main theme of Gramsci's reflections is that which dominated Marx's early writings, the question of the relation of human thoughts, feelings, and will to objective social processes. Few other Marxists expressed so emphatically the viewpoint generally known as historicism in contrast to transcendentalism. The essence of this view is that the meaning and rationality of all human behavior and every product of human activity, including works of the mind such as philosophy and science, is manifested only in relation to the global historical processes of which they are part. In other words, the truth of philosophy or science is truth in a socially pragmatic sense. What is true is that which, in a particular historical situation, expresses the real developmental trend of that situation. Neither philosophies nor sciences can be judged by any other criteria than those we use to judge social institutions, religious beliefs, emotions, or political movements. This antipositivist and anti-scientistic relativism of Gramsci's was no. Antonio Gramsci, Communist Revisionism 229. Rooted in his Croatian studies, but he believed it to be the quintessence of Marxism or of the philosophy of praxis, a term which he generally used in his prison notes to elude the censor, but which was also an accurate description from his point of view. Marxism, in particular, was also true in this historical sense, i.e. it expressed the truth of its times better than any other theory. Ideas could not be understood outside their social and historical context, irrespective of function and origin. There was thus no such thing as scientific philosophy in the sense in which most Marxists used this term, i.e. a philosophy that reflected reality as it was, regardless of whether we knew it or not. But, in the same way, there was no such thing as scientific science, i.e. science that merely described the universe as it was, independent of man. If we are to escape solipsism and also the mechanistic conceptions implied in the idea of thought as a receptive and ordering activity, we must pose the question historically, at the same time basing our philosophy on will, but a rational, not an arbitrary will, realizing itself in so far as it corresponds to objective historical necessities, that is to say, in so far as it is identical with the progressive actualization of universal history. If that will is represented initially by a single individual only, its rationality is attested by the fact that it becomes accepted permanently by the bulk of mankind and is thenceforward a culture, a matter of common sense, a conception of the world, with an ethic in conformity with its structure. In other words, the rightness of an idea is confirmed by, or perhaps actually consists in, the fact that it prevails historically, a view irreconcilable with the usual one that truth is truth no matter whether or when it is known, or who regards it as true and in what way. Ideas are not born of other ideas, philosophies do not beget other philosophies, but these are the ever-new expression of real historical development. Every truth, even though it may be universal and expressible in an abstract formula of the mathematical type, owes its efficacy to being expressed in the language of particular, concrete situations. If it cannot be so expressed, it is a Byzantine, scholastic abstraction, a pastime for phrasemongers. Gramsci, it is true, disclaims the imputation. 230 Antonio Gramsci, Communist Revisionism. Of relativism, but it is not clear how he can be acquitted of being a historical relativist. Criticizing Bukharin, he says, to think of a philosophical statement as being true in a particular historical period, i.e. as the necessary, inseparable expression of a particular historical activity or praxis, but as being overtaken and nullified in a subsequent period, to think this without falling into scepticism or moral and ideological relativism, in other words to take an historicist view of philosophy, is a somewhat arduous and difficult mental enterprise. It is hard to get more than this out of Gramsci as far as the epistemological sense of truth is concerned. but the basic thought is clear: it amounts to reducing all products of the mind to a historical function, and refusing to distinguish sharply between science and non-scientific forms of mental activity. According to the theory of praxis, it is clear that human history is not explained by the atomistic theory, but that the reverse is the case. The atomistic theory, like all other scientific hypotheses and opinions, is part of the superstructure. What was thus clear to Gramsci was not so to the majority of Marxists, who rather took the opposite view, that the scientific explanation of the universe accumulates historically as the advance of truth in the everyday sense, and that science, unlike religious belief, art, or political opinions, is thus not part of the superstructure. On this view, Marxism itself, as a scientific theory, can be vindicated objectively, i.e. independently of the fact that it also performs political functions as the weapon of the working class. By virtue of this absolute historicism, all the concepts by which our knowledge of the world is organized are related primarily not to things but to relations between the users of those concepts. Matter is thus not to be considered in itself but as it is socially and historically organized for production. In the same way, natural science is to be regarded essentially as an historical category, a human relationship. The same applies to the idea of human nature. As Gramsci repeats many times, there is no such thing as unchanging human nature, but only historically variable social relationships. He appears to reject the common-sense view that all historical changes occur within the limits set by Antonio Gramsci, communist revisionism, relatively permanent biological and physical circumstances, by which man finds the universe to be governed. In this respect, Gramsci reverts to the idea of pure historicism which is present in Marx but was almost completely discarded from evolutionist interpretations in the style of Engels. For Gramsci, nothing exists but the changing form of human praxis, all meaning derives from praxis and is related to it. Questions and answers are meaningful only in so far as they can be integrated in the human process of self-creation. In this sense, human history is indeed the absolute boundary of knowledge. For the same reason, Gramsci, more than any other Marxist, rejected the view that the whole realm of the superstructure is an expression of the truly real aspects of social life, i.e. relations of production. The very distinction between base and superstructure seemed to him essential. He repeated more than once, especially in controversy with Croce, that it was absurd to tax Marxists with holding that the superstructure was a world of mere appearances or a less real side of life than production relations. In the various aspects of the superstructure, social classes became aware of their position and opportunities, and were able to change the social conditions of which they thus became conscious. This was a continuous process, and there was therefore no point in talking of a clear primacy of the base or debating which came first, still less in postulating a one-way determinism whereby the base created the superstructure it required. If any form of superstructure could be called a mere appearance, this only meant that it had outlived its historical function and was no longer capable of organizing social forces. This might apply to philosophical or religious doctrines or artistic trends as well as to scientific theories. 3. Critique of economism. Prevision and Will. Gramsci uses the terms fatalistic, deterministic, and mechanistic almost without distinction and always with reference to views that he considers radically opposed to Marxist doctrine. He does not dispute that there is a strong strain of determinism. 232 Antonio Gramsci, Communist Revisionism. In the history of Marxism, but he attributes this to the historical circumstances of the early phase of the workers' movement. As long as the oppressed class does not possess the initiative but is restricted mainly to defensive action, it is apt to develop the compensatory idea that it is bound to triumph sooner or later because of historical laws, and that history is objectively on its side. This is a primitive, quasi-religious faith, necessary in the early stages and comparable to fatalistic theories of predestination in Christianity. It reached its height in German idealism in the proposition that freedom is the awareness of necessity. It is in fact nothing more than the cry, "It is God's will." Throughout history, fatalistic beliefs have functioned as the ideology of dependent groups, and so it was in the early days of the workers' movement. However, Once the proletariat is no longer condemned to a defensive attitude but becomes aware of its social position and able to take the initiative, it no longer needs to believe in a historical providence watching over its fate. Any such belief is henceforth a hindrance, to be jettisoned as quickly as possible. The philosophy of praxis cannot, by its very nature, rely on the operation of historical laws as the agents of social change, as hidden deities using human beings to bring about their ends. Certainly the working class, when it reaches the level of consciousness at which it is able to take the initiative, encounters historical circumstances which cannot be arbitrarily altered. The rejection of determinism does not mean that in any given situation human willpower can achieve whatever it likes and is subject to no limits at all. But the question which of several possible developments will take place is not prejudged by any laws of history, for history is nothing but human praxis and therefore includes will. It may be said, Gramsci writes, that the economic factor is only one of several ways in which the basic historical process manifests itself, but it is this basic historical process that the philosophy of praxis seeks to explain, and this is why it is a philosophy, an anthropology and not a mere canon of historical research. Gramsci does not explain what he means by the basic historical process of which. Antonio Gramsci, Communist Revisionism 233. Economic changes, like cultural ones, are no more than a particular manifestation. It is clear, however, that he regards evolutionist and determinist theories of history, and likewise the principle of the causal primacy of production relations vis-a-vis cultural phenomena, as a complete misconception of Marxism. Since the historical process one's indivisible and merely expresses itself in different aspects of social life, it is impossible to maintain the technological conception of the relationship between theory and practice which is also current among Marxists, i.e. the view that it is the task of theoreticians to provide practical politicians with effective plans of action based on a scientific and objective analysis of social processes. Gramsci protests against the idea that theory is instrumental or ancillary to practice. Important social processes occur thanks to the development of class consciousness, and this is impossible without organization and intellectuals. Political action and awareness of that action, its direction and purpose, are not two separate phenomena but aspects of a single one, and it is difficult to speak of any primacy. Intellectuals as such are participants in social praxis, and politicians as such are theoreticians. Accordingly, Gramsci declares that Lenin rendered a service to philosophy by improving the theory and practice of politics. This is in line with Gramsci's view of the unity of theory and practice, but at the same time it appears to deny Lenin the title of a philosopher in the strict sense. Gramsci in fact makes no mention of Lenin's philosophical views. For the same reason, in Gramsci's view, there is no point in separating historical prognosis from the acts by which they are fulfilled. The act of foreseeing coincides with the act of realizing what is foreseen. In reality we can predict scientifically only the struggle but not its concrete phases, which are bound to be the result of conflicting forces in constant movement. These can never be reducible to fixed quantities, because quantity in them is always transforming itself into quality. In fact we foresee to the extent that we are active, bringing a conscious effort to bear and thus contributing materially to the result foreseen. Prevision is thus not an act of scientific cognition but the abstract expression of an effort, the practical way in which a collective will is created. How, indeed, could prevision be an 234 Antonio Gramsci, Communist Revisionism act of cognition? We can only know what is or has been, not what will be, for this does not exist, and is therefore by definition unknowable. Thus prevision can only be a practical act. Thus, in Gramsci's view, we do not know social processes by observing them from outside. There is in fact no such observation. Cognition is an aspect or expression of social development, on the same footing as economic changes. He joins issue with Achille Laurier as the spokesman of this pseudo-Marxist economism. In the same way he rejects the traditional distinction between is and ought, as it was found in Kant and the Neo-Kantians but also among Marxists of positivist tendency. Ought is the form in which men express their desires, hopes, and wishes, it is therefore a part of social reality, as good as any other. It is as real as that which is, it is in fact inchoate action, just as all cognition is a form of practical action. Indeed, from the point of view of a philosophy in which praxis is the most general category, the distinction between is and ought does not arise, any more than it does in pragmatism. It does not follow, however, and this is an important point in Gramsci's argument, that people's thoughts are simply a perfect, unblemished reflection of their social position and practical activity. If this were so, one could not speak of false consciousness, ideological mystification, or the gradual development of class awareness, for consciousness would always be absolutely transparent, but we know that matters are otherwise. Gramsci frequently points out that there is a contradiction between what people profess and what they implicitly acknowledge, as revealed in their behavior, and this contradiction is the rule rather than the exception. People have, as it were, two conflicting attitudes or sets of standards, those they proclaim and those expressed in their acts. Which of these is the individual's true attitude? Gramsci clearly inclines to think that what matters is what people do, even if their words belie it. As far as the unity of theory and practice is concerned, real consciousness is expressed in deliberate social behavior, whereas any utterances to the contrary are merely verbal and superficial. Antonio Gramsci, Communist Revisionism 235. Gramsci does not discuss particular instances, but we can see what he is driving at. An outstanding example is the situation in which the dependent classes verbally acknowledge the principles inculcated by church and education and tending to uphold class domination, in particular, the principle of the sanctity of property, but at the same time behave in practice as if they did not take these principles seriously, for instance when factories are occupied by the workers. Gramsci did not develop or particularize these observations, however, and their exact purpose is not clear. That people say one thing and do another is a fairly commonplace truth, even in the form which accepts that they are not acting out of hypocrisy or bad faith but are really incapable of understanding their own motives, the reasons for their acts, and the extent to which they conflict with acknowledged principles. This kind of inconsistency is in no way a prerogative of the oppressed but is at least equally characteristic of the privileged classes, as 17th-century moralists pointed out. Nor does it follow from the divergence that the principles governing actual behavior are more real than those that are professed but not practiced. Indeed, it is not clear what this statement would mean. The most we can infer from the fact that the inconsistency is so prevalent is that moral rules are chiefly a means of compelling people to behave in ways contrary to their natural inclinations, a state of things which applies to all fields of moral behavior and not only those related to the class struggle. The influence of verbally acknowledged standards on actual conduct varies along a continuous spectrum, and it is therefore of doubtful utility to speak of two kinds of Weltanschauung, the explicit and the implicit. Least of all, however, should we assume that in case of divergence it is the implicit view expressed in action that deserves approval, and not the other. The sanctity of property is violated in practice not only by the oppressed but just as much by the privileged, not only in acts pertaining to the class struggle, but in individual cases of theft and extortion. No doubt Gramsci's real point was simply that social classes often pursue their interests in ways contrary to the accepted norms of the culture to which they belong, but to establish this undoubted fact there is no need to invoke a theory of two Weltanschauungen. 236 Antonio Gramsci, Communist Revisionism. As we have seen, in Gramsci's view Marxism was not a scientific account of social reality from which practical rules can be deduced for effective political action, but was an expression of the class consciousness of the proletariat and an aspect or component of its practical struggle. Accordingly, he argued, there was no point in dividing it into philosophical, sociological, and political aspects. Philosophy, he frequently stated, might either be synonymous with history or the social process, or it might be the theoretical awareness of that process and thus an inseparable part of it. Sociology as such was a foredoomed attempt to apply characteristic modes of scientific thought to social phenomena, in the hope that these would prove amenable to law or it would be as predictable as the revolutions of the planets. But this idea was no more than a relic of mechanism. There was no Marxist sociology and there were no sociological laws. What people thought about social phenomena was itself a social phenomenon, an expression of their initiative or passivity towards the world. The philosophy of praxis, in particular, was an act of self-knowledge of the proletariat as it assumed the role of an initiator of great historical processes. It was thus not a mere description of reality, but a practical act. In this respect, though not in all others, Gramsci's critique of mechanism coincides with Lukács's. Gramsci endeavored by all possible means to minimize or obliterate the distinction between thought and behavior. Since specifically human behavior was always more or less conscious, and since, on the other hand, the most refined forms of philosophical, theoretical, and scientific thought were nothing but ways in which human beings became socially aware of their own practice, and were consequently themselves part of that practice, it followed that everything in human behavior was in some way philosophical. Everyone had a philosophy of his own, though he could not necessarily express it properly. These views of Gramsci's were called in question more than once, by Marxists and others. On the one hand, he emphasized the unique role of intellectuals in forming class consciousness and organizing the class struggle. On the other hand, he often spoke as if the difference between implicit and theoretical consciousness was of no importance. Everyone was a philosopher, because he acted consciously. Philosophy was nothing but a name for the Antonio Gramsci, Communist Revisionism 237 historical process, the sum of all human actions. It was easy to infer from this that it made no real difference whether a person simply performed an act or whether he could give a coherent account of why he did so. In other words, a working man who took some action to defend his interests was as much a theoretician as Marx, who tried to evolve from such acts a universal theory of history. This view would lead to complete theoretical nihilism, which Gramsci in fact disavowed, thus showing himself to be inconsistent. His concern was to present theory as a mere aspect of behavior, with no special status. But it is impossible to argue from behavior to theoretical consciousness. The fact that a snail's behavior obeys biological laws does not mean that the snail is aware of them. Human behavior, indeed, is always more or less conscious, but because human beings are very often unaware of their true motives or the causes of their actions, they are not essentially different from snails in this regard. The notion of theoretically implicit consciousness turns out to be self-contradictory. For critique of materialism, total historicism, and the view that collective praxis is the only absolute reality, determining whether any philosophical question or answer is meaningful or not, is a denial of materialism, since it is a denial of any metaphysic whatever. From this point of view, Gramsci was consistent, and his aim was to restore the original Marxist intuition which had been obscured by the naïvetés of Engels and Lenin. His anti-metaphysical standpoint is most clearly seen in an extended critique of Bukharin's theory of historical materialism, first published in 1921 and later translated into French, but he repeated the same ideas many times on other occasions. If, indeed, everything we have to do with is manifested to us only in connection with our practical activities, there is no point in inquiring about the universe in itself. According to Gramsci, Marxism teaches that there is no reality existing in and for itself but only in historical relation to human beings who modify it. Elsewhere we read, is it supposed that there can be an objectivity outside history and outside humanity? But who is to judge of such objectivity? Who can? Antonio Gramsci, Communist Revisionism, adopt the viewpoint of the universe in itself, and what would such a viewpoint mean? It may very well be held that we have to do here with the residue of the idea of God, particularly the mystical notion of an unknown God. Objective always means humanly objective, which may correspond exactly to historically subjective, i.e. objective would mean universal subjective. Man possesses objective knowledge insofar as knowledge is real for the whole human race historically unified in a unitary cultural system. The concept of objectiveness in metaphysical materialism is apparently intended to mean an objectivity that exists outside us as well as within us, but when we say that a certain reality would exist even if man did not, we are either using metaphor or falling into a kind of mysticism. We can know reality only in relation to mankind, and since man is historical development, so the same is true of knowledge, reality, objectivity, etc. There is no need to demonstrate that these ideas are the precise contrary of the materialist metaphysics of Engels and Lenin. Gramsci, however, occasionally appeals to Engels and specifically to his statement that the materiality of the universe is proved by the historical development of science and philosophy. According to Gramsci, this statement somehow incorporates the history of science into the very concept of materiality, that is to say, the development of knowledge did not so much prove the materiality of the universe as create it. This view comes out most clearly in his critique of Lukács, who rejected Engels's idea of the dialectic of nature on the ground that dialectic, being a process of the unification of subject and object, could only apply to human history. Gramsci appears to defend Engels, arguing that Lukács presupposes dualism as between nature and man. If the history of nature is included in the history of mankind, there is no reason why dialectic should not apply to nature also. This reasoning not only does not rehabilitate Engels's materialism but emphasizes Lukács's historical subjectivism, as it subsumes natural history into human history and not the other way about. On this interpretation, Marxism turns out to be collective solipsism, a world picture that is made wholly relative to human social practice. In Gramsci's eyes, materialism, far from being the contrary of religion, is the direct outcome of religious superstition. It is like primitive common sense, the apparent obviousness of which only conceals a lack of critical thought. Antonio Gramsci, Communist Revisionism 239. The broad public does not even believe that there can be such a problem as whether the outside world exists objectively. One has only to put the question thus to be greeted by an outburst of irrepressible, gargantuan laughter. The public believes that the outside world is objectively real, but the question arises, what is the origin of that belief, and what is the critical value of the term objectively? It is in fact a belief of religious origin, even if the person in question has no religious feelings. Because all religions have always taught that the world, nature, the universe were created by God before he created man, so that man came upon the world ready-made, catalogued and defined once and for all. This belief has become a cast-iron tenet of common sense and lives on as sturdily as ever, even though religious feelings have become dulled or extinguished. And consequently, to appeal to common sense experience in order to laugh subjectivism out of court is a kind of reactionary device, an implicit return to religious sentiment, as we see Catholic writers and speakers resort to the same means to bring about the same effect of corrosive ridicule. Gramsci's allusions are clear. He grew up at a time when Catholic philosophy was dominated by the battle with modernism and its idealist doctrines, when the easiest way to rout an adversary for the benefit of an uneducated audience was to claim that the idealists held that that table there did not exist or was a mere appearance, whereas any child could see that they were wrong. Lenin's polemic against idealism was on the same level, and it is not surprising that analogies presented themselves. Gramsci was well aware of the crudeness of the forms in which Marxism was most commonly taught and preached. To some extent he regarded this as unavoidable or at any rate understandable. Marxism was, after all, a worldview for the proletariat, who were a socially dependent group, and in its everyday forms it could not rise far above the level of popular superstition and everyday common sense. But in this shape it could not effectively challenge the ideologies of the educated classes, it could only score cheap, illusory victories against its most primitive adversaries. If Marxists wanted to make real headway in the intellectual field, they must tackle opponents of substance and make a genuine attempt to understand the latter's views. Gramsci was one of the few Marxists who attempted to restore. 240 Antonio Gramsci, Communist Revisionism, Historical Immanentism or Anti-Metaphysical Collective Subjectivism as the true philosophical content of Marxism, at a time when corroborative evidence was sparse. In this respect his ideas are completely incompatible with Leninist orthodoxy. 5. Intellectuals and the class struggle. The concept of hegemony in the search for forms in which the new class, striving to dominate social life, might or should organize its own culture, Gramsci frequently addressed himself to the history of the Roman Church. He seems to have been impressed by the ideological strength of Christianity, and he laid particular stress on the care taken by the Church at all periods to prevent an excessive gap developing between the religion of the learned and that of simple folk, and to preserve the link between the teaching imparted to the faithful at all levels. Gramsci indeed maintained that the link was purely mechanical, but he recognized that the Church had had enormous success in the struggle for mastery over men's consciences. If the working class was to meet the demands of the situation which enabled it to create a new culture and a new system of power, it must also create new forms of intellectual work and a new interrelation between politics and economic production on the one hand and, on the other, the activity of those intellectuals who took the side of the proletariat. The proletariat needed organic intellectuals, that is to say, intellectuals who did not simply describe social life from outside in accordance with scientific rules, but who used the language of culture to express the real experiences and feelings which the masses could not express for themselves. In order to understand those experiences, they must feel the same passions as the masses. Gramsci used the term intellectuals in a wide sense, practically equivalent to intelligentsia or the whole educated class. On the one hand, each of the main social classes developed its own intellectual stratum, on the other, intellectual work united people into a single stratum which preserved. Antonio Gramsci, Communist revisionism, the continuity of culture through the ages, and was bound by a certain solidarity. The fact that intellectuals appeared to form a separate métier of their own, as opposed to being the mouthpieces of a particular class standpoint, inclined them towards idealistic philosophies which asserted the complete autonomy of intellectual activity. The victory of the working class was impossible without a cultural victory, and for this it needed to evolve an intellectual stratum which could express the actual experiences of the masses with conviction and in educated language. This applied to philosophy as well as literature, both of which could not really be explained by their own historical logic, but expressed the distinctive social relationships of a given epoch. It did not follow that, for instance, literature could be reduced to political propaganda. On the contrary, a work of art was a work of art not because of its moral or political content but because of the form with which that content was identified. An extra artistic intention governing the artist's work could not in itself produce a work of any value. Hence it was no use trying to produce an artificial culture without intellectuals who themselves truly shared the values of the working class. Just because the historical process was a single whole, neither cultural activities nor intellectuals had any autonomous significance. It followed that the organic character of intellectual and artistic work was also a condition of cultural achievement. Gramsci believed that the working class was on the way to creating its own original culture, quite different from that of the bourgeoisie. It would destroy bourgeois myths and prejudices and set up for the first time truly universal spiritual values. It is not clear from Gramsci's arguments how far he expected cultural continuity to be broken by the proletarian revolution. He did not talk the language of the Russian radicals of proletkult, but he insisted that the new culture must be quite different from the old. Such language admits of any desired conclusion as regards the manner and extent to which the old culture is to be destroyed. However, and this was an important point in Gramsci's argument, the workers could only win if they achieved cultural hegemony before attaining political power. The concept of hegemony is important in Gramsci's writings, but it is used in 242 Antonio Gramsci, Communist Revisionism. Varying senses. Occasionally he seems to identify it with political power exercised by coercion, but as a rule he distinguishes the two concepts, so that hegemony signifies the control of the intellectual life of society by purely cultural means. Every class tries to secure a governing position not only in public institutions but also in regard to the opinions, values, and standards acknowledged by the bulk of society. The privileged classes in their time secured a position of hegemony in the intellectual as well as the political sphere. They subjugated the others by this means, and intellectual supremacy was a precondition of political rule. The main task of the workers in modern times was to liberate themselves spiritually from the culture of the bourgeoisie and the church and to establish their own cultural values in such a way as to attract the oppressed and intellectual strata to themselves. Cultural hegemony was a fundamental and prior condition of attaining political power. The working class could only conquer by first imparting its worldview and system of values to the other classes who might be its political allies. In this way it would become the intellectual leader of society, just as the bourgeoisie had done before seizing political control. No oppressed class in history had yet succeeded in doing this. The typical situation was that of a gulf between mass culture and the intellectuals. A particularly striking example, with far-reaching consequences, was the divergence between Renaissance humanism and the Reformation. The latter was a mass movement, the former a purely intellectual critique. In the last analysis, Gramsci believed, humanism and the Renaissance were reactionary. Modern intellectual liberalism was analogous to the humanistic critique, and Marxism to the Reformation. Croce was the modern equivalent of Erasmus, with his vacillation, irresolution, and constant gravitation towards the political establishment. His critique of Catholic modernism, while ostensibly based on the same grounds as his opposition to Catholicism in general, had objectively aided the Jesuits to combat modernism. Croce's conservative and liberal reformism was based on the Hegelian doctrine that every Antonio Gramsci, Communist Revisionism 243 synthesis preserves elements of thesis and antithesis. He claimed to judge the conflict from the standpoint of an arbiter who could foresee the future synthesis and the contribution to it of each of the present contestants. But it was not in fact possible to know this, and the object of any conflict was to destroy the adversary and not to save him for a future synthesis. In practice, Croce's philosophy amounted to constant attempts to moderate and assuage the conflict, which only helped to confirm the hegemony of the bourgeoisie. His critique of Catholicism had a most important effect, but a reactionary one. By detaching the intellectuals of southern Italy from the church, he estranged them from the peasant masses, associated them with national bourgeois and then with cosmopolitan culture, and finally made them spiritual vassals of the bourgeoisie. As the intellectual leader of Italian liberalism, Croce did much to deepen the gulf between the educated classes and the people and to prevent the development of a new proletarian culture. His anti-Catholicism and his anti-Marxism went hand in hand. The former cut the intelligentsia off from the peasantry, the latter from the working class. Gramsci dreamed of a Marxism that would be a kind of synthesis of humanism and the Reformation, avoiding the natural crudity of a popular worldview but preserving its appeal to the masses while acquiring the ability to solve complex cultural problems. It would be a culture that, in Carducci's words, would synthesize Robespierre and Kant, politics and philosophy, into a dialectical unity within a social group, no longer merely French or German but European and worldwide. Croce was right in saying that one must not take away people's religion without giving them something that satisfied the same needs, but he admitted despite himself that idealistic philosophy could not fill the bill. Marxism must indeed take the place of previous worldviews, but it could only do so if it met the same spiritual needs as they had. In other words, people must be able to recognize it as an expression of their own experience. The question arises whether Gramsci's idea of a new proletarian culture differed from that of Lenin, who emphasized that culture was ancillary to political objectives. On the 244 Antonio Gramsci, Communist Revisionism hand, Gramsci regarded cultural hegemony, achieved by purely ideological means, as a prior condition of attaining political power, whereas for Lenin that attainment of power was a purely technical question. Power could and must be seized whenever circumstances allowed. On the other hand, we read in Gramsci's notes on Machiavelli, if it is the case that every type of state must go through a phase of economic corporative primitivism, we must infer that the content of the political hegemony of the new social group that has established the new type of state must be chiefly of an economic order. It is a matter of reorganizing the structure and the real relation between human beings and the economic world of production. The superstructural elements are bound to be exiguous, provisional, and contentious, but with scattered elements of planning. The cultural aspect, above all, will be negative, directed towards criticism of the past, obliterating it from memory and destroying it. The lines of construction will as yet be outlines only, rough sketches that can and must be revised at any moment to conform to the new structure that is being built. It is difficult to read these words in any but the obvious sense that, as far as culture is concerned, the new proletarian state will concentrate on destroying the heritage of the past, relegating the question of new values to an uncertain future. In this vital matter, as in several others, Gramsci's notes are lacking in order and consistency. 6. Organization and mass movement. The Society of the future. There is no doubt that Gramsci, unlike Lenin, took a highly sensitive view of the difference between, on the one hand, the proletariat as the real subject of the political struggle and the subsequent building of socialism, and, on the other, the political organization which was to direct these processes. He never sidestepped such questions, as Lenin did, by saying that the masses were led by the party and the party by its leaders, that this was how things must be and that there was no problem about it. Gramsci wanted the political movement of the working class to be a movement of real workers, not of professional politicians seeking support from the working class. In this respect, Antonio Gramsci, Communist Revisionism 245. Many of his arguments coincide with the criticisms of Rosa Luxemburg. Gramsci's thoughts on the role of the party, and his critique of party bureaucracy, first appeared in his journalistic writings at the time of El Orden Nuevo and were aimed chiefly at the bureaucratic and inorganic type of political leadership practiced by the German and Italian Social Democrats. The party, he wrote, identifies itself with the historical consciousness of the popular masses and governs their spontaneous, irresistible movement. This government is disembodied, it operates through millions of spiritual ties. It is an irradiation of authority that can only become an effective government at certain supreme moments. The party is the upper hierarchy of that irresistible mass movement. It exercises the most effective of dictatorships, that which is born of prestige, the conscious and spontaneous acceptance of an authority that is acknowledged to be indispensable for the success of the work in hand. Woe betide us if, through a sectarian conception of the party's function in the revolution, we should try to turn it into a material hierarchy, to fix in mechanical forms of immediate power the governing apparatus of the moving masses, to constrict the revolutionary process into party forms. If that happens, we may succeed in diverting part of mankind from its course and in dominating history, but the true revolutionary process will escape from the control and influence of the party, which will unconsciously become an organ of conservatism. The Communist Party is the instrument and historical form of the process of inward liberation whereby the workman is changed from an executor to an initiator. Instead of a mass he becomes a guide and leader, instead of an arm a brain and a will. Gramsci's many references to the dialectical unity in which the spontaneous movement from below combines with the planned, organized activity of the party are not specific enough to form an articulate theory. However, his main point is clearly that the political organization should be subordinate to the real aspirations of the working class and should not be allowed to claim that it expresses those aspirations by virtue of its own scientific omniscience, regardless of what the empirical masses actually think. A party for which the masses are only an object. 246. Antonio Gramsci, Communist revisionism of tactical maneuvers and not a source of inspiration is doomed to degenerate into a clique of professionals and to become a reactionary force. This view is reflected in two important aspects of Gramsci's thought, his idea of the revolution, and the role he assigns to workers' councils. As we have seen, Gramsci does not regard the revolution as a mere technical question of seizing power, an operation that the political machine can and should carry out whenever circumstances are favorable. The proletarian revolution is not only a question of political opportunity but also of cultural and technical conditions, the spiritual emancipation of the working masses and the attainment of a level of social development such that a socialist transformation can be effective. As he wrote in El Orden Nuevo, the revolution is not proletariat and communist simply because it transfers power to people who call themselves communists, or because it abolishes the institutions of the old regime. It is proletariat and communist when it liberates existing productive forces, strengthens the initiative of the proletariat, and establishes a society the development of which is accompanied by the disappearance of class divisions and the withering away of state institutions. It must find on the scene forces that are capable of transforming the apparatus of production from an instrument of oppression into an instrument of liberation. In this context, the Communist Party must be a party of the masses spontaneously seeking to throw off their bonds, and not a Jacobin-type party using the masses for its own ends. Gramsci's attitude in this matter was certainly that of a communist and not a reformist social democrat. When he spoke of economic maturity, he did not mean, as did orthodox members of the Second International, that socialists must wait until the state of productive forces developed to a point at which the working class could attain power by parliamentary means. He was of course convinced, like all Marxists, that socialism grew out of the conflict between the level of technology and existing production relations which barred the way to further technical progress, so that socialist revolution could be effective only in a state of highly developed capitalism, but he did not try to define this situation more closely, and probably did not think it possible to do so in the abstract. He, Antonio Gramsci, Communist Revisionism 247, did not believe, however, in the attainment of power by parliamentary means. The political revolution must, he considered, be a movement of the masses, aware of their desire for liberation and intellectually mature enough to take charge of the whole machinery of production, not through a political apparatus but of their own accord. For the same reason, the idea of workers' councils played a dominant role in his thoughts at the time of El Orden Nuevo. They could not, he argued, be replaced by the party or the trade unions, but were the true form of the organization of a communist society of producers and were the principal organ of liberation of the proletariat. They did not make the party superfluous, however, it would continue to have its place as an agent of organization and communist education. But the councils, besides looking after production, were the true organ of the dictatorship of the proletariat. Arising I1. A capitalist society, they were a model of the proletarian state of the future, and thus opened a new era of human history. The party was not to be their ready-made superstructure, nor was its function to supervise them. Its task was to aid the liberation of the proletariat and bring the day of revolution closer. In short, Gramsci believed literally in government by councils as distinct from government by the party. He thus shared the view which Lenin set out in State and Revolution but repudiated immediately after seizing power, and which oppositionists in the Bolshevik Party vainly tried to reassert for some years afterwards. Like all communists, Gramsci was convinced that the parliamentary system of government was done for and could not provide a model for the state of the future. However, he emphasized in his notes on Machiavelli that this did not mean he favored bureaucratic government. It remained a question whether a representative system could be devised which was neither parliamentary nor bureaucratic. In the notes on Machiavelli, as opposed to his articles in El Orden Nuevo, Gramsci does not appear to think that workers' councils provide the answer. While Gramsci's critique of bureaucratic centralism in RG 9-20 was apparently chiefly directed against the parties of the Second International, his prison writings on the subject seem 248 Antonio Gramsci, Communist Revisionism. Clearly to be aimed against communism in its Leninist form. The predominance of bureaucratic centralism in the state is a sign that the governing group is saturated and is turning into a narrow clique whose object is to safeguard its own petty privileges, restraining or even stifling the development of opposing forces, even when those forces are in accord with the basic interests of the ruling elements. The pathological manifestations of bureaucratic centralism are due to a lack of initiative and responsibility at the base, that is to say the political backwardness of peripheral forces, even when these are homogeneous with the dominant territorial group. In his remarks about the latter-day prince, for the modern counterpart of the principi is no other than the political party, the organization of a collective will, he repeatedly criticizes totalitarian parties that degenerate into a privileged caste to which mass movements and mass initiative are not a source of strength but a threat. It is hard to know exactly how far Gramsci was aware of the course of events in Russia which led to absolute control by the party bureaucracy and the destruction of all democratic elements, whether political or industrial. But his criticism is so general and fundamental that it is hard to doubt that he had in mind not only fascism but Soviet communism. Noting that the ruling party also exercises police power, he observes, a party's police function may be either progressive or regressive. It is progressive when it aims at keeping dispossessed reactionary forces within the bounds of legality and raising the backward masses to the level of the new legality. It is regressive when it aims at restraining the living forces of history and maintaining an outdated, anti-historical legality that has become a mere empty shell. When the party is progressive it functions democratically, when it is regressive it functions bureaucratically. In the latter case the party is merely an executive, not a deliberating body, accordingly it is technically a policing organ, and its title of a political party is no more than a mythological metaphor. The reference to dispossessed reactionary forces clearly indicates that he is talking about the Communist Party in power and not the fascists, and it is hard to imagine that when he spoke of the degenera. Antonio Gramsci, Communist Revisionism 249 of that party he had in mind only an abstract possibility and not the process that was actually going on, and of which he was more or less well informed. At the same time he certainly still believed that communism could be realized in the form described by Marx, i.e. a system in which the mass of producers exercised direct control over production and political life, and which still paid honor to Marx's principle that the educator must likewise be educated. Like Searle, whom he criticized but from whom he learnt much, Gramsci believed that a socialist society meant extending to the whole of social life the principles that governed a democratically organized production plant. It should be a community of producers in which political rule and economic authority conditioned and supported each other. Like Marx, he believed that socialism would in time obliterate the difference between civil society and the state, or rather would cause the first to absorb the second, while the police functions of the state would wither away and become unnecessary. On this point he did not differ from Marxists of any other shade of opinion. He speculated concerning the schools of the future, which on the one hand would not be based on the Jesuit, mechanical system of learning by rote, but on the other hand would not pretend that all learning was child's play. They would encourage pupils to show initiative and independence and would at the same time provide all-round education with emphasis on knowledge for its own sake, rather than prematurely forcing pupils into vocational specialization. 7. Summary: if we compare Gramsci's communist doctrine with Lenin's we find certain basic differences which are logically interconnected. In the first place, unlike either Lenin or the materialists and evolutionists of the Second International, Gramsci rejects Engels's brand of materialism, which interprets human history as a modified continuation of natural history, and he rejects the idea of knowledge as a copy or reflection of some reality independent of man, and of praxis as a method of testing the truth of hypotheses. Gramsci's position is one of species subjectivism and historical relativism. All reality that can be. 250 Antonio Gramsci, Communist Revisionism. Meaningfully spoken of is a component of human history, including reality as observed by science. Consequently, human history is the impassable frontier of human knowledge. Not only are there no such things as universal natural laws of which history is a special case, but nature itself is part of human history, for it is known to us only in relation thereto. Thus human praxis determines the meaning of all components of knowledge, and there is no fundamental distinction between scientific and humanistic knowledge, for all knowledge is in fact humanistic. Secondly, it follows that all cognition is an expression of the actual historical consciousness of social groups, and no distinction can be drawn between social consciousness on the one hand and the scientific or objective knowledge of scholars on the other, although one can distinguish more and less primitive forms of consciousness. Consequently, and this is a crucial difference, Gramsci rejects the idea of scientific socialism, i.e. the doctrine that socialist theory must be evolved by intellectuals outside the workers' movement and then injected into that movement as its correct and authentic class consciousness. True, socialist theory does not come into being without the aid of intellectuals, who are a necessary element in socialism, but it is no better than a doctrinaire pastime unless it expresses the actual experience of the working class. Thirdly, it also follows that Gramsci takes a different view of the party. On pain of degenerating into a body of professional politicians fighting for jobs, it must not regard itself as the repository of a scientific worldview elaborated outside the empirical consciousness of the proletariat. It must not be a party of manipulators, using tactical and demagogical means to achieve a temporary advantage and finally grasping the opportunity to exercise dictatorial power. The party can of course do these things, but if it does it will turn into a reactionary privileged clique. To be able to perform the tasks associated with the conquest of power by the proletariat, it must identify itself with the latter's real aspirations and organize them or express them in its ideology. Hence, fourthly, Gramsci's interpretation of the revolution. It is not, in his view, a mere technical act of seizing power. Antonio Gramsci, Communist Revisionism 251 coup d'état enabling the communists to impose their will on society. Communist revolution is a mass process in which the toiling masses, backed by the democratic confidence of all working classes, take over economic and political leadership, in their own name and not through a separate political entity. Workers' councils are the proper instrument of this process, the object of which is to transform society so as to render superfluous all forms of political rule, to prevent the recurrence of class divisions, and to bring about the withering away of the state and the unification of society. A revolution in this sense cannot take place unless it is preceded by a large measure of spiritual emancipation of the working class, transforming it from an object of the political process into a subject and initiator. On all these points, which are clearly linked together, Gramsci's idea of communism conflicts with Lenin's except the idea of government by workers' councils, which Lenin took up briefly and discarded almost at once, and which was contrary to his basic political doctrine of dictatorship by the party as the repository of scientific socialism. The idea of scientific socialism and the manipulative conception of the party's role were common to Lenin and the Social Democrats, with the important difference that the latter believed in representative democracy, whereas rule by naked force was one of Lenin's chief theoretical tenets. In addition, the Social Democrats, in the name of historical determinism, maintained that the revolution could not take place until such time as the forces of production had reached the proper stage of development, whereas Lenin was resolved to seize power the moment political circumstances enabled him to do so. Gramsci did not believe in historical determinism or in laws of history using the human will as their instrument, but he also rejected the Blancoist or Jacobin notion of a political coup as a purely technical operation. He believed that the human will was not governed by any historical necessity, but he naturally did not regard it as completely unfettered. Socialist revolution was for him a matter of will, but it must be the will of the masses, who aspired to organize production themselves and had no desire to transfer their rights to self-appointed scientific guardians. Gramsci was a communist and not a social democrat. 252 Antonio Gramsci, Communist Revisionism. Much as he excluded the possibility of attaining power by parliamentary means and also rejected parliamentarism in a socialist society, he also envisaged the radical expropriation of the bourgeoisie, the collectivization of all means of production, and the eventual abolition of the state, and looked forward to a society of perfect unity. Yet his idea of communism was different from Lenin's both philosophically and politically, though he was probably not fully aware of this. One may say that Gramsci provided the ideological nucleus of an alternative form of communism, which, however, has never existed as a political movement, still less as an actual regime. It can thus be seen why the exponents of modern humanist or democratic trends in communism, as well as various forms of revisionism, seek encouragement in Gramsci's writings. The main theme of internal criticism in the communist movement is that of the socialist bureaucracies, which claim the right to rule by force on the ground that they embody the true desires and aspirations of the working class, not because the workers have elected them democratically but because they are the holders of an infallible scientific theory. The criticism of scientific socialism, in the sense of that term which identifies it with the self-glorification of the ruling bureaucracies, comes very close to Gramsci's ideas and explains the popularity of his writings in revisionist circles. Whether his variant of communism is as practicable as Lenin's is another question, which we shall consider later. Chapter 7. Georgy Lukács, Reason in the Service of Dogma. Lukács's personality and his role in the history of Marxism are, and no doubt will be for a long time, a matter of lively controversy. It is agreed, however, that he was the most outstanding Marxist philosopher during the period of Stalinist orthodoxy. Indeed, we may go further and say that he was the only one. He alone expressed the fundamental tenets of Leninism in the language of the German philosophical tradition and, unlike the unsophisticated Marxists of his day, he wrote in a manner that enabled at least some Western intellectuals to digest his thoughts. But it is a matter of dispute whether he was a true philosopher of Stalinism, an intellectual exponent of that particular system, or rather, as some would have it and as he himself often suggested in later times, a kind of Trojan horse, an ostensibly orthodox disciple who, under the pretense of Stalinism, was in fact purveying a genuine, non-Stalinist form of Marxism. The question is indeed extremely complicated. Lukács joined the Communist Party unexpectedly, at a comparatively late stage of his intellectual life. He was 33 and had published a number of works unconnected with Marxism, although critics, as usual, have been at pains to show that his thought developed on consistent lines throughout. During the rest of his life he remained faithful to the communist cause through various political upheavals and ideological changes. He was frequently condemned and attacked by orthodox Stalinists and frequently submitted to party discipline, recanting his previous opinions only to disavow or modify the recantation when times became easier. Thus his works are full of polynodes, retractions, withdrawals of retractions, and reinterpretations of earlier writings, particularly in forewords and epilogues to reprints of his books that appeared in the 1960s. 254 Georgy Lukács, Reason in the Service of Dogma. From the beginning of his Marxist career to the end of his life, Lukács professed fidelity to Lenin and Leninism, and the question how far he was a Stalinist philosopher depends in part on the more general question of the relationship between Leninism and Stalinism. The quotations from Stalin and flattering remarks about him that occur in Lukács's writings are not a decisive argument, as for many years practically every work published in the Soviet Union or its dependencies was studded with references to Stalin and his glorious intellect. This applied even to manuals of physics, cookery books, and so on, though it was still possible to distinguish between ritual homage and genuinely Stalinist works. There was not really any such thing as Stalinist physics. On the other hand, we cannot accept without reservation Lukács's later assurances that he was always critical of Stalinism but for tactical reasons conformed to the party line, for one who objects in private but joins in the public chorus of praise is not an objector, but a eulogist pure and simple. Thus the question can only be decided by examining the content of Lukács's writings and the political significance of his comments and actions at various times. Lukács's voluminous works are devoted for the most part to questions of aesthetics and literary criticism, but it would be wrong to say that he was a critic first and foremost and a philosopher only in a lesser degree. In accordance with his conception of Marxism, he always endeavored to relate even the most detailed questions to the totality of great social processes and the past and future history of mankind. This attitude, he believed, was as essential to Marxism as it was to Hegelianism, and accordingly he approached all questions from the standpoint of a philosopher. Lukács's work has generally been considered in the context of international Marxism or German philosophy. Most of his books were written in German and are concerned with the history of German culture. In recent years, attention has also been drawn increasingly to the Hungarian background of his philosophy and the important part played in his development by the Hungarian cultural tradition. However, the predominantly German strain in his work is clear when it is studied as an element in the history of Marxism, and he was certainly far. Georgy Lukács, Reason in the Service of Dogma 255 better acquainted with the language, literature, and philosophy of Germany than with those of any other country besides his native Hungary, where he spent the beginning and end of his life. 1. Life and intellectual development. Early writings. György Lukács, the son of a banker, was born at Budapest, where he attended grammar school and university, graduating in 1906. From his school days onwards he belonged to socialist groups under the aegis of the left-wing social democrat Ervin Szabo. Szabo was not an orthodox Marxist but an exponent of anarcho-syndicalism, and it was mainly through him that Lukács for a time came under the influence of Sorel. From his earliest years Lukács was attracted by the modernist, anti-positivist outlook that prevailed at the turn of the century. He sought a global, all-embracing worldview, free from the inhibitions of positivism and empiricism but also capable of opposing the national conservative and Christian tradition. In short, he was in quest of a new metaphysic, like a great many of his contemporaries in all parts of Europe. In the same spirit he helped to found a theatrical group devoted to producing works by the new philosophical dramatists Ibsen, Strindberg, and Gerhard Hauptmann. Despite difficulties and opposition this group maintained itself for 4 years, from 1904 to 1908. In 1906 and again in 1909-10 Lukács continued his studies in Berlin, where he attended the lectures of Simmel among others. Kantianism was then dominant in German universities, and young philosophers naturally fell under its influence. Lukács was attracted by versions of Kantianism which concentrated on the philosophy of history and the methodology of the social sciences and which sought to go beyond the critical point of view, i.e. they did not accept that the theory of knowledge must logically take precedence of all metaphysical questions, a view which meant in effect that the latter could not be framed correctly or would remain insoluble. Lukács returned to Germany in 191-3 and studied at Heidelberg. He attended the lectures of Rickert, Windelband, and others, and made the acquaintance of Max Weber, Stefan George, Emil Lask, and Ernst Bloch. From 1906 onwards he wrote articles for Hungarian Literary. 256 György Lukács, Reason in the Service of Dogma magazines. Some of these were republished in his first book, which appeared in Hungarian in 1910 and in German in the following year, entitled Die Seele und die Formen. Like other early works by Lukács, this is a kind of philosophic essay on literary themes. Goldman discerns in it a tragic Kantianism with a phenomenological slant. Lukács's concept of form, he believes, corresponds to the significant structure of the phenomenologists, but the approach is one of static structuralism, i.e. the quest for meaning independent of any consideration of genesis or historical change. Lukács, in fact, argues that every literary work should be regarded as an attempt to give form to the author's soul or sense of life. The attempt is natural and inevitable, but the form itself connotes an acceptance of the imperfect, a limitation of the content that it aims to express. It is as though the very process of artistic creativity, the attempt to subdue the spirit to forms, reveals our basic inability to achieve a true synthesis of the internal and the external, subjectivity and expression. Lukács opposes altogether the kind of artistic culture that only tries to depict the contingency of life and pays no heed to its essence. He thus rejects naturalism as firmly as impressionism. At the same time he appears to hold that the search for meaning and essence brings to light the inescapable tragedy of life, the individual's dependence on invisible and unintelligible powers that break out into insoluble conflicts. He is as far removed as possible from aestheticism, if be that is meant faith in the absolute autonomy of form vis-a-vis the genesis of a work. Forms are a way of imparting unity to the world, but where spiritual life itself is impoverished and chaotic, the perfection of forms cannot restore its value. According to Lukács, modern artistic culture either seeks after abstract form, i.e. it apes the perfection of past forms that will not accommodate a new content, or else it tries to reject form altogether. In either case the attempt does not signify a crisis of form as such, but only the weakness and spuriousness of the life which seeks to express itself in art. In Die Theorie des Romans, written at Heidelberg in 1914-15 and published in 1916 in the Lukács appeared to have reached a less pessimistic and fatalistic standpoint. Looking back in the 1950s he described this work as reactionary. György Lukács, Reason in the Service of Dogma 257 in all respects idealistic, mystical, etc. Nevertheless, it is regarded today as one of his most important achievements. L. Congdon in his study points out the profound effect that Lukács's reading of Dostoevsky and Kierkegaard had on his development during the 1914–18 war. At that time he believed that the novel as a literary genre was an expression of the world in which relations between individuals were mediated by social forms and institutions, or reified as he would have said at a later date. The very existence of the novel bore witness to a cultural disease, the inability of human beings to communicate directly. Dostoevsky's greatness lay in the fact that he had succeeded in portraying human relationships that were not determined by social or class conditions, so that in this sense, paradoxical as it might seem, his works were not novels at all. In the discussion of Dostoevsky's Utopia there could certainly be discerned an anticipation of questions that were to occupy Lukács's attention in his subsequent Marxist works, questions as to the possibility of a society which, in accordance with Marx's romantic vision, would sweep away all social and institutional obstacles and enable human beings to meet one another as individuals, not representatives of anonymous forces. However, Die Theorie des Romans makes no mention of Marxism, though it shows the influence of Dilthey and Hegel. Lukács regards literary forms as the expression of changing historical totalities, each of which in turn seeks to achieve self-consciousness in artistic creation. In accordance with Hegel's philosophy of Historia, art is the realm of the objectivization of the spirit of the age, and its significance cannot be reduced to mere form. On the other hand, it has its own autonomy and is not simply a function of philosophy or science. The intellectualist view of artistic creation is thus no less mistaken than romantic faith in the privileged position of art in creating a universal synthesis of human thought and activity. Lukács's writings in his last pre-Marxist years show that, in his aesthetic studies as in other fields, he was absorbed by ethical problems, the contradiction between the decisions of individuals and the results of their acts, the conflict between the need for expression and the self-limiting function of expression, the conflict between the need for direct communication and the social forms that make it impossible. During the war, besides his unfinished essay on Dostoevsky, Lukács wrote a study of Kierkegaard as a critic of Hegel. As Congdon points out, Lukács's conversion to communism may itself have been the result of his seeing the situation in terms of Kierkegaard's either-or, a state of conflict in which there is no possibility of synthesis between two sets of values, and in which the individual must therefore choose between them. After returning to Budapest in IG 15, Lukács was among the leaders of an intellectual circle, and subsequently an independent study center, where young intellectuals seeking philosophical and moral answers to the problems of war-torn Europe attempted to give expression to their feelings of despair and hope. Several of Lukács's comrades in this endeavor were to become eminent in different cultural spheres: Karl Mannheim, Zoltán Kodály, Arnold Hauser, Béla Bartók, and Michael Polanyi. The general atmosphere was left-wing, but not such as to encourage Bolshevik sympathies. Consequently, Lukács's friends were surprised when he joined the Communist Party immediately after its foundation, at the end of 1918, especially as he had published an article a few days earlier asserting that the Bolsheviks had no rational ground for maintaining that the conflict-free society of the future could be brought about by dictatorship and terror. Apparently, however, he believed, as did many of those who became communists as a result of the war and the collapse of the Second International, that Bolshevism was the only practical alternative for those who refused to accept, actively or passively, the system which was responsible for the horrors of war and the threat to civilization itself. In any case, from then on Lukács accepted communism wholeheartedly as a moral, intellectual, and political solution. Despite various philosophical adventures, he completely identified himself with the communist movement for the rest of his life. He believed that Marxism was the final answer to the problem of history, that communism guaranteed the final reconciliation of all human forces and the free play on all human possibilities, that the conflict between the individual and society, between one person and another, between contingent existence and essence, morality and law, had in principle been resolved, and that it remained only to unite oneself in practice with the historical movement which promised that the synthesis would, without fail, be realized. György Lukács, Reason in the Service of Dogma 259. For some time it looked as though the hope of a European communist revolution would come true at an early date. A few months after the overthrow of the dual monarchy, a Soviet republic was set up in Hungary under Bela Kun. It lasted from the end of March to the end of July 1919. Lukács joined the government as deputy to the Commissar for Education. The brief communist dictatorship was followed by savage mass repression, but most of the leaders escaped abroad. Lukács, after a few weeks of clandestine activity in Budapest, reached Vienna, where he was arrested for a short time. He was saved from extradition, partly owing to a protest by a group of writers including Thomas and Heinrich Mann. Thereafter he led the life of a political émigré, carrying on theoretical and propaganda work and involved in the incessant quarrels of his Hungarian fellow exiles. These disputes had no practical effect on the situation in Hungary but, as is usually the case, aroused bitter passions among the émigrés with their rival plans for revolution. Lukács belonged at this time to the so-called communist left. In 1920-1 he edited a journal Kommunismus, of similar tendency, which was once criticized by Lenin for its anti-parliamentary standpoint. In 1919-22 Lukács wrote a number of theoretical essays, published in book form in 1923 as Geschichte und Klassenbewusstsein. This is considered his magnum opus, although he declared more than once that in some respects at least it no longer represented his views. At all events, among all his works it is this one which gave rise to most controversy and left the deepest traces on the Marxist movement. In it he emphasized the importance of the Hegelian sources of Marxism and also put forward an original interpretation of the whole of Marx's philosophy, in which the category of totality was presented as the foundation of Marxist dialectic. He set out to show that the chief philosophical disputes among the Marxists of the Second International had been conducted from positions alien to Marx's ideas, and in particular that the orthodox line had continued to ignore the essential feature of dialectical materialism, namely the inter. 260 György Lukács, Reason in the Service of Dogma, Action of the Object and Subject of History in the Movement Towards Unity. His work was largely directed against the evolutionist or positivist interpretations of Marxism that dominated the Second International, and was designed to supply a philosophical basis for the revolutionary, Leninist theory of socialism and the party. On 2 points, however, Lukács parted company with Leninism. He criticized Engels's idea of the dialectic of nature as basically contrary to the theory of the dialectic itself, and he disputed the theory of reflection which Lenin had declared to be the essence of Marxist epistemology. It was not surprising, therefore, at a period when communist ideology was hardening into dogmatic form, that Lukács's book was sharply attacked in the most official manner possible, namely at a session of the Third International. At the Fifth Comintern Congress in Moscow in July 1924, Zinoviev, then chairman of its executive committee, denounced Lukács's work as a harmful revisionist attack on Marxism. This view was endorsed by Bukharin. At the same time Zinoviev attacked Antonio Graziadei, who had recently published a book criticizing Marx's theory of value, and also Karl Korsch. His condemnation of Lukács was expressed in general terms, without any specific charges, and it may be doubted whether he had in fact read the off-ending work. Soon, however, more reasoned attacks were delivered by philosophers such as A. M. Deborin, N. Lupol, and L. Rudas. Lukács is not known to have performed any self-criticism at the time, but he did so in 1933. He also repeated in several later works that he regarded history and class consciousness as erroneous and reactionary, at least on the 2 points mentioned above. The book disappeared without trace from communist annals and was only rediscovered after Stalin's death. It had its effect, however, on non-communist German Marxists, and today it is regarded as one of the most important theoretical documents in the history of Marxism. Other theoretical works by Lukács in the early post-war years include an article Tactics and Ethics, published in Hungarian in 1919, and essays on Laszlo and Moses Hess in Archiv für die Geschichte des Sozialismus und der Arbeiterbewegung. The former was occasioned by an edition of Lassalei's letters, the latter by the republication of Hesse's writings and the appearance of a life of him by Theodor's Leucisti. In 1924, Georgy Lukács, Reason in the Service of Dogma 261. Lukács published a short book on Lenin, written immediately after the latter's death. All these works were concerned with the same broad theme as history and class consciousness, the Marxist conception of history as an integral whole, and the resolution of the traditional dilemmas of freedom and necessity, what is and what ought to be. In 1925 Lukács published a critical review of Bukharin's Manual of Historical Materialism. Up to 1928 Lukács was actively involved in controversies among Hungarian communist groups, and in that year he drew up a fractional program to be presented at the next party congress. This document, known after Lukács's pseudonym as the Bloom Theses, was severely criticized by the majority group under Bela Kun, and afterwards by the Comintern executive in an open letter to the Hungarian communists. The Bloom Theses are sometimes quoted today as a proof that in the Stalin era Lukács consistently opposed what was later euphemistically called sectarianism, and that he advocated a popular front of the kind proposed by the Comintern at its last Congress in 1935, after the setbacks of the early 1930s. In actual fact, Lukács's opposition to Bela Kun's policy in the 20s was of a very limited kind. Far from proposing joint action with the Social Democrats against Horthy's regime in Hungary, Lukács maintained that social democracy was on the road to fascism and could not be regarded as a democratic opposition. He subscribed, in fact, to the designation social fascism, which was one of the more fantastic symptoms of communist paranoia in the late 20s and early 30s. He also declared, in accordance with the slogans of the new era, that the battle was not between democracy and fascism but between class and class. On the other hand, he put forward the controversial formula of a democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and peasantry as a transitional stage leading to the dictatorship of the proletariat, while making it clear that there was no question of cooperating with the bourgeoisie or the Social Democrats to build up democracy. In this way he sought to apply certain of Lenin's pre-revolutionary maxims to Hungary. The Comintern, on the other hand, envisaged an immediate transition to the dictatorship of the proletariat, i.e. to a communist monopoly. 262 Georgy Lukács, Reason in the Service of Dogma of Power, and it condemned the Bloom Theses as advocating a policy of liquidation. The whole dispute had no effect whatever on events in Hungary, then or later, and from this point of view it did not matter what ideas were worked out by a handful of powerless émigrés. However, the result of the condemnation was that Lukács hastily recanted in order to avoid expulsion from the party, and from then on withdrew from political activity and confined himself to theoretical work. In the 30s and during the Second World War Lukács published very little. In 1930-1 he spent some time in Moscow, where he worked in the Marx-Engels-Lenin Institute and became acquainted with Marx's early manuscripts, which had still not appeared in print. After returning to Berlin he wrote a few articles for Die Linkskov, including an important essay on literature and politics entitled Tendenz oder Parteiilichkeit. When Hitler came to power he returned to the Soviet Union and stayed in Moscow till the end of the war, working at the Institute of Philosophy of the Academy of Sciences. The intensive studies of those years bore fruit in numerous publications after 1945. Among these were Der Junge Hegel, finished before the war but published only in 1948, Goethe und die Seinzeit, Essays über Realismus, Studies of Russian Literature, Thomas Mann, Deutsche Realisten des 19. Jahrhunderts, Balzac und der französische Realismus, Existentialisme ou Marxisme, a history of rationalist German philosophy as a source of Nazism, and a study of the historical novel. Throughout this period Lukács's position as a communist ideologist and Marxist was ambiguous. He remained a party member and did his best to conform scrupulously to each new phase of the ideological struggle. Nevertheless, when the Stalin line hardened from 1949 onwards and repression intensified in the people's democracies, Lukács again came under fire, the attacks being led by Jérévy, then cultural dictator of Hungary. Once more Lukács bowed to the party's judgment and performed self-criticism. His books continued to appear mostly in the GDR, in German, but in party circles they were Geiergy Lukács, Reason in the Service of Dogma 263, considered rather suspect, unduly liberal and not 100% Marxist. A new turn of events came with the upheavals of de-Stalinization in 1956, triggered off by the 20th Congress of the Soviet Communist Party and Khrushchev's famous speech about Stalin's mistakes. Lukács was one of those in Hungary who criticized the distortions of the Stalin era. He belonged to the Pet 6 circle, which played an important part in the ideological ferment that preceded the Hungarian uprising. Lukács directed his main attack against ideological dogmatism and the primitive attitude towards literary and philosophical questions in the Stalin era. When the Hungarian anti-Stalinist movement reached its height with the formation of Ilmar Nagy's government in October 1956, Lukács was co-opted onto the party's Central Committee and for a few days held the post of Minister of Culture. After the Soviet invasion he was deported to Romania with the rest of Nagy's government, most of whom were murdered by the Soviets. Lukács, one of the few survivors, returned to Budapest in the spring of 1957. He soon became the target of fresh attacks, in which his former pupil Jay Szigeti played a prominent part. He sought to resume party membership, but was not allowed to as he refused to perform self-criticism on this occasion. Apparently, however, he was readmitted in 1967, the condition being waived. In any case, to the end of his life he maintained the belief that socialism, begun in Russia and continued in Eastern Europe, would liberate itself from the aftermath of Stalinist distortions and return to the path of true Marxism. He stated in an interview that the worst socialism was better than the best capitalism. In the political field he wholeheartedly endorsed the Soviet policy of coexistence and opposed Chinese dogmatism. His scholarly activity after the uprising was mainly devoted to problems of Marxist aesthetics. In 1957 he published an essay über die Besonderheit als Kategorie der Ästhetik, and in 1963 a two-volume work Die Eigenart des Ästhetischen. As the cultural pressure eased in Hungary in the 60s he enjoyed more reasonable conditions of work and publication facilities. A volume celebrating his 80th birthday appeared in West Germany in 1965. In addition to his aesthetic studies he embarked on a basic 264 Geiergy Lukács, Reason in the Service F. Dogma Handbook of Marxist Doctrine. This work, nearly completed, appeared posthumously under the title Zur Ontologie der Gesellschaftlichen Sens, as part of a 14-volume edition of his works published by the firm of Luchterhand. Lukács died at Budapest in 1971. In the previous decade interest in his ideas increased rapidly, as is shown by the number of books, articles, and discussions concerning them, and also by numerous translations and new editions of his works themselves. Attacks from the Stalinist angle practically ceased. On the other hand, he was criticized by some as a Stalinist writer and ideologist. Discussion has centered mainly on his literary and aesthetic views and his conception of the dialectic, especially in history and class consciousness. His posthumous work did not arouse great interest and must have disappointed those who looked for new ideas on the interpretation of Marxism. It is a conventional expose of historical materialism, with Lukács's customary attacks on empiricism and positivism. On the other hand, he broke fresh ground in 1964 and 1969 in articles on Solzhenitsyn, whom he hailed as the harbinger of a great renewal of socialist realism. Lukács left a number of disciples in Hungary who have tried, with greater or less fidelity, to continue his work and range of interests. In Western Europe perhaps the most zealous advocate of his philosophy was Lucien Goldmann, whose work requires special notice. To the Whole and the Part, Critique of Empiricism. Both in Tactics and Ethics and in History and Class Consciousness Lukács puts the question what is orthodox Marxism, and replies that this concept does not involve the acceptance of any particular tenet. An orthodox Marxist does not, as such, owe allegiance to any specific view and may criticize Marx's ideas so long as he remains faithful to the essence of Marxism, namely the dialectical method. Method does not mean here a set of rules for intellectual operations, as it does in logic, but a particular way of thinking which includes awareness that in thinking about the world it is also helping to change it, being at the same time a practical commitment. The Marxian dialectic is not merely a way of perceiving or describing social reality, or even indicating how it should be described, it is the main